When the Doctor Has a Plug, chapter 1752 to chapter 1835. Hearing Chris's words, Yuan George was agitated. He stood up and grabbed Chris's collar angrily. He stared at him angrily. His eyes were full of anger. Chris remained unmoved, and his eyes were also fixed on the other party. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became stagnant. Yuan George's hands that grabbed Chris's collar became weaker. Then, he suddenly exerted force and hugged Chris. "Mr. Chris, you lied to me, right? There must be a better way, right? I know, you don't seem to like me. It's okay. Help my child, please." Yuan George was really too agitated just now. After all, anyone would be agitated when they knew that their child's mortality rate was as high as 60 to 70%. Although Chris was angry, he could understand. After all, he had seen more agitated things than this. "Sorry, I can't help you." Chris's voice was still very calm. Yuan George was stunned when he heard that. "Who can help me?" "Yes. The AATS Association. I'll contact President Sabrina now, as well as Ryan and Mond Alpha. They will definitely have a way." Chris did not say anything else. After all, these people that Yuan George mentioned were the world's top cardiothoracic surgeons. If they were to take action, there might be a chance. Yuan George quickly contacted them. After all, he was the vice president of Johnson & Johnson. He had a lot of power and connections. It did not take too much time. Yuan George was the first to contact Sabrina. "Professor Sabrina, my child is now. I hope you can help." Sabrina suddenly said, "Sorry, Mr. George, I can't help you. I may not be able to help you in this situation." Yuan George hung up. "Quickly contact Ryan." Ryan was even more direct than Sabrina. "Sorry, I don't have time. I still have a few very important patients here." After hanging up, Yuan George was really panicking this time. He did not know why these people rejected him. Were they really busy? So, he continued to call. New York Presbyterian Hospital's Mond Alpha, rejected. Johns Hopkins Hospital's Cardiothoracic Surgery Department, rejected. In the beginning, Yuan George was still standing in the ward. But, later, he walked out of the room and stood in the corridor, screaming at the top of his lungs. Calling him was a rejection. He just didn't have the time to call, one after another. He had already called more than 10 people from the American AATS Association for help. Without exception, they had all been rejected. In his despair, George tried his best to call President Sabrina again. He hurriedly said, "President Sabrina, please save my child. I have money. 1 million. No. 10 million US. If you agree to save my child, I'll give you 10 million US. If you can save him, I'm willing to give you shares. It's Johnson & Johnson shares. I beg you. Please, I only have one child. I'm already so old." Before he could finish his sentence, the call had been hung up. For a moment, George was dumbfounded. He looked at his phone with an ashen face and his hands trembled. He could not help but throw his phone on the ground and stomp on it angrily. The high and mighty Yuan George had never experienced such a thing. No matter what he did, no one would rush to help him. But now, how did he become the target of everyone's hatred overnight? Chris hated himself. Sabrina rejected him. Ryan, Mond, Alpha, they all rejected him. What happened? The despairing Yuan George slumped to the ground. This feeling of despair was like a dark cloud in his heart, making him breathless. At this moment, Yuan George felt what despair was. He felt what it meant to have money and not do whatever you want. He felt the insignificance and helplessness in front of life. It turned out that, all of this was so real. Yuan George still did not understand why they would reject his invitation. At this moment, the chief cardiologist of Hackensack Medical Center, Moken, came. He was Chris's teacher and also a member of the AATS Association. Moken looked at Yuan George, squatted down, and took the initiative to reach out and pull him up. Seeing this, Yuan George quickly got up. "Mr. Moken, you're back." At this moment, Moken was like the last straw. Moken went abroad some time ago and had just returned. Moken did not answer Yuan George. Instead, he suddenly asked, "You called Sabrina?" Hearing Moken's words, Yuan George was suddenly stunned. He seemed to have realized something. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped a clue. He quickly grabbed Moken's arm and asked with a panicked expression, "Mr. Moken, what happened? What happened?" Moken was close to 60 years old. He had a full beard and thick glasses. He was a black doctor. He did not answer Yuan George's question directly. Instead, he asked faintly, facing a disease and being unable to be treated, "What kind of feeling is this?" Yuan George blurted out, "Despair. Just like the immortal swamp and the quicksand." Moken replied, "Yes, at this moment, there are hundreds of thousands of people who have the same thoughts as you." Hearing this sentence, if Yuan George still did not understand, he did not deserve to be the vice president of Johnson & Johnson. He understood, he completely understood. At this moment, Yuan George instantly blushed. Moken looked at Yuan George seriously and said, "In your eyes, are those 200,000 people not lives? Then, should I apologize to you? Sorry, your child will also become one of those 200,000 people." Yuan George heard this and immediately burst into tears. As he cried and cried, he laughed again. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Did he ruin his own child's life with his own hands? Moken looked at Yuan George without a bit of pity. This person blocked the rescue of hundreds of thousands of people. Was such a person really worth helping? Some people were like this. Things that had nothing to do with them, even if they were human lives, were not worth mentioning. Outside the huge room, Yuan George laughed out loud. He was really too stupid. Sometimes, people should not be too extreme in everything. It would be best if he could leave himself some leeway. AATS was probably one of the most tightly knit organizations in America, or even the world. This time, they taught the vice president of Johnson & Johnson a lesson. It was easy to use medical ethics to restrict a doctor, but it was difficult to use ethics to restrict a businessman. This was because when it came to ethics, there was no right or wrong. This time, Yuan George leaned against the corner of the wall and laughed. It was self-deprecating. It was also helplessness. Had he dug a hole for himself? "Oh my God, please accept my confession. I have money." But money suddenly became cheap at this moment? Who told me that as long as I am in America, I can do whatever I want with money? You lied to me. Actually, Sabrina, Ryan and the rest did not have any psychological burden in their hearts. Their understanding of medical oaths was different from that of the Chinese. Furthermore, they also had surgeries now. They could save others. They were also saving lives. Why must they choose to save Yuan George's child? That was a life that might not be born. Therefore, they did not have any psychological burden. At this moment, Chris hurriedly ran out. "Mr. George, please sign the papers as soon as possible. The fetus's condition has improved. Please make a decision as soon as possible." Yuan George heard and hurriedly stood up. He wanted to enter the door but suddenly adjusted his clothes and tie so that he would not look so disheveled. Morken followed closely behind and went in. Since he was here, he might as well go in and take a look. Just as he was about to open the door, Yuan George suddenly pulled Morken and turned to pull him. He then plopped down on his knees. "Professor Morken, please, save him. The child is innocent. I am willing. I am willing to be punished. Please. Please." At this moment, Yuan George was just an ordinary father. He was so ordinary, his high and mighty status in the past had become very insignificant at this moment. Morken was stunned. "Let's go in and take a look. To be honest, I am not certain either." Chris saw the situation and said directly, "Teacher, you can't do it." Morken was stunned. "I am being humble when I say that I can't do it." "What do you mean when you say that I can't do it?" Morken glared at Chris. "Nonsense." With that, he walked in with Yuan George. Chris was stunned and could not help but shout at the teacher, "Teacher, you really can't do it. This surgery, basically." Chris saw Yuan George and his teacher Morken turn around and stare at him with murderous eyes. When Chris saw this, he immediately shut his mouth. However, he still muttered softly, I didn't say anything wrong." "Do you have to be like this even when you're telling the truth? What's the difference between you and a capitalist? Hypocrite." After the group of people entered the office, they looked at the results of Trisha's examination. After watching for a few minutes, Moken's eyebrows became more and more solemn. Although Chris didn't give him any face, but what he said was the truth. This was really not something he could do. What to do? Moken suddenly said, "Let's do another four-dimensional echocardiogram." The examining doctor nodded and placed the probe on Trisha's abdomen to begin the examination. This time, everyone could see it even more clearly now. Moken was even more certain this time. The condition of the fetus was pulmonary stenosis, which was likely to be accompanied by right ventricular outflow tract hypertrophy and tricuspid annulus insufficiency. If she continued the pregnancy at this time, it would be very dangerous. The fetus might die in the womb not long after. However, if the surgery was to be carried out, it would need to wait until the fetus was born. Then, with the support of cardiopulmonary bypass, the right ventricular outflow tract blockage and tricuspid annuloplasty would be completely removed. How could a newborn be able to support such a surgery? It would be difficult. Xianxia George could not help but ask, "Professor Moken, you must have a better way, right?" "What should we do?" Moken sighed, "Sorry, I don't have a better way. However, I think we should still terminate the pregnancy and perform the surgery." Chris nodded and glanced at his teacher. His meaning was obvious, "I know you don't have a way." "Why are you pretending?" Moken immediately rolled his eyes, but his face was still a little red. When Xianxia George heard this, he sighed. "Is there really no other way?" Trisha's tears fell like rain. Xianxia George was disheartened. At this moment, Chris suddenly said, "I think only one person has a way." Everyone turned around. Xianxia George did not care about Chris' venomous words. "What do you mean?" Chris said, "Chen Song, Professor Chen, his valve surgery is the best I have seen. Maybe he has a way." Xianxia George heard this and quickly said, "I will contact Professor Chen." Now, he did not have any other thoughts. He only wanted to save his child. His career was gone, but he could work hard. Moreover, his money was enough for his grandson's grandson to spend for a lifetime. But, the most important thing now was that he might not have a child, let alone a grandson. Therefore, he had to think of a way. After Xianxia George finished speaking, he immediately asked the people from the China branch of Johnson & Johnson to go and look for Chen Song. He was worried that Chen Song would reject him directly. After all, the relationship between him and Chen Song couldn't be said to be life and death enemies, but it definitely couldn't be considered a good relationship either. Not only did he personally defame Chen Song, but he also sent people to prevent Wanda Group and XPRI Technology from entering the US. How could Chen Song not know? So, the person in charge of Johnson & Johnson Group's China branch got up and went to Ammonium. So, 11 p.m. US time. No one left. Everyone was waiting for Chen Song's result. Finally, Chen Song's video call was connected. After seeing Chen Song, Xianxia George did not wait for the other party to speak and immediately apologized. "Professor Chen, I was wrong. I apologize to you. We will not interfere with XPRI in the future. We will send people to open it up as soon as possible and contact the FDA. Please save my son." Chen Song did not say a word. He looked down at Trish and the fetus and did not speak for a long time. Xianxia George's promise rang in his ears. Chen Song ignored it. Who did not know how to make promises? Moreover, this guy wanted to use the shares of Johnson & Johnson's up company to exchange with Wanda Group. Suddenly, Chen Song said, "Prepare the shares of Johnson & Johnson Group." Xianxia George was stunned, even Chris and Morgan were stunned. What did he mean? George hurriedly asked, "Professor Chen, can you save him?" Chen Song nodded. "Prepare the shares." As soon as he said that, Xianxia George immediately became excited. It would be good if he could be saved. If he could be saved, there would be a chance. Okay. There's no problem with the shares. Please, Professor Chen, you must save my child. P.S. Sorry, I've underestimated the things I need to do. There are too many things to prepare after renting a house. I was wrong. I apologize. I'll try my best to correct myself. Tomorrow, 6 p.m., I'll do what I say. What was domineering? This was it. When George Xianxia asked Chen Song if he could save him, Chen Song's answer was not whether he could or how confident he was. His answer was very clear: prepare the shares. At first, everyone was a little confused when they heard this sentence. Some did not understand, however, they instantly understood. What Chen Song wanted was the price. Was there anything more direct than this? It was like calling a restaurant and asking if they could make a serving of Buddha jumps over the wall. The boss directly said that it was the same for 5 yuan. Obviously, Chen Song meant that he could do it. For a moment, everyone's hearts were really shocked. Could this be strength? Chris was a little excited. Professor Chen, as expected of you, how could George Yuan Te have any room to bargain now? He knew very well what he had done to Chen Song. On the other hand, he was very grateful that Chen Song did not reject him. Thank you. Thank you. I'll go to China now. Professor Chen, don't worry about the shares. George Yuan Te's eyes were shining. At this time, in his heart, nothing was more important than his child. He was now in his 50s or 60s. How much hope did he have to have children? Without children, what was the point of earning money? After hanging up the phone, George Yuan Te quickly contacted a private jet to China. At this time, Ammonium Yang, 2nd Provincial Hospital. A group of people looked at Chen Song in surprise. Professor Chen. This George Yuan Te. He personally wrote an article to Dissue. Can you save such a person? Jinian was also indignant. Yes, this is a capitalist through and through. I don't believe a single word he says. Although the child is innocent, we should let him feel what it's like for patients who know they can be saved but can't be saved. In their eyes, patients are a market, a tool for them to make money. The others also nodded. For pharmaceutical companies, it was understandable that they wanted to make money. No one had ever stopped them from making money. However, even thieves had morals. What's more, they were running such a medical company. Therefore, this time everyone rejected Yuan Te George's request. For the time being, let's not talk about whether they could do it or not. However, the members of the AATS Association were surprisingly unyielding this time. Everyone wanted to teach the other party a lesson. Let Johnson & Johnson know that not everyone is easy to bully. Sometimes, the team of doctors really stood together with the patients. It was the same this time. Hundreds of thousands of patients with congenital heart disease who wanted to undergo XPRI surgery were helpless. With such a clear-cut team standing out, it was clear that they were going to stand out. What Chen Song did this time seemed to be out of everyone's expectations. After all, Yuan Te George was mainly targeting Chen Song this time. From the declaration of XPRI technology in the beginning, to the demonstration, and even to the regulation issued by the US FDA. From the beginning to the end, it was Johnson & Johnson that was adding fuel to the fire. Even the news that they were planning to buy shares related to XPRI technology was aimed at Chen Song. Wasn't the core purpose of capitalism for capital? Chen Song also saw the hard work of everyone in the AATS Association. Chen Song also saw the news in the chat group. Chen Song also wanted to reject at first, however, after thinking quickly, he suddenly thought of a better idea. Johnson & Johnson shares? No. To be honest, Chen Song did not care about Yuan Te George's shares in Johnson & Johnson. He needed a lot. He even needed the US FDA to open up a market. He needed to sponsor the development of his XPRI technology. He needed, all in all, after thinking for a long time, Chen Song felt that this time, saving Yuan Te George's wife and child was much more satisfying than venting his anger. In fact, the best way to defeat your opponent was not to make them hate you, but to make them hate you to the core. The best way to vent your anger was to make the other party hate you, but they had no choice but to be grateful to you, listen to you, and even make them unable to hate you. What era was this? Did people really think that fighting was the best way to do it? Moreover, ding. Triggered mission. Open surgery live broadcast. Let the world see the true charm of XPRI technology. The higher the recognition, the better the reward. Hint, the effect of this live broadcast will directly affect the speed at which XPRI technology enters the international market. Mission reward, XPRI technology derivative or XPRI derivative technology. Alright, to be honest, Chen Song was still convinced by the system's reward. Perhaps, this was the system's true purpose, XPRI derivative technology. Perhaps, it might be the real interventional technology. if the current XPRI interventional gun was only an interventional treatment for the disease in the heart, then the subsequent interventional technology might be more detailed. Thinking of this, Xianxia calmed down. The surgery still had to be done. However, since he was going to do it, he had to do it well. Didn't you say that Johnson & Johnson had a deep understanding of XPRI technology? Alright, this time, I'll let you see what a true XPRI interventional gun is. Xianxia did not care about Yuan to George. What he cared about was when the XPRI interventional gun could enter the market and help more patients. Sometimes, fame didn't seem to be of much use. However, when you became the industry's benchmark, you really had a lot of potential. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly informed Deng Ming. Contact Chief Li of Lilac Garden and tell him that I'm going to do a live broadcast of XPRI technology. Yes, it's world-class. Deng Ming heard and quickly nodded. Okay, Chief. On the other side, after Xianxia finished speaking, he said to Jianian, Dr. Jean, contact President Sabrina and President Renee of the AATS Association. Perform a surgery commentary. Jianian was slightly stunned. Surgery commentary? Xianxia nodded. That's right. Everyone doesn't know much about XPRI technology now, and a surgery like this is actually very representative. I think we can show everyone the true charm of XPRI technology through this surgery. However, most of them are ordinary people who don't know much about surgery, so we need some expert commentary. Moreover, President Sabrina and President Renee have a very high status in the industry. With them around, the audience will believe in the authenticity and authority of the surgery more. So, I think it's more suitable. Jianian's eyes lit up when she heard that. This was indeed good news. The current era was no longer the same as before. Public opinion had become an era where policies could be influenced. Sometimes, it was a good thing to guide public opinion correctly. For example, a certain father is a certain son, a Maserati hit someone, an imposter went to college, and so on. Similarly, the XPRI technology was the same. If this technology was indeed helpful to everyone, it might be better to promote it under the pressure of public opinion. The XPRI technology itself was more complicated. For ordinary people, the unknown often made people afraid. Yuan George took advantage of this aspect of human nature. However, if they really invited Sabrina and Ryan to come forward as commentators, perhaps everything would be different, because the AATS Association had a high status and influence in the field of cardiothoracic surgery in the United States. The American people were more willing to trust this organization. If they were to commentate, there would be an unexpected effect. Jianian was about to agree when Mengshi suddenly hesitated for a moment. She could not help but tug at Xianxia. Chief Chen, I have something to ask you. Xianxia saw this and knew that Mengshi had something to say. He went to the office next door. Mengshi suddenly frowned. Xianxia, are you confident? Let's not talk about whether we can promote the XPRI technology in a positive way. Just talking about the surgery, the risk of neonatal and premature surgery is 60% higher than that of ordinary patients. Surgical complications, special conditions during the surgery, postoperative infections, and so on are exponentially higher. Xianxia, I'm not doubting you. I just think that such a surgery is too risky. For you, there's no need. Mengshi suddenly thought of something. She looked at Xianxia seriously. If you really lack money, I can help you think of a way. But I still think this kind of surgery is irrational. The success rate of premature neonatal pulmonary stenosis surgery, and it's such a complicated surgery. I don't think anyone can do it well. Mengshi was right. Once the child was born, the surgery was no longer a matter of probability. Miracles could happen, however, this was based on the patient's foundation. What did it mean for an unexpected premature newborn? The organs in the body were not fully developed, and the development was obvious. There were very few antibodies and antigens, and the immune system was immature. Once the surgery was performed, everything would most likely cause the disease to develop. This was not something that could be solved even with superb surgical skills. One had to know that even a cold or fever could be life-threatening for a child. Not to mention, the cardiopulmonary valve junction incision, funnel hypertrophic muscle bundle excision, and tricuspid annuloplasty, Xianxia was truly worried. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was now. He didn't want to ruin it because he was too eager for quick success. Looking at Teacher Meng's worried expression, Xianxia's heart suddenly felt warm. However, he couldn't help but sigh. The main thing is that I'm really short on money right now. Xianxia was stunned and couldn't help but ask, how much do you lack? Xianxia pretended to be disappointed and sighed. $1 billion or so. You know, scientific research is very expensive. Hearing those words, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I'll help you think of a way, but I don't know how much I can get, but I'll try my best. However, Xianxia, you have to think about this surgery carefully. You can't create miracles in every surgery. You have to know that there are many people who can't wait for you to fail. The XPRI technology is good and powerful, but it's best for us to progress steadily. If you fail, the entire project will have to be delayed for many years. After saying that, Xianxia turned to leave. Seeing how serious Xianxia was, Xianxia hurriedly grabbed Xianxia and said, Teacher Meng, I'm just joking. Xianxia was stunned and said seriously, I'm not joking. How much money do you lack? Tell me. Hey. Xianxia, don't go. I really do have money. You. Tisk. Xianxia didn't bother to explain. He smiled and said, Teacher Meng, learn the XPRI technology as soon as possible. You might be quite talented in it. Xianxia blushed when he heard that. I don't need you to tell me that. I'm very good at it. Just wait and see. Who knows, I might be better at guns than you. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Teacher Meng and suddenly felt that, if Teacher Meng changed his hairstyle and held 2 guns in his hands, his figure would really look like Lucky Sis. However, it was obvious that the XPRI technology wasn't in the department's skill library yet. Only when Xianxia carried out clinical trials and developed a series of operating guidelines could it be developed into a skill. Only then would Teacher Meng be able to speed up. Xianxia couldn't help but smile at the thought. Xianxia returned to the office. Jianian had already contacted Sabrina. When he saw that Xianxia had returned, Jianian handed the phone to Xianxia. Professor Chen, President Sabrina is calling. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia was actually very touched by Sabrina's support. Hello, President. This time. I'm very grateful. Sabrina smiled. Professor Chen, you're too polite. Actually, I just hope that more patients can benefit from XPRI. Johnson & Johnson has indeed gone overboard this time. I know about the live broadcast. I'll cooperate. However, I'm worried about the high risk of the surgery. What do you plan to do? Xianxia smiled. This is the meaning of live broadcasting. If I fail, I'll tell everyone frankly that XPRI technology is indeed risky. However, if I can even succeed in this surgery, I believe everyone will also see the reliability of XPRI technology. Xianxia was speaking the truth. There was no such thing as a 100% success rate in a surgery. Moreover, Xianxia's surgery this time was even crazier. It could even be said that it was an unprecedented craziness. This was the reason why he had yet to reveal his surgery plan. He knew that this surgery might not just open up a normal surgery. It might open up a new door for surgery. On the day of the surgery, Xianxia could swear that this surgery would shock everyone. Even Xianxia was full of excitement and anticipation. The perfect XPRI technology had already made the XPRI interventional gun more and more useful. Perhaps, in the future, interventional surgery would definitely become one of the mainstream surgical methods and one of the final surgical approaches in major departments. It was the same principle as today's laparoscopic surgery, minimally invasive, visible, and fast recovery. Therefore, the replacement of the old had always been a scene that attracted a lot of attention. Some people hoped to see it, while some did not. Recently, XPRI technology had been the most talked about topic in the world's medical circle. That was where the heat came from. Should XPRI technology be popularized? That question became the core element of the discussion. Xianxia and Johnson & Johnson were the most important representatives in this dispute. Needless to say, Xianxia was the representative of XPRI technology and was also one of the major shareholders of XPRI's Wanhe Group. Everyone thought that the dispute between Chen Song and George Yuan would last for at least a few years. After all, the emergence and development of new things had always been bumpy. Moreover, not all doctors supported Chen Song. On the contrary, there were a lot of conservative doctors who thought that the appearance of XPRI made the exquisite heart valve repair surgery mechanized and lost the chance of a perfect surgery. Indeed, Chen Song also admitted that the XPRI technology was very different from the results of valve repair. However, that was the limitation of the machine itself, just like how laparoscopic surgery could never be perfect. The technology itself had limitations. Moreover, XPRI technology was not omnipotent, but its advantages were very obvious. Therefore, everything should be looked at from both sides, and the essence should be extracted and used for its purpose. Chen Song was not an advocate of XPRI. He just felt that this technology had many irreplaceable functions. At that moment, the American media was the first to break out a major piece of news. When George Yuan's wife, who was 8 months pregnant, had a prenatal checkup, she suddenly found that the child had a typical right ventricular outflow tract obstruction with pulmonary artery stenosis. Many hospitals in New Jersey were unable to treat it. Professor Chen Song lent a helping hand at the critical moment. The surgery will be carried out at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow night. At that time, the president of the AATS Association, Sabrina, the vice president, Professor Ryan, and Professor Mondalfa will broadcast the surgery live. According to rumors, this surgery will be the world's first 3-piece annuloplasty for a newborn, and Professor Chen will use XPRI technology to operate on the newborn. After the news was announced, it instantly caused an uproar. Everyone was talking about it. With regards to Chen Song and Yuan-Te George, for something like this to happen between them, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, 2 days ago, they were still arguing and slandering each other, and now, such a thing had happened. One dares to do it, while the other dares to try. Truly, amazing. Yeah, there hasn't been a successful case of tricuspid annuloplasty for newborns yet. George Yuan-Te is really brave to let Chen Song test the XPRI technology. Could it be that they are the real partners? That's right, everyone came to a sudden realization. Could it be that these two were the real partners, but at this moment? Yuan-Te George posted on Twitter again, "I still have my doubts about the XPRI technology, but I want to focus on the matter and not the person. Professor Chen, you're a benevolent doctor. You were willing to save my child at a critical moment. I can't thank you enough for that. However, I still have my doubts about XPRI technology. If Professor Chen succeeds in this surgery, perhaps I will become an important supporter of XPRI technology in the future." Yuan-Te George's team was indeed very strong. All kinds of public relations and statements were very accurate. But, no matter what, the surgery was about to begin. Just like that, with all kinds of media adding fuel to the fire, more and more people began to pay attention to the live broadcast of the surgery. The China region also arranged for the surgery to be commentated. This time it was Wang Tong, Wu Tongfu, and Su Ziming. The surgery had not yet begun, but the atmosphere was getting more and more enthusiastic. Sabrina said to the crowd, "Actually, whether this surgery succeeds or not, we should thank Professor Chen for daring to try such a surgery. To be honest, I'm not confident that I can complete such a surgery. This is not a matter of responsibility, but a matter of ability. Newborn surgery has always been a taboo, but now Professor Chen has shown us such an opportunity. I believe that Professor Chen's goal is very clear. He wants everyone to know about XPRI technology and this new surgical method." With all kinds of comments, Chen Song's reputation was raised again and again. Everyone stared at the screen, waiting for the surgery to begin. At the same time, Chen Song gathered everyone and prepared to discuss the surgery. This time, Chen Song still did not invite the World AATS Association and other foreign aid to participate. Instead, he gathered the team of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital to prepare for such a surgery. The obstetrics and gynecology team, Zhang Jinfeng, Zhang Yan. The cardiac surgery department, Tao Mi, Mengxi, Qian Linhe. The interventional department, the neonatology department, the hematology department. There were more than 10 people participating in this surgery. Everyone was very nervous. The neonatology department was the first time they worked with Chen Song. They did not expect it to be such a surgery. they were extremely nervous. The director of the neonatology department was a more feminine man named Xianxia. He had a good personality and always had a maternal glow. Everyone thought that Xianxia was born with the wrong gender. However, Director Xianxia had a good personality and rarely lost his temper with everyone over this matter. Chen Song looked at everyone and began the introduction of the surgery. I called everyone here today not to let everyone participate in the surgery, but to make all kinds of preparations. There are only 3 participants in this surgery, me, Mengxi, and Director Xianxia. Everyone else, watch this surgery carefully because you might only be able to see such a surgery once in your lives. When everyone heard that, although they felt that Chen Song was exaggerating, they still nodded. Chen Song continued, the estimated duration of the surgery is 40 minutes. Professor Liu, please control the time. If it's anesthesia, the strength should be as small as possible. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They wanted to complete this surgery in 40 minutes? Was it possible? Jinian and the others who were watching from the sidelines whispered to each other. Even a cesarean section might not be completed in 40 minutes, Zhang Jinfeng could not help but say, Director Chen, isn't 40 minutes too harsh? We can't even do a cesarean section. Everyone nodded. Chen Song suddenly said, this surgery is not a cesarean section. Everyone's face was filled with question marks. How could they perform the surgery without a cesarean section? Chen Song continued, for this surgery, I plan to use the XPRI interventional gun through the patient's belly to directly reach the child's heart through the mother's body with the help of ultrasound and CT for the surgery. After Chen Song finished speaking, the entire room fell into a strange silence. What did he mean, not a cesarean section? How could they operate on the child without a cesarean section? Wasn't this a fantasy story? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Everyone stared at Chen Song with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. Even though Zhang Jinfeng was knowledgeable and had many years of work experience, this was the first time he had heard of operating through a patient's belly. No, Zhang Jinfeng was suddenly stunned. He looked at Chen Song and suddenly asked, Chief Chen, do you mean, it's like the surgery where you extracted the fluid from the fetus through the mother's body? Chen Song nodded. Yes, that's my plan. After everyone heard that, they still felt a little scared. Even the people from the AATS Association suddenly felt that Chen Song was not just bold, but crazy, using the XPRI interventional gun through the mother's belly, then entering the body of the unborn fetus and finding an angle to enter the small and pitiful heart to perform the pulmonary valve junction incision, funnel hypertrophic muscle bundle resection, and tricuspid annuloplasty. Crazy, he was definitely crazy. How was that possible? Let's not talk about the theoretical feasibility of the surgery. Most people would not even dare to think about this idea. For a moment, everyone in the room was discussing. The director of the neonatology department, Xianxia, who was working with Chen Song for the first time, was dumbfounded. It was his first time working with Chief Chen. Although he was a little nervous, he was more looking forward to it. After all, everyone wanted to operate with a top boss. But now, Xianxia was not looking forward to it. He was afraid. He was really afraid. Professor Chen was really too bold, wasn't he? On the other hand, Mengxi was not afraid this time. Instead, her eyes lit up. She was in her early 30s and had a stronger ability to accept new things. In addition, Mengxi had prepared a lot for this surgery in the past 2 days and read a lot of information. She found that if she followed the conventional procedure, the surgical mortality rate was still as high as 60 to 70, but now, after Chen Song said this idea, Mengxi began to quickly think about the theoretical feasibility. It was not just her. Everyone in the room held their breaths and seriously thought about Chen Song's idea. For a moment, the entire office was completely silent. Of course, other than Qianlin and classmate A. After all, Qianlin's current brain couldn't keep up with Chen Song's high and mighty thinking. He glanced at Chen Song to express his anger. Initially, he was grateful to Chen Song for allowing him and his classmates to watch such a rare surgery. But now, he realized that he was humiliating himself. Bullying him for not knowing anything, too aggrieved. Around him, time passed minute by minute. Everyone became more and more excited. Because they were beginning to realize that Chen Song's method was really feasible, the patient's chance of infection had decreased. After the surgery was successful, the recovery of the heart might be accelerated because of the mother's fetus. Furthermore, Chen Song's technique could be seen as an early intervention. There was no need for such a complicated surgery. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. It was feasible. It was really feasible. However, this way, the pressure of the surgery would be completely piled on Chen Song's shoulders. Through the belly, it was simply too difficult to perform precise operations and control with just four-dimensional echocardiography and CT. After all, this was not a simple XPRI interventional surgery. It was carried out while watching the heart. Even if there was an accident, it could be remedied in time. But this surgery was different. Once an accident happened in the surgery, there might not even be a way to remedy it. After all, the fetus was still in the mother's womb. Therefore, risk and opportunity really coexisted. This surgery had a very high success rate, but it also had a very high mortality rate. After a long time, everyone thought for a long time. But unexpectedly, the first person to speak was Director Xianxia. It's feasible. The feasibility of the surgery is very high. But we need Director Zhang Jinfeng's help. Zhang Jinfeng suddenly understood and quickly said, Director Xianxia means, to find a relatively stable fetal movement period for the fetus to maintain a good position and shape? Xianxia nodded. That's right. I believe in Professor Chen's surgical ability, but to complete such a surgery, the fetal position is too important. But, the choice of fetal position was simply too random. This kind of thing could indeed be controlled to a certain extent. But, no one could predict the child's behavior. And anesthesia was obviously not a good method. If he wasn't careful, he might accidentally kill the child. Therefore, the best way was still to correct the fetal position. For a moment, everyone in the room began to discuss crazily. Chen Song suddenly said, It's okay, I can adjust the fetal position. Everyone, don't worry about the surgery. What I need everyone to be prepared is that once anything happens to the child, complete the cesarean section and rescue work as soon as possible. Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone was stunned. How could you even adjust the fetal position? What else couldn't you do? What did you need us to do? You might as well go to the new Oriental Ninja Academy to practice for a few days, and then decisively use a shadow clone to complete all the surgeries by yourself. Zhang Jinfeng's face also turned red, who was the obstetrician and gynecologist. However, these were no longer important. If such a surgery could really be completed, to everyone present, this was of great significance. Alright, everyone, I'll explain the details and process of the surgery in detail. Everyone, remember, there's only one chance for the surgery. Whether it succeeds or not is already in everyone's hands. Good luck. Everyone nodded. In fact, there were not many steps in the surgery. It was just a simple procedure. It did not develop to the point of a pulmonary valve junction, a funnel hypertrophic muscle bundle resection, and a tricuspid annuloplasty. All that needed to be done was to repair the tricuspid valve and interfere with the stenosis area. However, it sounded simple, but it was very, very difficult to perform, just like that. After everyone was ready, Chen Song took the initiative to reach out his hand. Good luck. Everyone shouted in unison, good luck. After that, everyone walked toward the operating theater like a group of generals and soldiers. Qianlin could not help but mutter, why do I feel like I'm in the kitchen? Classmate A nodded. Yes, you're the cook. Qianlin was unconvinced. You're the scapegoat. In the operating theater, everyone was ready. The surgery was about to begin. Chen Song put on the surgical gown and walked forward with Meng Shi. The image in the live broadcast room suddenly appeared. Sabrina quickly said, the surgery is about to begin, but, why is it Professor Chen? Shouldn't the first surgery be a cesarean surgery? Ryan said seriously, perhaps Professor Chen is also an expert in obstetrics and gynecology. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. It seemed that they all believed it. Sabrina and Mondalfa looked at each other curiously. Ryan smiled awkwardly. I was just joking. I wanted to adjust the atmosphere. Sabrina could not help but say, actually. Ryan, in comparison, I'm actually more willing to believe that Professor Chen can perform obstetrics and gynecology surgery. He might even be able to deliver a baby. Ryan could not help but laugh. I bet that if Professor Chen can deliver a baby, I'll livestream myself kissing a donkey's butt. Suddenly, the live broadcast room became lively. Ryan's joke made many Americans feel very familiar. But no matter what, the atmosphere of this surgery live broadcast was not as serious as before. Everyone also began to laugh. However, the following surgery left Ryan and the others stunned. Oh. Oh my God, Xianxia is really going on stage. What is he going to do? Is he really going to perform a cesarean section? Oh. Oh my God, this must be fake. When everyone saw Xianxia exposing the patient's abdomen, they suddenly became nervous. George, who was outside the operating room, did not even dare to look up at this scene. He was afraid that an accident would happen. But he still could not help but want to see. To be honest, if the protagonist of this surgery was not his wife and child, George would definitely watch such a surgery carefully. However, as the person involved, he was not in the mood at all. Because no matter what, he wanted the surgery to be successful, at this moment. Xianxia said to the ultrasound echocardiogram. Prepare the CT. Imaging. After that, Xianxia picked up the XPRI gun and handed it to Mengxi. Hold it for me. The needle today was longer. Everyone was confused. But, at this moment, Sabrina, who was explaining, suddenly stood up and looked at the surgery screen in shock. She covered her mouth and said loudly. Oh. God. This. Oh my God. I know what Professor Chen is going to do. He's too bold. He's a genius. No, he's crazier than a genius. He's as crazy as Nobel and Einstein. Seeing Sabrina suddenly lose her composure, everyone was stunned. What happened? Why did President Sabrina suddenly act like this? Even Ryan and Mond Alpha were staring at the big screen with furrowed brows. Ryan kept shaking his head. No, 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 no. This is impossible. It's too difficult. Everyone was stunned when they saw Ryan in such a state. They began to send comments like crazy. What the hell happened? That's right. Why did Sabrina lose her composure? What happened? The surgery hasn't started yet. Mond Alpha took a deep breath and explained, Hello, everyone. Let me start from the beginning. The surgery you saw today might be the first cardiac repair surgery for an unborn fetus in history. Professor Chen, history might be made this time. Sabrina finally calmed herself down. He said, Sorry, I was too excited. If I'm not mistaken, Xianxia's surgery doesn't require the delivery of the fetus. Instead, he directly used the XPRI interventional gun to penetrate the mother's uterus and enter the fetus heart to complete the surgery. This way, the difficulty of the surgery will be greatly increased. But, at the same time, the surgery's error tolerance is extremely low, and the risk and difficulty of the surgery are extremely high. The chances of side effects and complications are also reduced, and the possibility of infection is even lower. This surgery might be the legendary battle of the XPRI interventional gun. I was right. At this moment, Xianxia had begun his surgery. However, at this time, the fetus in Trisha's body seemed to be somewhat uncooperative. Seeing this, Zhang Jinfeng was a little anxious. With Trisha's belly in between, she carefully guided and tried to change the fetus position, but it had little effect. Ryan frowned. They're in trouble. The fetus position is not correct. If the surgery is performed, this position is not feasible at all. The fetus position must be adjusted. Sabrina nodded. Yes, but the adjustment of the fetus position is very difficult. Even experienced obstetricians find it difficult to precisely adjust it. Oh. No. 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 What am I seeing? This is unbelievable. Professor Chen actually knows how to adjust the fetus position. Unbelievable. What on earth is happening? This position is simply too magical. The fetus in the womb seems to be able to hear Xianxia's words. It's slowly moving according to his gestures. Oh my God, what a shocking fetus position adjustment technique. What am I seeing? As Sabrina exclaimed, Rain kept muttering, Oh my God. God. Is this real or fake? It wasn't just them, even the people in the operating theater were stunned when they saw this scene. Xianxia, he actually adjusted the fetus position himself. Give me the gun. Chen Song said. Mengshi quickly nodded. At this moment, Chen Song took a deep breath. The four-dimensional image in his eyes overlapped with reality. 1 minute and 1 second, the gun in Chen Song's hand carefully moved deeper into the fetus position. This scene caused everyone to tremble with fear. The very long needle tip had already pierced through the abdomen and entered the abdomen, the uterus, layer by layer. It slowly moved deeper into the fetus position. At this moment, before the live broadcast, tens of thousands or even millions of viewers were watching this surgery. Moreover, as word of mouth spread, more and more people began to pay attention, and at this moment, at Ding Xiang's headquarters, the technician's expression changed. Director, we can't take it anymore. What's going on? There are too many visitors. It has exceeded our limit. It's still increasing. There are too many visitors from overseas. The number of visitors is too high. We have to change the server as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will collapse. Temporary rental. Find the most expensive and best one. There can't be any accidents in this live broadcast of the surgery. Roger that. They had never thought of it. An ordinary and highly professional live broadcast of the surgery was actually watched by so many people. In fact, the number of people watching was constantly increasing. More and more people joined in. Damn it, you're not allowed to watch videos during work hours. John. Sorry, manager, I'm studying. That won't do either. Ah? This is. Which XPRI technology is performing surgery on a child through the belly? Oh my god, enlarge the video and sound. Okay, manager. The same scene was playing out in many places. More and more people began to pay attention to it. Such a surgery was really out of everyone's expectations. It was said that people's hearts were unpredictable, and this surgery was performed through 2 layers of the belly, and the chief surgeon, Professor Chen Song, was performing such a surgery by using an XPRI gun. Everyone felt that it was impossible to say it out loud. However, such an impossible thing was happening, and it was a live broadcast. It could experience success and failure at any time. For a moment, more and more people were paying attention. The taxi driver found a place to stop and looked at the car. The people who were ready to play games also turned on the video and stopped playing. More and more people joined in. Time passed by minute. Chen Song's temples were drenched in sweat. He was also very afraid. He had cheated, but he did not have a 100% success rate. The surgery would also fail, therefore, he was already doing his best. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. Everyone looked at Chen Song nervously. The tip of the needle was very thin, but it was very sharp. If he was not careful, it would damage the heart of the fetus, causing irreversible damage and leading to death. All of this had to be done based on intuition. At this moment, the fetus's body suddenly moved. Chen Song's expression changed drastically. Even everyone jumped up in fright. At this moment, Sabrina, who was explaining the surgery, felt her heart skip a beat. She was shocked. She quickly stood up. God, you can do it. Bless this child. Following Sabrina's voice, everyone also prayed for the child. However, at this moment, Chen Song was also afraid. He had to help the fetus adjust the fetal position. And who should he give the gun to? Thinking of this, Chen Song glanced at Mengshi. Teacher Meng. Mengshi looked at Chen Song and nodded seriously. Give it to me. During this period of time, Mengshi had been practicing hard. Chen Song nodded. Mengshi began to change hands. At this moment, Chen Song placed his hand on the abdomen and began to carefully adjust the position of the fetus. Everyone's hearts followed the careful movements of Chen Song's hand. It moved, the child really moved. With Chen Song's help, the position of the fetus began to slowly move. Ryan could not help but stand up excitedly. Come on. Baby, move. Professor Chen, you can do it. I'm willing to kiss a donkey's butt. Come on, it's a success. Professor Chen, you're amazing. You're simply a genius. That's right, Chen Song did it. Chen Song stabilized the position of the fetus again. During this period of time, Mengshi was also under a lot of pressure. It was very difficult to stabilize and maintain this position without destroying the fetus's heart. She did it, Chen Song smiled gratefully. Professor Meng, you're amazing. After saying that, Chen Song took the XPRI interventional gun and began the surgery. The following process. It was much simpler than before. Chen Song's skills could withstand the test and polish. Time passed by minute by minute. Everyone was waiting for the surprise after the surgery was over. The commentators also stood up one after another. I can't wait. Professor Chen, you can do it. Ryan said excitedly. That made everyone unable to help but laugh. However, it had to be said that everyone was very happy. Sabrina could not help but clench her fists. Hold on. Hold on for a few more minutes and it will be done. Finally, as Chen Song took out the XPRI interventional gun, everyone cheered. At this moment, Chen Song did it. P.S. Well, although it's not a complete update, the veteran has really done his best. I'll work hard to update it tomorrow, please support me. The fetal position adjustment was successful, the surgery continued. Fetal position adjustment was a very necessary but difficult technique for an obstetrician and gynecologist. After all, when the fetus needed to be delivered, the fetal position was often not correct. At this time, it was necessary to adjust the fetal position. There were not many people who mastered this technique, but there were also quite a few. However, there was a limit to this kind of adjustment. Chen Song's fetal position adjustment was beyond the range of most people. Even Chen Song himself did not expect that one day, his midwifery technique would be used in interventional surgery. He took the XPRI interventional gun from Professor Meng. This time, he glanced at Lu Quan. Professor Liu, puncture the umbilical cord and blood vessel anesthesia. After saying that, he looked at Chief Xiao of the neonatology department. Chief Xiao, what's the minimum dose? Chen Song realized that up until now, the surgery had been going on. The necessary anesthesia was unavoidable, otherwise, the guide wire at the tip of the puncture needle and the balloon would not be able to reach the tricuspid valve area. After the anesthesia, Chen Song dared to adjust the needle tip again. To be honest, even if Chen Song paid enough attention to this surgery, he still underestimated the risks and accidents of the surgery. A heart the size of a pigeon's egg really could not withstand any damage. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast all over the world were a little nervous. Would the surgery be successful? It had already reached the most crucial core operation area. At this moment, Chen Song carefully adjusted the needle tip, then gently pressed the trigger and touched the button. Immediately, the dilation guide wire and the balloon began to slowly move toward the pulmonary artery area. Under the CT image, everyone could see that the dilation balloon in Chen Song's hand had reached the designated position. Then, Chen Song decisively began the surgery. As the stent was dilated, the balloon also reached the stenosis area. After the stent was dilated, the pressure in the fetal pulmonary artery and tricuspid valve area instantly decreased. The doctor who was doing the echocardiogram said in surprise, Professor Chen, the vascular stenosis has decreased from severe to moderate. The right ventricle's diastolic function is slowly recovering, and the ventricular bleeding is increasing. Hearing the doctor's words, Chen Song immediately heaved a sigh of relief. When the surrounding people heard that, they were also suddenly shocked. To be honest, they really did not expect this operation to be successful. Even after hearing Chen Song's idea, they only felt that it was too bold. But as for the success rate, it was really hard to say. However, everyone could only watch helplessly as the baby's heart began to function again. Everyone's brows also began to relax. The operation was a success, although it was not over yet. It had greatly promoted the development of the right ventricle of the fetus, corrected the stenosis, and reduced the burden on the heart of the fetus, providing favorable conditions for further surgery after birth. At this time, Chen Song originally wanted to destroy and remove the fetus, but thinking that the fetus's condition was stable enough, Chen Song gave up. He felt that the fetus was ready to be born. Even the possibility of heart complications before the age of 3 was greatly reduced. After the age of 3, to be honest, according to George's conditions, if the child's condition wasn't serious, it was entirely possible to perform follow-up surgery on the child. If the situation was critical, it was possible to find the most suitable heart for a transplant. Therefore, this operation could be considered a success. Chen Song put the guide wire back into the gun and slowly retracted the needle. The operation was completely completed. The fetus's heart is normal. The heart ejection is normal. Heart function has recovered, along with all kinds of indicators. Therefore, the people who were watching the live broadcast of the surgery were excited. Sabrina said excitedly, Professor Chen's surgery not only gave this unborn child a chance to live. However, in the end, it refreshed and opened the door to the world's fetal intrauterine cardiac intervention treatment. This surgery will bring new hope to more similar children. I'm really excited. Professor Chen is no longer creating a new surgical method. He has already provided a new hope for many unborn newborns. At this moment, Sabrina was not the only one who was excited. Many people were paying attention to this surgery. Because this surgery was not only a cardiac surgery. It was also a neonatology surgery. Yang Jianxin, known as the father of neonatology in China, had goosebumps all over his body after watching this surgery. He said to the students beside him with some excitement, this surgery has set a precedent for the surgical treatment of infant congenital heart disease in our country. This is the crown surgery of fetal medicine. Yang Jianxin was really excited. He did not expect to see such a surgery in his lifetime. Perhaps, from this shot onwards, the Chinese people really dared to perform surgery on newborns. The surgery was over, the whole world was in an uproar. The debut of the XPRI technology was enough to shock everyone. With his unique posture, his high-end style, and his unparalleled skills, he entered everyone's sight, in the face of strength. All the rumors would be dispelled without a fight, whether it was Chen Song's strength or the XPRI interventional gun's ability, they all made this technology enter everyone's sight. At the same time, more and more people also discovered a brand new field, the field of intrauterine fetal interventional surgery. The people from the Department of Anesthesiology began to study the safe dose for fetal surgery. The Department of Neonatology began to study the feasibility of the surgery. All along, the fetal congenital heart disease had been a problem in the field of neonatology, and today, Chen Song finally succeeded in completing the last piece of the puzzle. The surgery was finally over. Yuan Te George was stunned on the spot. He looked at the surgery and could not speak for a long time. The technology that he had always denied had saved his child today. It was really a little comical. After thinking of this, Yuan Te George could not help but laugh bitterly. Sometimes, when a kind of power needed to rise, any external resistance would become its motivation, and at this moment, in countless places around the world, calls were made to the hospital. Dr. Howard, my child can be saved, right? Professor Chen's XPRI technology can save my child, right? Howard had already answered several similar calls. He could not help but laugh and say, that's right, it can. But, you need to go to China and look for that magical Professor Chen Song. P.S. Seeing everyone's comments in front, they are more skeptical about the authenticity of the surgery. This surgery is real, and it was done in China. Shanghai Jiaotong University's Xinhua Hospital completed the first intrauterine fetal heart interventional surgery in Asia, but they did an aortic stenosis surgery. Therefore, the development of medicine has really exceeded our imagination. Friends who don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Veterans, the research on the surgery and the medical records here are all based on original evidence. I don't dare to write nonsense. After all, there are really many like-minded people reading. Moreover, not to mention cardiac interventional surgery, even unborn fetuses could undergo spinal surgery now. It was really unbelievable. In fact, medicine was like this. The result of hard work might be a small miracle. After the live broadcast of Chen Song's surgery was completed, Trish was quickly sent to the intensive care unit. This surgery was a precedent, and it was also a special case. It stimulated the hearts of countless people. Even the surgery that Chen Song performed by chance unknowingly allowed many experts to find a direction for their research. The development of a discipline often required reference from other disciplines. Chen Song's inadvertent interventional surgery had unexpectedly promoted the vigorous development of anesthesiology and neonatal interventional therapy. The live broadcast ended. The people of the United States, Europe, more and more countries gathered in front of the government. They requested for the XPRI technology to be approved as soon as possible so that clinical trials could begin as soon as possible so that it could be used in clinical trials to help more and more patients. Due to the limitations of medical technology, many families had to give up on the fetus. However, it was different now. Chen Song was like their god, giving the child a new life. Perhaps, this was the power of medicine. Yuante George was also a character. The day after the surgery, he brought his lawyer into Chen Song's office. He had already prepared to transfer part of the shares of Johnson & Johnson Group. From this, it could be seen that Yuante George was also a character. "Hello, Professor Chen." Yuante George was in a good state. He went to see his wife and children, and the uneasiness in his heart could finally be eased. "This time, it's all thanks to you," Yuante George said with some emotion. "Regarding the XPRI technology, I hereby formally apologize to you." At this time, Yuante George showed his Twitter account to Chen Song. When Chen Song saw the words on it, he was momentarily stunned. "Regarding the XPRI technology, I admit that I used the thinking of the past to look at a current problem. Perhaps every piece of equipment needs a suitable doctor in order to bring out its true function. The XPRI technology could not be used in the hands of Johnson & Johnson Group, but in the hands of Professor Chen, it has been developed. Therefore, I would like to formally apologize to Professor Chen. At the same time, Professor Chen has also shown us the convergence of the development of technology and medical treatment. The key is the ability of the doctor. Therefore, the board of directors of Johnson & Johnson Group has decided to invite Professor Chen to join Johnson & Johnson Group. Gift Professor Chen shares of Johnson & Johnson and invite him to become our clinical technical advisor. I believe that with the addition of Professor Chen Song, Johnson & Johnson will become even more powerful." Chen Song was dumbfounded. He raised his head and looked at Yuante George. He was really impressed. No wonder he could become the vice president of Johnson & Johnson. It was really, the other party had the ability to turn danger into safety no matter what. Even if it was a serious public relations crisis. Even George was able to turn the situation around, and even Johnson & Johnson could benefit from it. After all, the addition of Chen Song was definitely a good thing for Johnson & Johnson. Just like what George had said, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. "President Yuante George is really amazing." Yuante George couldn't help but smile bitterly. "There's nothing we can do about it. I hope Professor Chen doesn't mind. After all, we have strict restrictions on the transfer of shares. Moreover, I'm the vice president of Johnson & Johnson. I have to be responsible for the company. I've already caused a negative impact, so I have to restore the company's image." Chen Song nodded and smiled. He didn't say anything. Yuante George still stood up and bowed to Chen Song. "Professor Chen, we'll contact the FDA as soon as possible so that the XPRI interventional gun can be approved as soon as possible and enter the clinical trial stage. The total market value of Johnson & Johnson is $400 billion US. A single share is priced at $150 US. I'm willing to give 500,000 shares to Professor Chen. This is my personal compensation. But, after discussion, we've decided to give Professor Chen 500,000 shares and invite him to join us. Of course, we also have a condition. That is, within 10 years, Professor Chen can't use his shares. He can enjoy the dividends." Chen Song was stunned when he heard this. Because this price was not low, 1 million shares, $150 US per share. The total value was $150 million US, which was $150 million USD, although it was not even a fraction of Johnson & Johnson. However, this was a $400 billion corporation, one of the top 10 richest companies in the United States. Chen Song told the truth. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Even if it was just a dividend, he would still get tens of millions of dividends a year, right? However, did Chen Song really want these? Not really, although Chen Song was not that rich. However, he was also a young man with dreams and aspirations. He had 1 billion USD, yes, he would not give in just because of $150 million US. Chen Song actually wanted the shares of Johnson & Johnson, but it was not because of the money. It was for other purposes. "Thank you." Chen Song smiled slightly. It would be impolite to refuse. This made Yuante George stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Chen Song would refuse. However, Chen Song did not. However, this was not a bad thing. "Professor Chen, you can just sign here," The following contract took some Xianxia's time. After that, Yuan George suddenly stood up happily. Happy cooperation, Professor Chen. We'll be colleagues from now on. Xianxia nodded. President Yuan George will need a lot of help. After Yuan George left, Xianxia received the reward, ding. Congratulations on successfully saving Tracy's child and completing the interventional cardiac surgery. You have received a generous reward, perfect level interventional embolectomy skill pack. Xianxia was stunned. He was a little surprised. Interventional embolectomy. This skill was not ordinary. Many patients in the emergency department were in danger because of emboli, such as cerebral thrombosis, coronary heart disease, thromboangiitis obliterans, and so on. These were all very common interventional surgeries. After Xianxia saw it, he accepted it with satisfaction. This skill pack, without a doubt, was definitely the surgical skills for removing emboli from different blood vessels. It was very comfortable. However, after Xianxia saw the reward, he took a look and stood up. Today, he was going to do something big. This matter might directly affect the interests of many people. Although it was not a big problem in a short period of time, it might directly affect a generation. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly stood up and drove to the provincial government. Yuan George's matter had just ended. Xianxia's side once again fell into nervousness and chaos. The director's recruitment work was coming to an end. Parkinson's side needed to be broken through as soon as possible. On the other hand, Xianxia still had a new plan to carry out. A few things were equally important. However, before that, Xianxia still had an important matter to look for someone. In fact, Xianxia had made this decision from the beginning. Professor Chen, have you made up your mind? In the office, Fang Shi looked at Xianxia in shock. As the president of Danyang Province's Physician Association and the academic leader of neonatal surgery in Danyang Province, Fang Shi's position in the country was second only to Yang Jianxin. However, Yang Jianxin was already 65 years old. He was about to retire to the second tier. From then on, Fang Shi would be the academic leader of neonatal surgery in the country. At that moment, Director Fang, who rarely interacted with Xianxia, was stunned. President Fang, I've made up my mind. Xianxia said seriously. Fang Shi held the document with both hands. Even President Fang, who had seen a lot and could remain calm even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him, was truly shocked at this moment. He looked up at Xianxia and felt a little emotional. He did not have much contact with Xianxia, but he often heard about him. However, the most recent incident that shocked Fang Shi was Xianxia's interventional surgery for the unborn baby in Yuan George's wife's womb. That incident made Fang Shi admire Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. Director Fang even drank 2 glasses of wine because of that. He was happy that Danyang Province had produced such an amazing talent. He even thought about looking for Xianxia to have a good chat and discuss the development of neonatal surgery together. He believed that together with Xianxia, they would definitely be able to make a name for themselves. As for the shares given to Xianxia by Johnson & Johnson Group, Fang Shi was not an unopen-minded person. He felt that a capable person like Xianxia could only make use of resources in his hands. Fang Shi was a proactive person and looked at problems from a broader perspective. However, today, when Fang Shi looked at the application and plan in Xianxia's hands, he felt a little emotional. This is really too important. Director Chen, to be honest, I don't admire many people in my life, but you're one of them. Fang Shi looked at the document in his hands and could not help but feel emotional. But, according to Johnson & Johnson's net profit of $10 billion last year, your share is close to $30 million. Taking out $30 million to set up an award. Let alone in our country, this is unheard of in the world. It's too precious. Xianxia couldn't help but say, President Fang, as you know, the medical development in the country is relatively weak. Those top researchers have even left the country. I feel that if we want to change this problem, we need more than just policy. And the most important thing is still hope and awards. With a lot of money, there's bound to be talent. I think we can use this $30 million as a reward fund and divide it into 2 major sections, research and clinical. Everyone gets $15 million. The first prize will be 10 million US dollars. The second prize will be 5 million US dollars each. We need top talents. When Fangxi heard Chen Song's words, he couldn't help but nod. He naturally knew what Chen Song meant. However, this was Chen Song taking out his own money as a reward. Not to mention other things, just this boldness alone, how many people could do it? No wonder Chen Song wanted to get Johnson & Johnson's shares. So this was the reason. Fangxi suddenly felt that for China to have such a sincere doctor, he was really the hope of the country. For a moment, Fangxi was a little emotional and didn't know what to say. After all, the prize money for this award was probably the highest in the industry. 10 million USD, that was more than 70 million renminbi. For a scientist, they wouldn't be able to earn even a fraction of that in their lifetime. But now it was great. Fangxi was even sure that after this matter was announced, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. A moment later, he calmed down. Fangxi said to Chen Song, "Director Chen, leave this matter to me. I'll go to the higher-ups for approval first and get it approved as soon as possible. Then we'll discuss setting up a professional team to be the selection committee." Chen Song nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Fang." Fangxi couldn't help but smile and said happily, "This kind of thing isn't difficult at all. To be honest, if this is considered difficult, I'd be so busy every day." After saying that, the two of them laughed. "This might be the pursuit of medical workers," Fangxi said to Chen Song. "Professor Chen, you're really a person worthy of respect. If everyone knows that you used the shares you got from Johnson & Johnson to establish the Chen Song Award, they'll be very happy. It might even form a virtuous cycle. It's really a blessing to be born in the same era as you." Fangxi rarely spoke. Chen Song clearly remembered that when he first came back, Director Fang was very polite, but he didn't like to socialize with people. But today, Director Fang was really talkative. There was no other reason, it was purely because he was happy. In fact, Chen Song had this idea for a long time. Back when he operated with Director Xianxia of Ruijin Hospital, Chen Song was already a little tempted. Awards could become a kind of spiritual sustenance and be passed down. In fact, awards were also a kind of spiritual sustenance. It could inspire a generation. Chen Song also hoped that one day, Chen Song would no longer be a name, but a belief, a kind of spirit. It was almost noon when he came out of the second hospital of Eastern University. Chen Song walked to a roadside stall and ordered a large bowl of noodles. There were many pedestrians coming and going. This restaurant was neither big nor small. Everyone ate inside. He spent a lot of money on this trip. Chen Song felt a little heartache. After all, it was real money. But he didn't regret it. After a bowl of noodles, he felt very comfortable. He ate with 2 cloves of garlic. Unknowingly, spring had already arrived. And in the food stall, a big golden retriever was lying on the ground, wagging its tail in boredom. Chen Song felt that this feeling was very real. Money was a thing. Chen Song wasn't greedy for pleasure. Besides, he had enough money to spend. It was worth it. At this moment, Chen Song's clear reminder sounded. Ding! Congratulations on establishing the Chen Song Award. Your behavior may inspire more and more people. Doctor's benevolence mission completed. Obtained a special reward, Audiobook Lu. Incomplete version. Chen Song was stunned. Audiobook Lu, what was going on? And it was a semi-finished product. This made Chen Song curious. He quickly opened Audiobook Lu, wanting to find out. Audiobook Lu, incomplete, attributes 1. Vision plus 50, Ding 1 triggered 50 vision points, special night vision function, 2. Additional skill, digitization. Incomplete, after irregularly activating, you will see unexpected data. Looking at this reward, Chen Song was shocked. After suddenly adding 50 points of intelligence, Chen Song found that the whole world was much clearer. He could even notice many details. But the most important thing was still the night vision function. Chen Song was a little surprised. Night market, this was a real special ability. But what was the use of a night market? Did he not need to turn on the light when he went to the toilet at night? Or, that's right, during surgery, he could see some areas with incomplete light. If he thought about it carefully, it was quite a lot. The second skill made Chen Song curious. What was Audiobook Lu? And it was incomplete. it was really too helpless. After Chen Song was done, he got up and walked to the hospital. Tomorrow was Tuesday, the final interview for the director position would be held. Chen Song was still looking forward to it. What kind of person would appear? Mr. Zhong Ran was also nowhere to be seen during this period. He did not know what he was busy with. After Chen Song returned to the hospital, he went directly to the medical department. The current chief of the medical department was Yang Tong. After all, Zhang Youfu was Secretary Tan's confidant. His wife, Yang Tong, had also been promoted from the Science and Education Department to the Medical Department. The Medical Department had a lot of power, much more than the Science and Education Department. Moreover, the most important thing was that Yang Tong's professional ability was not enough to support the position of the chief of the Science and Education Department. Now, the chief of the Science and Education Department was also in the process of being selected. In order to select the director, the medical department was also quite busy. They could not rest on Saturday and Sunday. After Chen Song arrived at the Science and Education Department, Yang Tong was sorting out the information. "Chief Chen, you're back," Yang Tong said warmly. It was noon now, and everyone was not around. Yang Tong also wanted to talk to Chen Song about something. "Well, thank you for staying at noon to accompany me to look at the materials. By the way, Chief Yang, have you eaten?" Yang Tong smiled. "I'm eating. By the way, these are some of the talents I selected according to your requirements. Take a closer look." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Okay, Chief Yang, you can eat first." After that, Chen Song opened the folder, took out the information, and looked at it seriously. Needless to say, there were so many people who met his preliminary requirements, it seemed that there was no room for rest at noon. At this moment, Zhang Youfu suddenly pushed the door open and came in. "Eh? Chief Chen is here." Chen Song nodded. "Chief Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Youfu laughed. "Oh, I'm here to bring some delicious food to your sister-in-law." After that, Zhang Youfu did not have time to talk to Chen Song and immediately entered the chief's office happily. He did not even close the door and started to kiss and feed each other. When Chen Song saw this, he was speechless. How old was he, and so childish? But, as time passed, the two of them had already started to chat childishly and laughably. This made Chen Song unable to hold it in anymore. He said to Zhang Youfu, "Chief Zhang, if you continue like this, I'll get diabetes." When Zhang Youfu heard this, he was stunned and did not react. "Diabetes? What do you mean?" Yang Tong laughed. "He thinks that the two of us are too sweet." Zhang Youfu suddenly laughed. "Come, wifey, open your mouth. Hubby will feed you good food." Chen Song was so angry that he rolled his eyes. It had to be said, there was a difference in the way people lived. Chief Zhang Youfu and his wife, Yang Tong, had a really good relationship. Moreover, most importantly, Zhang Youfu had a very good mentality. He liked things that were fashionable. His child was sent overseas early so that he and his wife could continue to live a happy life together. Both of them had a good relationship. Their love was always fresh. Chen Song actually wanted to ask how to be so sweet without getting diabetes. They were already an old couple. How could they be like this? Chen Song flipped through the information absent-mindedly. When Chen Song saw the first person's situation and information, he suddenly received a notification. Yu Bok, male, 52 years old, former director of Tianjin People's Hospital. Education, Doctor of Medical Management from Johns Hopkins Hospital. Specialty, Research Rating, 3 stars Clinical Rating, 2 stars Hospital Management, 3.5 stars Overall Rating, 60. When Chen Song saw the system notification, he was stunned. Could it be that this was the legendary Eye of Bo Lu? At this moment, Chen Song's entire being was agitated. It was worth it, it was really worth it, to be able to obtain such a skill after spending tens of millions. Chen Song had benefited immensely. So what if it was incomplete? So what if he spent tens of millions? He could become rich just by relying on this incomplete Eye of Bo Lu, walking towards the peak of life. He had earned big. P.S. Well. Happy Teacher's Day. The incomplete version of Bull's Eye was simply a godly skill for the current Chen Song. Thinking of this, Chen Song did not hesitate and automatically blocked the old couple who were showing off their love. Even if his blood sugar soared, he did not care. He began to filter through the director's information, afraid that this unreliable skill would suddenly not work. If that happened, it would be over. After thinking of this, Xianxia quickly found a blank piece of paper and took notes. He wrote down everyone's score on it. This way, he had a rough understanding. The score was only a very important reference. However, Xianxia did not plan to use the score as the only factor. Sometimes, when choosing a person, subjective factors such as their worldview and personality were also very important. There were 5 people participating in the director's evaluation this time. Qin Xiaoyuan, Mr. Zhong, Tan Ligua, Chen Song, and Old Master Feng. Old Master Feng's condition had been much better recently. His entire body was much better than before. It could be seen that the surgery performed by Xianxia was very successful. As the founding father of the second provincial hospital, Old Master Feng had so many years of experience that even Mr. Zhong had to respectfully address him as Teacher Feng. The 5 people came for a public interview, scored, and selected the director according to their ranking. It had to be said that there were many applicants for the director's recruitment this time. Even many overseas Chinese and foreigners came to sign up internationally. Xianxia read through the information very quickly. He trusted the system's judgment. Chen Xiaoli, overall score, 76 points, scientific research ability. Su Kuang, overall score, 65, scientific research ability. To be honest, everyone who could reach the director's level had a lot of information. There were several pages of honors alone, not to mention scientific research results, theses, and other information. Therefore, it would take a lot of time for Xianxia to understand and remember these people one by one. As for the system's ability, Xianxia was more convinced. Most of the applicants' scores were around 70 points, fluctuating up and down. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 people who scored 80 points. Xianxia had already registered them. Xianxia also picked out some 5-star experts in certain fields. After all, these were all rare talents. If he could recruit them into his team, it would be a very good choice. When Xianxia flipped to the last 10 or so copies, he suddenly froze. Zhu Qian, male, born in 1975, former president of the Chinese Medicine Hospital of Behe Province. When Xianxia saw the name, his eyes suddenly shrank. President Zhu was released from prison? Xianxia's mind suddenly became excited. He quickly took out Zhu Qian's information and read it carefully. I hope I didn't see wrongly. Zhu Qian was sentenced to 8 years in prison for several crimes 5 years ago. He shouldn't be out yet, right? However, the information was indeed Zhu Qian. There was no doubt about it. After all, it was impossible for there to be 2 people named Zhu Qian in Behe Province Chinese Medical Hospital, right? When Xianxia was still in university, President Zhu Qian was already a big shot in Chongjiang scholars. He was selected as one of the top 100 presidents in China. He was also the winner of Dr. Bethune for 3 consecutive years. However, what really made Zhu Qian famous was not these honors. Most people still felt that this name was extremely unfamiliar. What really caused a sensation was a major medical dispute in 2016. It was also a rare case in China where the president was sentenced. Zhu Qian was very young at that time. He was only 41 years old, but he was already the director and president of a provincial hospital. He could be said to be high-spirited. However, what was really amazing was Zhu Qian's peak achievement in the field of thoracic surgery. As the leader of thoracic surgery in North China, he was innovative in his lung cancer surgery to the extreme. His lung cancer radical surgery also attracted a lot of attention in the world's #1 oncology magazine. However, just when Zhu Qian was at the peak of his life, he ushered in a major turning point in his life. Behe Province was not far from Xianxia in Mongolia. There was a very common disease in places where coal mining was prevalent, and that was silicosis. Most people might not know much about silicosis. It was also known as pneumoconiosis. It was mainly a lung disease caused by long-term inhalation of a large amount of free silica dust during the production process. It was mainly caused by pulmonary fibrosis. In the early years of coal mining, due to the existence of protective measures and many other problems, most of them more or less developed silicosis over a long period of time. However, in the early years, silicosis patients were not serious, and the patients generally did not show any symptoms. However, the longer they lived, the more serious the condition became. In the late stages of silicosis, breathing difficulties, hemoptysis, chest tightness, and even the whole body's condition was life-threatening. Perhaps it should be said that heroes were created in times. In such an environment, Zhu Qian could be said to have trained his skills. However, Zhu Qian, whose father was a coal miner, could be said to have empathized with these patients. During the period from 2010 to 2016, when he was studying silicosis, he was surprised to find that the incidence of silicosis patients in a certain place in Behe province was extremely high. Moreover, the most important thing was that the chances of silicosis patients developing into lung cancer were very high. This research discovery shocked Zhu Qian, who was only doing research and general investigation on the patients. Therefore, after in-depth research, he found that several coal mines there had a special kind of dust that could stimulate the bronchial epithelium and induce cancer. After receiving this information, Zhu Qian did a lot of work, promoting, popularizing, doing research, and so on. He even asked the people of the coal mine to compensate because it was directly related. And a mere director would affect the interests of a group. Zhu Qian was targeted. However, he did not give up. He continued to fight and work hard for compensation for the local patients who had developed lung cancer due to silicosis and to seek justice. The young and hot-blooded Zhu Qian suffered a lot because of this. At that time, the country did not pay attention to this kind of dust pollution, and the research was a relatively blank area. For this reason, Zhu Qian personally paid for the lawsuit. However, at the critical moment, these patients changed sides. They did not want to anger this big boss, but they hoped that the big boss would provide a job for their children. After all, many rural people could not even get a job in the coal mine. Moreover, the salary for this job was very high. More than 100,000 yuan a year. This income was very high in the countryside, and it could even change their fate. Zhu Qian secretly went into the mine to collect data, but he encountered a mining accident. Fortunately, the problem was not serious, but after he found out about it, he was sued by the coal mine. After all, Zhu Qian was not a coal miner, and when he entered, it was against the rules. However, the most important thing was, the information that Zhu Qian had collected played an indelible role. Zhu Qian had already been suspended while the case was being processed and filed. However, this was not the most important thing for Zhu Qian. During this time, Zhu Qian did not have the time to manage the trial. It was all his family's responsibility. As for him, other than appearing in court, he was doing research and writing papers. Finally, when he was sentenced to 8 years in prison, an article was published in the Journal of Cancer Clinicians. At the same time, the country began to pay attention to the research of the special dust on lung cancer. At the scene of Zhu Qian's sentencing, he went in with a smile. When the reporter asked why, Zhu Qian said, "I did what I thought I should do. I am worthy of the white robe I am wearing, and also worthy of the pursuit I have pursued for half my life. But I let my family down. If I get out of prison, I will make it up to my family." At that time, this incident caused an uproar in the country. However, even if Zhu Qian was meritorious, it could not change the fact that he had violated the rules and entered the mine without permission. Now, the mine insisted that Zhu Qian violated the rules and caused the accident. At that time, the mine spent a lot of money because of Zhu Qian and got him this 8-year luxury package. However, Zhu Qian also became the first person to receive the honorary titles of Good Doctor by Chuan and 100 Deans in prison. In the second year, the country's research on the new dust had produced results. They increased the coal mine workers' new subsidies and improved the protection measures. Director Zhu Qian became famous all over the country because of this incident. However, after Zhu Qian entered prison, he was also given special treatment due to special circumstances. The specific situation was unknown. Therefore, when Xianxia saw that Director Zhu Qian had also submitted an application, he was stunned. At that time, many medical schools in the country had been publicized about Zhu Qian's deeds. It was indeed a sensation. Xianxia had not graduated yet, but he was touched by Zhu Qian's deeds. He swore to become someone like Director Zhu Qian. After many years, Zhu Qian's matter was rarely mentioned. Many people had even forgotten about Zhu Qian. However, Xianxia did not. Thinking that his idol was coming to the hospital, Chen Song was very happy. He hurriedly checked Zhu Qian's information. After reading it, Chen Song was shocked. Zhu Qian, research ability, 5 stars. Clinical ability, 5 stars. Management talent, 5 stars. Overall score, 95 points. Chen Song was pleasantly surprised when he saw the data. Chen Song even wanted to call Zhu Qian directly to help him get promoted. However, Zhu Qian had a criminal record after all. This was not an advantage for Zhu Qian. Moreover, according to the records at that time, Zhu Qian had indeed violated many rules. Perhaps Chen Song had been brainwashed into thinking that this was what a hero should do. However, this was not the case for most people. In fact, this would become the main condition for the political review. One had to know that the current position of the 2nd Provincial Hospital's director was a legitimate deputy director. Moreover, with the special nature of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, it would be the medical center of Danyang Province and even the Central Plains in the future. Would a person like Director Zhu Qian, who had a criminal record, be rejected by those leaders? Chen Song could not say for sure. In the system, there were advantages, but there were also many disadvantages. Of course, this was what the rules should be like. After Chen Song finished reading, he saw a few people with high scores. He had once been the director of a hospital in the capital and had a score of 93 points. There was also a returnee who had studied management. Chen Song even saw a 5-star management talent with a comprehensive score of 91 points. These were all favored by Chen Song. However, because of Zhu Qian, Chen Song was still a little hesitant. Next, he might have to look at the final assessment. The system's score was one aspect. The interview also required to see the other party's worldview and philosophy. This was also very important to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After sorting out the information, Director Zhang and Director Yang were done with their chatter. At this time, everyone from the medical department returned one after another. After seeing Chen Song, everyone smiled and greeted Chen Song. Chen Song looked at everyone. They seemed to be used to Director Zhang Youfu coming here. He immediately sighed worriedly. This? Everyone, if you have time, go and check your blood sugar. Everyone was stunned. Check blood sugar? Why? Zhang Youfu was so angry that he slapped Chen Song's back. His fat face turned red and he scolded jokingly, "You brat, you talk too much." Yang Tong also narrowed his eyes and smiled. Chen Song was dragged out of the office by Zhang Youfu. He still said to everyone, "There are people showing off their love in the office every day. This sweet atmosphere is soaring. Don't you want to see if your blood sugar will increase in such a working atmosphere?" Everyone immediately laughed out loud. Chen Song left the medical department and thought about the interview tomorrow. The interview was not a structured interview. Instead, they needed to ask some subjective questions to think about the other party's philosophy and future plans for the 2nd Provincial Hospital, etc. As for the specific interview content, Chen Song was not the chief examiner. The real chief examiner was old Mr. Zhong. After all, he was the president of the Domestic Doctors Association and the honorary director of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Therefore, he had a lot of say in terms of experience and other things. In the afternoon, Chen Song organized a regular meeting with everyone. There were not many things to do on Monday afternoon, so Chen Song often used this time to discuss some situations with everyone. He also talked about some new research progress so that everyone could learn and supervise each other. It was similar to a salon, but it did not have that kind of atmosphere. However, it was still okay overall. There were quite a number of people, 14 or 15 of them. Most of them were the backbone of the emergency department. The emergency cardiothoracic surgery department was on the 1st floor. There were 2 people in charge. They were both women. One was Meng Shi, and the other was a short-haired 35-year-old woman. She was a tomboy. She was more capable than anyone in the department when it came to performing surgeries. Moreover, she was never afraid of hardship or tiredness. This once made old Ma suspect that even Comrade Xingnan's period should be upper class. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be so headstrong. That's right. This person was called Yang Xingnan. She was a workaholic. In the evening, Chen Song, Secretary Tan, and Xianxia sat down at the hospital to discuss tomorrow's interview. After it was over, Xianxia went to get the car. Chen Song happened to go to the emergency department for a spin. Ever since he became the chief physician, Chen Song did not have a night shift. Chen Song wanted to go back for a spin and leave. However, as soon as he arrived at the emergency department, he saw a group of doctors on duty running toward the ward. P.S. There will be more later. Sorry, after moving to a new place and living with my wife, it seriously affected my update speed and concentration. There were a lot of things in the emergency department, and it stimulated people's adrenaline every day. To be honest, Chen Song missed this feeling. Chen Song even thought of arranging a few night shifts for himself every month to set an example. This was because the team leaders on each floor of the emergency department now needed to work night shifts. It was mainly because the quality of the patients had obviously improved, and the risk factor was higher. However, Chen Song was stunned when he saw a group of people heading straight to the ward. What's going on? Chen Song quickly walked a few steps forward and caught up with Zhang Xueliang. He asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Xueliang was an old man in the emergency department. He came in with Chen Song and worked under Zhang Xu in the emergency department. Now, he could be considered an experienced attending physician. When he saw Chen Song, he quickly said, "The patient who was sent to the emergency department today had sudden ventricular fibrillation. The situation was dangerous, but it was handled in time. But, the patient's heart condition is not serious, but his mental condition is a little bad. The nurse just said that he was going to hang himself in the room." Chen Song's expression changed when he heard that. He came to the emergency department to commit suicide. What was going on? Chen Song hurriedly followed Zhang Xueliang to the observation ward and saw the security guard, Qin Taishan, hugging the leg of a man in his 30s. "Young man, how old are you? Don't take it too hard. There's still a long way to go. You can't be rash." Although Qin Taishan was old, he, who was born with physical strength, grabbed the strong young man in his 30s who weighed about 150 pounds. The man shook his head and said with fear, "No, no, no. You don't understand. Sir, our family is cursed. All kinds of things have happened to our family in a year. We are cursed. Do you know, sir? It's your turn. Our family. Now it's my turn." Qin Taishan could not help but frown. "If you die, what about your child? What about your wife?" When the man heard that, he used more strength. His tone became even more resolute. "My wife ran away with someone else. The child is not mine." Qin Taishan was stunned. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Truth be told, he almost wanted to let go of the man. However, that was definitely not possible. When Chen Song and the others saw this, they hurriedly went forward. The few of them worked together and pulled the man down. Could it be a mental illness caused by a heart attack? This possibility could not be ruled out. This was because there were indeed people with psychotic disorders. However, Chen Song still didn't know the specific situation of the patient, so he said to Zhang Xueliang, "Go and get the patient's examination and test results. I'll take a look." Zhang Xueliang quickly nodded. Qin Taishan looked at the young man and couldn't help but sigh, "Young man, you can't take it too hard. There are so many people in this hospital who can't even survive even if they want to. Don't be silly. I'm already so old. I've seen everything. What curse? They're all lies." The young man hurriedly shook his head, his face filled with fear. "No. Sir, you don't even know. I'm really not sick. My body is very good. Last year's physical examination was still fine. There was no problem at all. This is the same as my eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. They're all the same. I'm the youngest in my family. When my eldest brother was 36 years old, he suddenly died. My second brother too. Coincidentally, when he was 36 years old, he was sleeping well and didn't wake up. Our family was shocked. We quickly went to Mr. Yin Yang to have a look. In the end, he said that the location of our ancestral grave wasn't good. It was a curse and we had to move the grave. We picked a good day and found a feng shui master. Then, we moved the grave properly. Just as the grave was successfully moved, my third brother lit an incense for us. In the end. In the end, he suddenly died at the scene of the grave being moved. At that time, my third brother was also 36 years old. I'm really scared, they're usually fine. There's no problem at all. Suddenly, something like this happened. They're in good health. I'm almost 36 years old this year. I'm afraid that I'll be like my brothers and go for checkups often. But, there's no problem at all. In the end, this year, in the past week, I suddenly felt that my sleep quality was very poor for a few days. I feel like my family has been cursed. They won't live to 36 years old. I feel like death is approaching me. It's true. I'm too scared. I think, if that's the case, I might as well solve it myself. I don't have to be so scared that I can't sleep every day. Chen Song looked at the anxious patient and was a little confused. Was it really a curse? However, even if it was a curse, Chen Song and the others couldn't believe it. They were doctors. They were particular about science. Although there were many things that couldn't be explained, they couldn't just draw the line to metaphysics. At this time, Zhang Xueliang took the electrocardiogram and said something to Chen Song. Director Chen, look, it's basically normal. Chen Song took the electrocardiogram and looked at it carefully. He didn't find any problems. That was strange. Was there really no problem? At this time, Chen Song suddenly thought of something. Could it really be a mental illness? The patient hadn't slept well for a week. Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to let him rest for a night. Then, he would monitor his condition closely. Xianxia also came. When he saw Chen Song, he asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Song told Xianxia about the patient's condition. He was a little worried, so he said, "Dad, you go back first. Tell Yaya that I'll be on duty tonight. This patient is quite special. I'm worried that something will happen tonight." Xianxia nodded. Tonight, everyone was very nervous. After all, everyone had more or less heard about curses. It was very exciting to discuss supernatural events in the hospital office in the middle of the night. Fortunately, this group of doctors was brave. To liven things up, they even ordered a barbecue. However, at around 3 o'clock in the morning, an urgent bell rang. Something happened to the patient in bed 33. The emergency nurse rushed to inform the doctor. Chen Song and the others' expressions changed. Bed 33 was the cursed patient. Suddenly, for a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a little strange. After a group of people ran to the office, they found that the patient's lips were blue and his breathing was weak. He was not responding. Do an electrocardiogram. Ventricular fibrillation. Defibrillation. The group of people began to work nervously. After a round of resuscitation, everyone still had some lingering fear. Why would he suddenly have ventricular fibrillation? This was the second time. Chen Song suddenly said, "Do an electrocardiogram." When the patient in bed 33 regained consciousness, he looked at Chen Song with despair. "Director Chen. I really can't live anymore. The king of hell is coming to take my life. I'm really cursed. No one can save me. I saw that group of people coming to take my life." Chen Song looked at the electrocardiogram at this time and did not say a word. He seemed to have seen through something. Sure enough, after Chen Song took a closer look, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the man and said lightly, "No one can take you away." I said it. When everyone heard that, they were stunned. This sentence, it was really King domineering. P.S. Sigh, I stayed up late last night. Also, I'll try my best to write it. Everyone, read it tomorrow morning. Doctor, I'm begging you, stop bragging. I'm about to die. Can't you ask me if I have any other wishes? You're making me feel like I'm watching a movie. The patient's words made Chen Song's face instantly turn red. It was not easy for him to say a few words, but he did not expect that this guy would make him lose his composure. He actually said that I'm bragging. This is too much. The people around him did not know whether to laugh or cry. The man laughed bitterly. Suddenly, he was not very afraid anymore. Sigh. At most, I'll just die. I've thought it through. Anyway, death is very sudden. There's no pain. Our family must have been cursed by someone. Faced with such a situation, no one could explain it. After all, this was something that they saw with their own eyes. It was inexplicable. There was no organic disease in the heart, and the electrocardiogram was normal before. Why did ventricular fibrillation suddenly appear? This was obviously beyond everyone's scope of understanding. Indeed, when people could not find an explanation for something that was difficult to understand, they would habitually attribute it to the category of metaphysics and theology. For example, things like curses. How many years ago weren't plagues, malaria, and influenza so-called curses? Therefore, although the few doctors present knew that it was not a curse, they obviously could not find a reason. The patient was obviously desperate. Xianxia could not help but explain, "This is not a curse. Your family shouldn't be either. It's a relatively strange disease. Your brother's sudden illness should be similar to yours, right?" The man was stunned. After thinking carefully, he said, "Big brother and second brother suddenly had an illness when they were asleep, and third brother was burning incense." Xianxia nodded. "Yes, your situation should be the same. It's a disease called Brugada syndrome." The man was stunned, and the few doctors on duty around him frowned. Obviously, they did not dabble in such a rare disease. Indeed, this disease could be said to be a rare disease. The incidence was very low, not even 1 in 1,000. This was because the incidence was high in Asia. In Europe and America, the incidence of this disease was relatively low, so it was rarely reported. In fact, it was only mentioned in 1996. It was only in the 21st century when it was truly recognized, and it had not been developed for long. Therefore, it wasn't widely accepted. The patient could not help but say, "But, my physical examination is basically normal. I've done all the heart tests, from the electrocardiogram to the color Doppler ultrasound, and the angiography. It cost me 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, but there was nothing wrong with it. Director, is there a mistake?" Xianxia shook his head. "That's right, that's how this disease works. Patients with Brugada syndrome basically don't have any organic lesions in their hearts. Even if they do, it's not something that can be detected by modern medicine. Brugada syndrome is a primary electrocardiogram disease caused by an abnormality in the gene encoding ion channels." Zhang Xueliang and the others looked at Xianxia and blushed with embarrassment. To be honest, even they thought that it was a curse. After all, there were many things that could not be explained clearly. "Chief Chen, what is the diagnosis of Brugada syndrome?" Xianxia handed the electrocardiogram to Zhang Xueliang and explained in detail. "Actually, the patient's heart structure is very normal. Therefore, when we observe the electrocardiogram, we should think more. The electrocardiogram of Brugada syndrome has the characteristic triad, right bundle branch block, right thoracic lead, V1 V3, ST segment elevation in the right thoracic lead, V1 V3, inverted or bidirectional T waves. Clinically, it is often caused by ventricular fibrillation or polymorphic ventricular tachycardia that leads to repeated fainting and even sudden death. So, you should read more research papers. Don't make the patient think that it's a curse." Although the patient did not understand, he was relieved, because, if what Chief Chen said was true, then he was obviously not a curse. Thinking of this, the man could not help but let out a long sigh. "Chief Chen, it would have been great if we could have met you earlier. Now, it's great. Our family has become like this. I'm also separated from my wife and children. I think I'm cursed. Now, the people in our village are spreading the rumor that my family has provoked something unclean and is now cursed by it." Speaking of this, the man's face was full of tears. He couldn't stop sighing. After everyone heard this, they also sighed helplessly. Perhaps this was the frustration of a doctor. If they could know more and understand more, would they be able to save more people? The road of medicine was really heavy and long. It was not that it would be fine if medical technology improved. What was needed was a process that was universal. And this process would require the efforts of several generations or even dozens of generations. At this moment, the man's heart was also filled with spirit. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Chief Chen, I want to live. Really? They all say that my family has provoked something unclean. I want to show them that I'm still alive. Moreover, not only do I want to live, I want to live well. Live like a human. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Yes, trust me. No one can take you away. Perhaps this was the main job of medicine. It was not only the people's bodies that were saved. It was also the soul. It included many things. Because diseases often tortured not only the body but also many things. For example, the curse this time consumed a person's spirit and will. Chen Song nodded and said, from now on, avoid strenuous sports, avoid drinking too much, and don't smoke. Let's observe tonight. We'll do the surgery tomorrow. The man nodded. Thank you, Chief Chen. You're really too amazing. You're not comparable to the quacks where we come from. Chen Song shook his head and did not reply. Instead, he left the ward. He did not want to slander his peers. After all, they did not cheat. After coming out of the ward, Zhang Xueliang could not help but ask, Chief Chen, how is the surgery? Isn't there no organic lesions? Chen Song said, ICD implantation surgery. This is actually a plan to prevent sudden cardiac death. It is to implant a buried cardioverter defibrillator. This is also the only treatment that has been proven to reduce the risk of sudden death for Brugada syndrome patients. Zhang Xueliang nodded. Chief Chen, it's really too stressful to be with you. I didn't expect you to be so amazing when we came in together. Chen Song hugged Zhang Xueliang's shoulder and did not put on any airs. Damn, this is talent. Zhang Xueliang saw that Chen Song was joking and scolded jokingly, show off. The two of them immediately laughed. The next day, the interview officially began. Zhong Ran sat in the middle, while Qin Xiaoyuan and Tan Ligua sat beside him. The two people on the far side were Old Master Feng and Chen Song. Of course, there were also two staff members in charge of statistics and service. They were both from the medical department. Yang Tong was in charge of statistics and support, and there was also a young and beautiful girl in charge of greeting people. After everyone was seated inside, the staff brought over the scoring sheets, one for each of them. There weren't many people who participated in the interview. After all, not everyone could pass the examination for the position of director. Many people were stuck at the preliminary examination. Even so, there were still many top talents. Among them, there was no lack of people who had once served as the director of a big hospital. They came to Ammonium Yang for their ambitions and ideals. Everyone probably thought that this was a place full of hope. And the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province was naturally the place where that dream began. After everyone sat down, Zhong Ran suddenly turned to look at Chen Song and asked, is there anyone who is interested? Chen Song was stunned and smiled. Let's talk about it after the interview. It's too early to say anything now. Also, I don't know much about them. Chen Song was telling the truth. He would talk about other things when he met them. At about 8:30, the recruitment officially began. It had to be said that most of the people who came to apply for the job were capable people. After coming in, they were neither servile nor overbearing and were very calm. No matter what, at least their spirits were particularly good. To be honest, Zhong Ran knew most of the people who came. After all, as the president of the China Doctors Association, Old Master Zhong's connections were definitely not a joke. Therefore, Zhong Ran more or less had some contact and understanding of these people. The interview went smoothly. Old Master Zhong's question was also very accurate. How do you see the development of the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province? If you were the director, how do you plan to strengthen the hospital's development? Connotative development and construction. This question was very difficult. After coming up, Old Master Zhong asked such a question. However, the other party smiled slightly as if he had done his homework. I think the development of the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province is actually centered around the development of Chen Song. Professor Chen Song is the core of the Second People's Hospital. The construction of the core is the driving force for the development of the hospital. So, my plan is also very straightforward. It's to create an echelon based on the departments that Professor Chen is good at. It's obvious that we'll be able to cultivate a path from elite doctors to ordinary doctors. The interview went smoothly. Actually, there was a huge difference between a structured interview and a liberal random interview. There was no format and no fixed answer pattern. their answers would not revolve around what, why, and what to do. This kind of seemingly logical answer was the most unlikable in such a high-end interview. After all, there was only one dean in the second provincial hospital, they didn't need mediocre talents. Therefore, if they wanted to stand out, they had to show their own characteristics and highlights. Only then would the examiner's eyes light up. Of course, most of the candidates were between the ages of 45 to 55. Those who were too young did not have enough qualifications and experience. Those who were too old did not have energy and courage. It was the same in life. A person's most precious time was between the ages of 25 to 35. At this time, you had enough energy to figure out what you needed and fight for it. However, the time to truly show a person's brilliance was between the ages of 45 to 55. Because at this time, enough life experience and social experience would allow you to return to your original state. The assessment was carried out in an orderly manner. Among them, there were indeed many people who made people's eyes light up. For example, the doctor who returned from overseas in management. When asked about the future, she gave a very accurate answer. The International Medical Center, the world's top medical gathering place. In the other party's accurate answer, even Xianxia saw a desire for the future. That was because the blueprint that the other party had drawn was too detailed. Everyone present gave a high score, including Xianxia. When Zhu Qian arrived at the scene, it immediately quieted down. When Zhong Ran saw Zhu Qian, his eyes lit up slightly. He said, "Please sit down." When Xianxia saw Zhu Qian's appearance, he was slightly stunned. This man was much more mature than before. His whole person seemed to have become more introverted. If it weren't for the firm words on the application, Xianxia would have been swayed by his decision. After all, time could change a person. It could even change a person completely. Zhu Qian smiled and bowed slightly to everyone. He nodded and smiled. "Thank you." After sitting down, Zhu Qian glanced around. When he saw Xianxia, his eyes stopped and became interested. Zhong Ran was obviously interested in Zhu Qian. He asked curiously, "Director Zhu, why did you come to the Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province? As far as I know, there are more than a few hospitals that have sent you an invitation. Even, the Cancer Center has sent you an invitation." Zhu Qian smiled. "Because there is no upper limit. I've been out for 2 months. During these 2 months, I haven't stopped for a moment. It's all because of one person, Xianxia, Professor Chen. To be honest, Professor Chen's talent in medicine has far exceeded my imagination. He has an extraordinary talent and sense for medicine, surgery, and scientific research. But Professor Chen's development seems to be very smooth. It can even be said that it is easy to achieve results in everything he does. However, I feel that there is a very serious shortcoming. This shortcoming may be insignificant in the short term, but it will be easier to expose it later. It can even be said that it has already been exposed." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. There were many people present today. There was no lack of top experts from all over the world and leaders of domestic hospitals. However, this was the first person to question Xianxia. For a moment, everyone was a little stunned. Even Zhong Ran and Old Master Feng turned to look at Xianxia curiously after glancing at Zhu Qian. Then, they continued to stare at Zhu Qian. At this time, Zhu Qian did not seem to feel any pressure. He met everyone's gaze. His eyes were filled with determination and certainty. There was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. It was very similar to the smiling Zhu Qian in court. 5 years later, he still had not changed. He, Zhu Qian, had changed a lot compared to before. He had also improved a lot, today, at the Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province. Zhu Qian would prove himself. Everyone looked at Zhu Qian in confusion. What was Xianxia lacking? Xianxia Yuan asked curiously, "Director Zhu, what is Xianxia lacking? Or rather, what do you think Xianxia lacks?" Zhu Qian blurted out, "Guidance. Professor Chen's talent is the best I've ever seen. He's the only person I've seen who doesn't focus on one subject. In fact, medicine itself shouldn't focus on one subject, but we often have limited energy and can't study it thoroughly. It can even be said that the development of medicine itself should be based on a holistic concept. In this regard, we should refer to and learn from the concept of Chinese medicine treatment and understanding of diseases. It's the same with the development of modern medicine. We should understand a disease from a holistic perspective, from physiology, pathology, and even biochemistry, as well as clinical digestive, neurological, and blood systems. Only in this way can the solution be more vivid and concrete. However, our own personal ability and development potential limit us, so we can't make a breakthrough. Professor Chen is less than 30 years old, but he's already proficient in so many subjects. I think what he needs is the right guidance and planning. I think I'm suitable to be the director of the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province. Because what the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province lacks is not a management talent, clinical elite, or even a scientific research genius. What it needs is a guide. Coincidentally, the path in front of the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province and Professor Chen Song is a path that has never been taken before. It's also a new path. At this point, Zhu Qian said seriously, Professor Chen's previous studies have actually completed his preliminary knowledge reserve. However, it's obvious that his shortcomings were exposed when he was in the Capital Emergency Center. That's a lack of planning. Professor Chen may have mastered the subject quickly, so he doesn't have a clear plan and goal for the development of the subject. I think that Professor Chen's development can be faster. In other words, Professor Chen's achievements can be greater. I'm confident that I can do this well. Zhu Qian's eyes were full of hope. At that moment, all the judges fell silent. They looked at Chen Song. This question was not something anyone else could comment on. Only Chen Song could do so. Chen Song was also slightly stunned. He had considered these things, but he had not seriously analyzed them. However, these days, Chen Song also felt a sense of fatigue. In fact, this was like leveling up. It was easier to go from level 1 to level 20 or 30, but the higher the level, the harder it was. Chen Song was facing such a problem. He wanted to continue moving forward, he really needed a bright light to guide him. Almost at that moment, Chen Song seemed to suddenly become enlightened. The development predicament these days seemed to have a direction to break through. Just as Zhu Qian had said, perhaps what he needed was someone who could help him with his planning. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but rejoice. He didn't expect, he was at it that. What was this feeling? Yes, it was as if the system had sent him an NPC to give him a main mission to help him not go astray. Thinking of this, Chen Song's heart was really satisfied. Just as everyone was staring at him, Chen Song nodded happily and began to clap. Director Zhu, what you said makes a lot of sense. Even I didn't realize these problems. Thank you for bringing it up. Chen Song said seriously. Zhu Qian smiled. I didn't say it out loud. Actually, it won't take long for you to realize it. I just hope to work hard together with Professor Chen and do something for our country's medicine. After Zhu Qian left, everyone turned to look at Chen Song. Although he was the chief examiner. However, the core of the hospital was ultimately Chen Song. Chen Song's opinion was very valuable. This time, Chen Song didn't hesitate and nodded to everyone. Everything was clear in everyone's mind. Although there were also surprises in the following interviews. However, because of Zhu Qian's existence, these people's answers seemed a little mediocre. The interview lasted for an entire day. After it was over, Chen Song personally invited everyone who came to the interview. No matter what, they were in the same industry and there would be cooperation in the future. As the saying went, even if business didn't work out, friendship still existed. In this kind of interview, only one person could go up. It didn't matter who went up. However, to be able to come here and get Chen Song's favor was enough for many people. The next day, the second provincial hospital directly announced the results. Zhu Qian was ranked first with a score of 93.8 points. As for the results of the people behind, it didn't seem too important at this moment. In order to look good, their results were quite high and there was no gap between them. After all, they were all people with reputations. If there was a gap between the results of the interview, it wouldn't look good on anyone. Hence, the results of the 5th place and above were not announced. This way, it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. When the news that Zhu Qian was officially hired as the director of Danyang Province's Second People's Hospital spread through the media, it instantly caused a huge uproar. After all, Zhu Qian was a famous person. What happened 5 years ago was still in many people's memories, but in their eyes, Zhu Qian was a hero. A good doctor and director who dared to fight against the dark forces. Zhu Qian and Xianxia CP naturally attracted a lot of attention. The Health Committee was not surprised by the news that Zhu Qian had become the director of the Second Provincial Hospital. They all knew that Zhu Qian had such ability. Although he was in prison for the past 5 years, Zhu Qian had never given up on learning and improving. He even went to the Cancer Research Center every few days. However, to some people, the news of Zhu Qian being in prison was naturally exposed. The people of the Second Provincial Hospital, who originally thought that this would be a failure and a stain, were surprised to find that this added a bit of a legend to Zhu Qian. Zhu Qian's appointment caused the development of the Second Provincial Hospital to enter a rapid period. In the following period of time, Zhu Qian began to familiarize himself with the process of work. The next thing to do was to reform. At this moment, a special female patient was sent over from the emergency department. Female, 38 years old, 5 months pregnant. During an abortion at a private clinic, the uterus ruptured and bled heavily. DIC mechanical ventilation on the ventilator. 400 milliliters of blood transfusion. Stable heart rate. Involuntary breathing. When the shift was changed in the morning, the new director of the intensive care unit introduced the new patient. P.S. I'll stay up late to write. There are still 2 chapters. Everyone, wake up in the morning and read it. Who knows why it has become such a biological clock recently, adjust well. Everyone, go to sleep. Tomorrow, we can finish reading the complete plot together. Thank you. Listen to the wind chime ZWH for the 10,000 reward. Thank you. Abortion. Everyone was stunned when they heard Xianxia, the new director of the intensive care unit, tell them about the patient's condition. There were many such patients in the emergency department. Abortions in some illegal clinics could cause uterine rupture, damage to the blood vessels, and endanger the patient's life. Pregnant women had a special constitution and were in a state of high coagulation. Therefore, it was easy to induce DIC, which could cause internal blood clotting and endanger the patient's life. Abortions in illegal clinics were common in 3rd and 5th tier cities. Because the city itself was not big, many people knew each other. Therefore, some pregnant women were unwilling to go to public hospitals for abortions. Instead, they preferred to go to illegal clinics. After all, many people thought that abortion was a small matter. It had nothing to do with religion or the child. It was just a small matter caused by impulse. He even gently took out the unformed child. That was all. However, this also caused many patients to have abortions in illegal clinics, and the doctors there did not even have a medical license. Therefore, it led to a bad result. Obviously, the patient that department director Xianxia was reporting might be in such a situation. At this moment, the patient's condition was more dangerous. She had lost blood, DIC, and spontaneous breathing. Moreover, her heart rate was very unstable. It was hard to say if she could be saved. Xianxia could not help but ask, "How long has it been?" Xianxia could not help but say, "It's been 3 or 4 days. She was admitted 3 days ago." Xianxia nodded. Did she sign the notice of critical illness and hospitalization instructions? Xianxia shook her head. Not yet. There shouldn't be a problem today. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She's been hospitalized for 3 days. In such a dangerous situation, the patient's family did not sign the papers? This kind of patient was more dangerous. Xianxia instinctively became alert. Xianxia could not help but say, because the man who came earlier was not her husband. He was a friend. The word friend had thoroughly analyzed this complicated relationship. Xianxia nodded. Yes, Director Xian. I'll leave this patient to you. Please take care of her. Xianxia nodded. Yes, Director Chen. Don't worry. We've already reported to the medical department. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Zhu Qian had been familiarizing himself with the environment after he came to the hospital. It would be best if the development of the department could be coordinated with the overall plan of the hospital. Before Zhu Qian had a specific plan, Chen Song had just recently developed a new drug for Parkinson's disease. Furthermore, now, Chen Song needed to try enzymes temptation and enzymes crushing separation method. The progress bar from Alzheimer's disease allowed Chen Song to discover the connection between the TUA protein and the folded nucleoprotein. Perhaps they could really come to a conclusion. Therefore, when the hospital was not busy, Chen Song solved the problem as soon as possible. Not long after Chen Song left, Xianxia returned to the ICU. Xianxia was actually quite young. She could even be said to be a very strict person. However, her only shortcoming was that she was sentimental. As a woman, it might be normal to be sentimental, but as a doctor, it might be unnecessary. Moreover, he was an ICU doctor. In the morning, Xianxia looked at the time anxiously and muttered, "Why isn't he here yet?" Lele was now in the ICU. When he heard Xianxia's words, he was suddenly stunned. "He's here, Director Xian. Look, isn't that the patient's child?" Xianxia was stunned. "How long ago did he come?" Lele couldn't help but say, "He's been here for a while, but it seems that he didn't prepare to come in to see him." When Xianxia heard Lele's words, she was stunned. "This is his mother. Where's the patient's husband?" Lele pointed at the two people in front. "Then, look, it should be the skinny man in black. He's a little unsteady when he walks, a little, yes, a little like a stroke." Lele was chubby and had a cheerful personality. He spoke whatever was on his mind. Although Xianxia was the director, there were many things that Lele had to deal with. When she heard Lele's introduction, Xianxia was a little stunned. "Isn't that the man who came a few days ago? Isn't this person the patient's lover? Why are you sleeping with your wife?" Xianxia was annoyed when she saw the scene. After all, she had never seen such a scene. The wife's husband and an extramarital lover were standing together and chatting. It was really a little unbelievable. Although Xianxia was good at clinical situations, she wasn't very good at this kind of complicated interpersonal relationship. Therefore, Xianxia looked at Lele again. "Lele, go and ask them about the situation. Ask them to sign. No matter who the husband is, sign it. Oh right, when you speak later, pay attention. Don't be too direct. The child isn't young anymore. Don't disturb him." Xianxia was very considerate. Lele's face darkened. "Director, I have to do such troublesome things every time. I'm a veteran of the emergency department. Chen Song has to call me Sister Lele when he sees me." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'll treat you to a meal. Hot pot, barbecue, McDonald's." Lele nodded happily. "And 2 cups of milk tea." After that, he walked out. Xianxia saw Lele's body shape and couldn't help but say, "You should lose weight. If you continue to be fat, you won't be able to fit in the emergency department." Lele stomped his feet angrily when he heard that. When the nurses saw this, they pretended that the ground was shaking, making Lele feel a little embarrassed. After Lele came out, he saw a skinny man leaning against the wall with one hand on a horizontal chair. He asked straightforwardly, "Are you Xianxia's husband?" When he heard Lele's question, a chubby man beside him said, "Yes, this is Xianxia's husband." The skinny man in black glanced at the chubby man and nodded blankly. He nodded his head a little awkwardly. Yes. My name is Guobao. Xianxia's situation is more dangerous now. Her life could be in danger at any time. You have to be mentally prepared. Sign here. After that, go to the payment counter and pay the money you owe these days." Lele handed the hospitalization notice and the critical illness notice to the man. When the man heard that, not only was he not surprised, but he also frowned and asked with concern, "Pay? How much do I have to pay?" Lele also prepared the list of charges. "In the past 3 days, we've spent a total of more than 40,000 yuan. You can pay 50,000 yuan. When the skinny man heard that, he was shocked. His eyes widened and he hurriedly refused. "No money. No money. I don't have a single cent. I'm still on the subsistence allowance." Seeing this, Lele couldn't help but sigh. She looked at the dark and thin man, but her eyes glanced at the white fatty beside him. The patient's situation is quite special now, and whether it's the ventilator or the treatment drugs, they all need money. Otherwise, they can't be prescribed. Sure enough, hearing Lele's words, the dark and thin man was a little worried. He was afraid of paying because he really didn't have any money. Right at this moment, the white fatty couldn't help but take out about 5,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the dark and thin man. Brother, use it first. Sister Hua. Nothing can happen to her now. Sure enough, the dark and thin man's face also changed. He didn't expect Fatty Young to give the money so decisively, and his face turned red. As a husband, he was really useless. Here, nurse, I'll pay it all. She can't die. Fatty Young said quickly. Guo Baotai looked at the 10,000 yuan handed to the hospital window and was full of reluctance. After all, he didn't have a single cent now. This time, he came to Ammonium Yang with his 11-year-old son, and all his money was used for his education. Now, his home could be said to be bare. Seeing that spring was about to pass, Guo Baotai began to worry. There was a lot of rain in summer, and the house would leak again. This broken house didn't collapse. It was a little broken now, but at least there was a place to live. To be honest, if Brother Yang didn't say that he could get a sum of money from Ammonium Yang, he wouldn't have come. Guo Baotai had been married for 13 years, but 6 or 7 years ago, Guo Baotai had a cerebral hemorrhage because of drinking. Now, he couldn't walk properly and couldn't speak clearly. Not to mention working, he couldn't even take care of himself. In the beginning, Xianxia took care of him at home. Later, after working, she didn't return home for 5 years. Not to mention money, she didn't send a single cent. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, he really didn't want to come. To put it bluntly, the relationship between the husband and wife had long been broken. If it wasn't for an explanation to his son, he wouldn't have come. Lele saw that Fatty Young was giving money and putting in effort, and couldn't help but mutter, this Fatty Young is too proactive. He has a guilty conscience. This Guo Baotai is too stupid. This shows what's going on, and he doesn't know how to be angry. Xiao Lin passed by. When he heard Lele's words, he couldn't help but say, maybe he has long lost his feelings. After paying the money, Guo Baotai and the child didn't come to see Xianxia from beginning to end. At noon, Fatty Young invited Guo Baotai to a restaurant and settled the child in a small hotel. Then, he sat down and ordered a few dishes and some wine. After drinking too much, Guo Baotai sighed. Actually, Brother Yang, I don't blame you. I blame myself for not giving Yizi a good life. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. I won't interfere with her, but it's not right for her to be like this for no reason. Tell me where the clinic is, and I'll sue them right now. I don't believe that they can do anything to a disabled person like me. When Fatty Young heard this, his face suddenly changed. He had planned for so long. How could he let Guo Baotai ruin his plans? Brother, you're messing around. When Yizi went for the operation, she gave the doctor a life and death certificate. At first, she was unwilling to do it. She only agreed after receiving a few thousand yuan. Guo Baotai stretched his neck. But they can't bully people. Now that she's gone and they've received money, I'll sue them. Fatty Young nodded. Okay, don't worry about this matter. I've asked around. There's indeed a problem with that small clinic. According to the national regulations, abortion is definitely not allowed. Sister Hua has been made into this state by him, so he has to give an explanation. Don't worry, I'll definitely get an explanation for you. I know someone who works in law. He said that if he were to be convicted, he might be able to compensate this amount. Brother Sun raised a finger. Guo Baotai's eyes lit up. 10,000 yuan? Fatty Yang shook his head. Guo Baotai's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, 100,000 yuan? Fatty Yang slammed the table and was filled with righteous indignation. At least 1 million yuan. That's why I asked you to come. You guys, listen to me. I won't harm you. I don't want much of this money. I'll take 30 yuan and you can take the remaining 70 yuan back for your child's education. When Guo Baotai heard this, he quickly fumbled around and took out a crumpled, cheap cigarette box from his body. He lit a cigarette for the other party. Brother Yang, you smoke. I'll have to ask you for help with this matter. I'm not greedy. 500,000 yuan will do. After all, I have to spend money to use connections. In the following time, Fatty Yang found a group of friends. These people were all his subordinates when he was a contractor at the construction site. He brought them over to intimidate Guobaotai. To be honest, Fatty Yang didn't like Xianxia at all. When she was working as his nanny, she drank too much one night and came back dizzy. Xianxia wholeheartedly wanted to stay and not leave, so he naturally treated Fatty Yang well. Later, in a daze, she did these things. However, Fatty Yang worked at the construction site all year round. He didn't mind having such a mature woman who cooked and massaged him. It wasn't until the other party was pregnant that he became vigilant. He was afraid that the other party would cause trouble for him, so he brought her to a small clinic for an abortion. No one expected such a thing to happen. This was more troublesome. Originally, Fatty Yang was also afraid that Xianxia would cause trouble for her husband and child. But he didn't expect that Guobaotai didn't have a good impression of this Xianxia at all. Therefore, he had such an idea to kill two birds with one stone. So, in the following days, under Fatty Yang's advice, Guobaotai took the child and a group of people to cause trouble in the small clinic. Moreover, he threatened the other party with a lawyer. He was worried that Xianxia's sudden death would affect the lawsuit. Therefore, Fatty Yang actively gave him money so that he could hang on with one last breath. Xianxia also felt sorry for the child and actively treated Xianxia. But, things were often more complicated. Just a few days later, Guobaotai and the others came to the hospital and said that they would take their wife back to their hometown and give up treatment. Doctor, we have no money. The child still has to study. We give up. But at this time, Xianxia had already made some progress on the patient's treatment. She quickly said, the patient's condition is much better. Don't you want to think about it? I estimate that she might recover a little after a month or so. Hearing that, Guobaotai's expression changed. It was more than 10,000 yuan a day. Even a god couldn't afford it. And Fatty Yang's expression changed even more. Xianxia's death was good for everyone. But they couldn't save her, so, the two of them discussed. At this time, Guobaotai was already ready to go home with 500,000 yuan. He didn't want to spend the money because of Xianxia, who had no feelings for him. He quickly made a decision, and Fatty Yang was very enthusiastic. He personally found a car and came to the hospital. He drove the family back. He even personally took care of the aftermath before leaving the small village. At the burial, 3 people knelt in front of the grave. Fatty Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Guobaotai also breathed a sigh of relief. Only the child shed a few tears. Just like that, the matter was officially over, and Xianxia only found out about this later. At the regular meeting on Monday, after Xianxia reported this matter, everyone was silent. Medicine and the hospital were two different concepts. The hospital was like this, full of all kinds of complicated people and modeled lives. P.S. It's midnight again, please give me a ticket. In the Xianxia New Drug Research Institute in the high-tech development zone of Danyang Province. This place had been officially in operation for a few months. Everyone was working hard on scientific research, hoping to conquer Parkinson's disease as soon as possible. After Xianxia proposed the similarities between Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease, the progress of the entire scientific research work had greatly improved. However, scientific research always gave people an illusion. That was, every breakthrough made people feel that it was a historical progress, and they all thought that they could achieve excellent results. However, the result was, after every breakthrough, they suddenly realized that the difficulty of this matter had increased. To solve the problem, the factors and disciplines that needed to be considered and learned were still increasing. Professor Zhang Mu was involved in the research of Alzheimer's disease. Therefore, when Xianxia proposed that the enzyme asparagine endopeptidase could modify tau protein to make it more sticky and toxic, Professor Zhang Mu was shocked. Therefore, drugs that inhibit AEP often showed some effectiveness in treating animal models of Alzheimer's disease. In this case, was there an enzyme that could increase the toxicity of folded alpha-synuclein? This problem was really complicated, It could even be said that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. No one could find an enzyme in a complex tissue to show that this thing had a promoting effect on the folded pathological alpha-synuclein. This required complex bioengineering to deal with. There was a tense and anxious discussion in the office. Tadanis frowned and said, "The progress of the enzyme project is really too slow now. I haven't received an accurate answer from Professor Constantine so far. Every time I talk about cooperation, the other party finds all kinds of reasons to shirk." Sigh, everyone did not know how to comfort Tadanis when they heard that he was so disappointed. Constantine and Tadanis used to be very good partners. However, since Tadanis came to China, his reputation was like a crooked but in a certain circle, and everyone avoided him. To be honest, most of the time, scientific research was still divided by national boundaries. Even if many people were unwilling to admit it, they would find various reasons to convince themselves and others. For example, Xianxia was indeed the fastest person in the field of Parkinson's research, but why were those powerful experts unwilling to join him? Was it because they were stupid and did not understand? Of course not. It's not like everyone will join you just because you're powerful. This was a very realistic problem. Scientific research was always a competitive relationship. As long as you don't have any research results, no matter how much you lead, it won't be considered a success. For example, the research institute needed experts in the field of enzyme engineering. However, it was really hard to find such a top expert. There were too few of Tadani's former business partners who were willing to come. Bioengineering in the country was still in its infancy, and the research on protein enzymes was really lacking. Even the simplest enzyme separation and purification used some biofilm separation technology that was retired from the United States 5 years ago. These were all basic research. However, this basic research determined the superstructure. No scientific research was created out of thin air. As the person in charge, Zhang Mu could not help but sigh. The development of domestic medicine was not only due to the backwardness of pharmaceutical technology, but also because the development of medicine was a comprehensive subject. Medicine was not a simple subject. It was a highly advanced subject. It involved physics, chemistry, molecular biology, and many other basic subjects. Even the separation and purification of a small area of enzyme engineering seemed incomparably difficult at this moment. For a moment, everyone quieted down. Yang Lan could not help but say, "Why don't we look for an old friend from the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" Zhang Mu shook his head. "His technology is similar to Yu Xuanyang's. There's no need to look for him. The effect won't be obvious even if we find him." Yu Xuanyang blushed when he heard this. Although Zhang Mu didn't give him any face, he was speaking the truth. Finding the key to the separation of a small enzyme was already a problem. At this moment, the door opened abruptly. Everyone who was deep in thought was suddenly stunned. They were a little stunned and even shocked. For a moment, everyone was a little unhappy. Who would come here during a meeting? Everyone turned around and saw that it was Chen Song. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Song saw that the atmosphere was a little depressing and could not help but be stunned. "What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so depressing?" Everyone sighed when they heard that. Zhang Mu said directly, "Professor Chen, I was just about to look for you. Sit down and let's talk." Chen Song nodded and found a seat. He looked at Zhang Mu. "What's going on?" Zhang Mu said to Yu Xuanyang, "Old Yu, you tell us." Yu Xuanyang nodded and picked up the data in his hand. "It's like this. We have extracted, separated, and purified the enzymes in the nervous system of the rats. We want to do research according to your initial idea, Professor Chen. Asparagine endopeptidase can modify Alzheimer's tau protein, making it more toxic and adhesive. Just as you said, Parkinson's is a neurodegenerative disease second only to Alzheimer's. We have also started to separate and purify the enzymes in Parkinson's rats. But, it seems that we have encountered some problems. I don't know if it's due to technical issues or other reasons, but in this month, we have conducted more than 600 separations, more than 3,000 tests, and tens of thousands of tests. We have not found an enzyme that can make the folded alpha-synuclein more toxic. This is the specific data. We can only find 671 types of enzymes now. We can't go any further." After Yu Xuanyang finished speaking, everyone sighed. Tadanis could not help but say, I've looked for my old friend, Professor Xianxia, but he doesn't seem to be willing to help us. Zhang Mu suddenly suggested, Professor Chen, why don't we change our direction? Everyone nodded. Since there was no way to make a breakthrough in Alzheimer's disease's asparagine endopeptidase, maybe they should change their direction. After all, enzyme engineering was really expensive. In this month, Zhang Mu had calculated that they had invested nearly 30 million yuan in this field. It was all for naught. This was scientific research. It was cruel and realistic, just when everyone was feeling a little dejected. Chen Song suddenly said, why don't I give it a try? As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Tadanis looked at Chen Song in shock. He was in disbelief, not only him, but everyone around was the same. They looked at Chen Song in surprise. It was as if he was joking. Yu Shuangyong could not help but say, Professor Chen, the separation and extraction of enzymes is not a coincidence. It requires a solid foundation in protease decomposition, as well as rich experience in scientific research and experiments. This, indeed, as Yu Shuangyong said, not everything could be solved by coincidence and luck. Although Yu Shuangyong did not point it out, it was enough to explain everything. Chen Song smiled. It's okay, I'll give it a try. Give me a few days. Seeing that the investor, boss, and only sponsor Chen Song insisted, no one had anything to say. After all, he was a big boss. Forget it, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, he had wasted so much time and money. A few days would not make a difference. Yu Shuangyong could not help but sigh. Alright, Professor Chen, I'll take you on. Chen Song smiled. Okay, thank you, Director Yu. After that, Chen Song looked at Qi Kai and asked curiously, Director Qi, have you found anything in your research recently? Qi Kai frowned slightly. Nothing special. It's just that, we need to cultivate a batch of rats. We need to spend money to buy some new ones. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Okay. Go and see if there are any suitable rat bases for experiments. If the price is right, Qi Kai smiled. Don't worry, Professor Chen. I'm a regular customer. Their price will definitely be right. Chen Song shook his head. If the price is right, buy out their factory directly. Chen Song's words caused everyone to be stunned. Qi Kai almost choked on his own saliva. Damn it. He's so rich, forget it, I can't afford to offend him. However, when he thought of Qi Kai and how he usually haggled over the price of a rat, and how he was ridiculed every time, immediately, his heart was filled with excitement. Motherf asterisk cur, I can finally hold my head high. Okay. Professor Chen, I think this idea is really good. We can save money by cultivating our own. Can I recruit my students and train them as rats? Chen Song said directly, you'll be in charge. Qi Kai was overjoyed. Great. I won't let you down. Actually, Professor Chen, I've always thought that it would be better to set up a breeding base. After all, the mortality rate of Parkinson's rats is very high. After neurodegeneration, the rate of death and disability gradually increased. And, we're the only rats in the world that have a single symptom of Parkinson's. We can make a lot of money by selling them. Qi Kai's heart was filled with joy. Chen Song frowned slightly after hearing Qi Kai's words. Is the mortality rate of Parkinson's rats very high? What was the reason? Yang Lan, Zhang Mu, and Tadanis all reported their research progress. After that, they began their own research. Chen Song followed Yu Shuangyong into the laboratory. The requirements of the enzyme engineering laboratory were very high. Back then, a lot of money was invested in building this place. Yu Shuangyong looked at Chen Song and felt a little helpless. However, he still explained seriously, Professor Chen, the separation and purification of enzymes generally consists of 3 basic steps: extraction, purification, crystallization, or preparation. First, the required enzyme is introduced from the raw material into the solution. At this time, it will inevitably carry some impurities. Then, the enzyme is selectively separated from the solution, or the impurities are selectively removed from the solution, and then the purified enzyme preparation is made. Hearing Yu Shuangyong's explanation, Chen Song nodded, but he was obviously distracted. The temptation of enzymes was really tempting now. Thinking about his random drop rate, there would definitely be some surprises. After Yu Shuangyong prepared, he asked his assistants to prepare the enzyme separation equipment and the raw material tissue fluid. These 4 or 5 assistants were meeting the big boss for the first time. He was rumored to be a big boss. But this big boss was actually going to do the enzyme separation himself. Thinking of this, everyone was a little curious. After all, wasn't this big boss a clinical doctor? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Chen Song with some surprise. Was he here to experience the fun of scientific research? What fun was there in scientific research? This is a high-pressure homogenizer. It can be used to break down yeast, coliform, Pseudomonas, bacilli, and even Aspergillus niger. This is centrifugal separation. After a careful, serious, and cautious introduction for a long time, Yu Shuangyong said, "Professor Chen, why don't you give it a try?" At this time, Chen Song was already unable to endure the hunger and thirst. He skillfully began the routine operation. To be honest, Chen Song now had dozens of ways to break down and separate the enzymes in his mind. However, he couldn't be too abrupt. When Chen Song started, his skillful movements, skillful techniques, prepared controls, and degree of control of the machine made everyone stunned for a moment. Even Yu Shuangyong was a little curious. "Professor Chen, you have done scientific research?" Chen Song smiled shyly. "Yes, when I was in university, I helped the teachers." Yu Shuangyong nodded and didn't suspect anything. After all, medical schools had biopharmaceutical engineering, and these machines were also available. After learning about this, Yu Shuangyong was obviously relieved. "Follow Professor Chen and see if there's anything he needs help with." "Professor Chen, I'll try again. I won't disturb you." Chen Song nodded. "It's okay, you can go do your work." At this time, Chen Song was already prepared to put his inner thoughts into action. After Yu Shuangyong left, Chen Song couldn't help but rub his hands. BTPX 205 centrifuge, pressure adjusted to 125, temperature sensor and liquid level sensor open to the highest precision, strength increased, 121 degrees steam sterilization. Open the cooling jacket. Chen Song began to give all kinds of instructions. The assistants at the side were stunned. "Professor Chen. 121 degrees? Will there be a problem? The enzyme activity may be lost. Isn't the pressure 125 a little low? The liquid level sensor's precision is too high, it will affect the operation," Chen Song said lightly. "Listen to my instructions." As soon as he said that, the few of them looked at each other. They glanced at Chen Song and then looked at the new BTPX 205 centrifuge that they had bought not long ago. Forget it. This thing was only 1,000,000 yuan. It was fine to let the boss hear it. But just after the separation, everyone began to extract the precipitation and collect the separation liquid. A man stared at the measuring machine and his eyes widened. "Come and see. The value of the measuring machine has increased." As soon as he said that, a few people around him hurriedly came over. The extraction and sedimentation process was actually very simple. It was to extract the substances from the broken and separated tissues and cells. What did the increase in the measuring machine mean? Obviously, it meant that a new substance had been added. What could it be? The researchers were pleasantly surprised. No one would have thought that something like this would happen. Everyone thought about Boss Chen's actions and suddenly realized. Could this be the result of Professor Chen's hard work? Chen Song said directly, "Send it for testing." Researcher number 1 quickly stood up. Number 2 asked excitedly, "Professor Chen, do you want to inform Professor Yu?" Chen Song shook his head. "Don't worry. Let's find the substance first." Everyone nodded. In the next few days, things became interesting. Chen Song's hands were like a kaleidoscope. From time to time, some new breaking and separation techniques would appear. Researchers number 1, 2, 3, and 4 were very tempted. To be honest, there were many breaking and separation techniques that they had never thought of before. Chen Song, on the other hand, was a little depressed. Where was the promised temptation of enzymes? Temptation, my ass, it had been so long, the flowers had withered, but there was no temptation. the purification department was also very cooperative with Professor Chen's work. However, even so, they still could not find anything similar to asparaginase endopeptidase. This made Xianxia a little shaken. Could it be Parkinson's and Alzheimer's were really not related? Could it be? All these guesses were just his imagination. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a little regretful. At this moment, Yu Shuangyong's shock was no less than Xianxia's. When he went to the purification department to check the data, he was surprised to find something. The number of enzymes that Xianxia had dissociated had increased to 701, although there were additional enzymes in the research records, but why did he not find these? Could it be Xianxia's ability to separate enzymes was better than his? Thinking of this, Yu Shuangyong's face changed. He quickly shook his head and got rid of his thoughts. This was impossible, it was impossible, but why did Xianxia have so many new discoveries? Coincidence? Obviously, even Yu Shuangyong himself didn't believe this answer. Thinking of this, Yu Shuangyong quickly got up and ran to the laboratory. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly heard a clear and melodious notification sound, ding. The temptation of enzymes has been triggered, and a new type of foam separation technique has been obtained. Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. Foam separation technique? Foam separation technique. Pass gas into a solution containing multiple components. Due to the difference in surface activity of these components, some components will form foam on the surface of the solution. The stability of the foam depends on the operating conditions and the biological characteristics of the solution. The foam contained more surface active ingredients, so the types and contents of the foam were different from those in the solution. This way, the components in the solution can be separated. After Xianxia saw it, his face immediately lit up with joy. Good idea, and it was very simple. The equipment for pumping air had all been prepared. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately put it to use. After preparing the tissue fluid, he said to everyone, "Come, give me a pep talk." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Cheering? Xianxia nodded. The four researchers could not help but be stunned for a moment. They still did not understand Boss Chen's actions. However, they still nodded resolutely. Professor Chen. Come on. Professor Chen. Come on. Mighty. We'll win. We'll win. Professor Chen is awesome. Xianxia was speechless. Yu Shuangyong, who had just pushed the door open, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. This? What is going on? Spiritual victory separation technique? Yu Shuangyong felt like he had been shot in the head by an arrow. Who the hell knew why he believed in Xianxia's abilities? Xianxia had no choice but to do it himself. He passed the gas into a solution containing multiple components. Then, he started the operation again. Due to the difference in surface activity of these components, some of them would form foam on the surface of the solution. Seeing this, Yu Shuangyong was stunned. He stood there with his eyebrows furrowed. His eyes were fixed on the foam separation process. Yu Shuangyong's brain kept thinking about the principle. At first, he thought that Xianxia was joking. But soon, Yu Shuangyong's breathing became rapid. He was a professional and knew very well what he was looking at. He began to think seriously. His mind was constantly forming a kind of inference and thinking. Finally, he suddenly reacted. Then, he suddenly realized. That's right, this separation method is really amazing. Because the diffusion of the protein from the main solution to the gas-liquid interface, this process could be reversible or irreversible, and when the molecules rearranged, it was generally believed that two types of membranes would be formed at the air-water interface. One was a thin membrane, and the other was a thick membrane. This process may result in the aggregation of multiple molecules. Xianxia had successfully separated Xianxia. Yu Shuangyong's voice was trembling as he asked Xianxia, Professor Chen. This? What kind of separation method is this? Xianxia only noticed Yu Shuangyong's arrival. He was really confused by the few researchers who were seriously cheering him on just now. Xianxia smiled. This. It was a sudden inspiration. Yu Shuangyong quickly shook his head. No. This is definitely not a sudden inspiration. This is a very important technique in the field of enzyme engineering separation. Through the existence of two membranes, on one hand, it increases the enrichment rate of enzyme protein, on the other hand, it increases the extraction rate of enzyme protein, or it maximizes the distribution coefficient of a certain component in a multi-component mixture. It's really amazing. You're too humble. Professor Chen, what's the name of this? Yu Shuangyong realized that Chen Song was really awesome. Thinking about how Chen Song actually invented a separation method, Yu Shuangyong suddenly felt that in this world, geniuses were really going against the heavens. They should be punished by the heavens. That's right. And when researcher number 4 heard Yu Shuangyong's explanation, he suddenly understood. There was only one word in his mind, F***ck, awesome. For a moment, the scene was quiet, everyone stared at Chen Song, waiting for Chen Song's name. Chen Song pondered for a moment and said directly, foam separation method. Yu Shuangyong said excitedly, I'm really looking forward to today's separation. Take it for purification now and wait for the results. For a moment, the staff started to get busy again. 2 days later, a piece of news completely made Chen Song's new drug research institute boil. The research department found that polyadenosine diphosphate ribose polymerase 1 can stimulate the accumulation of folded alpha-synuclein, stimulate and induce the formation of heavy Lewis bodies, thereby accelerating the development of Parkinson's disease. P.S. There will be more later, a few minutes, wait for me. This discovery made the entire research institute boil with excitement. The discovery of this polymerase seemed to directly verify the similarities between Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease in terms of neurodegeneration. However, this was not the key point. The most important thing was that there was finally a breakthrough in the fight against Parkinson's disease. Chen Song himself did not expect the temptation of enzymes to be so powerful. They had directly discovered the culprit's polymerase. After the discovery of the polymerase, all departments began clinical research and various experimental work. The progress of the experiment could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Everyone was immersed in this breakthrough of progress. Tadanis did not regret joining Chen Song's camp at all. He believed that even Constantine could not have done this. To be able to isolate polyadenosine diphosphate ribose polymerase 1, this polymerase belonged to ribose polymerase, which existed in the mitochondria and ribose of cells. The difficulty of isolation was extremely high. For a time, the news that Professor Chen had isolated this polymerase spread throughout the entire research institute. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Professor Chen had such talent in the field of scientific research. He invented a creative technique called foam separation. For a time, Chen Song's reputation was once again boiling. However, the most important thing was not Chen Song's reputation. Instead, it was Boss Chen's innovative discovery that directly extracted polyadenosine diphosphate ribose polymerase 1, and this enzyme's research on Parkinson's disease was also increasing day by day. Soon, the team led by Tadanis discovered that the main function of this polymerase was to repair DNA, which was widely found in the nucleus of cells. Under normal conditions, after the polymerase detected DNA damage, it would be activated and then repaired. However, when the case environment caused DNA to be unable to be repaired, this polymerase would be activated. As a result, it led to the neurodegeneration of the nervous system, which intensified the proliferation of folded alpha-synuclein and again induced Lewis bodies. A series of complex processes led to the aggravation of Parkinson's disease. Tadanis' discovery made Yang Lan's eyes light up. Qi Kai and Yang Lan quickly began animal experiments. Animal experiments were a step closer to the correct answer. The emergence of a theoretical basis made this experiment more and more exciting. Obviously, once the conclusion was reached, it would shock the world. During the research process, Yang Lan and Qi Kai were conducting animal experiments on Parkinson's rats. He discovered more and more terrifying and even shocking problems. The human body had a rich and perfect feedback system. However, the special state of Parkinson's disease would cause the polymerase to lose the opportunity for feedback. Similarly, the existence of this polymerase also increased the increase of folded alpha-synuclein in the body of Parkinson's patients, further aggravating the condition of Parkinson's. What kind of process was this? It was a vicious cycle. That was right, Parkinson's makes polymerase lose its limits. Polymerase aggravates the folding of alpha-synuclein, aggravating Parkinson's disease. In this way, it seemed to form a closed loop. If one of them was not broken, the cycle would become even more severe. A week later, while Chen Song was in the hospital, Chi Kai called Chen Song directly to the research institute. He handed a document to Chen Song. "Professor Chen, look at this." Chen Song was stunned for a moment. After he opened it and saw the title, he was stunned. "The Neurotoxicity of Alpha-Synuclein." Chen Song quickly began to read it. After reading it, Chen Song could not help it. That was because Tadani's and the others' research found that folded pathological alpha-synuclein aggregates could spread between brain neuron cells. Moreover, this pathological alpha-synuclein would also become a seed, inducing normal alpha-synuclein and causing neurodegenerative diseases of the nervous system. After seeing this scene, Chen Song was stunned. Chi Kai could not help but say, "Now it finally explains why the mortality rate of Parkinson's rats increases. That's because folded alpha-synuclein is contagious. And this polymerase is the most important intermediate product." Tadani said with some excitement, "As long as this polymerase is solved and suppressed reasonably, the onset of Parkinson's disease can be directly delayed." Zhang Mu shook his head. "Not only that. The most important thing for Parkinson's disease is not the later treatment, but the early prevention." When everyone heard that, they immediately thought about it carefully. Zhang Mu continued, "This is a vicious cycle. As long as there is folded pathological alpha-synuclein, it will definitely breed all kinds of polymerases. At the same time, the polymerases aggravate the folded alpha-synuclein. In this way, the most important thing is how to find folded alpha-synuclein as soon as possible and intervene with surgery and drugs in time." As soon as Zhang Mu finished speaking, everyone became excited. That's right, in this way, it seemed that they had found a good way to conquer Parkinson's disease as soon as possible. Treatment was no longer the goal, it was to discover it as soon as possible and intervene as soon as possible. How do we check for folded alpha-synuclein in the human body? Yes, how do we discover that people have Parkinson's disease as soon as possible? Indeed, Parkinson's disease itself was a symptomatic disease. It could only be discovered when there were symptoms. It was impossible for everyone to go for a screening of alpha-synuclein. That was definitely unrealistic. Could Parkinson's disease not be prevented? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but sigh. What a pity. It was not easy to have such a breakthrough. If it could be detected in advance, it would save the patient a lot of trouble. How could it be discovered in advance? At this moment, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a big treasure, the new technology that he had sold to Google, which was also the new technology that made Chen Song $1 billion USD. Brain stereotactic technology. This new craniocerebral stereotactic technology had a special ability, DTI technology, in other words, diffusion Zhongliang imaging. It could realize the integrity and connectivity of the tissue structure in vivo. It was good for judging the extent of damage to the white matter fiber bundles of various diseases. At the same time, it could also respond to the subtle changes in the brain of mental patients. Not only that, DTI technology could also show the direction of the nerve conduction bundles in the white matter of the brain, realizing the fine imaging of the human central nerve fibers. Under the guidance of DTI technology, the individual differences of Parkinson's disease patients could be accurately displayed and located. At the same time, three-dimensional image reconstruction surgery could be fused to guide the doctors to perform accurate and efficient surgery. Chen Song did not expect this, after such a big circle. The core technology was still in his hands. P.S. There is too much information to check. Unfortunately, I can't write blindly. This means that I have to take every knowledge seriously. I have resumed updating. Thank you for your support. Chen Song's new stereoscopic technology could be said to be the fifth generation. That was the fifth generation of cranial stereotactic technology. Why did Chen Song choose to sell this technology to Google? The main reason, of course, it was because he was poor, but there was another reason. That was technical limitations. The fifth generation of stereotactic technology was no longer the most primitive stereotactic instrument, but a complete set of stereotactic theories. Among them included nuclear magnetic resonance diffusion tensor imaging, which was the legendary mysterious DTI technology, CT precision positioning, endoscopic stereoscopic microscopic imaging technology, and so on. These studies were obviously not just a dabbling in one field. It was a comprehensive and systematic study. Even if Chen Song had this technology in his hands, it wouldn't be of any use at all. And if he sold it to companies such as Philips and Siemens, he wouldn't be able to sell it at such a good price. But Google was different. Google was now in the midst of a transformation. They were very concerned about the development of biomedicine, and they were rich, powerful, and talented. The person in charge, Bruce, was also very sincere. So, why wouldn't Xianxia do it? The price of $1 billion was indeed not high compared to the future. But Xianxia knew very well that although the fourth-generation stereotactic technology had not yet been transmitted to China, but the prototype of the fifth generation had appeared. These large companies had begun to use computers, magnetic resonance, radiation, and so on to study precise stereotactic technology, so Xianxia couldn't wait. Maybe after a while, this fifth-generation cranial stereotactic technology would appear. Because of the fundamental reason, the fifth-generation stereotactic technology that Xianxia obtained was only a technique to use existing nuclear, magnetic resonance, CT, and other large modern instruments. It was not a core technology. So, he would make a profit. However, what Xianxia didn't expect was that the fifth-generation DTI technology would become a core operation in the field of Parkinson's treatment. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised. After researching Parkinson's, Xianxia looked at his progress bar. Parkinson's progress, 93%. Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised. This breakthrough allowed him to achieve a 13% improvement. It was already amazing. The most important thing was to conquer a disease. As a doctor, what was the greatest honor? Healing the wounded and saving the dying. There was no doubt about it. There was a saying that went like this: as a doctor, one should have the heart of the nation and be compassionate towards the people. Although Xianxia didn't have such a great source of compassion to save the common people. However, he also hoped that in this life, there were things he shouldn't do. To be honest, as a clinician, the number of people they could save in their lifetime was limited. However, if you can turn your clinical experience into a theory that can guide countless doctors, your strength will be magnified by many people again. Similarly, when you conquer a disease in a field, your merit and influence will be unprecedentedly strong. This was also the reason why the country emphasized clinical research ability, because every doctor was actually a treasure trove. Scientific research papers were indeed a burden for some young doctors. However, have you ever thought of a problem if there was a top-notch talent among 10,000 doctors whose scientific research ability was better than others, and who could solve some clinical problems by combining clinical and scientific research? What kind of impact would this have on the people and society? The direction was right. However, the method might not be the most suitable one. This was the ultimate goal of the medical reform. However, any method had its limitations. It required the efforts of generations. Xianxia was really excited at this moment, looking at the depressing atmosphere at the scene. Everyone was a little anxious. It wasn't easy to research such a thing with great potential and future. Who would be willing to give it up? This research was too important for Parkinson's disease. It could even be said that if Parkinson's disease was discovered early prevention and intervention could at least delay the onset of Parkinson's disease for many years. For those who couldn't be interfered with, early surgery could even be directly performed to prevent Parkinson's disease from worsening. One had to know that there were tens of millions of Parkinson's patients in China, and the number was increasing by hundreds of thousands every year. If these patients were not treated and interfered with, it would definitely cause a huge loss to the family and society in the future. It was too difficult to completely treat it with surgery. The effective medical treatment was too poor. At this moment, Zhang Mu placed a document on the table and sighed faintly. Actually, early treatment and intervention of the disease may be the best treatment. We have already discovered this in our research on rats. If we intervene and treat it with early anti-Parkinson's drugs, the effect is the best. What a pity. Tadanis also nodded. He was very knowledgeable about Parkinson's disease. He nodded in agreement and said, indeed, the main treatment for Parkinson's disease at present is still medical treatment. If it weren't for Professor Chen's surgical treatment, there wouldn't even be any special intervention methods at present. However, the treatment of Parkinson's disease should be discovered early and controlled early. Some drugs for Parkinson's disease may be beneficial to the patient's disease progression. These are called modified treatments, but at the same time, once Parkinson's disease is discovered, it means that there are already symptoms and it has reached the stage of development. According to our current research, it means that the folded synapsin has begun to spread, and the polymerase has been overactivated. This is the most difficult time to control. So, if we can discover it as soon as possible, we only have one last step in the treatment of Parkinson's disease, which is drug therapy. Everyone was very clear. This discovery was already the second breakthrough in the history of Parkinson's disease development. The first was Xianxia's radical Parkinson's disease surgery. The second was now the early intervention treatment for Parkinson's disease. If there was a third step, it would be the medical treatment for Parkinson's disease. When that day came, perhaps Parkinson's disease would no longer be a frightening disease. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, "Actually, it's not that there's no way." Everyone was stunned. They turned around and looked at Xianxia curiously. Could it be, Professor Chen, you can do it again? Thinking of this, everyone felt a little excited in their hearts. This feeling was very complicated and also very strange. Professor Chen, why are you so omnipotent? Looking at the group of curious and innocent eyes, Xianxia was a little embarrassed and blushed. Xianxia looked at the crowd and said, "Some time ago, I bought a patent. Do you know about it?" Everyone nodded. Yes. Tadanis was more aware of this matter. He nodded and said, "Is it the $1 billion stereoscopic positioning technology?" Xianxia nodded, stood up, and nodded to the crowd. Yes, that's it. In fact, to be precise, it should be called the 5th generation stereoscopic positioning technology. Xianxia nodded and said, "Actually, I had a conjecture that there was a special calculation method in this technology. In human tissue, the movement of water molecules is affected by the tissue cell structure. The degree of dispersion in each direction is different. It has a direction dependent, which is anisotropy. I was thinking of a problem at that time. I wanted to describe the spatial dispersion of molecules, so I came up with the concept of a tensor. Every accelerated anisotropy in the white matter can be expressed as a tensor during the diffusion process. And the tensor of Parkinson's patients is just different from that of normal people. It can be accurately determined. At the same time, it can be integrated with Google's three-dimensional imaging technology to help perform accurate Parkinson's surgery. However, I guess that the early symptoms of Parkinson's can be expressed through this technology." After Xianxia finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. Everyone stared at Xianxia with their eyes wide open. One after another, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were full of shock and disbelief. This guy. Is he human? You said that you know surgery and have talent. We admit it. This can show that you are very capable in clinical practice. Good, but how can you be proficient in enzyme separation technology? You can even separate such a complex polymerase from a complex tissue. You said that you learned a little in university. We also admit it, but what did you say just now? Is it something a human would say, if we guessed correctly? This should not belong to the field of medicine, right? You came up with the concept and conjecture of a tensor. This is something related to physics and molecular science, right? You are a surgeon, and you know this kind of thing. Bah. Dirty. Everyone was about to cry in their hearts. Learning medicine is already so difficult. Professor Chen, why are you still giving us so much pressure? Can't medicine just be a simple medicine? Scumbag. Can't you stop being half-hearted? Chemistry, enzyme engineering, scientific research, clinical, physics, molecular engineering, what are you trying to do? Everyone was on the verge of tears. He felt so wrong that he wanted to die. When Xianxia saw this, he was stunned for a moment. You. What's wrong? Yu Shuangyong couldn't help but sigh. His eyes were moist as he sighed. Nothing, I just thought of something sad. Everyone nodded in agreement. What did they have to say to the evildoer? Could it be that he was asking to be humiliated? It was better to lick his own wounds. Xianxia was stunned when he saw that everyone accepted it naturally. He had already prepared an explanation. Yet, you aren't going to ask? Xianxia's desire to act tough was dashed. Thinking of this, he actually felt a faint sense of loss. Xianxia sighed. How about this? I'll contact Google and have them send the product over as soon as possible. We can start researching and using it in advance. After that, everyone should start clinical trials as soon as possible to observe the effects of animal experiments on early diagnosis and treatment of Parkinson's disease. Xianxia directly contacted Bruce. He told Bruce about his need for DTI, magnetic resonance diffusion tensor imaging, technology. After Bruce spent $1 billion to purchase Chen Song's new 3D positioning technology, he was naturally elated. However, Google's medical channels were too limited. As a top internet company, it was very difficult for them to achieve a ferocious dragon crossing the river in the cross-border market. After all, medicine was an extremely xenophobic field with a rigid social hierarchy. Any large corporation that chose to enter the medical field would have to consider carefully. Because if you want to enter the medical field, you need top technology and recognition. This recognition included the recognition of the public, the recognition of doctors, professors, and most importantly, the recognition of the medical field's top academic journals with high impact factor. This process was very difficult. After all, how many years had Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer been in business? Many of the journals were even sponsored by them. The rebates that the doctors received had been passed down for generations. But Google was different. It was very difficult for them to grow. Even if they had a very good technology, they still needed someone to promote it. Therefore, when Bruce received Chen Song's call, he did not wait for Chen Song to speak. Instead, he began to complain. Professor Chen, the 5th-generation 3D positioning technology is very difficult to sell. Everyone even lacks widespread recognition of our products. What do you think we should do? After Chen Song heard this, he thought for a moment. I'll help you sell it. Bruce was stunned. Really? He was really helpless. Originally, he thought that Google had its own media and marketing. In the end, he realized that Google's marketing was very strong, but it did not match the product at all. To put it bluntly, no company would spend so much money to buy a device that was worth hundreds of millions on Google's website. It was also very difficult to open other medical channels. Although Google's marketing did not cost money, it was still a cost. If they sold it to others, it would be a huge sum of money. Therefore, Bruce was now in a difficult situation and was looking for a partner. However, Chen Song's words made Bruce's eyes light up. Chen Song's position in China's medical field was very strong. He could not persuade, but he could drive it. Thinking of this, Bruce could not help but say, I'm serious, Professor Chen. If you are willing, I hope to invite you to be the general distributor of our product in China. What do you think? Chen Song smiled slightly. Maybe I'll be the general distributor of the world. What do you think? Bruce was confused by Chen Song's words. What channels did Chen Song have overseas? Also, the cost of overseas marketing was very high. At this moment, Bruce suddenly said, why don't we set up a sales bet? When Chen Song heard this, he immediately smiled. Google is really good, they give me money from time to time. I gave them such a good 5th-generation 3D positioning technology, but they still don't know how to use it. Thinking of this, Chen Song immediately agreed. Bruce was very concerned about this matter. He personally signed an agreement with Chen Song. If Chen Song reached the first standard, he would get 5% of the net profit. If he reached a certain standard, he would get a maximum of 25% of the net profit. This number might seem small, but it was actually very large. However, the cost of marketing was also very high. Bruce was very happy to have Chen Song on board. However, if Chen Song could not sell to the second standard, they would not even be able to earn money, let alone share the profits. After all, 5% net profit, after their first goal was achieved, they would basically not make any profit. What net profit would there be? As for the 25% net profit of the biggest goal, they would also make a lot of profits. Why not? However, he really could not figure out why Chen Song would add an additional clause at the end. Within a year, the DTI technology can only be developed within China. This made Bruce a little confused. 1 year, Chen Song was obviously putting pressure on himself. Although it was a 3-year contract, Chen Song had obviously given up on the international market for the first year. Was this not increasing the pressure on himself? Bruce was actually worried that Chen Song did not want to invest in publicity funds and channels. After Chen Song received the first batch of nuclear magnetic imaging technology with DTI technology, he immediately organized clinical trials. However, it was an animal clinical trial. When the results of the animal experiment came out, Zhang Mu, Tadanis, and the others were extremely excited. This DTI technology was really amazing. He found that with the DTI technology, they could obviously find the difference between ordinary rats and Parkinson's rats. And most importantly, by means of early intervention, using early DR agonists and dopamine supplementation, it was obvious that early intervention of Parkinson's symptoms in rats could be achieved. It could even achieve a radical cure. This discovery was obviously shocking to everyone. Parkinson's breakthrough milestone, the second milestone was obviously about to be achieved. As long as the human clinical trial was successful, they would have another historic step in the process of conquering Parkinson's: early diagnosis, early intervention, and early treatment of Parkinson's. Therefore, in the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province, all Parkinson's patients received free DTI examinations. Chen Song, who had perfect image judgment, hoped to obtain early human Parkinson's symptoms through a large number of examination films. Therefore, after Chen Song returned to the clinic, he began a large number of appointments every day. At the same time, Chen Song's first article was also published, Study on the Possibility of Early Diagnosis and Treatment of Human Parkinson's Disease based on the results of early diagnosis and treatment in Parkinson's disease rats. After the article was written, Chen Song still contacted Zhao, the chief editor of Nature magazine. The last breakthrough on Parkinson's disease was published in Nature, so Chen Song also published it this time. Zhao, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, was overjoyed that Chen Song took the initiative to submit the article. But, he realized that he had been happy too early. When he finished reading Chen Song's research, he was sweating profusely, his entire body froze in place. DTI tensor technology. Polyadenosine diphosphate ribose polymerase 1 can stimulate the accumulation of folded alpha-synuclein, stimulate and induce the formation of heavy Lewis bodies, and thus accelerate the development of Parkinson's disease. Early intervention and treatment for Parkinson's disease. Early diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. These entries were like stimulants, constantly stimulating Zhao's nerves. Excitement. It could even be said to be madness. Zhao stood in his office, and it could even be said that he knelt down to finish reading the article. Shock. It was really shocking. A miracle was born. Was Parkinson's disease finally going to be removed from this stage of history? Thinking of this, Zhao's heart could be said to be in awe of this article, and his admiration was uncontrollable. In this world, there had been many murderers. They had once harmed the world and posed a threat to people's health, but with the continuous improvement of medical technology, their names gradually faded from the stage of history. For example, the former smallpox, tuberculosis. These diseases used to be people's nightmares, but today, people had many ways to solve them. This was the value of medical treatment, the value of medical technology, and today, Parkinson's disease, which had ravaged the world for so many years, was it going to start the countdown? Thinking of this, Zhao's heart was really surging, and it was difficult to calm down. In fact, it was not only him. Anyone in the medical industry would be equally agitated after reading this article. Zhao drank 3 cups of coffee and smoked a box of cigarettes before he calmed down. He picked up the phone and dialed Chen Song's number. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao said with mixed feelings, "Professor Chen, thank you." Chen Song was stunned for a moment. Zhao said with emotion, "Professor Chen, it's no exaggeration to say that you're the greatest doctor I've seen in more than 20 years. There's no other. Because of your existence, Parkinson's disease may become a thing of the past in the not-too-distant future. This name will gradually disappear, and even be forgotten by many people. And you've saved countless people." Chen Song finally understood Zhao's words. He could not help but smile. There's still a long way to go. After all, we're in the last step of studying Parkinson's disease. The treatment of Parkinson's disease. Maybe it won't be too late for you to thank me one day. Zhao nodded and sighed. "Professor Chen, there are too few people who are so capable and humble. The reason I called you is this. Professor Chen, I think that Nature should publish a special issue based on your achievements, called Countdown to Parkinson. You can perfect it. After all, the previous article involved a lot of core terms. For example, we don't understand DTI and tensor technology. Also, you can publish the papers you're researching. I want to do a special issue. What do you think?" When Chen Song heard that, he immediately heard a system notification, ding. Mission triggered, complete the special issue and publish 30 papers on Parkinson's disease. Mission completion reward, receive a learning progress card. Xianxia was stunned, learning progress card, Do I still need to take the college entrance exam? What's the use of this card? Xianxia had mixed feelings. But the difficulty of this mission was not high. Instead, it would become a favor, he could accept it even if the reward was not generous. Thinking of this, Xianxia walked directly to the neurosurgery department's office. Everyone, stop for a moment. I have something to say. Before next week, I want to publish 10 papers on Parkinson's disease in Nature. Whoever wants to publish can give it a try. Everyone in the office was stunned when they heard this. Since when did Nature need to increase the volume of papers? That's right, as long as Xianxia was around, there was no bottom line. How could Nature, the industry's model, be like this? What was the difference between this and a non-technical article? But, no matter what, this might be the closest they had ever been to these top journals. After all, this was Nature. For a moment, everyone was eager to give it a try. At the same time, Xianxia said the same thing when he arrived at Xianxia's research institute. Everyone in the research institute was even more stunned. This group of people had a high demand for papers and a lot of research pressure. Now that there was a top opportunity in front of them, if they didn't know how to cherish it, it would be really bad. But Zhang Mu and Tadanis looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but say, Professor Xianxia, it's okay to arouse enthusiasm, but your fake enthusiasm is obviously not a long-term solution. Xianxia was speechless. I'm serious. The two of them were indifferent. Xianxia didn't explain either. After he went back, he prepared 10 articles for himself. Finally, a week later, the article was completed. After the clinical trial ended, Xianxia spent the past few days either watching films or writing papers. Now, Xianxia was suddenly enlightened about the DTI imaging results. He directly wrote an article called Early Diagnosis of Parkinson's, the Emergence of DTI Fifth-Generation Stereotactic Technology. There were many articles of the same level. Finally, at this time, Journal of Nature also started the early publicity. At the same time, Nature held a press conference. The title was Countdown to Parkinson's. The theme was exactly the same as the special issue. This name was too domineering, so once it was released, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Journal didn't refute the doubts of the media. He just smiled faintly. Maybe the truth is even more shocking than what I said. Believe me, for those patients with Parkinson's, this term has become a thing of the past. Such remarks made the media feel that Nature should change its chief editor. This chief editor was a little too outspoken. It was too fake. No matter how people discussed it, it was undeniable that Nature's special issue, Countdown to Parkinson's, was still popular. The popularity of the topic and heated discussion caused this thing to rise to the peak. No one believed that Parkinson's disease would become history. At this time, Countdown to Parkinson's was finally released. When everyone saw the front cover, they were stunned. What a domineering cover. It was a huge fist with the word Parkinson's in it. Obviously, this fist was going to crush Parkinson's. On the upper right corner was a clear countdown timer. It was very shocking, but when they saw the editor-in-chief, they couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia. After seeing this name, everyone fell silent. Could it be Xianxia's discovery again? When the crowd started to watch the video seriously, their expressions were the same as Zhang's, filled with excitement and shock. The first article, Study on the Possibility of Early Diagnosis and Treatment of Human Parkinson's Disease based on the Results of Early Diagnosis and Treatment in Parkinson's Disease Rats Chapter 2, Early Diagnosis of Parkinson's Disease. DTI Imaging Technology, the Pioneer of the Fifth-Generation Stereotactic Technique. Chapter 3. Folded Pathological Alpha-Nucleoprotein is Neurotoxic. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Every article fiercely stimulated people's G-spots. It grabbed everyone's hearts, making them feel anxious and incomparably shocked. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind: terrifying. How terrifying was this person? How deep was his research on Parkinson's disease? How deep was his research on pharmacology, pathology, and so on? Even Professor Chen had such deep research on mechanical physics and molecular physics. Whether it was the fifth-generation stereotactic technique or the discovery of the tensor and the DTI conjecture, All of them were classics and legends. No one had expected it. It turned out that Parkinson's disease could really be prevented by waking up early, early diagnosis, early intervention, and timely treatment. It seemed to have suddenly become a treatment guide for Parkinson's disease. This time, even the Parkinson's World Treatment Center was shocked. The president of the treatment center made a public statement, saying that Nature's special issue, Countdown to Parkinson's Disease, could really make Parkinson's disease history. This time, Xianxia shocked the world once again. Everyone looked at Xianxia's name and sighed. Xianxia was really the #1 person in the field of Parkinson's disease research and clinical field. The Parkinson's World Treatment Center publicly issued a thank you letter to Xianxia. They publicly commended and thanked Xianxia for his research results on Parkinson's disease. This result would help more and more Parkinson's patients. For a moment, China, Ammonium-Yang, 2nd Provincial Hospital. Many people came here. And the international flight to Ammonium-Yang was successfully postponed to 3 months later. Such a terrifying number was a constant reminder to everyone. Ammonium-Yang, this city was really not simple. And the early diagnosis of Parkinson's disease by DTI technology seemed to be the main reason why people were attracted. After all, many people with high Parkinson's disease scores were still very worried about their health. Everyone went there for a checkup. And those who were found to be at risk began to intervene and treat as soon as possible. People who wanted to do a DTI checkup on a rainy night had already taken photos for many weeks. And at this moment, more than a dozen hospitals in Ammonium-Yang had all installed DTI nuclear magnetic technology. When other countries saw that the manufacturer was Google, they immediately got up and went to Google. They hoped to get this equipment. Bruce was extremely excited at first. Xianxia was really amazing. He did not expect such a thing to happen at all. But, when he saw Xianxia's last additional clause, he was dumbfounded. This kid, he was really a monster. Bruce could only find an excuse that the technology was not mature yet. Professor Chen was still at night, and they could order in advance a year later. However, everyone believed it. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, the appearance of DTI technology had opened many people's eyes. This was not only helpful for Parkinson's disease, but it was also a world-shaking change for the entire 4th generation of stereoscopic technology. And at this moment, Xianxia, who had stirred up a huge commotion this time, received a notice from Zhu Qian, who had just become the director. Professor Chen, we have invited an academician in the field of emergency neurosurgery, Professor Shou Weixiong, to teach. It's mainly about emergency vascular opening surgery. Professor Shou Weixiong shows emergency vascular opening technology is very good. It's not easy to invite him. Organize everyone to learn. P.S. I'm writing late. Sorry, everyone read it in the morning. I'll be back to updating tonight. I've probably finished my work. The wedding date has also been set. It's October 4th. Everything is almost done. I don't have time during the day, so I can only stay up late to write. I hope everyone can understand. By the way, I recommend a book, The 3 Kingdoms, Tricking Liu Bei. Introduction, Renting the West Garden of Han Ling Emperor. Do you want to rent it? Rent. Of course. Because as long as you rent it until the last term of the Spirit Emperor before his death, you will become a landlord. You will become a feudal lord. Therefore, how can you only rely on hard work to support the Han dynasty? The most efficient way is to combine meritorious service and buying an official position. However, before doing all this, Li Ku first had to strategically persuade the upright lord. After Zhu Qian came to the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he began to work hard on the reform plan. It had to be said that Zhu Qian was a very thoughtful person. After more than a month of getting along, everyone was more and more accepting of this director Zhu. However, it had to be said that Zhu Qian's dream was very big. Even Xianxia felt that it was a little exaggerated after seeing his ideas. After arriving at Zhu Qian's office, Xianxia had just sat down when Zhu Qian seriously told him about inviting Shou Weixiong to give a lecture. When Xianxia heard the name Shou Weixiong, he was slightly stunned because he only felt that the name was a little familiar. Director Shou is my teacher's friend. This time, I specially invited him, Zhu Qian said. Since we want to do the emergency department, we have to do it big and strong. What others have, we have to have too. What we don't have, we have to learn. Professor Chen, time is tight and the task is heavy. You are the director of the emergency department. You will have to work hard during this period of time. Zhu Qian looked at Chen Song and said seriously. Zhu Qian was not the same as Xiaoyuan. He was very strict and pragmatic. He even had a sense of being swift and decisive. After all, a director personally went to the coal mine in order to find out something. How could an ordinary person do something like that? Chen Song saw the thick stack of documents in front of Zhu Qian and could not help but say, I should thank Director Zhu. Don't worry. I will definitely lead everyone to learn and do a good job. I will not let Director Zhu down. Zhu Qian nodded and asked Chen Song to sit down. He sighed and said, you should also do the work of the big guys. For a long time, our workload will be very heavy. If you want to continue staying in the emergency department, you have to keep up with your work intensity and learning progress. You have to maintain an insatiable mentality at all times. What we need to do is to be the core. We have to have a core spirit. Chen Song looked at the serious Director Zhu and was a little touched. Director Zhu, who was less than 50 years old, had probably not slept well for a long time. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was a little haggard. However, he was full of energy and spirit. Chen Song couldn't help but say, Principal Zhu, you too, don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all. Zhu Qian shook his head, waved his hand, and said, how tired can I be? We are all people who have been through clinical trials. I know the specific situation very well. I'm not tired. Compared to everyone else, I'm much more relaxed. After all, I made a promise to you, and I have to do what I promised you. In 3 years, our second provincial hospital will become the leader of ammonium yang. We will integrate all the medical resources that can be used in Dongyang province and become the first emergency center in the country. We will also become the largest and most reliable medical transit station in the central province to provide emergency treatment for the 340 million people. 3 years is too short. We can't waste it. If we want the whole of ammonium sun, we have to do what others have, and what we don't have, we have to learn. Chen Song looked at Zhu Qian's serious expression and couldn't help but take a deep breath. All right. During this period of time, Zhu Qian had not been idle. He proposed a decentralized development model. He wanted the more than 10 tertiary-grade hospitals in Anyang City in Dongyang Province to remove their own core and develop with the Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province as the central axis. The Second Provincial Hospital would officially be renamed as the Provincial Emergency Center Hospital, and all the inpatient departments would be the Emergency Inpatient Department. The other hospitals would be the inpatient departments of the Second Provincial Hospital. Stable emergency patients would be sent to hospitals in various departments for rehabilitation treatment. Of course, the emergency center would provide medical support and support to the hospitals that joined in various disciplines. After Zhu Qian proposed this idea, not to mention the leaders of the other hospitals, even the people of the Second Provincial Hospital were stunned. Even Chen Song himself didn't think that this ordinary and mediocre Principal Zhu would have such ambition. However, Zhu Qian only said lightly, this is just the beginning. What we want to do is the Central Plains Emergency Center. We want to create an emergency hub for 340 million people. We want to solve the emergency treatment problems of several surrounding provinces and provide medical protection for 340 million people. After Zhu Qian's words came out, everyone was stunned, everyone felt their heads buzzing. They couldn't believe it. After all, this future was too big, they didn't even dare to think about it. This was simply asking all the hospitals in Ammoniang City to work for the Second Provincial Hospital. This crazy idea. Naturally, everyone was speechless, only Chen Song's eyes lit up after hearing this. He was filled with yearning. This future was right in Chen Song's heart. Chen Song had also thought about it, but it wasn't so specific or feasible. He just wanted to develop it. However, Zhu Qian's appearance made Chen Song's idea possible. Zhu Qian not only dared to think about it, but he also dared to do it. He personally went to the directors of other hospitals and told them his idea. The result was self-evident. He was a proper dean, a leader with real authority. Who would be willing to be your subordinate? If these people were like this, there was no need to mention the president of the Doctors Association of Dongyang Province and the director of the Second Hospital of Dongyang University, Fan Shi. Fangxi looked at Zhu Qian and said lightly, "Director Zhu, your idea is great, but reality is cruel. In fact, only the emergency department and the oncology department in the second provincial hospital are enough to make my eyes light up. It's not impossible for us to be behind you, but the prerequisite is that you have to show me your results." That's right, Fangxi's meaning was very clear. You are not worthy. Indeed, the current second provincial hospital was not worthy of everyone's submission. It did not have the ability to drive the development of more than 10 Class A hospitals in the province. Zhu Qian was not angry when he heard this. He was not stupid. He only came to listen to everyone's words and opinions. Fangxi was the person he valued the most. Fangxi's words meant that there was still a chance. Zhu Qian said, "When the second provincial hospital has the strength, I hope President Feng can remember what you said today." Fangxi heard this and said seriously, "No one wants a better medical environment in a Moniang city more than me." Only then did Zhu Qian leave. After leaving, Zhu Qian began to make plans. The first thing to do was to perfect the emergency department. The emergency department still had many shortcomings. Although Chen Song was powerful, there were still many fields that he had not dabbled in. Therefore, Zhu Qian began to seriously formulate various development plans. Then, he began to look for experts in various fields and invited them to Moniang City to teach. To be honest, it was Zhu Qian's first time dealing with Chen Song like this. He did not know how long it would take for Chen Song to learn a new surgical method. However, interventional therapy was also one of the new treatment methods in the emergency department. This kind of technology was indispensable for a modern emergency department. Chen Song was honestly glad about Director Zhu's meticulous planning. It was actually very important to have someone to help them plan and develop. It saved Chen Song a lot of time. Moreover, Chen Song's vision for planning and developing the future was not even as good as Zhu Qian's. There was a difference between people. From different angles and heights, the way they thought about problems and many things would be different. Chen Song now felt that it was enough for him to become a qualified doctor. Occasionally, he would do scientific research to benefit the people. When he was free, he would get a big award or something. As for being a leader, Chen Song did not have the time and energy to do that. Most importantly, he did not have that kind of cheat. However, to be honest, not everyone liked to be an official. Wasn't it good to be a carefree prince? Chen Song had such thoughts now. Zhu Qian looked at Chen Song's departing figure with some anticipation. Interventional recirculation treatment had become the necessary golden rescue method in the emergency department. What was interventional recirculation? To put it simply, it was to insert a thin catheter into the blood vessel and remove the embolus through the balloon and stent. This was the legendary interventional embolus removal. One had to know that in clinical practice, there would be many cases of arterial embolism. For example, the embolism of the surrounding blood vessels, such as the legs, arms, or pulmonary embolism, kidney embolism, and more seriously, coronary embolism, intracranial cerebral embolism. These were actually just because the location of the embolism was different. This kind of acute embolism disease was very dangerous. If it was light, organ failure and necrosis, tissue ischemia, gangrene, and severe stroke, myocardial ischemia, and necrosis. Basically, the length of the onset of the disease was closely related to the effect of the embolus removal technique. Therefore, the earlier the surgery was performed, the better the effect. It was generally believed that it was best to perform it within 6 to 8 hours after the onset of the disease. However, there were also patients who had the disease for a few days or longer and obtained good results after performing embolus removal. This depended on luck. After all, people really could not be compared to each other. When they found out that Professor Shou Weixiong was coming to give a lecture, many people in the department were very excited. There were quite a lot of people who signed up. Everyone wanted to learn. After all, the current second provincial hospital was very fair. If one was capable, one could rise to the top. Now that the second provincial hospital's emergency interventional therapy had not started, everyone was working hard to make a name for themselves. Chen Song could not see everyone's potential, so he simply let many people learn together. They were divided into groups and carried out in batches. 3 days later, academician Shou Weixiong arrived at the second provincial hospital. He had 2 doctoral students with him. Although Shou Weixiong was not the best founder of the Department of Interventional Medicine in the country, he was still very influential. When Chen Song saw director Shou Weixiong, his first reaction was to be stunned. This is director Shou Weixiong really only in his 60s? Why, did he look like he was in his 70s or 80s? His hair had already fallen out, and there were many wrinkles on his face. His body was a little hunched. One of the students was holding the information while the other was supporting the old man. However, the old man was smiling. At this time, a man hurriedly ran in. "Teacher, slow down. What's the rush?" The man in front of him was no ordinary person. He was the director of Huaxi Hospital's Department of Interventional Medicine, a Chongjiang scholar, the backbone of 1,000 people in the Millions of Talents project, and the top talent in the field of interventional medicine in the country. Chen Song quickly went forward. "Hello, Teacher Shou. Welcome to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to guide us." Shou Weixiong smiled. "Exchange and learning. Exchange and learning. This is my student, Liang Xiong. I'll teach everyone in the next few days. Let Liang Xiong demonstrate. This way, you can learn faster." Chen Song quickly nodded. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work, Director Liang." Liang Xiong was much calmer than the old man. After nodding politely, he did not say anything else. After the first day, Chen Song got people to settle down in advance. The next day, the training officially began. The hospital had prepared the latest interventional equipment, and there were more training staff. The training period was only 1 week, so everyone was in high spirits. After a week, the hospital might send out some good people for further training. In fact, the 2nd Provincial Hospital also had interventional talents, but it could only be said that their standards were limited. Compared to Director Liang of Huaxi, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. When Chen Song was free, he also went over to take a look and learn. After all, it was never a burden to have more skills. Chen Song now had a perfect level of interventional embolectomy. He learned it very quickly and did not need to waste too much time. Basically, he could understand it just by looking at it. However, one after another, Chen Song suddenly discovered something to his surprise. The method of Shou's opening was much more complicated than his interventional embolectomy. Perhaps it should be said that his interventional embolectomy was more focused on the simplification of using a balloon catheter to remove the embolus. Of course, the complexity was not completely superfluous. After all, this was Mr. Shou's experience and accumulation of half his life. Just as Chen Song was listening attentively, he was suddenly enlightened. He suddenly understood, it was in the removal of the embolus and the passage of the deformed blood vessels. Shou's opening did a good job in reconnecting the deformed blood vessels, and it also did a good job in removing the small embolus. These were the details, they were full of details. No wonder they had deliberately added some operations. So that was the case. Looking at Mr. Shou on the stage, Chen Song suddenly felt a little touched. In the early years, the radiation protective clothing for interventional surgery was not done well. Of course, there was still radiation today. However, Shou Weixiong's generation was really bathed in radiation for surgery. Such a classic Shou's opening technique, which even caused a stir in Asia, was developed under such a harsh environment. This thin old man in his early 60s, who was bald and old, stood on the stage. The way he tried his best to speak his mind made Chen Song suddenly feel a little touched. What was a doctor? This might be it, this must be it, it was those cameras that made the old man like this. Even so, he was still active on the front line. Attending classes, guiding surgeries, Chen Song sighed from the bottom of his heart. After Chen Song left, Ma Yuehui suddenly saw Chen Song. "Why did you come out? Aren't you going to listen for a while more?" Chen Song said, "I've heard enough. You can go." Old Ma was also very active this time. After all, it was necessary to open the emergency surgery's interventional surgery. However, looking at Chen Song, Old Ma could not help but complain, "You don't even know how to brag." Chen Song did not explain. After all, explaining to Old Ma was no different from playing the lute to a horse. P.S. Thank you to the leader, Guigua10086 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you to book friend 2017111702333088 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. The news of Director Shou Weixiong's lecture had also spread in the medical circle of Ammonium Yang. One after another, the interventional departments of various hospitals also came to learn. Zhu Qian did not reject this, nor did he reject it. To become the best hospital, technology was not the only thing that was required. It also required the greatest magnanimity. Tan Ligua, on the other hand, was a little worried. He could not help but ask Zhu Qian, Director Zhu, do you think these people will affect our hospital? Don't let them learn it before we do. After Zhu Qian heard this, he only smiled faintly. If that's the case, let's give up on the plan to be the leading hospital. To be honest, Chen Song alone can't do it even if he dies of exhaustion. This kind of training was learning, but wasn't it also an exam? After Mr. Shou Weixiong taught the theory for 2 to 3 days, it was finally time for the practical operation. Liang Xiong also rushed over from the hospital. He was in his prime, different from the old man. Moreover, his career was on the rise. As the director of the interventional department of Huaxi Hospital, Liang Xiong was also a well-known figure. However, old master Shou Weixiong was so obedient that he really put his heart into it. After all, how busy could a director of the interventional department of Huaxi Hospital who was on the rise be, not to mention all kinds of meetings, even the development of the department and clinical surgeries were many, it was as if he had rushed over. Moreover, he did not earn any money. He was completely called over by old master Shou Weixiong to accompany him. Although the second provincial hospital would not be so ignorant as to not pay, it was already a kindness to be able to come. The circle was not big. The matter of Shou Weixiong and Liang Xiong holding a lecture here was also known by the people in the surrounding cities. Those who were interested personally drove over to learn. Old master Shou Weixiong's body was really limited. He was young, but he was also tortured by radiation. His white blood cells were very low, and his resistance was also very poor. Therefore, in order to avoid illness, old master Shou Weixiong rarely came out to teach in recent years. Everyone cherished such an opportunity to learn. Moreover, this was not only a benefit for the doctors around Ammonium Yang, but also for the patients. One had to know that the golden rescue event of the interventional surgery could not exceed 4 to 6 hours. If it took too long, even if the interventional surgery was very successful, it would still not have a good effect. 4 to 6 hours was not a lot of time, especially for those who did not pay enough attention to the disease. Moreover, for those patients who couldn't be sent to the hospital for treatment in time or the local hospital didn't have the means to treat them, this time was really too short. In the afternoon, Chen Song was out for a consultation. Chen Song's reputation was very high now. Originally, in order to help Chen Song build up his reputation, the hospital increased the number of people who registered and even took the initiative to recommend him. After all, they were worried that Chen Song was too young. Many people wanted to look for an experienced director or expert when they were registering. With just one look at his white hair, one would think that he was an expert. However, he did not expect that the moment Chen Song opened his clinic, it was filled to the brim. For this reason, Chen Song could only limit the number to 100 people. Otherwise, if there were too many people, he wouldn't be able to see through all of them. Furthermore, he was worried that he would make a mistake in his diagnosis. After all, seeing a doctor was not like buying milk tea. It could be mass-produced, and there was still a need for diagnosis and tests. The people who followed Chen Song out for the consultation were graduate students. 2 of them were sent by Union Medical College and were in charge of printing the prescription. The other 2 were from Dongyang Medical University and were in charge of the consultation. If Chen Song was alone, he wouldn't be able to handle it. In fact, many doctors and even chief physicians from hospitals wanted to come over for the consultation. After all, for doctors, the best way to get closer to each other was to follow them out for the consultation. However, Chen Song rejected all of them. He knew very well that following him out for the consultation was a way for many people to get closer to him. However, Chen Song felt that it was okay to nurture students. He was even thinking about whether to recruit graduate students or not. If he wanted to recruit, how many should he find? 1 for cardiac surgery, 1 for divinity surgery, 1 for general surgery, 1 for hand surgery, 1 for hepatobiliary surgery, and 1 for thoracic surgery. It seemed that he might also have 1 for the direction of intervention. In that case, 7 would be gathered. Once 7 were gathered, he could summon Professor Chen, the academician mentor. At this moment, Chen Song's phone rang. It was an unknown number, and it was from Hunan. After the patient glanced at Chen Song, he said with a smile, "Professor Chen, please answer the phone first." There were many people in the consultation now. Chen Song smiled apologetically. "Yes, I'm sorry." As soon as the call was connected, a hurried voice came through. "Hello, Professor Chen. We're from the emergency department of the People's Hospital of New City, Hunan Province. I'm Chief Zhao Nan. We have a special patient here. After a checkup, we found that the old man had a brachial artery embolism. We tried to puncture it with the interventional medicine department, but the old man's brachial artery has a congenital malformation, so we can't complete the embolization. Now, we want to send the old man over. Chief Liang Xiong, please perform the surgery. Oh right, this old man is He Hui, the master of ink painting in the country, Mr. He. I hope that your side can help." The other party spoke very quickly, which meant that the situation was really special. After Chen Song heard it, he nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll contact Chief Liang now." After the other party thanked him profusely and hung up the phone, Chen Song was ready to contact Liang Xiong. He realized that he couldn't get through at all. The call was always busy. Chen Song was helpless. He looked at the patients around him. Originally, he wanted to ask the students to look for Chief Liang, but after thinking about it, it was not appropriate. He could only get up and say to everyone, "I'm sorry, I'm going out for a while. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." Little Lou, make the arrangements. All the registration fees for the subsequent patients are cancelled. Leave your number. We'll continue when you're here. When everyone heard that, they quickly said, "Professor Chen, it's okay. You go ahead. We'll wait for you." Yes, there are too few people who are willing to take the number 100 for an expert like you. Besides, you have a lot of things to do. After Chen Song nodded gratefully and apologized, he hurriedly got up and left. At this moment, Liang Xiong was performing a surgery in the operating theater. Old Mr. Shou Weixiong was not around, so everyone was gathered in a circle. Chen Song found an empty space. "Chief Liang, what's going on in New City?" Unexpectedly, Liang Xiong nodded. "Yes, it's Mr. He Hui, right?" Someone has already informed him. The head nurse who was following the surgery said, "Chief Liang's phone kept ringing just now. It's all because of He Hui. Chief Liang was afraid that it would affect the surgery, so he gave me his phone. These big shots, really, cherish their lives. It's just a surgery, and even the Central Ministry of Culture called. Just now, it was the provincial committee." Liang Xiong also complained, "There are even more dramatic things than this. Once, I performed a coronary artery surgery for a patient. In the end, halfway through, I received a call. A leader suddenly had a cerebral infarction and asked me to perform an interventional surgery. But now, I'm halfway through the surgery, and he insisted on having me perform the surgery. It was originally an ordinary carotid artery embolization. Anyone could do it, but he insisted on having me do it. Later, after I directly refused, my qualifications for the evaluation were revoked for 2 consecutive years. In those 2 years, I didn't pass a single topic." After Liang Xiong finished speaking, he scolded jokingly, "Damn it, I'm so scared. Sometimes, as a doctor, it's not about surgery, but about the ways of the world. You said that a patient's life is at stake, but another patient wants to enjoy the best treatment. I've learned my lesson now. No. I'm scared." After saying that, Liang Xiong laughed first. There was a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. "Professor Chen, aren't you performing surgery? Hurry up and do your work. After this surgery is over, I'll personally entertain this old painter. Don't worry." After Chen Song heard that, he felt rather emotional. Chief Liang could be considered to be a straightforward person. In front of him and so many people around, he said whatever he wanted to say. A chief at the side suddenly said, "This He Hui is not an ordinary person. He is now a master of ink painting. It is said that last year, a painting was sold for millions or even tens of millions at an auction in London. Moreover, this old man rarely creates anymore. Occasionally, he would paint a painting, and it would be given as a gift by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to foreign leaders. To put it bluntly, he is now a national treasure. The treasure of Hunan province, no wonder so many people want to greet him. After everyone heard that, they did not say anything. This kind of thing, there was really nothing to say. Chen Song did not think about it anymore. No matter who it was, once they entered the hospital, they would be an ordinary patient. In fact, it was really difficult to do this. Interpersonal relationships were already deeply ingrained in their minds. It was too difficult to change. After returning to the clinic, it took a lot of time. It was already around 5 in the afternoon. The hospital did not have much time in the afternoon. They only had 3.5 hours of working time. They only saw number 45 now. It would probably be past 7 by the time they finished reading. However, Chen Song also looked at it very carefully. At 6:30 p.m., Chen Song was still in the clinic. However, at this moment, a helicopter stopped at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. An old man in his 80s was pushed to the hospital by a group of people. Many leaders from the 2nd Provincial Hospital also came one after another. Without a doubt, this was the famous artist He Hui. He Hui was already in his 80s this year. Compared to everyone else's nervousness, it seemed that he was very calm. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, it was hard to tell what he was feeling. The people around him were very anxious, very nervous, and very anxious. They were all comforting He Hui. He Hui's children and grandchildren were the same. It was as if He Hui really was such a national treasure. They were actually comforting themselves. He Hui didn't need their comfort at all. He was very quiet and calm. Actually, illness was very painful. At this moment, his arm was pale and swollen. Intense pain constantly stimulated his nerves, spreading from a point on his upper limb to his entire arm. The color of this arm was telling everyone, if they didn't have enough time, then, this arm might be crippled. The temperature of his arm was very low, very cold. He Hui couldn't help but sigh. Lying there, he recalled his life. In fact, he had nothing to show off in his life. After working hard for most of his life, he only became famous when he was 70 years old. And for the past 70 years, he had made a living by building houses for people. His hands were very rough, not like the hands of a painter at all. There were many rural people in Hunan who traveled extensively. His son was the same, following him everywhere to work. His grandson was not very cultured. Such a family suddenly changed dramatically during the 2008 Olympic Games. He Hui, who had been painting all year round, became popular. His paintings suddenly entered the eyes of some people, and the price rose again and again. Actually, the main reason why He Hui liked to painting paintings was because he was poor and couldn't afford to buy good brushes and ink. However, He Hui became the quintessence of the country. His son no longer worked. Instead, he built a big house for his family on a large scale. His grandson stopped working and ran business for him, chatting and laughing with the 2nd and 3rd generations. His rural dialect, which was looked down upon in the past, was also jokingly said that he was more like an artist. The entire family changed. Only He Hui, his life was still the same. When he woke up in the morning, he would have a bowl of spicy soup and heat up the pancakes that he had made. As he got older, he would eat meat to stuff his teeth, seafood to get gout, and delicacies to eat were not smooth. He Hui traveled extensively in his early years and also fell ill. The most fatal was rheumatic heart disease and atrial fibrillation. Including the acute arterial embolism this time, it was also because rheumatic heart disease damaged the valve. Then, under the effect of atrial fibrillation, the embolus reached the brachial artery, causing acute arterial embolism. Rheumatic heart disease accompanied by atrial fibrillation was also the main cause of acute arterial embolism, accounting for 42% of cases. In fact, the probability of arterial embolism in the upper limb was very low. Compared to arterial embolism in the lower limb, the probability was less than 1 in 5. However, He Hui had a blood vessel deformity in his right hand, which greatly increased the probability of 1 in 5. At the same time, it also became a problem that troubled interventional doctors. The treatment of the deformed blood vessels was a nightmare for interventional doctors. After all, what was interventional surgery? To put it simply, it was to take a tube and insert it into the blood vessels or bile ducts. Then, it could directly reach the lesion. Whether it was to remove the embolus or directly administer medicine in the target area, it needed to reach the lesion. However, for acute arterial embolism, you had to at least reach the area where the embolus was located before you could remove the embolus through a balloon. The Department of Interventional Medicine should be the third largest department, along with internal medicine and surgery. The development of interventional medicine would definitely be the future and trend. However, it could only be said that it started late. Interventional treatment only began in the 1970s in our country, and it was still in a big city. In the 1990s, the National Ministry of Health issued a statement and established the status of interventional radiology in the system. However, although it started late, the development speed was very fast. The advantages were also very obvious. It was more minimally invasive than minimally invasive surgery. There was no surgery, the damage was small, the recovery was fast, and the effect was good. Of course, the disadvantages were also very obvious, the price was high, and the range of indications was small. To put it bluntly, interventional radiology was more like a noble princess. It was good, but it was expensive, and there were not many places where it could be used. Therefore, it was basically certain that whoever mastered interventional radiology would be able to master the development of medicine for the next 30 years. He felt that everything about him was predestined. Poverty, wealth, illness, health. The old man in his 80s was moved to the hospital bed. He was surrounded by concerned gazes. He understood. Before he was 70 years old, he was a burden to his family. Even his grandson did not like to be with him. The villagers said that he did not fit in. An old farmer who wanted to be an artist. However, everything changed when he started painting. He felt that the heavens had treated him well. He was content in this life. His hand hurt, he was not that pretentious. When one was 80 years old, being muddle-headed was just an act. They knew that in their hearts. He was the money tree for this group of people, a political bargaining chip. Therefore, he painted very little. Literati had a backbone. He had one too. Now, it was time for him to take a break. Chief Liang, save my father. When he recovers, I'll give you a painting. Hui's son said. Liang Xiong nodded and smiled hypocritically. I'll try my best. The leaders around also stared at Liang Xiong. Chief Liang, you must save Hui. He's too important. Yes, Chief Liang, please. I'll definitely thank you in the future. All kinds of words rang in Liang Xiong's ears. Liang Xiong dealt with them one by one. He seemed to be familiar with them. Chief Zhao, come with me. Liang Xiong said to Zhao Nan of Xian City People's Hospital. When Zhao Nan heard that, he quickly nodded. The group went directly to the operating theater. They needed to do an angiographic examination in advance. After confirming the patient's condition, the surgery would be carried out. Hui did not say a word throughout. When they entered the operating theater, Zhao Nan and Liang Xiong changed their clothes. Only then did Zhao Nan say, Chief Liang, don't be biased against old Master He. He's really a good person. Liang Xiong was stunned. He looked at Zhao Nan, thinking about the future. Zhao Nan sighed and smiled bitterly. He shook his head. Chief Liang, I'm also a doctor. Although I'm not as good as you, I've seen a lot of the ways of the world. Your look just now. I've seen it too. After all, I'm 5 or 6 years older than you. Zhao Nan was 56 years old this year, while Liang Xiong had just turned 50. Actually, old master he didn't want to use connections or anything. When he came to the hospital, his atrial fibrillation acted up and he fainted. When he woke up again, he thought he was going to die. Tell me secretly that he has already written the medical advice. It's in his pocket. He doesn't even let anyone touch his pockets. Before the surgery, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to leave the operating table, so he asked me to read the doctor's advice. He never thought of using his privilege to order you around or ask you to operate on him. When he entered the hospital, he was already prepared to die. At this point, Zhao Nan sighed. This is really an ordinary old man. With such a high social status, a painting is worth millions or even tens of millions. But a set of clothes is less than 100 yuan. His doctor said that he had hidden 10 paintings. He wanted to donate 5 paintings to the National Museum and sell the other 5 paintings so that the roads in the village could be repaired and a few more schools could be built. After hearing Zhao Nan's words, Liang Xiong was stunned. He was somewhat moved. Was there really such a person? The two of them changed and entered the operating theater. He Hui opened his eyes. They were a little cloudy. He looked at Liang Xiong and couldn't help but smile. His smile was very simple and honest. This smile made Liang Xiong believe 80% of it. Sorry to trouble you, specialist. He Hui said with a smile. He didn't know Liang Xiong's name, but he knew that the province would definitely find him the best doctor, therefore, he called him a specialist. Liang Xiong smiled. You're the one who can be called a family. He Hui sighed. I'm just a farmer. I only know how to draw flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. I grew up in the village when I was young. When I went out to work, I drew my hometown. Sigh, I've lived a good life. He Hui said a few words and then shut up. This was because he saw that Liang Xiong had already started the examination. Half an hour later, the examination was completed. The scans were out. Liang Xiong looked at them seriously and heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Nan saw this and was delighted. Can you do it? Liang Xiong nodded. It should be possible. He Hui smiled. Specialist, don't feel burdened. Don't treat me as an artist. I won't blame you for success or failure. Although I don't know much about medicine, I know that performing surgery is like drawing. It's impossible to draw well every time. Seeing that He Hui was so calm, Liang Xiong couldn't help but laugh. Old man, don't worry. The surgery won't be a problem. After saying that, Liang Xiong went to arrange the surgery. Because they had made the preparations in advance, everyone went smoothly. At this time, it had been 5 hours since the onset of the illness. Although he could recover within 12 hours, after nerve necrosis, it might not affect ordinary people much. But for an artist, it was different. Liang Xiong also wanted to do this surgery well. Everything was ready. There were many people in the operating theater. At this time, a large group of people had gathered in the office outside, waiting for the surgery to begin. They were He Hui's family, officials, and leaders, but there was no doctor. They didn't understand the surgery, but they wanted to see it succeed. Zhu Qian didn't accompany them. He had very important things to do. Tan Ligua accompanied them. Because the examination had been done in advance, there was no need to do these things again. However, there was something that Liang Xiong needed to do personally. He took the notice to the patient's family and said seriously, the surgery is risky. The old man is old, and there is also rheumatic heart disease, atrial fibrillation. The most dangerous situation is, these situations needed to be told one by one, even if the patient was unhappy after hearing it. He Hui's son and leaders smiled and said, with Chief Liang involved, there will definitely be no problem. Yes, Chief Liang is the chief of Huaxi, the top doctor in the country. If you can't do it well, no one can. That's right, these people just liked to wear hats. Liang Xiong smiled. He didn't fall for it. He said with a smile, sign here and prepare for the surgery. When He Hui's family heard this, their faces were gloomy, but they still signed. The surgery began. Liang Xiong skillfully made an S-shaped incision at the elbow socket. Then, he began to skillfully separate the brachial artery. These were very smooth, but the people outside said worriedly, don't hurt. The surgery progressed slowly. Everyone was very worried. When Liang Xiong held the F4 diameter catheter deep, under the image, everyone suddenly realized that the catheter could not go deep along the deformed blood vessels. Seeing this scene, Liang Xiong was also stunned. What did this mean? It meant that the compliance of this section of blood vessels was different from ordinary blood vessels. Why was this happening? The surgery couldn't go deeper. P.S. There will be more in a while, but everyone should go to bed early. We'll see it tomorrow morning. Maybe tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for the 80,000 reward from pretending to be a big shot. Thank you, boss. This sudden accident caused Liang Xiong to be dumbfounded. He realized that the 4F caliber catheter could not penetrate deep enough to reach the area where it was tied. It was definitely not because of the diameter of the brachial artery, it was because the angle of the blood vessel malformation was tricky, and it was more difficult to follow the blood vessel through this area. But, with Xianxia's many years of experience, he should not have predicted failure, right? How could this happen? Xianxia could not help but frown and mumble, we should be able to pass through from this angle. Jiaonan could not help but say, we couldn't pass through this place at the time. I keep feeling that the catheter's compliance is not good enough. When I pushed the catheter, I felt a resistance. According to the blood flow, we should be able to pass through. Xianxia was stunned when he heard that. His hands were still steady as he carefully moved the catheter back and forth. The catheter had to be very careful in the blood vessel because the biggest taboo was to damage the blood vessel wall. Especially for patients with vascular diseases and heart disease. What was compliance? It was the ability of the catheter to adapt to the blood vessel. However, with the development of polymer science and technology, there were more and more materials with good compliance. The catheter in Xianxia's hands was made of PET material, which could be said to be one of the most flexible materials. But why could it not pass through? Xianxia suddenly said, it's not a problem with the material and catheter. Hearing this, Jiaonan was stunned. That's, Xianxia insisted, it's a problem with the blood vessel. As soon as he said that, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. No one in the entire operating theater spoke. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on the image of the blood vessel. Finally, he said, it's not a problem with the catheter, it's the blood vessel. The blood vessel wall is very rough, resulting in low lubricity. Also, when I pushed, I felt an obvious increase in the pushing and supporting force. This is very wrong. This blood vessel might have been damaged before. After saying that, Xianxia quickly asked, Old Master, your arm, has it been injured before? The old master could not help but frown and think seriously. Suddenly, he recalled. It seems like it has been injured before. But it's been more than 50 years, right? At that time I was only 30 years old. I was repairing houses in Xianxia, and I accidentally fell and hurt my arm. But at that time, people weren't particular about it. It was normal to have bumps and bruises on the construction site. I was afraid that the foreman wouldn't want me, so I told him I was fine. After that, I didn't go to the doctor and recovered by myself. It's been 50 years, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it myself. Sigh. Hearing He Hui's words, everyone was stunned. They looked at Shou Weixiang in shock and felt a little emotional. Perhaps this was what a big shot was like, he could even guess this. In fact, after the blood vessels were damaged, they could indeed heal themselves. But, it was hard to say what kind of recovery it would take. Xianxia looked at the patient's blood vessels and could not help but sigh. This was not a congenital abnormality at all. This was the formation of the secondary circulation. After the brachial artery was damaged, the injury was not light at the time. Fortunately, the collateral circulation was established, and it did not lead to ischemia and necrosis. Due to the compression of the injury, the brachial artery was forcefully changed. This kind of situation was really too rare. Moreover, this old man had only just discovered it after more than 50 years. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a little emotional. But, no matter how emotional he was, the biggest problem now was that the interventional surgery definitely could not be carried out. The catheter could not pass through this tortuous blood vessel, and there was no way to send the catheter in along the guide wire. And he was worried about damaging the blood vessels, so the catheter used was not very controllable. The longitudinal strength and resistance to distortion were very low. This way, the possibility of sending the catheter in was lower. What should he do? Let's give it a try, under the nervous and worried gazes of all the people around him. Xianxia began to carefully try again and again. The control of interventional surgery itself was very high. Moreover, it really relied on a pair of good hands and a grasp of the blood vessels under the image data. Xianxia was very proficient in it, but the next few efforts did not yield good results. The surgery suddenly fell into a difficult situation. What should he do? At this moment, time was passing minute by minute. It was already past 7 o'clock. It had been 6 hours since old Master He Hui's illness. Xianxia began to panic. At this moment, the most anxious person was not him, but the people in the office who were staring at the big screen of the surgery. Their hearts were filled with panic. Some of the He family members were so nervous that they began to curse. Although they did not understand the surgery, it was obvious that they had encountered a problem. It's already been 6 hours. Is it okay? If it's not okay, you should have said so earlier. Yeah, if anything happens to my father, can you bear the responsibility? Sigh, this group of people was really worried. The old master's hands were more precious than their lifeblood. He was the entire He family's money tree. Every 2 or 3 days, he would get something from home and sell it for money. It was enough for them to not have to worry about food and drink. At this moment, Zhao Nan was also very nervous. He saw the beads of sweat on Xiangxia's head dripping down drop by drop and understood the pressure in his heart, but what could he do? Zhao Nan could not help but ask, Chief Liang. Why don't we ask Academician Shou to take a look? Suddenly, that sentence woke everyone up. That's right, ask Academician Shou. Old Master Shou Weixiang must have a way. Xiang nodded. He had no other choice now. Okay, go call Professor Shou. Xiang looked at a graduate student and said directly. The graduate student quickly got up and left. Xiang said to Zhao Nan, change the catheter. Let's try again. When Zhao Nan heard that, he was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. Change the catheter. Good idea, what should we change it to? Xiang took a deep breath. Let's try PVC? When he said that, Zhao Nan's expression changed instantly. PVC. Is it not suitable? The catheter made of PVC material was less compliant and could easily damage the blood vessels. In fact, with the development of PTA interventional technology, it was rarely used. Moreover, the risk of using it was higher. Xiang had no other choice. Zhao Nan could not help but ask, why don't we wait a little longer? Xiang took a deep breath. Wait, could they only wait for the old master? Sigh, everyone sighed. With Xiang's personality, he was able to become Huaxi's interventional director because of his clinical skills. He was brave, resourceful, decisive, and fearless in the face of danger. At this moment, Xiang was under a lot of pressure. No matter how he told himself over and over again that He Hui was the same as an ordinary old man, but could it really be the same? It was completely different, even though the old man was looking at him with guilt. He kept apologizing. Indeed, He Hui was a good person. He did not put on airs. Even though his paintings were famous, he never felt that he was superior to others or had any privileges. He looked at Xiang and the old man could not bear it. He felt a little guilty, thinking that he had concealed his condition and delayed the doctor's treatment. Thinking of this, He Hui said apologetically, Specialist, I'm sorry. I didn't know that a trauma would have such a big impact. The children didn't know that I was injured. My wife passed away early, it's okay. Don't feel burdened. I have lived enough in this life. I'm not afraid of death. Not to mention a broken arm. If it doesn't work, I can learn to draw with my left hand. After all, drawing is just a hobby. It has nothing to do with my left hand. The old man was comforting Xiang. Xiang could not help but take a deep breath. Old man, don't worry. I'll try again. He Hui nodded. Okay, don't be nervous. The scene was surprisingly harmonious. The patient was comforting the doctor. The doctor was helping the patient. Perhaps, this was the tacit understanding that doctors and patients should have, right, at this moment. The people watching the surgery were panicking, hearing the words from the camera, everyone was obviously stunned. These descendants of the He family felt that the sky was about to fall. After all, how long had it been since they had a good life? If the old man's arm was gone, everything would be gone. These leaders also stared at the operating theater eagerly, wanting to say something but hesitating. For a moment, the entire office fell into a panic. This 80-year-old old man might have received so much attention for the first time. So many people were concerned about his health. Xiang comforted the old man and then looked at Zhao Nan. It's okay. Listen to me and change the catheter. When Zhao Nan heard this, he did not hesitate any longer. He stood up decisively and said to his assistant, "Prepare to change the equipment. Use PVC catheters." The compliance of PVC catheters was very poor, but the control was strong, and the ability to resist distortion was also very good. To put it bluntly, it was harder. The hard catheter had better propulsion and maneuverability than the PE catheter. However, nothing could be perfect. A hard catheter would damage the blood vessels. When the balloon was inflated, it could even cause the blood vessels to rupture if it was not handled properly. None of this was impossible. However, now was not the time to hesitate. It was time to make a decisive choice. Of course, Liang Xiong could have chosen to tell the other party that the surgery had failed and that there was no way to continue. They could contact the hospital in the capital as soon as possible, such as 301. He could also throw this mess to Xianxia and the second provincial hospital. He was here to lecture and perform surgery. This kind of thing, to put it bluntly, she was a slut. However, Liang Xiong did not hesitate. He chose the treatment option and the PVC material. He felt that Xianxia was not bad. He knew that no one here could take on the responsibility of the surgery other than him. He also knew that he had to do this surgery. Liang Xiong took a deep breath and took the PVC catheter. This familiar material, the slightly hard guide wire, seemed to emit a cold aura, telling everyone that he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, this tube was really not to be trifled with. But, today, it had to be you. Just like Liang Xiong. It had to be him. The surgery continued. The guide wire went along the armpit and entered the brachial artery. Under the effect of the pushing force, it began to slowly go deeper along the brachial artery. When using this kind of tube, one had to be careful not to hurt the surrounding blood vessel walls. Therefore, one needed to be highly tense. The lead apron was a little heavy, but at this moment, it was even more stuffy and uncomfortable. Liang Xiong's temples were sweating, but he did not move at all. Finally, the catheter continued to the periphery of the tortuous blood vessels and prepared to enter the first bend. At this moment, Liang Xiong was ready. He gently exerted force on the guide wire in his hand. "Pass, it had to pass," Zhao Nan prayed beside him. The surrounding people were also full of hope. Just like that, Liang Xiong's guide wire followed the first bend. When it reached the opening, the impact of the blood flow, the curvature of the blood vessels. He exerted a little force and the catheter passed with this force. "Pass," Liang Xiong was delighted. Zhao Nan, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Everyone was happy. But, soon, Liang Xiong realized that they were happy too early. After the guide wire passed through the first bend of the tortuous blood vessels, it was obvious that there was a problem. That was, he might not be able to pass through the next bend. His control was a little weak in such a bend. It was not enough to complete a series of actions. It was too difficult. It was really too difficult. At this time, Liang Xiong had already fallen into a dilemma. It was too difficult to move forward. If the strength was uneven and the control was insufficient, it would be easy to damage the blood vessels. If he withdrew, not only would he fail at the last step, he might also face the same problem of damage. What should he do? At this moment, even Liang Xiong, a veteran of the battlefield, was finally in trouble. Was there no hope? Zhao Nan saw Liang Xiong's predicament. The surrounding people also saw the difficulty at this moment. Everyone fell silent. After a brief moment of excitement, the operating theater once again fell into a state of helplessness. Why don't we wait for academician show? Liang Xiong was out of ideas. He felt like a student who had made a mistake and needed his teacher to help him out. But, could his teacher do it? This kind of PVC material generally had strong control, but he did not expect that in such a tortuous blood vessel, the control was not as good as the current conduit with good compliance. Just as Liang Xiong was at a loss, suddenly, a voice sounded behind his ear. "Let me do it." As soon as that was said, Liang Xiong was instantly stunned. He turned around blankly and saw that the person who came was actually Xianxia. Chief Chen? Liang Xiong said in surprise. Xianxia nodded. When the surrounding people saw Xianxia, their hearts could not help but thump. Could it be? Everyone was stunned at first, then they were immediately overjoyed. Perhaps, Professor Chen also knew how to perform interventional surgery. At the thought of this, this idea quickly spread in everyone's hearts and gradually swallowed their hearts. That was right, if Professor Chen said he could, he should be able to, he definitely could. Liang Xiong clearly remembered that Chen Song was very busy and did not learn much about the show corporation. Liang Xiong had a strange expression on his face when he saw Chen Song. That was because Chen Song had not even finished reading the entire course on Shou Shintai's surgical technique, let alone practice it. That puzzled Liang Xiong. However, Liang Xiong was grateful that Chen Song had made such a move at such a time. To be honest, it was an extremely unwise choice to perform surgery at this time. To put it bluntly, this was a surgery that could not be stopped. It was a dilemma. Anyone who had some understanding of interventional radiology would know that this surgery was already very awkward. What did it mean to be in a dilemma? It meant that if they continued to go deeper, they would not be able to reach the area where the embolism was. Rashly retreating could easily damage the blood vessels. Liang Xiong was not the only one who was worried. Even the people around him were worried sick at this moment. Everyone looked at Chen Song worriedly. Their eyes were filled with confusion as they did not know why Professor Chen wanted to go up at this time. They knew that Professor Chen was amazing. They also knew that Professor Chen was very capable. However, interventional radiology was different from internal and external surgery. It was a third discipline and a new department that was parallel to internal and external surgery. Professor Chen did not seem to have come into contact with interventional radiology. Otherwise, the hospital's Zhu Qian would not have invited Professor Shou Weixiong to give a lecture. If one had to say that Professor Chen was inextricably linked to interventional radiology, then the XPRI technique could only be considered as a type of interventional radiology. For a moment, everyone was a little worried. At this moment, He Hui's family members in the office were stunned. Who is this person? What is he doing? He Hui's eldest son, He Youfu, asked anxiously with his eyes wide open. Don't let him do it. We're looking for Professor Liang Xiong and academician Shou Weixiong, but who is this person? He Youfu's words ignited the enthusiasm of his siblings. He Yukai asked anxiously, yes. Secretary Yang, don't let him do it. Who's going to be responsible if something goes wrong? Seeing how anxious the He family was, it was impossible for the others not to be anxious. Secretary Yang was the big secretary of Hunan Province's new city. It was inappropriate for the mayor to step in, but it would be rude for others to step in. Secretary Yang could not help but look at the leaders of Ammonium Yang around him. However, he was surprised to find that no one around him spoke. Secretary Yang was stunned. Who was this person? Secretary Yang was not stupid. His long career made him very clear that the expressions of the people around him were meaningful. Although he did not know who it was, he could guess that it was not simple. He Youfu was anxious. He was afraid that his family's money tree would be gone. He couldn't help but grab Secretary Yang's arm. Secretary Yang, you, help me. Secretary Yang was also embarrassed. At this moment, Tan Ligua spoke. This is our director Chen. He Yukai was anxious. No matter which chief it is, you can't do this, right? After all, we trust Chief Liang more. He is Huaxi's interventional chief. We asked a lot of people to find him. Even an outsider like me knows that Huaxi is amazing. You guys. Before he could finish a sentence, He Yukai realized that what he said was inappropriate, but the surrounding people heard it clearly. He was clearly saying, how can you compare to Huaxi? At this moment, Tan Ligua was a little angry. Although what he said was the truth, the second provincial hospital was indeed far inferior to Huaxi. However, he felt very uncomfortable. Tan Ligua said indifferently, he is Chen Song. After saying that, Tan Ligua stood up and prepared to leave. Well, Director Hao, please accompany me for a while. I have something to do. Deputy Director Hao Shiliang nodded when he heard that. In fact, he was also very unhappy. At this moment, in the operating theater, Chen Song had already walked to Liang Xiong's side. He looked at Liang Xiong and said firmly, let me do it. Liang Xiong frowned. The situation was already very awkward, he was in a dilemma. It was difficult to make a choice no matter what. Looking at Chen Song, Liang Xiong gritted his teeth. Director Chen, it's okay. Let me do it. Chen Song was still so young. Liang Xiong did not want to leave such a mess to such a young man with a bright future. Chen Song could not help but smile when he saw this. He knew that Liang Xiong was being kind. The operating theater was not a qualifying competition. They could fight for positions. There was no winning or losing. If they lost, they could only meet at the crematorium. Chen Song pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Well, that's fine too. However, Director Liang, I have an idea and a suggestion." Liang Xiong stared at the screen. There was only the complicated blood vessel and the eye-catching thrombus in his eyes. How could he take it out? How could he bring the catheter in? Hearing Chen Song's words, Liang Xiong nodded. Okay, go ahead. To be honest, he did not think that Chen Song had any good suggestions. At this moment, Chen Song's voice sounded. Director Liang, although PVC tubes are relatively hard, their smooth coating is made of silicon and PET materials, which means that their resistance is very low. At the same time, the guide wire's axis is made of nickel-titanium alloy, which is relatively hard. So, I think we can take a risk and give it a try. Look, the angle of the blood vessel is about 120 to 150 degrees, and the friction resistance of the blood vessel is very low when the blood is diluted. Also, I remember that the PVC tube you used is from Boston Scientific. Their lubrication coefficient is 32, and the most important thing is that they use an atraumatic head. If we think about it from a physics perspective, I think we can try it. The angle of the bend is inclined inwards by 15 degrees and pushed with a uniform force. For example, like this. As he spoke, Chen Song began to demonstrate. Liang Xiong's eyes became brighter and brighter as Chen Song's words. Jiao Nan's eyes widened in confusion. Was this a study of surgical methods or physics? It was very puzzling. Even Liang Xiong felt his head buzzing at this moment. He felt like he was suddenly enlightened. It was a magical feeling, as if he had suddenly broken through a bottleneck. That's right, interventional surgery had always been carried out under the auspices of good visualization. This meant that the technique and precision of the surgery were very high. However, when it was difficult to improve on technique alone, what should he do? Chen Song's answer gave him a direction, that was to try to control it with the support of unreasonable data. In that case, this wasn't just a simple surgery, it was a new future. Interventional surgery was a new discipline, and the momentum of its development and future was already bright. However, what was the biggest problem now? It was that the limitations of interventional surgery were too high. Many surgical interventional methods could not be achieved, many surgical interventional methods could not be achieved. This was the biggest and most important problem. Interventional surgery could only solve the surgery under the tubes and passages. Moreover, this was only a small part of it. However, Chen Song's words actually made Liang Xiong come to a realization. It was terrifying to think about. He froze on the spot, thinking about all kinds of possibilities in his mind. The more he thought about it, the scarier he felt, because it was just as Chen Song said. In fact, blood vessels were not so easy to break. The most important thing was how to use limited means to solve some difficult problems through controllable risks. That was the most important thing. It could even be said that Chen Song's idea really opened up the future development of the interventional surgery department. Could physics or even optical physics be used to find a way for the future of interventional surgery? If the direction and angle of entry of the interventional probe could be simulated through instruments, wouldn't that be much simpler? Thinking of this, Liang Xiong was really excited. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the operating theater. Okay. 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 That's a great idea. Everyone turned around and realized that Mr. Shou Weixiang had arrived at some point. Academician Shou. Everyone nodded and sighed that their savior had arrived. Chen Song also greeted respectfully, "Hello, Academician Shou." He Yu Kai, He Yofu, and the others in the office heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Mr. Shou was here. Everything was fine. This was the most powerful group of people in the field of interventional surgery in the country. If he couldn't do it well, there weren't many people who could. Even if there were, they might not be able to invite them. Don't think that these top doctors were easy to invite. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded and speechless. They saw Shou Weixiang looking at Chen Song with an excited expression. Good. That's great. Professor Chen is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. Your idea is very novel and very promising. The difficulty of interventional surgery is that we can't reach certain areas. Your idea can at least advance our development by 10 years. It can even be ahead of those foreign institutions. This idea is very good. The only thing I'm not sure about is its feasibility. After all, there's still a big gap between theory and practice. Shou Weixiong was very happy. Sometimes, for a group of people like them, what they lacked was not time or effort, but direction. If the direction was wrong, the road ahead would be very difficult. This was the situation they were facing now. Interventional surgery overseas was 50 to 60 years ahead of China. Over the years, due to the spillover of technology, his learning and improvement had been rapid. However, when this technology spillover reached a certain point, it would slow down or even stop. This was very terrifying. At this time, what appeared was a man-made technological chasm. It was too difficult to cross over, and from Shou Weixiong's agitated look, it was obvious how difficult it was for people of their generation to get to where they were today. Even the protective suits were discarded by others. They say that medical treatment has no borders, but why don't they give us the best protective suits? Looking at this old man in his 60s who was affected by the radiation, he looked weak but had a strong heart. Everyone was grateful. It was because of this group of people that medical science was able to flourish. Today, the old man was truly excited. Because he had finally found a way to surpass others in his lifetime. Although we are inferior to you in many aspects such as conduits, materials, wires, axes, coatings, etc. However, we have a new general direction. The technological chasm was all-encompassing. For example, medicine included materials science, biochemistry, medical physiology, biology, even molecular cell biology, and so on. To surpass it was not something that could be done overnight. Chen Song's appearance had allowed the concept of medicine to advance by leaps and bounds. However, there was a huge gap between their materials. What should they do? The fastest way was to exchange. You used advanced technology in exchange for our excellent and cutting-edge direction. Shou Weixiong's eyes lit up. He looked at Chen Song and quickly said, "Come, Xiao Chen, quickly, you can do this surgery. I really can't wait to see such a transformational surgery." As soon as he said that, the He family and Secretary Yang in the office were stunned. They all stared at Shou Weixiong and were a little anxious. To be honest, they did not have the right to appoint Mr. Shou Weixiong. They were not on the same level. Then, Shou Weixiong's words stunned them even more. Shou Weixiong looked at He Hui and said with a smile, "Old sir, you're lucky to have met Professor Xiao Chen. To be honest, for this surgery, even though I was invited, I don't have a good solution myself. Of course, I'm not saying that I can't do it. Even if you go to the whole world today, I'm not exaggerating to say that no one in any country can remove your thrombus with a catheter. You're lucky to have met a good doctor." Chen Song did not refuse. Time was limited, and the surgery could not be delayed. He took the catheter from Liang Xiong's hand carefully. Under the expectations of Liang Xiong, Zhao Nan, and everyone else, he took the instrument and prepared to begin. The He family did not say anything, since they had already said so much. It was enough to explain the problem. They could only place all their hopes on Chen Song. At this moment, Chen Song had already begun his operation. Chen Song's eyes were like precise lines as he began to make judgments. All kinds of precise angles were like an exquisite computer. Even Chen Song sighed with emotion. So this was how the perfect eye could be used. At this moment, the system notification sounded, ding. Level 100 King level boss discovered. Suggestion, remove it through interventional surgery. Difficulty is high. Chen Song was indifferent. He carefully held the thruster and began to push it according to the route in his eyes. Strength, angle, blood flow, they were all accurately controlled. At this moment, Chen Song's catheter finally arrived. At this moment, everyone was excited. Chen Song also felt the obvious resistance. Then, he quickly said, heparin 0. 75 milliliters. Then, he looked at the lines according to the resistance and carefully adjusted the pressure of the balloon. Then, he gently checked out the catheter. It was out, the first thrombus was out. With the first time, the next operation was a breeze. Chen Song repeated it again. And again, until there was an obvious pulsation of blood in the proximal artery, and the end of the embolus came out like a mouse's tail. Seeing this scene, Shou Weixiang and Liang Xiong looked at each other. They said excitedly, "It's a success." Liang Xiong nodded excitedly. "It's a success. This is a beautiful era." Mr. Shou looked at Chen Song and muttered to himself. P.S. I've been attending conferences for the past 2 days. The senior seminar for young and middle-aged writers in Xianxia province and the signing ceremony for writers in Xianxia province. I'm very sorry, I feel very guilty, but there's really no other way. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Interventional embolectomy was the core operation of interventional surgery. It was also a key part of the success of the surgery. With the removal of the rat-tailed embolus and the balloon, the retrograde blood flow appeared directly. This scene was as happy as spring in the eyes of the interventional doctor, because this was a sign of successful embolectomy. Old Mr. Shou Weixiang stood there and stared at Chen Song excitedly, muttering to himself. Chen Song's idea today was really amazing. Sometimes, the world was really cruel, and the gap between people was really too obvious. Some people worked hard all their lives, but in the end, they were not as good as some people's starting point. For example, there was a very popular saying now, some things, if you did not have them when you were born, you would never have them in this life. This was the art of reincarnation. Chen Song's idea made Shou Weixiang, who had been studying interventional surgery for half of his life, extremely excited. Physics, optical physics, and materials science combined to study interventional surgery. This concept of interdisciplinary development and the future was really exciting. However, suddenly, Shou Weixiang was stunned. That was why Chen Song could perform the surgery. Just as Chen Song said, there were many factors to consider in this surgery, such as the angle of the blood vessel, the texture of the blood vessel wall, the speed of blood flow, the strength of the catheter's axis, the compliance of the PVC material, and so on. There were so many factors to consider, but why was Chen Song so familiar with the operation? Thinking of this, Shou Weixiang suddenly felt a cold sweat on his back. It was a little terrifying. Could it be that Chen Song had already mastered this technique? Thinking of this, Shou Weixiang looked at Chen Song in surprise and fear. His breathing was rapid. After the embolus was removed, the surgery was not completely over. He still needed to use the F3 embolectomy tube to insert the radial and ulnar arteries respectively. This was because the thrombosis of these patients definitely could not be in only one place. There would be secondary thrombosis. These also needed to be cleaned up. At the same time, Chen Song used heparin and saline to rinse the distal catheter. At this time, the surgery was finally over. Zhao Nan had yet to recover from his shock. He really did not understand how Chen Song was able to pass the PVC catheter and the shaft core, which had such low compliance, through such a tortuous and tricky vascular wall. It wasn't that he didn't understand Chen Song's theoretical basis. However, it was precisely because he understood that he was shocked. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. The more you know how to respect. It was the same for Zhao Nan. Just as Chen Song said, the surgery was so complicated. Why was it so simple and easy in his hands? Could it be that there was a shortcut? Liang Xiong's condition was much better than Zhao Nan's, although he was also frowning. However, when he saw that Chen Song's surgery had ended, he quickly said, "Director Chen, let me wrap it up." As he spoke, Liang Xiong began to close the incision with a non-invasive blood vessel suture. The operation was a success, but no one applauded. Because everyone was still immersed in the surgery just now, the catheter seemed to have a life of its own in Chen Song's hands, and he could do whatever he wanted. It was really amazing. The He family members who were watching the surgery outside were also stunned. They all stared at Chen Song with wide eyes. This obviously very young director Chen was actually better than Mr. Shou Weixiang. So amazing. Yeah, it's really amazing. Professor Chen is really amazing. We have to thank Professor Chen properly. Yes, people were like this. They were very realistic. They lived very well. As long as you could cure the disease, you were nothing. Others would have to put you in a balloon and worship you. At this moment, Hao Shuliang listened to these people's words and also felt that it was very ironic. He Hui looked at the situation around him and looked at Chen Song with some emotion. Director, the surgery is done? The old man didn't know what to say, but when he saw how excited everyone was, he understood what had happened. Chen Song nodded. Before he could say anything, Xianxia said with a smile, "Old master, let me tell you, your surgery was too successful. Director Chen handled it very well for you. You have to thank Director Chen properly." Although he had seen through life, he didn't want anything to happen to his hand. It would be best if it could be healed. He was so excited that tears flowed out. Sigh, God has been good to me. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. What kind of painting do I like? I'll draw it for you when I get back. Chen Song smiled. All right, old man. Rest well. After the surgery, he still needed strict postoperative care. However, he didn't need to be sent to the intensive care unit. He only needed to be sent to a normal ward. Zhao Nan was really a little emotional. He didn't expect Professor Chen to be so amazing even in interventional surgery. This could no longer be described as an expert or a master. Chen Song's skills had obviously exceeded this category. Even academician Shou Weixiang couldn't handle the surgery, but Chen Song could do it easily. One had to know that Chen Song was proposing a brand new future. What a shocking and desirable future it was. After the surgery ended, everyone slowly left. However, no one said anything else. Even if they did, no one said anything. Before the crowd left, Hao Shuliang rushed into the operating theater. His expression was a little strange. He looked at Chen Song and Shou Weixiang and couldn't help but say to everyone, "I hope everyone can keep the details of today's surgery a secret. After all, this is a scientific research project of Professor Chen and academician Shou. It is very likely to involve the development plan of the country's intervention next year. I hope everyone will pay enough attention to it and not publicize it." Hearing Hao Shuliang's words, everyone nodded. Everyone had been with Chen Song for a long time and understood this point. Because Professor Chen would come up with some surprises and discoveries from time to time. Although it couldn't be said that they were numb. However, everyone no longer used it as an excuse to brag. Chen Song smiled and didn't say anything. An idea was very important. But, the most important thing was his control of the details and the design of the surgery. No matter how advanced technology was, it was still in the service of mankind. With or without Chen Song, the difference between the two was huge. Therefore, Chen Song wasn't very worried. Old Mr. Shou Weixiang also smiled. If only the development of medicine or science was that simple, he knew that this idea and project could be successful without Chen Song as the chief engineer or guidance, but it would take a long time. However, no matter what, Hao Shuliang's rigorous work attitude was still very satisfying. Scientific research required rigor. Everyone nodded and got up to leave. They knew that Professor Chen and academician Shou Weixiang had something to say. After everyone left, the head nurse led some people to clean up the operating theater and left as well. Chen Song, Shou Weixiang, Xianxia, Zhao Nan, and Hao Shuliang were left behind. Sometimes, the operating theater was the quietest place. There was no need to worry about the walls having ears. It was also the most reliable to chat inside. There was no need to worry about the outside world. At that moment, Zhao Nan finally had the chance to ask Chen Song. "Professor Chen, how did you do it? According to your initial idea, the difficulty of the surgery would be very high. There are so many factors to consider, such as the angle of the blood vessels, blood flow speed, catheter compliance, and so on." Xianxia and Shou Weixiang also wanted to know the answer to this question. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "Because I've been studying this for a long time. I've actually been studying thromboembolic interventional surgery for a while. And there's a technique to it." Chen Song's words aroused everyone's curiosity. There was indeed a technique? Zhao Nan was pleasantly surprised. He was too embarrassed to ask just now, but he didn't expect there to be one. What technique? When Chen Song saw the three people's eyes bulging, he immediately smiled and said, "The show opening technique." Chen Song's words stunned everyone. Shou Weixiang was also at a loss for words. Well, he was a little embarrassed, a little vain, and a little confused. As a participant, Xianxia was suddenly stunned. He carefully recalled Chen Song's technique and skills and couldn't help but become serious. The more he recalled, the more he felt that Chen Song didn't seem to be joking. That was because he vaguely felt that Chen Song's operation was somewhat familiar. It seemed like it was really the show opening technique. However, Chen Song clearly didn't learn the show opening technique. How did he learn it? Chen Song said with a smile, academician show. Actually, your understanding of interventional surgery is very deep. I only thought of the optical physics interventional surgery technique after learning from your foundation. It's not unreasonable for the show opening technique to avoid many techniques and choose a relatively complicated operation. On the contrary, Shosher's opening is the most suitable operation for blood vessels. This is also the reason why I dared to try it. Of course, I'm very sensitive to physical lines, angles, and so on. That's why I was able to complete the surgery successfully. After Shou Weixiang heard this, he looked a little excited. The Shou family's intervention was actually only popular in the south. Even the capital and other countries didn't think much of it. This was because the opening of the Shou consortium was relatively cumbersome. At the same time, many international intervention methods were direct and simple. It seemed that all surgeries were developing in the direction of foolishness. This was not belittling, but another kind of improvement in this era. Therefore, the Shou family's opening technique had always been controversial. When Shou Weixiang heard this, tears flowed down his cheeks. He was really excited. He was also very happy. The happiness of having his ideals recognized far exceeded that of being given a house. To him, his greatest wish was to bring all that he had learned in his life to greater heights. Director Chen. Thank you. Shou Weixiang shook Chen Song's hand excitedly. He took a deep breath and was filled with gratitude. Saying thank you was the persistence of a generation. Liang Xiong also touched his tears emotionally. He knew his teacher's persistence and obsession. Shou Weixiang's health was not good to begin with. In addition, his white blood cells were very low due to radiation, and his resistance was very poor. However, in order to spread and promote the Shou family's intervention, he gave lectures all over the country. In fact, it was free and self-funded. Finally, someone recognized it, and this person was Chen Song. A capable, famous, and new generation of medical scientists recognized him. For Shou Weixiang, it was a rare and precious placebo. Really? Director Chen. Then, can I do it too? Liang Xiong couldn't help but ask. Chen Song nodded. Actually, you can. How about this? This afternoon, I'll get someone to send over some animal experiments. You can try it. Liang Xiong nodded excitedly. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard the system notification sound. Ding. Congratulations on completing the level 100 boss thrombosis removal surgery. You have received a generous reward. You can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Surgical treatment for cervical spondylosis. 2. Surgery for sympathetic nervous disease. 3. Interventional neurosurgery treatment. Chen Song looked at the 3 rewards that were emitting a golden light and couldn't help but become excited. None of the 3 were skill books, they were skill library. Whether it was cervical spondylosis, sympathetic nervous surgery, or interventional neurosurgery treatment, they were all a set of skills. Chen Song didn't expect the rewards to be so rich. Cervical spondylosis, yes. However, Chen Song took a look and realized that his skill tree seemed to be exchangeable. It was the same for sympathetic nervous surgery, only interventional neurosurgery treatment couldn't be exchanged. Moreover, neurosurgery. If interventional surgery was added, what kind of sparks would there be? Chen Song was also looking forward to it. If interventional surgery was used, there would be no need to perform a craniotomy. Moreover, they would avoid passing through many dangerous areas. The treatment effect should be very good. Thinking of this, Chen Song didn't hesitate any longer and directly chose to exchange, accompanied by a pleasant sound. Chen Song realized that there were many more surgeries in his skill library. The group of people walked out of the operating theater while chatting and laughing. They bumped into the He family. The family looked at them excitedly. This, Director Chen. Thank you so much for today. I'm very grateful. You saved my father. He Yofu said with a smile. Yes, the old man was fine. The He family also returned to their calm. It's okay. It's my duty. Chen Song smiled. He still respected the old man. He Yukai smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Director Chen is noble. Noble medical ethics. My father said that he's going to give you a painting. He Yukai looked at Chen Song as if he had struck gold. Chen Song didn't have much of a reaction, but Hao Shuliang and the others had a look of disgust. By the way, this is the big secretary of our new city, Secretary Yang. This is the chairman of our provincial literary federation. This is. Hiofu introduced a few officials. Then, he said, you've helped a lot today. Let's have lunch together? I'll introduce some friends to Professor Chen. When Chen Song heard that, he smiled faintly. There's no need. I have something to do in the afternoon. Why don't you guys go ahead? After that, Chen Song waved his hand and got up to leave. This caused everyone to be stunned. They had seen people who didn't give face, but they had never seen someone so resolute. Liang Xiong and Shou Weixiong were still thinking about the surgery in the afternoon. They followed closely behind, said their goodbyes, and left. As for Zhao Nan, he was embarrassed. These were the leaders of their new city, and this was Chen Song. It was so difficult. The He family members' faces turned green and purple. It had been a long time since someone disrespected them like this. Zhao Nan gritted his teeth and stayed. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, he could not help but say, Mr. He, Chief Chen is really busy. He still has surgery in the afternoon. Hiofu nodded. Then let's go. After the group left, some of the He family juniors muttered softly. He really didn't give us any face. Otherwise, he's just a small chief. At most, he's a section chief. We introduced him to so many section chiefs, but he didn't go. What a fool. That's right. Grandpa gave a painting to this person. The officials behind him also sighed. They all shook their heads. When He Yukai saw this, he thought that the leaders were unhappy. He quickly said, Leaders, I'll be the host today. Don't be a wet blanket. The president of the Couplet Association waved his hand. Mr. He, if old Master He is fine, I'll be heading back. I won't trouble you. Secretary Yang also nodded. Yes, there are too many things to do in the office. We'll be leaving first. Call me if you need anything. When the other leaders saw this, they all left. The huge group of leaders just now was gone in an instant. Zhao Nan was dumbfounded. What the F***ck? Am I the god of plague? As for the He family members, they were even more stunned. They did not expect such a thing to happen. After Secretary Yang and the rest left, they could not help but sigh. The He family members were really too arrogant. They only gave them face because of old Master He. But, Chen Song did not need to care about them. Did they really think of themselves as important people? As long as old Master He was around, they really thought of themselves as part of the family. They came for a meal because they wanted to befriend Professor Chen. What was Professor Chen's status? He was the godson of Secretary Kong Xiangmin. He was the favorite of the Health Committee. He was the benefactor of the Minister of Science and Technology. Most importantly, Professor Chen was the deputy leader of the Health Committee of the Central Health Committee. He was in charge of the health of some leaders. What kind of rich family was that? Professor Chen alone was a rich family. Everyone left. They did not even want to have anything to do with this family. Before they left, they all came to visit Chen Song to express their gratitude. They even invited Chen Song to give lectures in their provinces. In the afternoon, the animals that had been successfully modeled were sent over. Among them were rats, pigs, and rabbits. Conduct interventional experiments. He tried to use the Shou family's interventional technique to complete the embolectomy. Of course, Chen Song had also made improvements based on the foundation of the Shou clan's opening. An entire afternoon, everyone was pleasantly surprised. This was because they were pleasantly surprised to find that things were far simpler than they had imagined. It didn't even require such high-precision optical physics skills. Shou Weixiong was, after all, an experienced expert. He hit the nail on the head. We can deal with it in terms of developing technology. The catheter is already very thin. There is no room for improvement in the F1 F5 models. Their diameters are very small. If we treat them with optical devices, the losses will outweigh the gains. When I saw your surgery just now, I realized that we can enlarge the angiography. At this time, can we use some auxiliary tools to plan a path? Speaking of this, Chen Song suddenly reacted. You mean, it's like playing billiards in a game, and we can simulate the route? Shou Weixiong clapped his hands excitedly. Yes. That's it. But we have more factors to consider. I suggest that we contact a professional. We can record the elasticity coefficient, texture, blood flow rate, compliance of the catheter, and friction coefficient of the blood vessel wall according to the ratio. Then, we can try to get a calculation method and simulate the surgical route. It had to be said that Old Master Shou Weixiong was really experienced and knowledgeable. Chen Song benefited a lot from the afternoon's discussion. The original optical physics plan was simplified to an auxiliary tool, which was abbreviated as plug-in. This was a real plug-in. Chen Song suddenly felt that he wasn't using a plug-in. They were the ones using an auxiliary tool. During this period of time, after having a research plan, Old Master Shou Weixiong didn't leave anymore. However, Liang Xiong was even busier. He had to return to Huaxi every 3 to 5 days. He was basically running around. However, the harvest was really rich. Chen Song was rich. He also had territory. He directly opened up an area in the New Medicine Research Institute. And at this moment, a piece of news was suddenly announced. Chen Song won the 2021 Wang Zhongqing China Neurosurgeon of the Year Young Doctor Award. The announcement of this news immediately made the second provincial hospital a lot more joyous. The Wang Zhongqing China Neurosurgeon Award was very important in the country. It was known as the most important award in the field of neurosurgery. However, Chen Song wasn't really famous for this matter. It was because the selection committee of the Wang Zhongqing Award couldn't find Chen Song. The award was about to be given out in a week. And Chen Song didn't reply for a long time. The selection committee contacted him again and again. Only then did they know that Chen Song didn't see the letter. Therefore, this made Chen Song really famous. At noon, Chen Song ate something in the cafeteria and finished it hastily. In the afternoon, he still had to guide the research of the Shou family's interventional reconstruction technique. After Chen Song obtained the neurointerventional surgery skill library, he was surprised to find that the nervous system's organization was more complicated, and the degree of vascular tortuosity was more serious. Therefore, it was very important to research this kind of thing. Chen Song was also building a foundation for himself. He had superb neurosurgical interventional techniques. If this auxiliary tool could be made in the field of neurosurgery in the future, Chen Song felt that his name was definitely an unerasable stroke. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't care less about anything else. He quickly studied it. However, Chen Song looked at the invitation in his hand. It was an invitation to the Wang Zhongqing Award ceremony a week later. Chen Song had forgotten that he had such a mission and reward. However, looking at the system's nature, Chen Song finally realized he should only receive the reward after he received the award. When Old Ma saw Chen Song, he sat down with the lunchbox. This time, Old Ma was very quiet. On the contrary, it made Chen Song a little uncomfortable. Finally, Chen Song couldn't hold it in anymore. Don't you have anything to say? Old Ma didn't stop eating and said vaguely. Awesome. Chen Song was stunned. So perfunctory, this won't work, start over. At this moment, Old Ma suddenly put down his chopsticks. His eyes were full of tears as he stared straight at Chen Song. This gave Chen Song a fright. What's wrong? Hey. Team Leader Ma, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. I won't pretend in front of you in the future, okay? Don't be like this. Hey. At most, I'll give you an award next year. Old Ma was stunned. He had choked on mustard earlier and felt terrible. Damn, it was all Chen Song's fault. He did not want to cooperate with him and accidentally choked. But, looking at Chen Song's terrified expression, Old Ma was suddenly stunned. It seemed that the effect was not bad. Who told you to act cool? A bowl of soy milk slapped on your face. Haha, it felt good. But, when he heard that Chen Song wanted to give him an award, Old Ma was even more dumbfounded. His brain was blank as he stared at Chen Song. Tears flowed down his cheeks and into the rice. At this moment, Chen Song was really frightened. After all, a 1.8-meter, 90-kilogram strong man was crying in front of you. This feeling was very strange. Really, I'll give you an award. I'll recommend you to be an academician in the next batch, okay? I can't give you more. Don't cry. I'm begging you, Team Leader Ma. Old Ma was stunned when he saw this. He finally found out. Where was the secret of a woman's success? It was in tears. No man could withstand the attack of tears. The secret of a woman's wealth, the secret of Liu Bei's fortune, it was all here. At this moment, Old Ma had an epiphany. He recalled that when he won his wife's heart, he cried. Now, the key to his career's peak was also tears. Old Ma had an epiphany at this moment. So that was it. It turned out that all these years, his path had been wrong. Therefore, he took a mouthful of mustard-flavored huangguang and cried even harder. Chen Song was helpless when he saw this. He did not expect Old Ma to cry at this moment. He looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him with complicated expressions. Chen Song was really helpless. After all, it would be inappropriate for a man to cry in front of him. Back at the research institute, Chen Song told Shou Weixiong, Liang Xiong, and the others that he was going to the capital to receive the award. I might be out for a while. If you need anything, contact Yaya. Qingyu had been coming often these few days and everyone was familiar with each other. Shou Weixiong suddenly said, Oh? Dr. Wang Zhongjing Award? Looks like you're going to be busy. Chen Song was stunned and asked curiously, why? Liang Xiong said directly, it's because the World Neurosurgery Federation, WFNS, awards are announced almost at the same time. As long as the judges of this organization are not blind, you will definitely be selected this year. Chen Song was stunned. The World Federation of Neurosurgery? Is it very powerful? This sentence made Shou Weixiong laugh. Yes, of course. The Global Neurosurgeon Award issued by the World Federation of Neurological Surgeons is only selected once every 4 years. Every time, 5 outstanding young doctors are selected from all over the world. All of the previous winners of the award enjoyed a high reputation internationally. They had made great contributions to the development of neurosurgery in the world, and many of them had even become presidents of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. They are the emerging elite force in the world of neurosurgery. After Chen Song heard this, he immediately looked forward to it. After all, what would it be like if he were to become the chairman or president of all the medical associations in the world? Liang Xiong handed the phone over. Look, this organization is huge. It's 10 times more than your AATS association membership. Chen Song took it curiously. The World Federation of Neurosurgery, WFNS, was established in 1955. It is the largest neurosurgery academic organization in the world with more than 30,000 doctor members. The WFNS aims to improve the level of neurosurgery in the world, strengthen the exchange of neurosurgeons around the world, expand the spread of knowledge in the field of neurosurgery, and promote research and exploration in neurosurgery and related disciplines. Chen Song was actually looking forward to it. Such an award should be very important, right? Chief Chen, it shouldn't be a big problem. Liang Xiong smiled. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about what you've done in the neurosurgery department. You've solved Parkinson's disease. It's not too much to win an award for such a contribution in any era. I wouldn't be surprised if you won the Nobel Prize, let alone the World Neurosurgeon Award. And the new stereoscopic technology you developed. These are all things to be proud of. I really hope that Chinese people can win such an award. After all, no one has ever won it before. Chen Song could not help but say, 5 people will be chosen in 4 years. I just woke up this year. Maybe I passed the evaluation period. To be honest, Chen Song also felt that he would not have a big problem. He had conquered Parkinson's disease. He had also participated in the research of the new stereoscopic device. There was also the spinal cord repair technology, although the specific information was not well known. However, the precision treatment of paraplegia was still very good, right? The Paraplegia Precision Treatment Hospital was also set up by him. This matter should be very sensational. No matter what, he had to win an award. Chen Song waited for a few days. He was about to go to the capital to receive the award, but there was still no news from the World Federation of Neurosurgery. However, this matter was spreading like wildfire in the country. After all, Chen Song had indeed achieved excellent and even historic results in the field of neurosurgery this year. no matter who saw it, they couldn't deny it. Therefore, the domestic neurosurgery department was full of joy and harmony this year. When the award ceremony was held, Xianxia was the host this year. He was already a big shot in the field of neurosurgery in the country. Xianxia was still very influential. He looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "This year is the fastest year for the development of neurosurgery in our country. It is also the year for the greatest progress in the field of neurosurgery in our world. This year, we have made a lot of excellent results. And the main credit must be attributed to one person." "Who is he?" Xianxia asked loudly. Then, he put his hand next to his ear and said to the crowd, "Who is he?" For a moment, the audience was suddenly lively. Everyone shouted, "Chen Song! Chen Song! Chen Song!" The voices were endless and spread in the huge venue. Even Chen Song was a little embarrassed. The award ceremony was very impressive. The country recognized Wang Zhongqing very much. After all, he was the pioneer of the neurosurgery industry in China. He had cultivated more than half of the backbone of neurosurgery in China. After the award ceremony, Xianxia said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to this year's World Neurosurgeon Award. I believe that Professor Chen can win it in one fell swoop." Before Xianxia finished speaking, the World Federation of Neurosurgery announced this year's World Neurosurgeon Award, and inside, Chen Song was not included. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. Everyone was waiting for this good news today. They did not expect that it would come. P.S. There is another one tonight. Everyone, go to sleep first. This sudden news almost disrupted the order of the venue. The people below the stage told the news to the people around them. More and more people saw the list of winners announced by the World Federation of Neurosurgery. At this time, Xianxia was also silent. The unusual restlessness at the venue also made him feel strange. The news spread quickly. More and more people saw the list of winners. The award ceremony was over, but Chen Song and a few people who received the award were still on the stage, waiting for the host to speak and take a photo. However, Xianxia did not say any more of those exaggerated words. To be honest, at this time, he had already guessed most of it. Could it be? Chen Song was not on the list of the world's neurosurgeons announced by the World Federation of Neurosurgery. Thinking of this, Xianxia's first feeling was not anything else but anger. That's right. Why? Chen Song's results were obvious to all. His achievements and results were obvious to everyone. Why was Chen Song not on the list? Now, Xianxia's face and neck were red. He wanted to go to the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery, grab his collar, and pull him hard to ask him why. Why? For a moment, the whole venue was silent. Everyone came to this meeting today, and at the same time, they also hoped to see a Chinese person win the World's Neurosurgeon Award. This was the recognition of China's neurosurgery, but it was not. We worked so hard for so long and achieved such results, but we still did not get your recognition. Do we need your recognition? An unfair judgment, such an organization's recognition, what is the meaning of it to us? One person was silent, 10 people were silent, hundreds of people present were silent, one person was enraged. 10 people were enraged. Everyone present was enraged. Everyone stared at the stage, at Chen Song, a young man full of hope and a future. There was no jealousy in their eyes, nothing else, only a simple desire to fight for him. Chen Song was like the younger generation of these seniors present. He needed help and protection. Chen Song saw the situation and immediately understood what had happened. His first feeling was that he was stunned. To be honest, he was a little surprised. He did not get such good results. Who would get it? Chen Song was very curious. After all, the World Neurosurgeon Award relied on the influence of the industry. Chen Song thought that his influence was good, but he didn't expect. Sigh, I'm still too low-key. Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Maybe I should sound the alarm to the neurosurgery department and tell them that the wolf is coming. To be honest, Chen Song did not care about this International Neurosurgery Award. Because there was no prize for this award. This was not as important as the Wang Zhongqing Young Neurosurgeon Award to Chen Song. Award presentation, photo shoot, everything passed in a state of depression. Everyone was unhappy. In the face of foreign enemies, the people of China were surprisingly united. It was the same this time. Xianxia was also lacking in character. and his voice was a little more indifferent. As the president of the National Association of Neurosurgeons, he really felt a little indignant. Shui Jingren felt that he should do something. Perhaps our current technology is not enough, but it won't be long before we stand up. He tried to adjust the atmosphere and liven up everyone. Let's put aside the unhappy things first. When it's over, we'll talk about that. Next, let's invite the award winner, Professor Chen Song, to give a speech with the warmest applause. The applause below rang out. It was earth-shattering, it was very shocking, everyone was very positive. Chen Song smiled and bowed to everyone, saying seriously, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the recognition of every friend and senior. I know why everyone is unhappy. But I don't think this is a great thing at all. Because in my heart, the importance and influence of Mr. Wang Zhongqing's Neurosurgeon Award is actually above the World Neurosurgeon Award. It doesn't mean that the world is necessarily the best. For example, is the World Table Tennis Champion good? Or our National Table Tennis Championship? Oh. Is the Group Champion good? To put it simply, the World Table Tennis Champion is nothing. If you have the ability, try the national competition." Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Chen Song's joke. Next, Chen Song's words shocked everyone. So, why are we so sure that the World Neurosurgeon Award is better than the Dr. Wang Zhongqing Award? Can't we make China's neurosurgery the best in the world? Why should we let those foreigners evaluate the development progress and influence of our neurosurgery? I'm standing here now to tell everyone that we can say no to the world. I promise that one day, our China's medical awards will become the awards that people all over the world scramble for. At this point, Chen Song smiled and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He said to the crowd, "Actually, today is a day of double happiness. I just happened to take this opportunity to announce a good news." At this point, Chen Song announced loudly, "From today onwards, which is also the beginning of this year, Chen Song's Medicine Award is established." Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone was stunned. Chen Song's Medicine Award, what was that, establishing an award at such a young age? Would it pass? Moreover, it was very expensive. It needed a special evaluation committee, a professional organization, and, however, Chen Song then said loudly, Chen Song's Medicine Award has been recognized by the National Health Commission and many other departments. The prize comes from the fixed shares of Johnson & Johnson Group, and the annual amount is about $30 million. And I will use all this money to encourage the development of domestic medicine for the Outstanding Medicine Award. 1 first prize, $10 million. 3 second prizes, $5 million. 5 third prizes, $1 million. Hearing Chen Song's words, the crowd suddenly quieted down. How much was the Nobel Prize worth? And Chen Song's third prize was worth more than the Nobel Prize. For a moment, everyone was really shocked. Chen Song continued, "From today onwards, our medical achievements don't have to be evaluated by others. We will judge them ourselves. Finally, I want to say this to the World Federation of Neurosurgery, thank you for giving us a reason to be independent." As soon as these words came out, the crowd burst into applause. In fact, China wasn't the only one who had opinions about this award. The World Paraplegic Alliance also publicly criticized the World Federation of Neurosurgery for being blind. P.S. Delivered at 5 p.m. Thank you to Ghost Silence for your 30,000 tip. Thank you. Dane? Are you crazy? Bartran Fee stood up angrily when he saw the list of winners of the World Neurosurgeon Award announced by the 2021 World Federation of Neurosurgery. He took a plane to London that day. The distance from Munich to London was not long. Bartran Fee went straight to King's College Hospital after he got off the plane. Speaking of which, England was a magical country. Whether it was a hospital or a college, generally speaking, the best was related to the word royal. Other than the royal family, there were kings, queens, and so on. Dane was the director of the hospital and the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. He was also angry when he saw the angry Bartran Fee enter his office without knocking and scolding him while pointing at his nose. The two were old acquaintances. They were both well-known figures in the field of neurosurgery and even had the same position. For example, Bartran Fee was also the vice president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery, and Dane was also the honorary vice president of the Paraplegia Alliance. However, they would not interfere with each other's decisions. Dane glanced at Bartran Fee and turned to look at the secretary. Did I let him in? The secretary blushed and quickly apologized. Sorry, Director Dane, I thought he was your friend. Dane said, maybe you should know what you are accusing me of. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. Bartran Fee's face changed. He did not expect Dane to be like this. Looking at the secretary who was at a loss and whose eyes were full of tears, Bartran Fee sneered, what a powerful official. This has nothing to do with the secretary. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. I'll leave after that. The secretary was at a loss and stood there, full of anxiety. Bartran Fee said directly, I'll introduce you to a job. You don't have to follow this incompetent person. After that, he handed a business card to the secretary. Call me tomorrow, I'll arrange it. The secretary glanced at Bartran Fee and then at the gloomy Dane. He got up and bowed, saying, Thank you, President Bartran Fee. The secretary naturally knew Bartran Fee. He was a person who was not worse than Dane. He had had enough of Dane's eccentricity and got up to leave. Dane saw this and became even angrier. President Bartran Fee, you're in a good mood. To poach me? Bartran looked at the enigmatic Dane and couldn't help but say, why didn't Xianxia appear in your selection this time? When Dane heard this, he leaned back in his chair and asked, what's the matter? Why should I choose Xianxia? This sentence immediately rendered Bartlett speechless. Because Professor Xianxia's achievements in the field of neurosurgery this year have far surpassed the other 5. Dane continued to ask, then does it have to be him? Besides, there are many people who have achieved excellent results in neurosurgery. Although we don't have to go by seniority, there should still be a first-come, first-served rule, right? I don't think Xianxia's achievements are that high among our people. We have 130 members and 119 national neurosurgery associations. We are the world's top neurosurgery academic organization. We are an international organization, so we have to measure national contributions. Without our help, China's Department of Neurosurgery would still be struggling in ignorance. Xianxia is amazing. But, he should understand that China's Department of Neurosurgery can develop rapidly, but it is with our support and help that China's Department of Neurosurgery can maintain contact with the international cutting-edge level. In my heart, Xianxia is far inferior to Wang Zhongqing and Duan Wusheng. They didn't win the award. What qualifications does Xianxia have? You want to talk about Parkinson's? Well, let me ask you, have we done a test? Do you have the results of the 5-year clinical trial? You mean spinal cord repair? Sorry. This doesn't convince me. And I don't believe it. Dane saw it very clearly. Was Xianxia amazing? Of course, he was. However, he was considering the national factors. He was considering the overall situation. Could he not let Mayo's Cliff win the award? Mayo recommended him. How great was Mayo's contribution to the world's Department of Neurosurgery? To be honest, Dane's impression of China was very average. In his eyes, China's Department of Neurosurgery had always been absorbing knowledge, but its contribution was very little. Therefore, he didn't care. After listening to Dane's words, Bartram also calmed down. Times have changed. Dane, this era is different from the past. Xianxia is a genius. He can change this industry. Even if you don't win the award, I think you should give him an answer. When Dane heard this, he couldn't help but smile. You think too much, Professor Bartram. Medicine is not just medicine. It's a comprehensive discipline. I'm not looking down on Xianxia, nor am I ignoring China. I just think that the beneficiaries of an organization should obey the organization's arrangements. What do you think? I'm the president of the WFNS, World Federation of Neurosurgeons. I have my own considerations. At this point, Dane suddenly said, oh, right, this year's World Federation of Neurosurgery Global Joint Conference, WFNS 2021, will be held in Japan. I need to get busy. Please leave. After that, Dane lowered his head and continued to work, ignoring Bartram. Academics had nothing to do with politics. Politics would not interfere with academic development. Even if the motherland was strong enough, this was only an international political status. It did not include academic status in a certain field. Was the motherland strong? Very strong, but was the motherland that strong? Not at all, we still have a long way to go. If one were to say that the comprehensive national strength and international status were measured by military, politics, and economy, then the total number of countries in the world would be very high. In fact, we are competing in all walks of life, from aerospace technology to ocean exploration, from new materials to new energy, from medicine and health to agricultural output. In all walks of life, in every discipline, there are struggles and sorrows that you can't see. Our comprehensive national strength is strong. This is the efforts of more than 1 billion people. However, in many industries, there are still many people who are in a disadvantaged group in international status. The purpose of their efforts is also to work hard to be looked up to by others, so that we can stand up. We don't have to be controlled by others, we don't have to be arranged by others. And there are groups of scholars and scientists who are working hard in this direction. Bartram came out of King's College Hospital in the United Kingdom. He sent a message to Xianxia. Professor Xianxia, you are the best neurosurgeon. I have always thought so. After Xianxia saw the message, he smiled. Professor Bartram. You too. After Xianxia sent the message, he suddenly had a feeling. 2 losers are bragging in business. P.S. Read it when you wake up tomorrow morning. When you come back, there are still a few chapters left. I have to work overtime. Sorry, by the way, thank you to the leader of Dao Yen for the 100000 tip. Add 2 chapters, thank you to the big boss Ghost Silence for the 30,000 tip. Add 1 chapter. The World Federation of Neurosurgery was an international organization with nearly 70 years of history. Their professionalism and science were unquestionable. Therefore, every World Neurosurgeon Award was the most closely watched award in the field of neurosurgery. It was not inferior to the Nobel Prize. From another perspective, for neurosurgery clinicians, this honor was the highest honor in the industry, surpassing Lascaux and the Nobel Prize. Therefore, after the results of this award were announced, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Compared to the only 5 winners in the world, more people were paying attention to who won the award. After all, the circle was not big. Those who could win the award were all well-known people. Everyone was even guessing. The only difference this year was that there was a super dark horse, Xianxia. To be honest, everyone actually saw that there was such a young genius on the award list. After all, most of the winners over the years were old and experienced. As for Xianxia, he had indeed achieved excellent results. The most representative research was still the treatment of Parkinson's disease. From surgical treatment to early intervention, Xianxia's research on Parkinson's disease was very advanced. As a disease that had troubled neurosurgery for so many years, Xianxia's results were extraordinary. However, everyone was surprised to find that Xianxia was not on the list. Although everyone could accept this result, they were still a little surprised. After all, Xianxia's results were not worthy of this award. In fact, Dane and the panel of judges had also considered this issue. They felt that Xianxia was still too young, and the results were still to be observed. It was completely a situation where they could give it or not. Therefore, it was postponed to the next year. After everyone saw the results, they accepted the results indisputably. After all, it did not matter who won the award. But for the Chinese people, it was extraordinary. Xianxia's emergence was like the fire of hope, constantly burning the prairie. They were actually full of hope for this award. But they did not expect, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the end, they waited for such a result. Xianxia was a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. Because Xianxia did not know much about the World Neurosurgeon Award and did not pay attention to it. Therefore, he didn't have high hopes. Was he disappointed? There were definitely some, but it wasn't that disappointing. But, however, many people were very concerned about it, at this moment. China's neurosurgeons, who were studying abroad at the Royal Medical College in London, King's College Hospital in England, and many other hospitals in China, gathered together. This is not fair. Yes, this is not fair to Professor Chen. The group of people waved their fists in indignation. They ranged in age from their mid-20s to their early 40s. They were all in England to study. Among them, there were graduate students and PhDs who studied abroad. There were doctors who went to these hospitals. Some were doctors who came to study as visiting scholars. There were also some doctors who had achieved a certain level of success. At this moment, they were gathered together to vent their dissatisfaction. That's right. Why? Professor Chen's achievements and potential far exceed theirs. Why shouldn't they give him an award? Yeah, who can cure Parkinson's disease? Professor Chen did it. This is a problem of the century. Professor Chen is also an important mission of the World Paraplegic Alliance. Even the headquarters of the World Paraplegic Precision Treatment Center was built in our motherland. Professor Chen doesn't lose to them in terms of clinical surgery or scientific research results. The group of young people's faces were filled with anger at the injustice. The hot blood of youth burned again at this moment. Perhaps this is what youth is like. At this moment, an older middle-aged doctor couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps, because the World Neurosurgery Alliance doesn't take China's neurosurgery seriously at all. One sentence was chilling to the heart. This was a kind of coldness and helplessness that came from the depths of the soul. They were in a foreign land, but their fate was tied to their motherland. Their fate was always connected to their motherland. How many places were there for them in such a big London? The purpose of their coming here was to learn the leading neurosurgery technology of others. It was so that they could go back to their motherland to improve their neurosurgery technology and improve their overall level. If it wasn't for the responsibility and mission, who would be willing to leave their hometown for a few years and come to a foreign country alone to learn humbly and sincerely under their strange and even disdainful gazes? Wasn't it because their motherland needed them? Wasn't it because many patients needed them? People had a sense of mission. When your ability reached a certain level, you would understand that you needed to do something in this life. Everyone was silent. This sentence was very hurtful and pierced their souls. But it was a very realistic and true sentence. After everyone was silent for a long time, they all looked at each other. They sighed. This organization had indeed helped them a lot in the early years. Even Professor Wang Zhongqing, Professor Duan Wuxing, and the other old domestic pioneers of neurosurgery led the domestic neurosurgery department to usher in a period of rapid development with the help of this organization. However, times would change. Silence was the most dangerous thing. Because after silence, there would definitely be more unexpected results. Sure enough. At this moment, a 33-year-old man suddenly stood up and said in a firm and resolute tone, "I want to go back to China." Everyone was stunned. They turned around and looked at Yang Yi. Go back to China? What's the matter? Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head. Nothing, but I want to go back. Are you crazy? There are only 2 months before your doctor's mobile station ends. Moreover, your project progress is very fast. Maybe there will be results soon. When the time comes, you can take the results. There might even be a patent. You can also get an excellent certificate and have a bright resume. A man from the same unit widened his eyes and couldn't help but say. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said in a hoarse voice, "No matter how hard I work, will they recognize my country? Can they change the fact that we are now treated with disdain? No matter how hard I fight, will they recognize our achievements? No. In their eyes, we will always be receiving charity. I want to go back to China. I want to look for Professor Chen. I don't believe that after leaving this place, after leaving them, we will fall behind." Yang Yi's voice was not loud, but his attitude and tone were very firm. Moreover, most importantly, he said what was in everyone's heart: if we work harder, will they change their attitude towards us? No, no. Yang Yi, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Will you be able to change your mind if you go back? Can't you be more rational? This is a rare opportunity for us. Yang Yi's colleagues could not help but try to persuade him. I'm angry too, but, if we want to stand up, we don't rely on passion. It's strength, brother. Besides, if you go back now, what will your parents think? What will your superiors think? Won't you have wasted a few years? Can you think about the reality of the situation? For a moment, the atmosphere was stagnant again. To be honest, everyone was also conflicted. After all, this was not as simple as giving up an item. What they had to give up might be a future. It was really difficult to choose, but, at this time, someone stood up and said, "I want to go back too." A voice followed closely behind, saying faintly, "I want to go back too." Everyone turned around and found that it was the gentle and weak girl who usually didn't like to talk. She seemed to be about to graduate from her doctorate. She was giving up just like that. Xianxia felt his face heating up. It turned out that many people had the same thoughts as him. He was not the only one. She was not the last one either. One after another, more than half of the people were preparing to go back. Don't they think we're not important? Let's show them that without us, they won't have it easy. That's right. Why is Professor Chen working so hard? Isn't it for the development of our country's neurosurgery department? He's already done his best for this dream. Even if we don't have the ability to fight for him, we have to wipe away his tears and comfort him. We have to tell Professor Chen that there are people secretly supporting him from behind. I'm going to King's College Hospital tomorrow to find Dane and seek justice for Professor Chen. I'm going too. Count me in. One after another, a small gathering in the evening became a pre-war planning. These students gathered together and were ready to charge. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. They tore the sheets off their beds, wrote banners, wrote letters on their clothes, and prepared slogans. It was a quiet night. The next morning, before 8 o'clock. A group of people wearing 5-starred red flags stood at the entrance of King's College Hospital. This group of people held banners in their hands that read, "Fairness." They didn't want much, just fairness. But in this world, the rarest thing was fairness. 40 to 50 people were draped in 5-starred red flags. To be more precise, their clothes were painted like the red flag. This group of people stood neatly outside the hospital. It was very eye-catching. The security guards stopped them and they couldn't enter. Although parades were legal in foreign countries, they were often seen. However, their actions instantly attracted everyone's attention. China's national flag? What are they doing here? Fair? What happened? The passers-by looked at them curiously, not understanding what was going on. However, they couldn't help but take photos and post them on Twitter and Facebook. Xianxia? What are you doing? Why did you come here when there are so many things to do? A professor recognized Xianxia, who was standing in the front row, and quickly went forward to persuade him. Xianxia frowned. I have more important things to do. For example? The professor found it funny because Xianxia rarely talked back to him. In their hearts, Xianxia was an obedient student. He would do whatever he was told to do, as long as they taught him something. He wouldn't say the word no at all. Everyone called him yes man. However, this time, Xianxia rejected him. Xianxia said firmly, fair. We need to ask President Dane why Professor Chen Song didn't win the World Neurosurgeon Award. John was stunned when he heard that. He glanced at John and shrugged. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. John had nothing to say about Chen Song not winning the award. However, after he took a few steps, he turned around and said, because there's only one China person among the judges and presidium of the World Association of Neurosurgeons. That's fair. John's words were very interesting. After everyone heard that, their first feeling was anger. However, after thinking about it carefully, perhaps that was really fair. Why was there only one China person among the judges and presidium? To put it in a trendy way, why should the efforts of generations of people from these countries be surpassed by the efforts of a young genius doctor, Chen Song, in a few days? To put it bluntly, many countries had contributed a lot to the World Association of Neurosurgeons. That was fair. However, was that really fair? No, that wasn't it. Xianxia shouted at John, no, no, no. That's not fair in the true sense. That's an excuse. Science should be judged fairly, not based on history. John didn't look back. When Dane arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Xianxia ran directly over. A group of people followed closely behind and stopped the car. President Dane, we want fairness. Why didn't Professor Chen Song win the award? That's not fair. Looking at the indignant look of this group of people, Dane didn't answer. Instead, he contacted the security office and called the police. It was already a blessing for this group of students to come and study. To be honest, he didn't care at all. This was because it was not up to these people to decide whether Dane would be the chairman or not. The Chinese scholars only had one vote, however, that afternoon. One after another. Many China students applied for withdrawal surgery one after another. The members of the doctor's mobile station also terminated their contracts, when many contracts were sent to the director's office. The director of the neurosurgery department was a little anxious. However, Dane looked at the application, picked up the stamp in his hand, and stamped it. Pass. 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 All of them passed. Seeing this scene, the department head was stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Director Dane, will it have a bad impact? Dane shrugged. I followed their opinion. They followed the wishes of their hearts. A very good result. As for their ideals. Hee, too young, too simpletonitive. After Dane finished speaking, he didn't care. Instead, he said, finish our interventional research as soon as possible. It's good that this group of people left. We can speed up the development of interventional neurosurgery. Then, Dane said mysteriously, when you're weak, the price to pay for dignity is very high. It's good that they left. Neurosurgery methods. Hee, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. P.S. I'll write 2 chapters first. There's more tomorrow. Everyone, rest early. Oh, maybe everyone is asleep, haha. Shenyang. Yang Yi dragged his luggage as he walked through a familiar alley. The people around him greeted him one after another. Little Yang is back. Aya, how's England? Old Yang will be so happy to know that you're back. Yang Yi smiled and responded to his neighbors one by one. After walking far away, everyone turned back to look at Yang Yi and gave him a thumbs up. Old Yang gave birth to a good child. Yes, Dr. Turtle, just wait to enjoy life in the future. But it's really torturous. He went to school until he was 31 years old and then went abroad. The Yang family is really suffering, but the hard days should be coming to an end. Isn't that so? The Yang family is doing well now. Listening to the praise and envy of his neighbors, Yang Yi's footsteps suddenly hesitated. In the past, when he returned home, he was always in high spirits. However, this time, Yang Yi felt that his steps were heavy and he almost could not lift his feet. It was just as the neighbors said. For an ordinary family, it was really difficult to send him to school and get a doctor. Moreover, his father. Because of an accident in the early years, his right leg was injured and he walked with a limp. He relied on his mother's salary as a primary school teacher to support the family. Yang Yi was the hope of the family. He was also the only chance for the family to change their fate. Finally, Yang Yi walked to the door of the house. It was the first floor of an old neighborhood. Since his father's leg was incapacitated, he bought a house on the 3rd floor and rented the 1st floor. He could have bought it, but considering Yang Yi's schoolwork and marriage, he could buy a house. Old Yang could not earn money himself, so he simply deposited a large amount of money in the bank. Yang Yi stood at the door and hesitated for a long time before he mustered the courage to knock on the door. Not long after, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron with short hair and slippers opened the door. When she saw Yang Yi, her eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Little Yi? You're back. Mom. Yang Yi saw that his mother seemed to have become more haggard and felt a little distressed. Although he had been scrimping and saving in the past 2 years and could still send a lot of money back, but his parents could never bear to spend it. After all, Yang Yi did not have a house and was not married. As his parents were quite worried. The doctor's mobile station had a high salary. In China, it was 200,000 to 300,000 a year, not to mention the large foreign institutions. Quick! Come in! The woman said excitedly and shouted into the house, Old Yang, your son is back. When Old Yang heard this, he limped out. When he saw Yang Yi, he was delighted at first, but then he couldn't help but frown. Why are you back now? Didn't you say there were still 2 months? Just as Yang Yi was about to explain, the woman hurriedly said, all right. It's noon. Let's talk while we eat. Old Yang didn't say anything. Yang Yi was silent. The more it was like this, the more the woman felt that something was wrong. Old Yang took a puff of his cigarette. White Red Pagoda Mountain, a few dollars for a box. The whole family had a happy meal. Old Yang couldn't help but ask, why did you suddenly come back? Yang Yi knew that he would not be able to escape in the end. The woman couldn't help but roll her eyes at old Yang and said with a smile, "Can't you come back and rest for a few days if you're tired? You didn't even come for the new year this year. Are you homesick?" Looking at his parents, Yang Yi took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to speak directly. "I've resigned. The contract has been terminated." That one sentence stunned the two of them. Resign? When old Yang and his wife heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. They were about to graduate. Why did they suddenly terminate the contract? What exactly happened? Old Yang looked at his son and really wanted to speak. Yang Yi directly explained the whole sequence of events to him. "Our request didn't get any response. We didn't get any fairness there. I was the most hardworking, the most talented, and the most successful in the unit. But my treatment wasn't good. Then we applied to withdraw from the school and terminate the contract. This time, all 45 of us came back." After saying that, Yang Yi lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. He was ashamed to face his parents, just as his companion said. Impulsiveness and hot-bloodedness had a price. At this moment, Yang Yi suddenly heard the sound of a table being slammed. That's right, it was old Yang. He hadn't changed at all. Yang Yi was prepared to be reprimanded. But the voice that reached his ears was, "Good. Well done. Yang Yi, this is the most honorable thing you've done for me in more than 30 years. Preposterous. Isn't this blatant bullying? I know how good Professor Xianxia is. Professor Chen is so good that he didn't give a prize. It's obvious that he looks down on us Chinese people. What are we going to do there? Waiting to be laughed at? When we're being discriminated against, we still have to contribute to them? In your dreams." For a moment, Yang Yi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a scene. He turned around and looked at the limping foreigner who was cursing at him in the living room. Although he was just a disabled citizen, his image was surprisingly firm. Yang Yi suddenly felt a little moved. His parents' understanding was his greatest relief. Now it's all good, finally it's all good. Dad, Mom, I'll go to the teacher tomorrow. The Shenyang Military General Hospital shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, I'm going to study to learn skills. I don't need that paper of proof. I have skills and qualifications. Don't worry. Yang Yi stood up and said. Yang Yi wasn't the only one who experienced the same thing. When these people came back from the UK and looked at their parents, leaders, and teachers at home, they were surprisingly forgiven. It turned out that, in front of the country, in front of the dignity of the motherland, everyone's attitude was so firm. Perhaps they were just ordinary international students. Perhaps they had no power or influence. Perhaps they were only 45 people, and they didn't have any influence at all. However, they followed their hearts. They did such a thing and seemed to have never thought of reciprocation. After Chen Song attended the award ceremony in Beijing, he didn't stay for too long and went straight back to Ammonium Yang. He started the next work. The World Federation of Neurosurgery didn't give Chen Song an award, but Chen Song didn't care. What he cared about was that this organization seemed to have some prejudice against China's neurosurgery department. They didn't seem to value him. After returning, Chen Song and academician Shou Weixiong continued to research on the auxiliary tools of interventional technology. Neurosurgery, haha, it wouldn't be long before a method called neural intervention matured. At that time, many of the methods that they were proud of would become a thing of the past. On this day, Shui Jingren personally came to Ammonium Yang to look for Chen Song. Professor Chen, I think I need to show you something. Shui Jingren looked at Chen Song and said seriously. Seeing how serious Shui Jingren was, Chen Song was also stunned for a moment. Director Shui, what happened? Shui Jingren handed the phone to Chen Song. Take a look at this video. Looking at Shui Jingren's serious face, Chen Song took the phone in confusion, but, after watching the video, he was stunned. He clearly saw a group of people in the video wearing clothes that looked like a 5-star red flag, and they were fighting for justice for him. He saw a group of people with banners that wanted fairness. The video was not long, only about 20 minutes. Chen Song also saw them being taken away by the security guards and the police. Their eyes were full of stubbornness. Chen Song understood what had happened. After watching it, Chen Song felt angry for the first time. A kind of anger was growing in his heart. He was really moved by this group of colleagues who were studying abroad. They went out to study, so they had no right to speak. But even so, they still stood up for him. However, this person called Dane ignored them. Dane, was he the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery? Chen Song took a deep breath. His expression was serious. But his heart was already angry. This time, Chen Song was really moved by his compatriots. When he was being treated unfairly, there were really people who stood up for him. This was family. At this moment, Xue Jingren suddenly said, this group of children. They dropped out of school and terminated their contracts. Some of them are doctorates, some are postdocs. Many of them are about to graduate or their contracts are about to expire. Now. Sigh. They have all returned to the country. After Chen Song heard it, he felt a roar in his mind. His blood was boiling. After a moment, Chen Song took a deep breath and said, I know. Xue Jingren could not help but say, they are really a group of good children with a pure heart. These people are the future of the motherland. What are your plans? Chen Song pondered for a moment and said slowly, I want to set up a doctor mobile station and recruit this group of people. Hearing this, Xue Jingren's eyes lit up. Good idea. But, to apply for this, you need to have a research project, right? What have you been up to recently? I'm not too sure either. It seems to be an intervention? Chen Song looked up at Xue Jingren and said, that's right. Then how do you accept them? Chen Song couldn't help but glance at Xue Jingren and suddenly said, I have a big project now. Not only do I need them, but I also need a group of top neurosurgery experts. Director Xue, are you willing to join us? Xue Jingren's eyes lit up. What topic? Chen Song, it's a secret. We'll talk about it after you join. Xue Jingren rolled his eyes. Alright, I'm in. Tell me, what's the topic? Chen Song said seriously, neurological interventional therapy is used to treat neurological diseases. After Xue Jingren heard this, his eyes immediately widened. This is not a small topic. Chen Song nodded matter-of-factly. That's why I'm short of people. You're the first in the field of neurosurgery. If you join, you'll be ranked higher. After hearing about neurological interventional therapy, Xue Jingren's eyes lit up with excitement. Okay. This was the future of the nervous system. Neurosurgery was actually an immature surgery. Because of the complexity of the nervous system, surgery was destined to have many side effects and complications. Interventional therapy for neurological diseases was currently a cutting-edge project. He didn't expect Chen Song to have already started to research it. Thinking of this, Xue Jingren was naturally pleasantly surprised. Chen Song said, I'll contact someone to set up a doctor's mobile station. You'll be responsible for finding these children. Xue Jingren nodded, however, he still felt a little strange. These people are older than you. It's not appropriate for you to call them children. Chen Song was stunned and coughed. You're older than me too. After saying that, Chen Song got up and left. Xue Jingren was left standing there in a daze. For a long time, he didn't understand what he meant. Chen Song had caused quite a stir in the past few days. The video of Wang Zhongqing's medical award ceremony and speech was released. It also attracted a lot of attention. Dane also saw it. After seeing it, he just pouted and said enviously, stupid but rich. That's right, Johnson & Johnson's dividends were used to set up the award. $30 million was a tempting sum to anyone. In these 2 days, the judges of the World Federation of Neurosurgery were actually under a lot of pressure. After Chen Song lost the award, they set up the huge prize money for Chen Song's doctor award. This was very clear. The English media reporters also came to interview Dane. For such a rare major news in the medical industry, no one wanted to miss it. Mr. Dane, what do you think of the Chen Song Doctor Award? Yes. Now many people think that Professor Chen is qualified to win the World Federation of Neurosurgeons Award. Why didn't he win? Dane just said, we have a professional judging committee. I can't make the decision alone. The Chen Song Doctor Award is a good thing. It can encourage and train more excellent doctors, but, in many cases, money alone is not enough. The World Federation of Neurosurgeons award is only tens of thousands of USD, but the weight of this certificate is more precious than millions of USD. This is honor. The development of medicine does not only rely on money. Money alone can't create cutting-edge medical treatment. At this time, Xianxia officially built a neurosurgery doctor mobile station with the support of the neurosurgery department, the emergency neurosurgery team, and the Xianxia New Drug Research Institute. The approval process was very simple. Xianxia only needed to submit for approval and it was quickly approved by the higher-ups. After the establishment, Xianxia directly spent 100 million on it. We don't need the country's sponsorship. We pay for it ourselves. This was probably the main reason why the higher-ups approved it so quickly. At the same time, invitation letters were sent out one after another. Xianxia was preparing to go to work at this time. He found a teacher at the Shenyang Military General Hospital. He was about to sign the contract. At the crucial moment, suddenly, an envelope was sent. When Xianxia opened the envelope and saw the invitation letter signed by Xianxia himself, he was excited. It turned out that his efforts were not in vain. His actions and efforts were seen by Professor Xianxia. We specially invite Dr. Xianxia to be the deputy chief researcher of our Dr. Mobile station. Xianxia was excited and looked at his teacher in shame. Teacher, I'm sorry. I'm going to Ammonium Yang. Xianxia's teacher smiled. Okay, go. At the same time, 45 students who returned from the United Kingdom all received invitations. Although the content was different, the purpose was the same. They were invited to join Xianxia's team. P.S. Everyone, go to bed early. Wake up tomorrow and read it. There's more. Welcome home, welcome to the team. These simple words gave these 45 people a sense of security and belonging that they had never felt before. Only when they were abroad and felt that kind of injustice would they understand the feeling of coming from their motherland. At that time, they were one with their motherland. Xianxia looked at the 45 people in the venue. He was very touched. This group of people used their meager strength and sparks to tell him that he was not fighting alone. Xianxia bowed slightly and looked at everyone with a smile. Welcome back, everyone. It's actually my fault. I should have gone to the United Kingdom to pick you up personally. Tell Dane that we, the overseas students in China, have backing. We are not to be bullied by them. I'm sorry, I didn't do it. But let me tell you, you are never alone. There are countless people fighting side by side with you. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the two doors opened, many people poured in one after another. They applauded warmly to welcome the 45 children to join them, one after another. 200 to 300 people entered the venue, with smiles on their faces. They told the group of students with applause, "You have found an organization." The sudden applause gave Xianxia and the rest of the 45 people a fright. They turned around one after another, and a surge of hot blood rushed into their minds. Passion surged, passion like fire, hot tears filled their eyes. They were extremely excited. What was being touched? This was it. Every one of them was touched at this moment. From the cold path of learning overseas to huddling together for warmth, and now to the warmth of finding an organization. They had experienced a lot. They also knew how to cherish it. When Xianxia saw this scene, he was excited. It was worth it. It was worth it to go home. Even if we are lagging behind, we are moving forward with the same heart. I am willing to fight together with this group of comrades. At this moment, Xianxia was surprised to find that a person came out of the crowd. He could not help but tremble all over, and goosebumps appeared. Teacher. Why are you here too? It was not only Xianxia. One after another, many people realized that their teachers and leaders were in the crowd. They were also there. Everyone was excited, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. At this moment, Xianxia waved his hand, and the scene fell silent. Welcome to Xianxia's interventional neurosurgery base. For the next period of time is tight and the mission is heavy. Everyone who participates in the mission will have to sign a confidentiality agreement. That's because the research you're about to conduct is our latest research. When everyone heard this, they were instantly stunned. A sense of mystery arose from the bottom of his heart. Sign a confidentiality agreement? What kind of confidentiality agreement does a doctor need to sign? What did Xianxia want to research? Xianxia continued, that's right. I believe everyone has heard that the 2021 World Neurosurgery Federation will not be held in China. It will be held in Tokyo, Japan. Everyone knew about this news. Xue Jingren applied for it many times, but he failed every time. There was a chance this time. However, because of Chen Song's failure in the selection, a series of events happened, which directly affected Asia and Japan. At the same time, we received an invitation from the other party, inviting us to participate in the meeting. Of course, it's not just the meeting, it's also the competition. Chen Song continued, every year, there will be a neurosurgery skills competition at the annual meeting. It's the same this year. The competition is divided into three major areas: first, clinical skills; second, scientific research and innovation; and third, new developments in neurosurgery. I believe everyone is very clear about the rules. The first place of each year's competition will automatically enter the judging committee and become a judge of the World Neurosurgery Federation. After hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked at Chen Song. Their eyes sparkled, and they were a little excited. As long as Professor Chen participated, he could monopolize all three areas, just as everyone looked at Chen Song with hope in their eyes. Chen Song suddenly said, "What I want to tell everyone is that I won't be participating in this meeting." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Professor Chen was not participating in this meeting. For a moment, everyone suddenly felt a little uneasy. If Chen Song was not going, wouldn't they be embarrassing themselves if they went? They might as well not go. Now they had a conflict with the World Neurosurgery Federation. If Chen Song did not participate in the competition, they would be humiliated if they went. They did not expect that Chen Song would not participate. For a moment, everyone felt uneasy. In the end, they were still not confident. At this time, Chen Song suddenly asked, "Are you guys worried? Are you afraid? Are you retreating?" Everyone was silent. They were blushing and ashamed. Chen Song's words were like exposing their scars. It was extremely painful. It was also like a fig leaf being taken away. Chen Song continued, "Don't worry. In the next few months, we will let you participate in this meeting with confidence and anticipation. So, the next period of time will be very hard and tiring. It's not too late for everyone to give up now. It's about the neurosurgery skills competition at the 2021 conference of the World Neurosurgery Federation in a month's time. I hope everyone will cheer up. This is our first confrontation with the World Neurosurgery Federation. What we need to do is, draw your sword." Chen Song's words were very imposing. The crowd below was also stirred up. But, winning the award was definitely not something that could be changed with just a few words. Morale could be improved, but how much could their ability improve in a few months? How much could their clinical skills improve? Everyone was a little uneasy. The meeting ended. In the next few days, everyone joined the base one after another. Although it was called a base, it was actually an old hospital building. It could be directly used after some tidying up. Just like that, an old 5-story building became the first neurosurgery base in Ammonium-Yang. It even had the title of China's Neurointerventional Surgery Mobile Station. And when they started training, everyone was suddenly stunned. They realized that what they needed to do was actually neurointerventional treatment. This immature technology, would this work? But Yang Yi was full of surprise, because he was conducting this research at King's College Hospital in the United Kingdom. He did not expect China to also carry it out, but when Chen Song and old Mr. Shou Weixiang appeared and passed down Chen Song's improved show's opening technique for simulation practice, Yang Yi was a little disappointed. He did not know why there were many operations that could have been simplified, but they were much more complicated. Many operations seemed superfluous. It was really too difficult to be ahead of foreign countries with this technique alone. Yang Yi thought for a long time, gritted his teeth, and went straight to Chen Song. "Professor Chen." Chen Song looked at Yang Yi and nodded. "What's wrong?" Yang Yi clenched his fists and stared at Chen Song. He directly said what he wanted to say. "Professor Chen, with all due respect, our interventional techniques, interventional pathways, and even interventional equipment are not as good as Chairman Dane's. I'm not belittling ourselves and elevating the other party. What I want to say is, just as a great man said, we should look down on our opponents strategically and pay attention to them tactically. Professor Dane and the others have actually started to conduct neurointerventional research a long time ago. When I was at the doctoral mobile station, I was working on a project on vertebrobasilar artery intervention and unblocking. I believe that they have already achieved good results on many major arteries. Their operating techniques, imaging technology, and even many details are really on point. I think that they will definitely bring it out at this year's meeting. And our technology doesn't seem to have much of an advantage. After saying that, Yang took out his book. It described in detail the new show's opening technique that Chen Song and old Mr. Shou Weixiong had newly developed. Actually, there are a lot of steps that can be omitted. Professor Chen, look, here, we can completely abandon the debugging of the catheter and directly use force to penetrate. The angle is also very. Chen Song looked at Yang Yi and suddenly admired him. What Yang Yi could find, according to common sense, was indeed so, however, that was the essence of the operation. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he said directly, Professor Chen, this is the interventional technique that Professor Dane and the others taught us. I know that it's not the core operation, but I think it's necessary to learn from it. Chen Song took the book and read it seriously. Yang Yi wrote very seriously. He had his own insights, the other party's teachings, and doubts. The thick book was full of words. It could be said that this was the essence of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gave it to Chen Song without holding back. Chen Song looked at it, flipped through it, and then closed the book. He looked at Yang Yi and suddenly asked a question. Do you want to be my student? In the field of neurointerventional surgery. After Chen Song asked the question, he suddenly said, forget it, let me show you something first. After saying that, Chen Song left the hospital with Yang Yi and drove him directly to Chen Song's new drug research institute. Along the way, the two of them did not speak. Yang Yi did not know how to answer. He wanted to be Chen Song's student. After arriving, Chen Song brought Yang Yi directly into the research and development room. After entering, Yang Yi looked at the huge research base and was suddenly dumbfounded. A modern research base, densely packed researchers were coming and going. Row upon row, it was methodical, everyone was a little busy. Chen Song brought Yang Yi to an office. A few researchers saw Chen Song. Director Chen, you're here. Chen Song nodded. Yes, simulate the puncture of the internal carotid artery system, C1, C2, C3, C4, and C5 segments. Yang Yi, you do the puncture. After Yang Yi heard Chen Song's words, his expression suddenly changed. This? Professor Chen. I might not be able to do it. The intracranial artery had two systems. One was the vertebrobasilar artery system, and the other was the carotid artery system. The carotid artery system involved more blood vessels and was very complicated. From C1 to C5, it basically covered many blood vessels. It could even be said that it covered many areas of the brain. For example, the anterior cerebral artery, the middle artery, the posterior communicating artery, the anterior and posterior choroid plexus, and directly extended to the hippocampal gyrus. These basically covered most of the blood supply of the entire brain. The difficulty factor was very high. If he could complete this, the intracranial interventional treatment would be 80% completed. Of course, Yang Yi was not confident, he was still doing the vertebrobasilar artery. There were not many internal carotid arteries reaching the skull. These things, it was impossible to achieve. Yang Yi quickly shook his head. Professor Chen, I'm sorry. I might not be able to do it. Chen Song heard that and smiled slightly. Try it. This is just a simulation. Yang Yi heard Chen Song's words and nodded. He took a deep breath. If it was embarrassing, so be it. It was not like he had never lost before. Thinking of this, Yang Yi picked up the catheter and began to operate. As expected, Yang Yi encountered a problem from the beginning. The intracranial blood vessels were relatively thin and fragile, and the degree of tortuosity was higher. This meant that the difficulty of the operation was even higher. Instinctively, Yang Yi wanted to demonstrate to Professor Chen what he had learned overseas. Therefore, he tried to operate from the C1 segment of the internal carotid artery. After issuing from here, he needed to cross the front of the optic tract and reach the front edge of the brain's foot. Then, he needed to cross the optic tract near the parahippocampal gyrus and pass through the choroidal fissure to reach the inferior corner of the ventricle. There were 4 difficulties in such an operation. The difficulty factor was very high if he wanted to pass through. Therefore, Yang Yi began his operation. According to what he had learned back then, it was already very difficult to pass through the first optic tract. However, he realized that the difficulty had just begun. Every step after that was very difficult. Before he reached the front edge of the brain's foot, he touched the blood vessel wall. Suddenly, a prompt sounded on the big screen. Failure. Seeing that the catheter had pierced the artery, Xianxi's face turned red. If this was a real person, the operation would have already failed. He gritted his teeth and continued. The second time, he also failed at the front edge of the brain's foot. The third time, he failed at the same place. The fourth time, the fifth time, the number of failures increased. Xianxi's expression was solemn. He kept adjusting and modifying his angle and technique. He kept trying. Several simulation props had been broken. These things were very expensive. The simulation of intracranial blood vessels cost thousands of dollars. This was no longer just a simulation. It was also burning money. However, Xianxia didn't say anything and just stared at Xianxia. Suddenly, Xianxia passed through. This was already the 10th time. Next, he passed through the optic tract for the second time and reached the parahippocampal circuit. Xianxi's face was filled with joy. He had really done it. Xianxia was also stunned. This kid was very talented, Xianxia smiled. Xianxi's operation just now was already in line with the Show Corporation's version 0.1. However, Xianxia's opening technique was already in line with the Show Corporation's version 6.0. Xianxia was also stunned at this moment. He suddenly realized that his operation just now was very similar to the Show Corporation's opening technique that Xianxia had taught them. At this moment, Xianxi's expression changed. He suddenly understood something. At this moment, he carefully followed the technique he had learned and passed through the blood vessels of the parahippocampal circuit. He was excited. He was excited. He put down the equipment in his hand, turned to look at Xianxia, and said excitedly, "Teacher, I want to learn interventional surgery. P.S. Would you believe me if I said that I just woke up?" Xianxia looked at the silly child and could not help but laugh. Was this already shocking enough? This was only the beginning. The calmer Xianxia was, the more obvious the shock in Xianxi's heart was. Xianxia even blushed a little. The thing that he thought was a big deal turned out to be an insignificant thing that was abandoned by Professor Chen, and the thing he looked down on turned out to be so useful. Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at Xianxia seriously. "Professor Chen. I'm sorry, please forgive my ignorance and shallowness. But I really want to learn neurological interventional surgery from you." Xianxia did not immediately respond. Instead, he asked, "What do you think of this puncture technique?" Xianxia said seriously, "The Shou family has added a new concept to the foundation of the original. The seemingly complicated operation is actually not superfluous. Instead, it increases the controllability of the interventional process. Moreover, the seemingly complicated operation makes use of limited space to achieve a higher degree of safety." The more Xianxia spoke, the more excited he became. He really did not expect that the complicated and superfluous operation would have so many unexpected surprises. Originally, he could not even see through the vision beam. In the end, after trying to change it, he could even reach the side of the hippocampus. This was a very terrifying concept. What was the core of interventional surgery? First, you had to reach a certain area. If you could not reach it, how could you talk about interventional treatment? Xianxia was honestly a little surprised by Xianxi's comprehension. He did not expect him to comprehend so quickly. Even Liang Xiong had questioned it back then, but he did not have Xianxi's comprehension. Sometimes, no matter what you did, there were really geniuses. Xianxia was very satisfied with Xianxia. However, after a moment, Xianxia suddenly asked, "Then, what do you think is our shortcoming?" After saying that, the surrounding researchers also looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia pondered for a moment and could not give an answer. After a long time, Xianxia racked his brains but could not think of a shortcoming. After all, his thinking was not at the level of Xianxia. Moreover, the things he had experienced were also different. Could it be catheter technology? Xianxia asked curiously. Xianxia shook his head and looked at the researcher beside him. "Open the auxiliary tool and let him see the effect first." The researcher nodded. Their support sheets were starting to show results. After collaborating with Tsinghua University and Beihang University, their technology had improved tremendously. a preliminary model had already been designed, however, it could only be used in a small area. After the device was turned on, the image below the X line had changed, the image of the key blood vessels was continuously enlarged, and the image of the catheter also appeared. It happened to be the position next to the hippocampus that Xianxia had manipulated. Now, if he wanted to pass through the choroidal fissure to reach the ventricle, he would have to take a circuitous route with narrow blood vessels. It was extremely difficult, however, this was the key to supplying blood to the ventricles of the brain. It was very easy for cerebral infarction to occur. If the thrombus could be removed here, emergency treatment would be much more effective than thrombolysis for cerebral infarction patients. The key was that it was difficult to achieve. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Can you go to the brain room? Xianxia's eyes widened. He couldn't help but want to shake his head. It was impossible to reach this place, Dane and the others couldn't have done it either, this was an unattainable thing. Xianxia suddenly said, if you can send the interventional catheter to the ventricle, I promise to take you as my disciple. As soon as he said that, Xianxia suddenly heard the system notification sound, ding. You have triggered the disciple mission. Xianxia can complete the mission you gave him within 3 times. He will receive a gift from this sect. Xianxia was stunned when he heard that, he wanted to raise his hand and slap himself. Why did he have to increase the difficulty for himself? Couldn't he just not set the mission? Xianxia also took a deep breath. He was a little uneasy. This was simply an impossible mission. He glanced at Xianxia. It didn't seem like he was joking. Xianxia clenched his fists. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the catheter. Since Professor Chen had proposed such a mission, it meant that there was a chance. Since there was a chance to do it, if he couldn't do it, it meant that he didn't deserve to be Professor Chen's student. Thinking of this, Xianxia was about to start. However, at this time, Xianxia was surprised to find something. He found that when he picked up the catheter, the image was enlarged. Just as he was thinking about how to insert the catheter, a virtual line suddenly appeared. The line was red and very eye-catching. The line seemed to be reflected in the blood vessels. As the catheter was inserted, the line in front of it also deviated. Holy sh*t. After seeing this scene, Xianxia was stunned. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He quickly figured out what was going on. This was a simulation support tool. Amazing. Too amazing. How could he come up with such a crazy idea? It was too amazing. This was simply a cheat in the interventional procedure. It was definitely a cheat. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and finally understood that this could be done. This kind of high-tech thing was definitely ahead of Dane and the others. The gap between the World Federation of Neurosurgery and Professor Chen was too big. Thinking of Dane's arrogant expression, Xianxia was a little excited. Do you still think you are as good as before? Of course not. In this era of rapid development, no one dared to say that they were absolutely ahead. Thinking of this, Xianxia picked up the catheter and began to try to push it. He was surprised to find that even the elasticity of the blood vessel wall could be simulated and calculated. Awesome. There was no blood flow speed, only water. Although there were some differences, the blood flow speed was simulated. This way, it could also be calculated. Too awesome. Therefore, with the help of this cheat, Xianxia began his first operation. Success on the first try, the catheter went directly from the hippocampus through the choroid fissure, and then smoothly reached the inferior corner of the ventricle. Xianxia was instantly excited. He did it. He actually reached the deepest part of the carotid artery C1 segment. If Dane knew about this, he would definitely regret it to death. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood why he had to sign a confidentiality agreement. Because the things they came into contact with were ahead of this era and the world, the Chinese people were about to rise in the field of neurosurgical intervention. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. Teacher. I did it. Xianxia nodded and smiled. He was relieved. With a genius student, he was relieved. Xianxia smiled and said, do you have the confidence to participate in the competition? Xianxia was stunned. Me? Xianxia nodded. Yes, go and win a championship. The first competition is a new neurosurgical technique, neurosurgical intervention. Ding. Congratulations, Xianxia. You have completed the mission. You have received a gift from the sect. Xianxia was a little curious. Why had he never received a gift from the sect before? Were those students not students? However, when Xianxia saw the word personal disciple in Yang Yi's interface, he instantly understood those people were all adopted by the family. And Yang Yi was a true disciple. Xianxia opened the gift out of curiosity. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened a gift from the sect. You have received a talent card. Talent card. After use, you can improve your disciple's talent in a certain field. There is a chance to improve the level of a certain clinical surgery skill. When Xianxia saw it, he was stunned, he was a little speechless, no wonder it was called a gift. It turned out that it was for students. But it was good. After this tour, Yang Yi could not stop smiling. Teacher, you're amazing. This time, I must win the championship of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. I must work hard to learn neurosurgical interventional techniques during this period of time. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Yes, do your best. Xianxia knew that he could not put in much effort in the field of neurosurgical interventional techniques. There were too many types of medicine, neurosurgery was only a small branch to him, let alone neurosurgical interventional techniques. He needed someone to lead the development of neurosurgery in China and the world. Why did he say China and the world? This was a very realistic sentence. If one was poor, one should take care of oneself. If one was successful, one should help the world. When one's ability was limited, one had to develop and strengthen one's own country first. When one's strength reached the forefront of the world, one would then consider improving the world. People were like that. This was not called selfish, it was called protection. On the way, Xianxia drove the car. Yang Yi could not help but ask, Professor Chen, is this the Porsche Panamera? Xianxia nodded and smiled. Yes, do you like it? Yang Yi said enviously, when I was in England, I drove an old Ford that cost $2,000. After Xianxia heard this, he found a place to park and said, come, try it. Yang Yi was a little shy. No need, no need. I was just asking. Xianxia smiled. Come, give it a try. While speaking, Xianxia had already walked to the front passenger seat. Only then did Yang Yi go up. It had to be said that a good car was indeed a good car. The driving experience was very different. Xianxia looked at Yang Yi's excited look and said with a smile, if you come back with the championship, I will give you a new one. Yang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxia returned to the hospital and called Wu Hui to his office. Wu Hui asked curiously, Teacher, what's wrong? Xianxia asked Wu Hui to sit down. Wu Hui's loyalty to Xianxia had reached 100%. I want you to participate in the World Neurosurgery Skills Competition, Xianxia said casually. When Wu Hui heard this, he was stunned. Did he want to go? Of course, why don't men bring their Wu Go and collect the 50 prefectures of Guanshan? Of course he was willing to fight for the glory of the country. Wu Hui was now divorced and had a child. He wanted to be a hero and a role model for his child. He also wanted to show the skills and elegance of China's neurosurgeons on the international stage. But, the most important thing was that his ability was limited, his middle-aged career had taken a slight turn for the better. If it were not for Xianxia, he would not be where he was today. Wu Hui sighed. Teacher. I'm willing, but I'm worried that I won't be able to do it. Xianxia took out a book. This is my experience and understanding of neurosurgery. Take it back and read it. It might be helpful to you. Others can't participate in the neurosurgery skills competition. Chief Shui Jingren and the others are old. Although their experience and skills are very high, there are many things that are not as precise as you. You are still young. In your 40s, you are in the golden age of neurosurgery. Promise me that you will win the championship. Xianxia's tone was a little old-fashioned. However, Wu Hui nodded seriously. Wu Hui was a late bloomer. After he followed Xianxia, his standards and skills in all aspects improved by leaps and bounds. He completed a process of accumulating experience. This was also the reason why Xianxia asked Wu Hui to participate this time. Xianxia also wanted to give this talent card to Wu Hui. After the talent card was taken out, it would automatically turn into the insights and understanding of a certain discipline. Xianxia felt that this was more reasonable, otherwise, it would be somewhat complicated to suddenly increase one's talent. It was better to do it this way. When Wu Hui heard Chen Song's words, although he knew that it would be difficult for him to do it, he would definitely do his best. At the thought of this, he nodded seriously at Chen Song. Okay, teacher, I will definitely work hard. Wu Hui returned to the department and could not help but take a deep breath. He was somewhat nervous. Everyone on the way greeted him. Director Wu. Hello, Director Wu. Hearing these words, Wu Hui felt somewhat emotional and uneasy. He even felt that it was unreal. How long had it been, and he had already reached this stage, after a busy day of surgeries. Wu Hui held the book that his teacher taught him. The handwriting on it was clear and distinct. It was Chen Song's handwriting. The book was very thick, he could not finish it in a day. However, when he read the content, he was instantly stunned. He was surprised to find that all the things written in the book were good things that were helpful to him. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. Could it be that this was specially written by his teacher for him? Wu Hui did not speak for the entire night. He read the book and really could not bear to sleep. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, a figure quietly sneaked into the study. Dad, aren't you going to sleep? Wu Hui saw his child and smiled. I'll sleep right away. The little boy nodded. Dad, you have to take care of your body. Mom is not around. You have to take care of yourself. When I grow up, I will be able to take care of you. Wu Hui suddenly felt his nose twitch. With such a child, what else was there to be dissatisfied with? He carried the child and said seriously, Son, what do you think is the most important thing in a person's life? The little boy thought for a moment and said seriously, responsibility. Wu Hui was surprised by his son's answer. Who told you that? The little boy was now in the school in the high-tech development zone. It was a primary school specially set up by the group of doctors and researchers. It was Grandpa Zhang Mu. Wu Hui nodded. Yes, responsibility is very important. We have to be responsible for ourselves, for our family, and for our dreams. We also have to be responsible for our motherland. Son, what Dad is doing now is to win glory for our motherland. Dad is going to Japan to participate in a competition. Don't you think Dad should work hard? When the little boy heard that, he ran to the living room and brought a cup of hot water. Dad, drink more water. Go to bed early after reading. I won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, he ran away in small steps. When Wu Hui saw that, he could not help but laugh. P.S. Everyone, go to sleep first. Yes, there's no more today. There will be more tomorrow. Time passed day by day. The day of the World Federation of Neurosurgery was getting closer and closer. At the same time, the neural intervention base was gradually on the right track. In a month's time, the Shou family's opening technique had been perfected. In the end, the development of a medical field required a group of doctors to experiment and innovate. There were many intracranial arteries, just like Xianxia's work in England. Every puncture needed the guidance of a guide. After all, medicine was still a sophisticated discipline. Those who watch a surgeon's play with guns actually have a gentle heart. Therefore, after a month of contacting the Shou family's opening technique, the hundreds of researchers at the neural intervention base finally began to experiment in groups. Chen Song did not want to create a guide by himself. After Xianxia's incident, Chen Song also realized a problem. Everyone had their own ideas. After the collision of ideas, there might really be sparks. Perhaps the concept could be perfected even better. Most importantly, Chen Song did not want these people to place all their hopes on him. He wanted everyone to have a sense of responsibility. Once everyone became dependent on him, it would not be a good thing. That was also the reason why Chen Song did not choose to participate in the World Neurosurgery Skills Competition. Moreover, once the neural intervention was perfected, it could immediately be put into clinical practice, and the strength of one person was limited. Once the discipline was developed, it meant that it was possible to popularize it. Could this become a feasibility factor? Why did the development of Chinese medicine encounter shackles? It was because it was difficult for a famous Chinese medicine practitioner to continue. Nurturing a famous Chinese medicine practitioner definitely relied on more than just the latest guide. It required day after day, year after year, and even experience that could only be understood but not explained. In comparison, modern medicine could achieve universality by nurturing a doctor. That was an advantage. That was because there were many patients. How could China solve the doctor-patient ratio of 100:1, compared to the Chinese medicine team that was mixed with good and bad? Perhaps modern medicine could solve the urgent problem. Of course, the development of Chinese medicine was destined to require a unique team of Chinese medicine practitioners. The neurointerventional treatment team was growing stronger. The research progress was gradually perfected. Chen Song was even more involved. He took this opportunity to teach them his perfect neurointerventional treatment methods and techniques. His strength alone was too limited. This was a matter of mutual help. Chen Song's contribution was not one-sided. He had also gained a lot. The perfect grade skill that he had obtained seemed perfect, but in fact, it was not perfect at all. With everyone making new discoveries every day, Chen Song's harvest was also very rich. Although there were no direct system rewards, Chen Song was pleasantly surprised by the daily quest rewards. On this day, Chen Song walked out of the old 5th floor and heard the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding! Guide 10 researchers. Daily mission completed. Obtained, intraoperative awakening combined with neuroelectrophysiological technology. After receiving this reward, Chen Song was completely dumbfounded. There was only one impression in his mind. It was colored. Colorful, bubbles under the sun. It was colored, that's right. Completing the daily mission actually gave him a colorful reward. What did the colors mean? Crossing eras. It was an item or concept that was beyond the current era. Intraoperative awakening combined with neuroelectrophysiological technology. What was that? Although he had never seen it before, Chen Song could vaguely understand what it was from the name. He hurriedly opened the reward. Intraoperative awakening combined with neuroelectrophysiological technology. It refers to keeping the patient awake during a certain stage of the operation to cooperate with the surgeon to complete speech and movement instructions. Through electrophysiological technology, functional deficits such as speech and movement can be monitored, thereby guiding the depth of tumor resection to reduce the incidence and degree of neurological damage after surgery. After Chen Song saw the system notification, he was completely stunned. This thing might seem useless to many people, but for neurosurgeons, it was definitely a sharp weapon. That was because in clinical surgery, especially nervous system tumor surgery, tumors often involved some important functional areas. In this way, there were more things to take into account during the surgery. However, intraoperative awakening combined with neuroelectrophysiological technology happened to be able to use electrophysiological techniques to monitor the patient's functional areas through intraoperative awakening to assist in the surgery. After reading it, Chen Song was completely dumbfounded. Awesome. At this moment, there was only one word in Chen Song's mind. Awesome. This item was simply a blessing for neurosurgery. It was even better news for patients. Nervous system tumors were very complicated. There were many factors involved, especially gliomas. Gliomas often involved functional areas and large blood vessels. It was not easy to remove them, and it was very difficult to cure them. Now that he had this thing, at least the complications would be reduced by a lot. Thinking of this, Chen Song hurried back to his office to think about it. With this thing in hand, Chen Song was going to win the Grand Slam in this year's World Neurosurgery Skills Competition no matter what. Chen Song was going to stuff 3 reviewers into the World Neurosurgery Skills Competition no matter what. Scientific research and innovation. Was this called innovation? People were in high spirits when faced with happy events. Chen Song was the same. He just wanted to get this thing out as soon as possible and then ask someone about its feasibility. As soon as he entered the office, he bumped into Wu Hui. Chen Song simply asked, "How is it?" Wu Hui knew what Chen Song was asking. Chen Song rarely handed over shifts. After all, there were many departments. Most of the time, he would communicate with the department leaders. It's nothing. The surgery can be solved, and the patients are all stable. Chen Song nodded. Okay, don't disturb me if there's nothing else today. After that, Chen Song directly closed the door and went into the office. Wu Hui was stunned for a moment. Wu Hui had gained a lot during this period of time. In 2 months' time, he had thoroughly digested that book. Most importantly, he had gained a lot. He felt that his understanding of neurosurgery had risen by a lot. Whether it was surgery or diagnosis, it was much better than before. and all of this was brought to him by Professor Chen. If a person had a benefactor in his life, Chen Song was definitely his teacher. Wu Hui looked at the closed office door and smiled silently. Professor, my understanding of neurosurgery has risen by another level. Thank you. After saying that, he turned and left. Wu Hui actually wanted to thank Chen Song. However, his teacher was too busy and he had no time at all. When he had time, Wu Hui could not say it either. This morning, Wu Hui was so happy that he wanted to tell teacher Chen that he had improved. However, looking at his teacher's hurried footsteps, Wu Hui could not help but sigh. His teacher was less than 30 years old. However, the responsibility on his shoulders was that of China's medical industry. That was right, this was not an exaggeration at all. His teacher was really a man who carried the future of medicine on his shoulders. After a long time, Wu Hui turned and left. His teacher had taught him so much. Perhaps the best answer was to become more outstanding. After finishing his words, he turned and left. Ding! Congratulations, Wu Hui's favorability towards you has broken through and has undergone a qualitative change. Current favorability, as heavy as a mountain. You have received a reward, a talent card. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. Looking at the as heavy as a mountain favorability, he could not help but smile. Wu Hui was not good at expressing his emotions. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a story. He was reserved and calm. However, he received another talent card. Chen Song thought about it and decided to give it to Yang Yi or keep it. At the thought of this, Chen Song took a deep breath and turned his phone to silent mode. He took out the Interoperative Awakening Combined Neuroelectrophysiological Technology from the space. He began to do further research. However, as soon as he put down the phone, he saw the phone screen lit up. Chen Song was helpless. To be honest, Chen Song had an idea now. He wanted to hire a secretary to filter his messages and phone numbers. Otherwise, there would be a lot of calls coming in every day. It was very annoying. However, Chen Song still picked up the phone. Professor Chen, hello, I am the person in charge of the Asian region of the World Neurosurgery Federation, Pu Yongjin. The other party went straight to the point and introduced himself. Hello, Professor Pu, Chen Song greeted politely. Chen Song had heard of Pu Yongjin's name before. He was the best neurosurgeon in Korea and one of the winners of this year's World Neurosurgeon Award. Professor Chen, it's like this. I want to invite a few colleagues to hold a small surgical exchange meeting. The participants are all the vice presidents of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. It will be held in our hospital. I want to invite you to come and take a look. I can also introduce some friends to you. Speaking of this, Pu Yongjin smiled. After all, Professor Chen will definitely win an award in the neurosurgery skills competition this time. In the future, we will all be in the same profession, so we can communicate and keep in touch with each other. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately laughed. He didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. Besides, he didn't have the time now. Therefore, Chen Song directly refused. I'm sorry, Professor Park. I've been quite busy recently. I don't have time. Also, I won't be attending the 2021 meeting of the World Federation of Neurosurgery this year. Let's meet again in the future. After that, Chen Song hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and walked out. Wu Hui was still standing at the door. When he saw the door suddenly open, his face immediately turned red. Chen Song was also stunned. What are you doing at the door? Wu Hui stuttered awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Ahem, nothing. What's wrong, Professor? Chen Song handed his phone to Wu Hui. Help me hold my phone today. If there's something at home or if there's something important that I have to deal with, you can come and look for me. You can deal with the other things yourself. After that, Chen Song handed his phone to Wu Hui. He muttered, I have to find a secretary soon. Wu Hui looked at the phone in his hand and suddenly felt a little excited. His professor actually trusted him so much. Thinking of this, Wu Hui was really shocked. Although the phone was locked, he could answer calls. It didn't affect him. Chen Song was also worried that there was something important, so he gave it to Wu Hui. Suddenly, Chen Song thought for a moment and changed the phone from silent to normal mode. The reason why Chen Song gave it to Wu Hui was because he trusted him. After all, kindness was as heavy as a mountain. This favorability was not ordinary. Even Li Baoshan, Wang Qian, and the rest were far from enough. After that, Chen Song stood up and returned to his office. At this moment, Park Yong-jin, who was far away in Korea, was even more dumbfounded when he saw Chen Song hang up the phone so ruthlessly. He didn't expect that when he took the initiative to express his goodwill, he would actually be rejected by this guy. Thinking of this, Park Yong-jin was a little angry. Chen Song's failure to win the World Neurosurgeon Award this time actually caused a huge commotion. Of the more than 30,000 members in the organization, many were actually not satisfied with this result. Therefore, everyone started to analyze the 5 award winners in the organization. It would have been better if they didn't analyze it. With this analysis, Park Yong-jin seemed to have become the scapegoat. Countless members in the organization questioned Park Yong-jin. They thought that he took the back door and caused Professor Chen Song to not win the award. This made Park Yong-jin very angry, although he knew that he was indeed the least outstanding among the 5 of them. But they couldn't be like this. However, Park Yong-jin's relationship with Chairman Dane was still very good. Park Yong-jin also knew that his award might have something to do with this. But, don't say it out loud. This time, Park Yong-jin invited Chen Song over because he wanted to become friends with Chen Song on the surface. It would be best if he could do anything for him. Of course, it would be the kind of thing where he would stab him in the back. Secondly, Chairman Dane wanted him to find out more about Chen Song. After all, Chen Song could be said to have made a lot of noise some time ago. First, he established the Chen Song Doctor Award. Then, he established a neural intervention base. Although the specific research content was kept a secret, these things successfully attracted Dane's attention. Dane was confident enough. However, it did not prevent him from finding out more about Chen Song's background. That was why such a thing happened. Park Yong-jin hung up the phone. He scolded Chen Song angrily in the office. He called Dane. "Teacher Dane," Chen Song rejected my invitation. Park Yong-jin said flatteringly. "That's right." In private, Park Yong-jin called Dane, who was 3 years younger than him, teacher. Moreover, he said that he won't participate in this year's neurosurgery skills competition. "I keep feeling that the other party has some new plans. When Dane heard this, his brows furrowed. The more Chen Song was like this, the more uncertain Dane felt. "Why don't you make a trip to China yourself and take a look?" "I don't think Chen Song is that simple," Dane said with a frown. Park Yong-jin nodded and flattered. "Teacher, could it be that you're being too careful? Chen Song might not be participating because he doesn't want to embarrass himself, right?" When Dane heard this, he felt much better. "Well, you'd better find out more about Chen Song's background. After this year's meeting, the judges will have the opportunity to vote. Pay more attention to it. It's best if he doesn't participate. If he does, at least we'll know what to do. P.S. I'm going out at night. I don't know how long it'll take for me to come back. I feel terrible. I really want to F***CK myself. Thank you to QQ Reader for the 200,000 tip. Thank you, boss. This year was the election year. The president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery was going to be changed. Why did Dane work so hard to rope people in? Did he really not know how powerful Chen Song was? Of course not. In fact, in the eyes of this group of people, this award was given to anyone. As for complaints, there was no lack of them every year. Dane only had a 3-year term in office, and he was lucky to be able to encounter the quadrennial award because he could use this award to weigh the pros and cons and affect his family's position as the president. Of course, Dane did have some achievements. There was no doubt about that. However, how many people who could become the vice president were weak? In fact, to put it bluntly, not to mention the World Neurosurgeon Award, even the Nobel Prize, the Lasker Prize in Medicine, and the other top awards were the tools of capitalists or some other people. Therefore, the award could only be said to have a certain level of skill. In the end, it depended on the overall strength. Dane had roped in some people for the award this time. At the same time, in order to be safe for the election, He prepared a few outstanding people to participate in the competition and strive to win the award and successfully enter the judging committee. Therefore, Dane did not think that Chen Song could have much impact. Dane instructed Pu Yongjin again, "You should go to China personally and see the other party's situation." Although Pu Yongjin was unwilling, he still nodded and agreed. "Okay, teacher." After hanging up the phone, Pu Yongjin began to frown. How could he judge the other party's level? After thinking about it, Pu Yongjin could not think of a way. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Pu Yongjin turned to open the door and found a man standing at the door. "Chief Pu, it's me." The man looked at Pu Yongjin with an apologetic smile, his eyes full of anticipation. This was probably the look of patients who were anxious to seek treatment. However, when Pu Yongjin saw the man, he was a little troubled. He was really afraid of meeting this man. "Mr. Kim, I'm sorry. I've already told you about your daughter's matter very clearly. This kind of cerebellar meningioma is very rare. Since the first case was diagnosed in 1933, there have been less than 10 cases in the country so far. The most important thing is that your daughter's tumor is no longer a simple supratentorial or infratentorial tumor. According to the MRI results, it is a rare tumor that crosses the supratentorial and infratentorial tumor. To be honest, my success rate for this kind of tumor is at most 20%. If you're willing to take the risk, I can give it a try too." Pu Yongjin was speaking the truth. This disease was very difficult to treat, and the success rate was not guaranteed. The tumor was very large. Even if it was benign, it would take a full 6 hours of surgery to completely remove it. Moreover, this kind of surgery was exposed and not under the microscope. This required a very strong willpower and even physical strength of the surgeon. The 6-hour neurosurgery, the precise removal of the tumor, and the protection of the affected organs and tissues, these were the difficulties of the surgery. When he thought of this, he felt a little troubled. "This? Director Park, aren't you familiar with Mr. Dane? Can't he do anything about it?" Xianxia could not help but ask. After all, a success rate of 20% is really too low. Pu Yongjin glanced at Xianxia and felt a terrible headache. This was the trouble of communicating with people in the same industry. Xianxia was originally in the medical field, but he had been doing research on drugs, and he had made some achievements. He was quite familiar with the industry and even had a certain amount of influence. Since ancient times, medicine and medicine had been closely related. Xianxia and his daughter were both the best in this field. If he could really save her, he would definitely not hesitate. However, it was precisely because Xianxia and his daughter were in this field that if they did not do well, it would be easy for public opinion to dispute. The current Pu Yongjin was already being scolded as a fake product by everyone. If the surgery really failed, there was no need to talk about it. "Mr. Dane and I have an opinion. Actually, Mr. Jean, you're also in this industry. You should know about tentorial meningioma. This kind of disease is very difficult to discover in the early stages. Once it's discovered, it's already grown. Moreover, once it's diagnosed as tentorial meningioma, in principle, it should be operated on in time. Moreover, Ms. Xianxia's intracranial pressure is obviously increased now." After Xianxia heard this, his entire body was not in a good state. Xianxia was very important to Xianxia. Xianxia divorced early, and he raised his daughter single-handedly. It could be said that she was the greatest support in his life. His daughter was also very sensible. In order to accompany her father, who was a scientist, Xianxia also chose to pursue biomedicine. Over the years, Xianxia had become Xianxia's right-hand woman. Even his right-hand woman, Jean Pharmaceutical Company, was built by the two of them. Without Xianxia, it would definitely be a blow to Xianxia's soul. "Director Pu, if I can save Xiao, I'm willing to do anything." "Really? Please." Xianxia bowed to Pu Yongjin. Pu Yongjin quickly helped him up. He really had no choice. Just as he was about to decline, Pu Yongjin suddenly froze. That's right, wasn't this a rare opportunity to test the waters? Thinking of this, Pu Yongjin could not help but feel excited. If he sent Xiao to China's ammonium yang, would that be a good idea? The more Pu Yongjin thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He could totally follow her. Tentorium cerebelli meningioma was the most challenging surgery for a neurosurgeon. It involved tumor removal, vein protection, tissue separation, and so on. If glioma was the most difficult surgery to succeed in neurosurgery, tentorium cerebelli meningioma was the key surgery for neurosurgery to measure a surgeon's level. Thinking of this, Pu Yongjin took a deep breath and pretended to frown. He looked at Xianxia seriously. "Mr. Jean, maybe I have an idea that we can try." When Xianxia heard this, he was stunned for a moment. His expression changed, and his eyes lit up. He quickly said, "What?" "Director Pu, tell me quickly." Pu Yongjin smiled mysteriously. "Professor Xianxia, do you know Professor Chen Song?" Xianxia frowned slightly. "Of course I know. The creator of Parkinson's radical surgery is known as the most talented doctor in the 21st century, but I don't know Professor Chen Song. Moreover, I don't seem to have heard of Professor Chen Song's surgery for intracranial tumors." Pu Yongjin suddenly said, "We can consult and ask the other party what the success rate is, right? Wouldn't it be good if the other party has a good success rate?" After Xianxia heard this, he pondered for a moment and nodded. "I'll contact him today." Pu Yongjin quickly said, "Mr. Jean, if you need me, I can accompany you. I can also help." In the morning, Wu Hui wasn't very busy. However, he was holding a phone in his hand. It was like an imperial sword in his hand. He held it in his hand with a sense of mission and honor. When Xue Jingren saw it, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Director Wu, why are you always holding a phone in your hand?" Yang Ming from Concord also nodded and looked at Wu Hui curiously. Recently, the emergency neurosurgery team in Ammonium Yang was like the home of these academicians. They would come here every few days. Wu Hui said with a sacred expression, "Don't you think this phone looks familiar?" Xue Jingren was stunned. He took a closer look and really felt that it looked familiar. "Yes, it does. Look a little familiar." Yang Ming suddenly widened his eyes. "Isn't this Professor Chen's phone?" Wu Hui nodded and said with honor and pride, "That's right. Professor Chen is in seclusion. He asked me to answer the phone and said not to disturb him if there's nothing important." Hearing Wu Hui's words, Xue Jingren and Yang Ming looked at each other. Their eyes were full of seriousness. Professor Chen was in seclusion. Could it be that there was another major breakthrough? Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other and take a deep breath. They were a little shocked. Wu Hui looked at the two of them and couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't the highlight of your seclusion? The highlight is that I gave Professor Chen a phone. Professor Chen gave me the right to make the decision. TSK, uncultured country bumpkins." Wu Hui complained and carefully put the phone in his pocket. He was even closer to him than his own son. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Wu Hui looked at the phone and was stunned. It wasn't from China, however, he still picked it up. "Hello." Xianxia on the other end of the phone was stunned. He didn't understand Chinese, but he quickly spoke in English. "Hello. Professor Chen? I'm Xianxia from Korea. My daughter was diagnosed with a tentorium meningioma a week ago. The intracranial pressure is high, and now she has severe headaches and can't walk steadily. I would like to ask if Professor Chen's hospital has any treatment methods. What's the success rate of the surgery?" After Wu Hui heard this, he understood that he was here to see a doctor. Moreover, he was a foreigner. Thinking of this, Wu Hui thought for a moment and made a decision. It was like treating an ordinary patient. If he could solve it, he wouldn't have to trouble Professor Chen. If he couldn't, he would ask Professor Chen. Moreover, cerebellar meningioma, he should be able to solve it himself, right? It wasn't that Wu Hui was arrogant, it was just that Teacher Chen was too powerful. After he finished reading that book, it was as if he had received divine help. His understanding of neurosurgery improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, there seemed to be a breakthrough in his intracranial tumor removal surgery. Strangely enough, after Wu Hui used the book, he asked Teacher Chen if he could let others learn from it. After all, if this kind of thing could be spread, the significance would be extraordinary. Chen Song's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to it. If it was really feasible, it would be a good thing. However, after a series of attempts, he realized that it was useless. The effect was average. This talent card could only be used on a specific group of people. So, after listening to what the other party had to say, Wu Hui gave him his email address. I'll give you an email. Send me the patient's examination and case report. I'll give you an answer after reading it. Xianxia quickly nodded and thanked him. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia said to Park Yongjin, Director Park, the other party wants me to see the medical history. Park Yongjin's eyes lit up when he heard that. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to prepare it. After saying that, Park Yongjin quickly got someone to prepare it. He really wanted to know how Chen Song would reply. It took about half an hour to translate the medical history and prepare it. They also took photos of the examination and test results. Xianxia sent it to the designated email address. On the other hand, Wu Hui used his computer to open the email address. A transdentorial meningioma of the cerebellar curtain? It's very rare, but this doesn't seem to be easy, but it's still okay. The only problem is the blood supply of the meningioma. If we ignore the meningioma bleeding problem, there's probably a 70% to 80% chance of success. There's probably no need to look for a teacher. Wu Hui mumbled to himself. Shui Jingren and Yang Ming were also watching from the side. The two of them also read the patient's situation back and forth. After reading it, the two of them were initially frowning. After all, this cerebellar curtain meningioma was really rare. The size and difficulty of the tumor were quite serious. If it was a surgery, the difficulty of the surgery would be too high. If it was a surgery, they estimated that the success rate of the surgery would only be 10% to 20%, right? However, before they could say it, they heard Wu Hui mumbling to himself. For a moment, the two of them were dumbfounded. The two old academicians looked at each other and blushed. They could not help but glance at Wu Hui. Why was this guy so monstrous? Other than Chen Song, the neurosurgery department was already considered amazing. Now, there was another Wu Hui. They did not think that Wu Hui was bragging. After all, Wu Hui was a very low-key and cautious person. If he said 60% to 70%, he was at least 70% to 80% sure. However, because of that, the two of them were a little shocked. Chen Song, this fellow, was too amazing. He brought a few people with him, and each of them was more powerful than the other. Wu Hui was not a very outstanding person in the past, but after following Chen Song, his life seemed to have turned on a cheat code. Chen Song was really a touchstone. But, why were they not outstanding enough? Thinking of this, Shui Jingren and Yang Ming sighed helplessly. At this moment, Wu Hui suddenly thought of something. He picked up his phone and dialed Yang Yi's number. They had been studying external intervention together during this period of time and had a good relationship. Chief Yang, I'm in the department. Come over. I have an idea for a patient. See if it's feasible. Yang Yi nodded. He and Wu Hui were now Chen Song's focus in the neurosurgery department. They often did research together. Moreover, Wu Hui's understanding and talent in neurosurgery were very high. After Yang Yi arrived, Wu Hui suddenly asked on a whim, Chief Yang, I have an idea. Listen to it and see if it's feasible. Yang Yi nodded. Okay, go ahead. This was the normal way the two of them worked together. As an expert in neurosurgery, Wu Hui had a lot of ideas about neurosurgery. Especially after reading Professor Chen's book this time, he seemed to have a very significant breakthrough in neurosurgery. Yang Yi was also very talented in neurosurgery. When their ideas collided, it was easy to create innovative sparks. Wu Hui could not help but ask, Department Director Yang, you see, there's a very crucial problem with meningioma surgery. Meningiomas have a rich blood supply, but there are mainly 4 types of blood supply. These are the 4 main blood vessels, and under normal circumstances, only one blood vessel supplies blood. However, if the tumor is very large during meningioma surgery, it's easy to cause injury to the veins and sinuses, and even the carotid artery and vertebrobasilar artery. So, I'm thinking if there's a way to avoid these dangerous anastomoses and prevent massive bleeding. After that, Wu Hui looked at Yang Yi and asked curiously, you see, I'm thinking that if we use interventional methods, can we send the embolus to the tumor area and form an active embolization? This way, embolization can greatly reduce the blood supply to the tumor and reduce intraoperative bleeding. It's also beneficial to the surgery and reduce the risk of death and disability. After that, Wu Hui's eyes suddenly lit up and he thought of many things logically. This way, we can also make surgeries that we thought were impossible and make surgeries easier. After listening to that, Xianxia was suddenly enlightened. That was right. Who said that interventional methods could only open the embolus? Sometimes, interventional embolization was also a very good surgical method. Awesome. Good idea. Department Director Wu, your idea is simply amazing. That's too awesome. Not only can we open the nerve interventional treatment, but we can also use the embolus to assist the surgery. Good idea. Moreover, the most important thing is that the operation is very simple and very feasible. Xianxia could not help but say, moreover, embolization technology is actually very mature, but very few people use it in the nerve interventional system. After that, Xianxia took out a piece of paper and began to write and draw. Look, we can use solid particle emboli and gelatin sponge. Moreover, the meningioma can be sent in by natural blood flow. With the power of injection of contrast agent or normal saline, it's enough to bring the particles to the center of the tumor and perform intratumor embolization. Good idea. After hearing Xianxia's affirmation, Wu Hui quickly took out the medical record and placed it in front of him. Look, the patient has a tentorial meningioma, and it's a more complicated tumor. This is the vertebrobasilar artery. Look at the size of the tumor. I'm worried about bleeding. Xianxia at the side had already begun to draw on the photo. He kept saying, it's feasible, it's really feasible. Yes, look here. Do you see the impact of the surgery? It's not. To prevent blood supply, we can perform intubation here. Yes, after intubation, it won't affect the blood supply and prevent bleeding during the surgery. The two were in full swing. On the other hand, Xue Jingren and Yang Ming were dumbfounded. F***ck, who said that clinical innovation was difficult. In just an hour or so, they saw a historic breakthrough. Mother****. Are people nowadays all monsters? Was this Yang? Thinking of this, Xue Jingren felt old for the first time. At that, there was a sense's defeat. Yang, the rise s development. Good. If the development of China's neurosurgery depended on these people, they would only bring shame to their country. They couldn't even keep Chen Sung's World Neurosurgeon Award. This group of old men actually felt ashamed. It was great now, they were looking at a brand new generation. Seeing them flourish and develop. Xue Jingren's brows gradually relaxed, and his sigh gradually turned into a smile. Then, he began to applaud. Good, very good. You guys are really good. Xue Jingren could not help but praise. Hearing Xue Jingren's applause, Wu Hui and Xianxia turned around and blushed. Chief Xue. Xue Jingren could not help but nod. It's really good. I heard your discussion just now. It's really good. Your research is a very good topic. If such a preoperative embolization can be added to meningioma, it can completely reduce the probability of bleeding during the surgery and increase the success rate of the surgery. It can even create a possibility for some diseases that are difficult to operate on. Amazing. You guys have created a miracle. Xue Jingren could not help but say. Xianxia and Wu Hui were a little embarrassed by the praise. However, they blurted out, it's all thanks to Professor Chen's good teaching. Xue Jingren and Yang Ming were speechless. The two of them asked curiously, what did Chen Sung teach you? Wu Hui and Xianxia said in unison, a lot. Xue Jingren was speechless. Wu Hui and Xianxia ignored the two of them. What's the name of this surgery? It's called preoperative meningioma embolization. After that, Wu Hui replied to Xianxia via email. It can be treated. The success rate of the surgery is 80%. Xianxia and Pu Yongjin waited for a long time. They stood in front of the computer and waited for the results. Both of them were very anxious. Xianxia hoped for a good result. Pu Yongjin had mixed feelings. Finally, the sound of an email notification rang out. Xianxia quickly turned on the computer and took a closer look. He was instantly stunned, his hand that was holding the mouse trembled. When Pu Yongjin saw it, he quickly asked, how is it? Is there any hope? What did the other party say? Xianxia said excitedly, he said it can be treated. The success rate of the surgery is 80%, 80%. Oh my god. This is amazing. When Pu Yongjin heard it, he was completely dumbfounded. That was impossible. How could it be 70% or 80%? He hurriedly stepped forward and saw that the screen was filled with just a few simple letters. At this moment, Pu Yongjin was dumbfounded. He could not believe that this was real. Xianxia quickly said, "Director Pu, I want to be discharged. Immediately go through the discharge procedures." Pu Yongjin was stunned and did not come back to his senses. Xianxia quickly said, "Director Pu?" Only then did Pu Yongjin react. He quickly said, "Okay. That's really great. I'll go through the discharge procedures now. Sigh, I'll help you to the end. Mr. Jean, I'll go with you. With me around, we can take care of each other. If you need my help, it'll be convenient." Xianxia quickly nodded and thanked him. "Okay. Thank you, Director Pu. I'll contact the flights now. We'll set off as soon as possible." After Xianxia finished speaking, he left the office happily. At this time, Pu Yongjin also hurriedly made arrangements to prepare his passport and head to China. He found it hard to believe that the surgery had an 80% success rate. Chen Song could not be so amazing. No matter what, Pu Yongjin did not believe in this 80% success rate of the cerebellar meningioma surgery. The success rate of the surgery was not a conclusion that was given casually. This required a comprehensive judgment of the risk, an efficient plan based on feasibility and risk, and a comprehensive judgment based on oneself and clinical data. It could be said that the success rate of the surgery was the comprehensive strength of a doctor. Of course, this success rate obviously needed to be corrected by clinical practice again and again. Surgeons who were able to give a success rate were basically all experienced doctors. Pu Yongjin did not tell Dane. He decided to go and see what was going on first. After getting off the plane, Pu Yongjin and Xianxia looked at the huge airport and were a little confused. Was it necessary to build such a huge airport in Ammonium? Neither of them was very good at Chinese, so they brought a translator with them when they came. Pu Yongjin was afraid that he would be recognized, so he deliberately wore a mask and a hat. He looked like a celebrity. After getting off the plane through a special passage, Pu Yongjin suddenly found that there was construction near the airport. The person who came to pick him up was Xianxia's partner in China. Jean Pharmaceutical Company had agents in many places in Asia, so there was no need to worry about this. On the way, Pu Yongjin asked curiously, "What are they building here?" The agent smiled. "The airport needs to be expanded." Pu Yongjin looked back at the huge airport. It was very grand and international. He could not help but complain, Ammonium is just an ordinary city, right? What's the point of building such a big airport? Xianxia was also a little curious. The agent smiled and explained, Ammonium is a central city, so the transportation is developed. Of course, the international department is building it because there are not enough planes from overseas to Ammonium. This time, the airport is also built to solve the current problem. Pu Yongjin could not help but be stunned when he heard that. Is Ammonium a tourist city? Why are there so many international flights? The agent smiled. You'll know when you go to the second provincial hospital. The car drove quickly on the wide road. The infrastructure of Ammonium was constantly improving. After all, no matter how a city developed, the infrastructure had to keep up. Looking at the construction in Ammonium, Pu Yongjin and Xianxia were obviously a little curious. The agent explained seriously, "This is the headquarters of the World Paraplegic Precision Treatment Center Hospital. A lot of money has been invested here. It is said that when the construction began, many executive members of the World Health Organization came. President Bartram also came in person. If it wasn't for the headquarters, I reckon it would be difficult to become a landmark building." Pu Yongjin couldn't help but ask, "Are you exaggerating?" The agent smiled. "Exaggerating? This is not an exaggeration at all. This road is Ingbin Avenue. It's not that easy to be a landmark on this street. Do you see the renovated building behind us? That's the China Parkinson's Clinic. Look, that tower crane is the headquarters of the World Association of Digestive Surgeons." Hearing the agent's words, Xianxia couldn't help but say, "The house prices here are very expensive, right?" The agent couldn't help but laugh. "The housing prices here? You can't buy it. The requirements to settle down in Ammonium are very high now. It's comparable to the capital, Shanghai. It's also based on points, but holidays are not expensive. The Anyang city government is very strict about it. Along the way, the agent had endless things to say. Before they arrived at the second provincial hospital, Pu Yongjin and Xianxia were already filled with curiosity and anticipation. However, when the car stopped, they looked up and saw the second provincial hospital of Danyang province in front of them. They were instantly stunned. Pu Yongjin really wanted to say, "That's it." That's right, the second provincial hospital in front of them indeed looked very different from the legends. Other than the inpatient building, which was slightly taller, the other buildings were all somewhat old. That's right. This is the place. Attractiveness was actually applicable to any item. Including hospitals, there were too many modern international hospitals, especially people like Xianxia and Pu Yongjin. They had seen the world, so they really didn't like this place. Pu Yongjin suddenly felt that Chen Song was definitely bluffing. A 70% success rate. If that wasn't bragging, then what was it? At this moment, Xianxia was also a little hesitant. However, since they were already here, they couldn't not go in, right? As he spoke, Xianxia first dialed Chen Song's number. When Wu Hui saw this number, he felt that it was familiar and picked it up. "Hello, I'm Xianxia. We've arrived at the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province." Wu Hui nodded. "Yes, go directly to the 6th floor of the emergency building and look for Dr. Huang Binhai." After saying that, he hung up the phone after giving some instructions. "Director Jean, this way." The agent was very attentive. He pushed Jean Xiao, who was in a wheelchair, towards the emergency building. However, before they reached the door, they saw a bustling crowd. Moreover, most importantly, there were people of all kinds of skin colors. There were white people, black people, brown people, Southeast Asians. Seeing so many foreigners, Xianxia, Pu Yongjin, and the others were dumbfounded. So many foreigners. The agent could not help but say, "Yes, there are more foreigners here than China." This is not an exaggeration at all. Moreover, foreigners can't use medical insurance. The cost is relatively high, but look at these people, there are no fewer. After all, Professor Chen's reputation is very good in the world. The most important thing is that the surgeries that others can't do and the diseases that can't be cured can be done here. Didn't they say so? From this year onwards, the Danyang Foreign Language Academy has recruited a lot of people to serve people who come to China for medical treatment. In fact, Danyang Province has specially set up an overseas medical service center. There is the most professional guidance service here. With that, Xianxia's uneasy heart finally calmed down. He was not afraid of the cost, nor was he afraid of spending money. He was only afraid that the standard here was not good enough. After waiting for the elevator with much difficulty, the group went down the stairs. They found the doctor's office. "Hello, I'm looking for Dr. Chen Song." Xianxia's words successfully quieted the office. The agent quickly went forward and said, "Hello, doctor. This is Mr. Xianxia from Korea. We have already." Huang Binhai stood up. "Oh, hello, Mr. Huang Binhai. The director just told me to take care of you." Xianxia was stunned for a moment and could not help but say, "Oh. Hello, Dr. Huang. Where's Professor Chen?" Huang Binhai smiled. "Director Chen is very busy. He usually doesn't care about patients." Xianxia hummed in acknowledgement. "Our surgery," Huang Binhai explained, "our director will be the chief surgeon for the surgery." Hearing Huang Binhai's words, Xianxia could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was not a doctor, Xianxia knew the procedures of the hospital. Even in Seoul, South Korea, it was not Park Yong-jin who personally took care of the patients. With the help of the Jin Pharmaceutical Company's China representative, Jean Xiao was arranged to stay in a 3-person ward. Xianxia was finally a little dissatisfied with this. Park Yong-jin also felt that Chen Song's EQ was not enough. Xianxia was a senior in the Asian pharmaceutical industry, but he did not even meet him when he personally came to visit. He only arranged a 3-person ward. Although Xianxia was unhappy, he did not say anything when he asked for medical treatment. Jean Xiao lay on the hospital bed, and her consciousness was obviously a little fuzzy. Her mental state was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Sitting on the bed, Xianxia's condition gradually improved. In fact, Xianxia was not old. She was 32 years old this year. The consciousness disorder caused by the tentorium meningioma was more extreme, and emotional abnormalities were relatively rare. It was mainly blurred consciousness, drowsiness, and coma. Therefore, Xianxia was in a coma most of the time. Moreover, every time she woke up, it was quite painful for her. The meningioma was relatively large, and it caused more obvious headaches, occasionally accompanied by vomiting. Because of the success rate of the surgery, it was delayed again and again. Now, the tentorium meningioma was growing faster, and the tumor on the tentorium was pressing on the temporooccipital region, causing visual abnormalities. "Dad, where are we?" Xianxia heard Xiao's voice and quickly said, "China. We're in China. We found Professor Chen Song. He'll perform the surgery for you. The success rate of the surgery is very high. Professor Chen said that the success rate is 70 to 80%. There's no problem." Xianxia nodded and did not say anything else. Not long after, she fell asleep again. Seeing Xianxia like this, Xianxia could not help but sigh. He was also full of anxiety about this trip to China. At this moment, the man in the bed next to Xianxia greeted him in a friendly manner. "Hello." Xianxia was not in a good mood. He wanted to get a single room for his daughter and did not want to be disturbed. "Hello." However, he still replied in a friendly manner. The other party could not help but ask, "Do you know Professor Chen?" Xianxia nodded. "I called in advance." The other party was a white man. He smiled and said, "No wonder. We spent a lot of effort to get a 3-person room." Strenuous? Xianxia didn't care, and Pu Yongjin was even more disdainful. But, gradually, they realized what he meant when he said he was wasting his energy. After settling in, they followed the usual procedures and completed the relevant checks again. When Chen Song got off work, Wu Hui found Chen Song. "What's up today?" Wu Hui briefly explained the situation. "It's nothing important, but there's a Korean man named Kim Hao-sun who wants to have a cerebellar meningioma operated on him." "Oh," Chen Song replied. Wu Hui quickly said, "But I've taken a look at the patient's condition. I can handle it. If there's anything, I'll contact you immediately." Chen Song nodded. "Okay." After hesitating for a while, Wu Hui decided to tell Chen Song about his research with Yang Yi. But on second thought, it was better not to talk about immature things. He didn't want his teacher to be distracted by worry. It was better to produce results before showing it to his teacher. Thinking of this, Wu Hui didn't say anything more. Chen Song smiled. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll take my leave first." The combination of interoperative awakening and neuroelectrophysiological technology made Chen Song obsessed. This concept could greatly reduce the complications of neurosurgery. It was definitely the future of neurosurgery. He was now making the best use of his time. He would wait until the World Neurosurgery Skills Competition. He would let his colleagues in the world of neurosurgery see the miracle of China's neurosurgery. During the few days of hospitalization, the ward was not idle. After all, it was a 3-person room. The 2 patients next door often came to meet their friends. Xianxia was very helpless with so many people in the ward. This was also a disadvantage of the 3-person room. However, hospitalization was not like staying in a hotel where you could spend money to stay in a VIP room. However, in the following time, Xianxia realized that the people living next door were not ordinary people. After this understanding, Xianxia became obedient. He was well-behaved and had no complaints. Bed 15 was an old man with Parkinson's disease. He was a major shareholder of Ford Motors in the United States. He also had a few iron mines in Russia and was worth tens of billions. Bed 16 was a child who was only 8 years old. However, his father was the CEO of a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson and was worth billions of US dollars. In comparison, Xianxia felt that he was not wronged at all. After all, his net worth was at most 3 to 500 million US dollars. Compared to them, the Jin family's pharmaceutical company was not just a little bit inferior. After some understanding, he found out that they were already very satisfied with living in a 3-person room. He still complained. As the days passed, he realized that the reason he was hospitalized was not because of the Gene Pharmaceutical Company, but because of his daughter's special medical record, because he realized that this was the most outstanding thing about him. As for Pu Yongjin, Dr. Huang did not know who he was at all. At first, Xianxia was still a little angry. However, in the following days, Xianxia learned to be obedient. He was well-behaved and actively cooperated. He guessed that if Professor Chen was not interested in his daughter's illness, he might not have been hospitalized, right? On this day, Wu Hui and Yang Yi personally found Xianxia. The patient needs to undergo 2 surgeries to ensure the success rate of the surgery. First, we need to embolize the tumor before the surgery to reduce the risk of bleeding during the surgery. When Xianxia heard this, he instinctively wanted to discuss it with Pu Yongjin. However, when he looked at the patients around him, he felt relieved. After all, he knew that he had to obey the doctor's arrangements. Pu Yongjin did not idle around these few days. He almost turned into a spy. After entering the hospital, he began to ask around. He asked the patients and looked around. Needless to say, he really found a patient from South Korea. Therefore, Pu Yongjin pretended to be a patient and chatted with him. Hello, fellow countrymen. It's not easy to meet a Korean. Pu Yongjin pretended to be very enthusiastic when meeting a fellow countryman. However, the other party glanced at Pu Yongjin and could not help but ask, are there very few? There are many Koreans who come here to see the doctor, okay? You must be new, right? Let me tell you, there are at least a dozen Koreans with neurological diseases in this hospital. Pu Yongjin was speechless. Well, the number of people was not the main point. Pu Yongjin smiled awkwardly. That's right. I'm from Korea. The patient quickly said, hey, trust. Don't smoke. Don't embarrass us Koreans. In this hospital, we represent Korea. We can't damage our country's image. Let me tell you. This hospital has patients from more than 40 countries. You have to be careful. A few days ago, someone from North Korea looked down on us for being uncultured. Pu Yongjin was speechless. Pu Yongjin could not help but ask, are you here for a follow-up? Do you have the medical records with you? The man nodded. Yes, I've been discharged. But I met Professor Chen Song in the outpatient clinic. It's been a month since the surgery. I've taken a scan. I'll let Professor Chen take a look at the results. Pu Yongjin could not help but say, oh? I'm actually here to study in China. I'm also a neurosurgeon. Do you want me to take a look at the scans? When the man heard that, he was quite happy. Oh? Is that true? It's not easy for you to have such an opportunity. Korea's neurosurgery is terrible. You have to cherish this opportunity. Pu Yongjin was dumbfounded by his words. Pu Yongjin was very uncomfortable. However, he suppressed his anger and took the scan. He smiled and said, yes. This was a nuclear MRI scan. Pu Yongjin looked at the scan and nodded. He had the ability to know where the surgery was done after looking at the scan. Not bad. This hemangioma surgery was done well. Professor Chen's surgery is really good. Actually, there are many good neurosurgeons in our country too. For example, Professor Pu Yongjin from Seoul National Hospital. He did this surgery quite well. But, the man widened his eyes and looked at Pu Yongjin suspiciously. Are you sure you're a doctor here for further studies? After saying that, he quickly rolled up the scan. He whispered, brother, can I ask you something? Pu Yongjin looked at the mysterious young man and nodded. Oh. Tell me. The man lowered his voice. Don't say you're from Korea. I can't afford to lose face. Sigh. Why did our country send you to study? You don't even know how to look at scans. Pu Yongjin's face turned red. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He was unconvinced. Did I say something wrong? The man could not help but say, you've never been right. Then, the man took out the radiographic films from the bag. Look, these are my radiographic films from before the operation. Take a good look. Don't. I'm afraid you'll embarrass our country. Although I know that our country's medical science is lagging behind. But, we can't embarrass ourselves overseas. Pu Yongjin was about to explode from anger. He had been humiliated by someone, moreover, he was humiliated in broad daylight. He took the film and looked at it carefully. When he saw it, he was stunned. This is, the man sighed. I have a pituitary tumor, and the location is very difficult. Most importantly, it's close to the blood vessels, so there's no way to operate. But Chief Wu corrected the blood vessels after removing my pituitary tumor. How is this a hemangioma? This is a pituitary tumor. At this moment, Pu Yongjin also saw it. If he still couldn't tell at this point, then it would be really embarrassing. However, this surgery was too good, wasn't it? There were no signs of surgery at all on the pituitary tumor. Could such an effect be achieved in a month? This was simply a fantasy, it was too impossible. However, the facts were right in front of him, and Pu Yongjin had to admit it. Chen Song was really something, he sighed and said too. The man, is this Chen Song's surgery? The man was stunned and shook his head. He looked at Pu Yongjin as if he was an idiot and rolled his eyes. Was Professor Chen someone he could come into contact with? Of course not, it's Chief Wu Hui. Pu Yongjin slapped his thigh. He knew it. How could Chen Song have such ability? However, he thought about it from another perspective. What kind of person was Wu Hui? The man could not help but stand up. I can't talk to you anymore. I have to go up. After saying that, the man took a few steps forward, then turned around and looked at Pu Yongjin. Let me tell you, don't look for Pu Yongjin. That's a joke. When I went to him for the surgery, he told me that the success rate of the surgery was only 30%. Huh? Big brother, why do you look so pale? I have to go. You have to study hard. Don't let that Pu Yongjin be the president of the Korean neurosurgery department. Just thinking about him gives me a headache. The man left, leaving Pu Yongjin swaying in the wind, lonely and helpless, heartbreaking. It was 2F*King heartbreaking. Moreover, it was stabbing towards the heart. Xianxia was sent to the operating theater. Kim Housen sat outside the operating theater and waited patiently. Pu Yongjin was in a bad mood and went to the bar. He just wanted to find a place to vent today. This was the first time Wu Hui and Yang Yi had performed such a surgery. Both of them were very excited and full of anticipation for the surgery. Preoperative embolization for meningiomas was their first innovation and attempt. Yang Yi admired Wu Hui from the bottom of his heart. Surgeries really needed talent to break through mediocrity and surpass the masses. This combination of surgery and interventional surgery seemed to really announce the development and future of neurosurgery. Yang Yi skillfully intubated the femoral artery. Anesthesia, intubation, separation. After the 4F angiography catheter was inserted into the left and right internal carotid artery and vertebrobasilar artery through the 6F catheter, respectively. The contrast agent began to be derived. Gradually, the blood supply source of the meningioma, the tumor staining, the drainage vein, the sinus involvement, the external carotid artery blood supply, and whether there was a dangerous anastomosis with the internal carotid artery and vertebrobasilar artery, all the risk factors were exposed. Wu Hui carefully observed the film recording. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chose the embolization angle. He was very envious of Brother Wu. He also hoped that his teacher could write a summary of his experience. He knew that as long as he worked hard, there would definitely be a chance. Scissors. Yang Yi reached out and took the scissors handed by the nurse. He cut the gelatin sponge into particles less than 250 micrometers. Although his surgical talent was not as good as Brother Wu's, he could become an excellent neurointerventional surgeon. He would inherit his teacher's mantle in the field of neurointerventional surgery. As he spoke, Yang Yi began to dilute it with normal saline. Then, he took a 1 milliliter syringe to aspirate the gelatin sponge particles. Under the surveillance of the television, Yang Yi's hands were very steady. He carefully injected it through the catheter intermittently. At the same time, he paid attention to the changes in the patient's condition. He injected 1 to 2 tubes of particles every time. Then, he immediately injected normal saline to prevent the particles from blocking the catheter. At the same time, he injected contrast agent intermittently to monitor the embolization. If he saw that the flow of contrast agent slowed down or there was backflow, he would stop the injection of particles. The surgery was carried out in an orderly manner. The whole process was surprisingly smooth. Finally, the embolization was complete. The results of the embolization could be completely understood through the contrast catheter. Everything was perfect. We couldn't help but say, beautiful. Perfect. This way, during the surgery, we can basically ignore the problem of blood supply caused by the vertebrobasilar artery. Apart from intraoperative hemorrhage, I can basically guarantee the success rate of this operation. Yang, you're really good. Indeed, the most important thing in interventional surgery was the details. This intervention also required a good grasp of the pressure and speed of the injection of particles. After all, it was necessary to prevent these particles from entering the internal carotid artery in reverse or through dangerous anastomosis and causing nerve dysfunction. Therefore, the most important thing in interventional surgery was perfection. The surgery was over. Yang also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Wu Hui and the people around him, he said, "All right. Fortunately, I didn't let you down." Yang asked, "When is the operation?" Wu Hui looked at the angiogram. "Let's do it 3 days later. This way, the tumor will also have a period of decline. The surgery will be more effective at this time." Yang nodded. This seemingly simple preoperative embolization for meningioma was a classic surgery. Using the show's opening technique, the catheter could cleverly reach the vertebrobasilar artery. Then, embolization technology was used to block the blood supply to the tumor area. This could prevent bleeding during the operation, reduce the growth of the tumor, and reduce the intracranial pressure to a certain extent. Next would be the real surgery. When Xianxia was sent out of the operating room, her condition had improved to a certain extent. But after returning to the ward and taking a nap the next day, Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes. "Dad, I'm hungry." Xianxia was stunned. His daughter actually took the initiative to say that she was hungry? "Okay, it's good that you're hungry. Come, Dad will feed you." Xianxia smiled. "Dad, I'm fine. I'm not a child anymore. I'll eat it myself." When Xianxia heard Xianxia smile, he was suddenly stunned. "You smiled? Xiao, you actually smiled." Xianxia was very curious about what had happened. How could his daughter suddenly smile after coming out of the operating room? What exactly happened in the operating theater? He only wanted to ask Pu Yongjin. He made a call, but no one answered. Pu Yongjin's heart was broken yesterday. How could he be in the mood to do anything else? Originally, he wanted to go around and find out more about Chen Song. But in the end, he blew his mind. His heart was about to explode from his fellow townsman's words. He might as well not do anything. After drinking and getting drunk, he felt much more energetic after a good night's sleep. He felt that Wu Hui might be a very good doctor. Perhaps that surgery was done better. However, the overall level of neurosurgery in China still needed to be improved. As for the words of that man yesterday, I forgot. He had to admit that China's baijiu was very tasty. Once you drink it, you'll forget everything. Not bad. Moreover, the neurosurgery department was gradually declining. Now, the development of neural intervention was the real future. After arriving at the ward, Pu Yongjin was stunned when he saw Xianxia eating and chatting with Xianxia. "Eh? What's going on?" "Xiao. You. What's going on?" Pu Yongjin was truly shocked. Xianxia quickly said, "Director Park, I was just about to look for you." "Sit down, I'll tell you in detail." Pu Yongjin nodded and quickly sat down. "Mr. Jin, what's wrong with Xiao? Something's not quite right today." Xianxia said, "Director Wu performed some kind of interventional surgery on Xiao yesterday. She's much better now." Pu Yongjin was stunned. Director Wu? His surname was Wu again? Wu Hui? Jin. Housen slapped his thigh. "Yes, Director Wu Hui. Yesterday, he told us that he was going to inject an embolus next to the tumor in Xiao's brain to block the tumor and prevent it from supplying blood. Then, he performed a simple 1-hour interventional surgery. After that, Xiao took a nap. When she woke up today, she suddenly said that she was hungry. She even chatted and laughed with me. Today, she was unconscious for a lot less time." Pu Yongjin was dumbfounded by those words. However, he keenly caught a few key words. Professor Wu, embolus, interventional surgery. When these words were put together, Pu Yongjin immediately stood up in excitement. No. This is impossible. Injecting an embolus into the blood supply vessel of a meningioma? This is a joke. How is this possible? Injecting an embolus into the blood vessel? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Aren't they afraid of injecting it into the heart? Causing an acute myocardial infarction in other areas of the brain? Even if they use interventional surgery, they can only reach the vertebral base area. It's impossible to go any deeper. If the embolus is injected, aren't they afraid of causing intracranial particles to regress or accidentally enter the internal carotid artery through dangerous anastomosis and cause nerve dysfunction? That's not realistic. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, isn't it interventional surgery? I heard that interventional surgery can accurately reach the designated area. Pu Yongjin said excitedly, no. Mr. Jean, there must be a problem. This is impossible. Nerve interventional surgery hasn't developed to that stage yet. Not to mention China, even the world's leading nerve interventional surgeon, Mr. Dane, hasn't reached such a precise and in-depth level of control. They're definitely lying to you. Xianxia was also a little suspicious after hearing Pu Yongjin's words. However, his daughter had indeed improved a lot, hadn't she? Is there any other possibility? Professor Park? Pu Yongjin shook his head and frowned. No, I swear. If the other party can do it, Pu Yongjin, bed 17, these are the radiographic films from yesterday's postoperative examination and your receipt from yesterday. The nurse walked in and put down the receipt and radiographic films. Xianxia hurriedly thanked her. Pu Yongjin immediately picked up the radiographic films and looked at them. With this look, Professor Park's heart really exploded. He could clearly see the depths of the vertebral base artery, the area of the tentorium meningioma, and the branches of the vertebral base artery were clearly blocked. The embolization area was very obvious. Pu Yongjin was so excited that his hands trembled. No. This is impossible. How can such an area be accurately reached? Who is this person? At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but say with the receipt in his hand. Yes, look, this gelatin sponge is charged. And this nerve interventional surgery for meningioma is also charged. Pu Yongjin was once again defeated by the facts in front of him. He felt that he shouldn't have come to China. The confidence that he had just built up, once again, it was mercilessly smashed into pieces. Cracks had already appeared on his Dao heart. Who was this Wu Hui? What about Chen Tsang? Could Chen Tsang's nickname be Wu Hui? Thinking of this, Pu Yongjin rushed out of the door. It was too shocking. This interventional surgery had exceeded the range of what he could bear. It was even more painful than the heart-wrenching of the person yesterday. P.S. Thank you to Brother Dao Yen for the 10,000 tip. It's time for the fourth watch, and I'm gradually recovering. Can I ask for double the monthly votes, please? Recently, I've been busy contacting my good friends. After all, I'm getting married in the village and need to serve dishes. It's quite busy, and it's not as worry-free as being in a hotel. Recommended a book by a friend. I'm already invincible in the world, so why should I continue to be a coward? A fantasy novel about the recovery of spirit energy. It's a bit of a mouthful. Pu Yongjin's departure puzzled Xianxia. He looked curiously at Professor Pu's departing figure. He was curious, but he did not ask further when he realized that Professor Pu's figure was desolate. However, Xianxia was still very grateful to Professor Pu Yongjin. Without him, how could he come to China? If he did not come to China, how could Xianxia recover so quickly? Professor Pu was really a good person. Xianxia was very confident in Xianxia's easygoing attitude. She was also very cooperative with the subsequent treatment. At that moment, Chen Tsang, who was in the office, suddenly heard a system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, your students, Wu Hui and Yang Yi, have innovatively researched preoperative embolization for meningioma. Obtained rewards: 1. Skill points +5, 2. Breakthrough card. 3. Perfect level preoperative embolization for meningioma. Chen Tsang was stunned on the spot. WTF. He looked at the system reward in a daze. He could not believe it. This reward was too luxurious, right? A breakthrough card and perfect level preoperative embolization for meningioma. Something researched by students was automatically upgraded to perfect level as a teacher? Was there such a good thing in this world? Chen Song was very excited when he thought of that. He seemed to have found a way to get rich. Did he still need to fight monsters to level up? No, of course not. What he needed to do was to nurture outstanding students. Chen Song stood up excitedly and looked out the window. He could not calm his emotions. At that moment, Pu Yongjin had returned to the hotel. He was still in a daze. He thought for a long time before he picked up the phone and called Dane, who was far away in the UK. Teacher. Pu Yongjin suddenly felt wronged. Even his voice was trembling. Dane was stunned and his face darkened. Speak properly. Only then did Pu Yongjin explain in detail how he had followed them to China. Then, he described what he saw and heard in detail. The more he spoke, the worse Pu Yongjin felt. He could not help but cry as he spoke. Dane was also stunned when he heard that. Don't cry first. What does this preoperative embolization for meningioma mean? Pu Yongjin explained, it should be an interventional technique to deliver the embolus to the area where the tumor is located. I think the gelatin sponge particles used should be correct. After Dane heard this, his eyebrows drew closer and closer. To be honest, he was a little flustered. He had been researching neural interventional surgery, so he was very familiar with the surgery that Pu Yongjin was talking about. However, the more it was so, the more he could imagine the danger and difficulty of preoperative embolization for meningiomas. First of all, there was the problem of the depth of involvement. This was the most important point. The second concern was whether it would cause obstruction in other tissues when the embolus was injected. This was the most crucial point, too. Dane thought about it carefully. I can't do that at all. Thinking of this, he actually panicked a little. I've been researching this for a long time, but I'm still not as good as them. Chen Song is so powerful? Like Pu Yongjin, Diane was in a bad mood. Pu Yongjin shook his head. No. Diane was ready to be heartbroken, but when he heard nothing, he was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Pu Yongjin explained, these surgeries were not performed by Chen Song, but by a person called Wu Hui. Dane frowned. Who is Wu Hui? Pu Yongjin shook his head. I don't know. Diane's headache was getting worse. One Chen Song was enough to trouble him. Why did Wu Hui suddenly appear? By the way, the surgery might be in 3 days. Teacher, do you want to come? Pu Yongjin could not help but ask. Diane hesitated. To be honest, he really wanted to come. He was also very curious about how the other party could have such a high success rate in the cerebellar meningioma surgery. However, Diane still said, I'm not going. If I can perform preoperative embolization, I can also have a 70% to 80% success rate. After saying that, Diane was about to hang up the phone, but he still said, if you can get the video, send me a copy. He hung up the phone. Diane felt very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Pu Yongjin heaved a sigh of relief. This made Professor Park very happy. It seemed that the saying was right. If you shared your troubles with others, your troubles would no longer be your own. As expected, Diane was really annoyed. One Chen Song was enough to give him a headache, and now there was Wu Hui. After thinking about it, Diane quickly organized a meeting. He thought about how to complete the preoperative embolization of meningioma. This was definitely Chen Song's hidden secret weapon. He didn't expect to be discovered by him, did he? Chen Song spent a few days and finally understood most of the intraoperative awakening combined with neuroelectrophysiological technology. This technology was not difficult. The difficulty of electrophysiological stimulation was not high, and the use of awakening technology could completely reduce postoperative complications. Wu Hui and Yang Yi's preoperative embolization technique for meningiomas had opened up a new horizon for Chen Song. Interventional surgery was not only opened up. It also included interventional treatment and drug administration. For example, for the embolized areas that were difficult to reach, intracerebral thrombolysis could be performed. For those intractable brain tumors, interventional chemotherapy could even be chosen. This kind of medical treatment, the combination of interventional methods and the nervous system would be greater and greater. Thinking of this, Chen Song made up his mind to do a good job in this area. Once successful, the neurosurgery department would officially be renamed the Neurointerventional Surgery Department. Because the two complemented each other and were indispensable, and to a certain extent, the two surgeries were the premise of each other. After thinking it through, Chen Song decided to have a good chat with Yang Yi. At the same time, he would use the talent card on him. Study it himself? Cough cough, there was no need. After all, now that the students were about to have a breakthrough, the teachers could get skill rewards. Thinking of this, Chen Song was defeated by the temptation. He wanted to teach in a university now. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the surgery. Wu Hui was the chief surgeon and arrived in the operating theater early. Huang Benhai was his assistant, and Xue Jingren and academician Yang Ming were the observers. Jean Housen watched his daughter being sent to the operating theater. To be honest, he was a little worried. No matter how he thought about it, he was still uncertain. He directly dialed Pu Yongjin's number. After 2 days of mental preparation, Chief Pu finally thought it through. He realized that China's culture was good. Everyone has their own specialization in the field of study. He was just not good at this kind of interventional surgery. After receiving Jean Housen's call, he got up and went to the hospital. He thought it through. This time, not only did he want to come, but he also wanted to face it calmly. He wanted to make his name public. He wanted to expose his identity. He wanted to go and watch the surgery live. I'm Pu Yongjin. I don't know you. I want to see your dean. I don't have time. You, what about me? If you keep yelling here, I'll take you away. Don't think that you can yell here just because you're a foreigner. Let me tell you, the foreigner label doesn't work here. You're from Korea, right? Qin Taishan said to the translator, can you translate it more accurately? Translate my tone and the essence of my words. Qin Taishan was aggrieved. He realized that arguing with a foreigner through a translator was like 3 layers. Well, it was very uncomfortable. Pu Yongjin was very angry. He had already revealed his identity and wanted to see the dean, but he was stopped by the security guard. Pu Yongjin was getting more and more angry. How could a small security guard stop him? Just you wait. You can't afford to delay things. I was invited by your dean. I'm the vice president of the World Association of Neurosurgery and the person in charge of Asian neurosurgery. I want to participate in this operation. Qin Taishan said, call the dean first, then I'll let you in. Otherwise, I won't let you in. Pu Yongjin frowned. He thought for a while and dialed Xue Jingren's number. I'm calling the president of the China Neurosurgery Society. Just you wait. Pu Yongjin often came to China for meetings and was familiar with Xue Jingren. Before the operation started, Xue Jingren's phone rang. He frowned when he saw Pu Yongjin. He thought for a while and pretended not to see it. After all, Xue Jingren was a little angry about the award. The phone didn't go through for a long time. Qin Taishan sneered. I also said that the president of the World Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons should call me uncle. T. Pu Yongjin was about to cry. Professor Pu was also a well-known figure in Asian neurosurgery. Now he was stopped outside by a security guard. Suddenly, Pu Yongjin thought of a person. The vice president of the World Association of Neurosurgery, the only vice president in China, Pengling was also a legendary person. This was the backbone of the neurosurgery department along with Wang Zhongqing's group. He was almost 80 years old this year and rarely attended meetings. Moreover, she had resigned from her position in the China Doctors Association. If she had not been worried that it would be awkward if no one from China took over her position as the vice president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery, she would have resigned long ago. After receiving Pu Yongjin's call, Peng Ling helped him settle down. Zhu Qian also saw Pu Yongjin. When Pu Yongjin saw Dean Zhu Qian, he insisted on dragging Zhu Qian to meet the stinky security guard, not for anything else, but to fight for their pride. But, when Zhu Qian walked to Qin Taishan's side, he nodded and said, Uncle Qin, are you all right? Qin Taishan waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Dean Zhu, thank you. Zhu Qian nodded and left. Pu Yongjin was dumbfounded. Qin Taishan glanced at Pu Yongjin with disdain. Pu Yong felt so wronged. However, at the very least, he was able to meet the dean. Director Zhu, my friend's woman is undergoing surgery. I want to go to the operating theater to take a look. Maybe I can help. Is it convenient for you? Pu Yongjin still liked to chat with important people. After all, important people considered problems more comprehensively, and more. Before he could finish, Zhu Qian said directly, it's not convenient. Pu Yongjin almost choked to death with that one sentence. F*ck this, what a lousy place. Pu Yongjin was furious and wanted to leave. What the hell is this place? Do you know what it means to be polite? Isn't it a pleasure to have friends from afar? Bah, Confucius must be from Korea, we are a country of etiquette. Pu Yongjin smiled awkwardly and said, it's not convenient. If it's not convenient, then forget it. Zhu Qian nodded. Okay, then I won't accompany you, Professor Park. I still have something to do. Why don't? Pu Yongjin was about to cry. He stood at the door, very angry. Wasn't it just a lousy surgery? Did he think that he wanted to see it? Professor Park, the big shot of neurosurgery in Asia, actually felt neglected in such a second-tier city. Which country and city had he not been a guest of honor? Professor Park, who had nowhere to go, walked out of the operating theater, looked at Xianxia, and sat down quietly. When Xianxia saw Pu Yongjin come in, he said excitedly, Professor Park, why are you only here now? Pu Yongjin smiled awkwardly. There was a traffic jam. It's good that you're here. I was still a little worried. Therefore, the two of them waited silently. In the operating theater, Wu Hui looked at the tumor that crossed the curtain and directly chose a barbed incision on one side of the parieto-occipital region. He skillfully opened the skull and used the bone-biting forceps to make an enlarged bone window. The surgery was very daring. Xue Jingren was stunned by Wu Hui's next operation. He skillfully separated the tumor on the curtain. It was very difficult to remove the tumor on the curtain in pieces. Because the brain region involved by the tumor was seriously adhered, these all needed to be removed. The tumor tissue involved in the sinus wall needed to be carefully separated and not damage the sinus wall. However, Wu Hui's technique was extremely precise. After the gentle separation, he decisively, quickly, and accurately dealt with the tumor under the curtain. He pulled the cerebellum from the top to the bottom, electrocoagulated the blood vessels on the tumor capsule, and removed the tumor tissue in pieces, even the straight sinuses and sinuses that had been seriously adhered by the tumor. Wu Hui also cut the tumor accurately. There was no remaining thin layer of tumor tissue at all. This series of exquisite operation methods directly shocked everyone. Xue Jingren looked at Yang Ming with rapid breathing and looked at him meaningfully. Yang Ming was the same. They seemed to see the shadow of a person in Wu Hui. Chen Song, that's right, they really could not imagine how Wu Hui's operation improved so quickly. Moreover, they could faintly see that in addition to Chen Song's shadow, Wu Hui had more of his own characteristics. He was light and gentle when he was quiet, and he was swift and decisive when he moved. Very amazing. The surgery did not last long. After the surgery, Huang Binhai began to close the skull. To be honest, Wu Hui was also very surprised when he looked at his own surgery. He did not expect his tumor removal surgery to reach such a stage. His teacher was really too amazing. This book had a profound impact on him. Xue Jingren looked at Wu Hui and clicked his tongue in wonder. He sighed, Chief Wu is really amazing. I estimate that your tumor removal may not be inferior to your teacher's. Yang Ming nodded. Yes, how did you find your own style? Wu Hui blushed. My teacher wrote a thick book about my shortcomings. After I finished reading, I felt like I had an epiphany. As soon as these words came out, Yang Ming and Xue Jingren were instantly petrified. They looked at Wu Hui. He did not seem to be joking. But, they felt that Chen Song was too mythical of Chen Song. The surgery ended. It was very smooth. Wu Hui looked calm, but he was excited. His improvement was really too fast. During the surgery, he could clearly feel that he had an obvious breakthrough compared to before. He seemed to have found a new space to improve. He was surprised. He was very lucky to have met such a teacher in his life. The surgery ended. Wu Hui and the others left the operating theater together. The nurse pushed Jean Xiao. As soon as they left the operating theater, Jean Housen quickly stood up. Doctor, how is it? Wu Hui smiled. It's very smooth. There's no problem, but she needs to be monitored for a while. Hearing Wu Hui's words, Xianxia was surprised. Thank you, Director Wu. You're really amazing. Pu Yongjin was upset when he heard that. After all, he only had a 10% to 20% success rate for Xianxia surgery. However, Wu Hui did it well. After seeing Wu Hui, Pu Yongjin was slightly stunned. He was so young. He was only in his 40s. However, the next sentence made Pu Yongjin's impression of Wu Hui disappear. Wu Hui heard Xianxia's words and smiled modestly. It's okay. It's a small surgery. Pu Yongjin's eyes widened. How could this be a small surgery? Shui Jingren and Yang Ming were stunned when they saw Pu Yongjin. Professor Pu? Why are you here? Pu Yongjin coughed and smiled awkwardly. Hello, Director Shui and Director Yang. Shui Jingren quickly said, Why are you here, Professor Pu? Pu Yongjin quickly explained, Mr. Xianxia is my friend. He's worried about his daughter's surgery, so I came to see if he needs help. Shui Jingren and Yang Ming smiled. Professor Pu is so kind. You came to China personally for such a small surgery. Pu Yongjin almost vomited blood. Was this a small surgery? However, this also strengthened Pu Yongjin's determination to watch the surgery. Pu Yongjin could not help but ask, this. Director Shui, can I watch the surgery video? As soon as he said that, the surroundings fell silent. At this moment, Chen Song walked over. When he heard Pu Yongjin's words, he smiled and said, Surgical video? Not bad. Show it to Professor Park. Wu Hui nodded and turned around to look for the video. Pu Yongjin was stunned on the spot. He got it so easily. Who was this person? The more Pu Yongjin looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Are you Chen Song? Chen Song nodded. You must be Professor Pu Yongjin. I'm sorry, I've been busy these days, so I didn't have time to entertain you. You must be Mr. Xianxia. Xianxia also quickly thanked Chen Song. He looked at Chen Song and sighed. You are Professor Chen Song? Professor Chen is really young and promising. Not long after, Wu Hui returned with the video. Pu Yongjin held it in his hands excitedly. He couldn't wait to see it now. He had been in China for almost a week, and he finally saw Professor Chen. He suddenly remembered Diane's mission, which was to find out more about Chen Song. To be honest, if Chen Song didn't show up today, his mission would be a failure. He didn't even get to see Chen Song. Pu Yongjin quickly said excitedly, Thank you for your generosity, Professor Chen. Chen Song suddenly said, Oh right, let's watch the surgery together. Pu Yongjin nodded. Chen Song turned to Wu Hui and said, Call Yang Yi over. We'll watch the first interventional surgery together. Wu Hui nodded and got up to make the call. Chen Song brought them to the office. Xianxia was also settled down. In the operating theater, Pu Yongjin was very excited. He finally saw the video of the surgery. It was too difficult. This surgery would definitely benefit him a lot. Yang Yi ran over while gasping for breath. Chen Song said, Let's watch the first preoperative embolization for meningioma first. Chen Song didn't mind Pu Yongjin's presence at all. This made Pu Yongjin secretly happy, the first interventional surgery. Pu Yongjin watched with great interest. His excited heart. His trembling hands. He didn't expect to be able to watch such a confidential surgery. It was amazing. It was indeed an interventional surgery. It could reach the depths of the basal ganglia and directly block the tumor's blood supply. It was amazing. This was definitely the core secret of neural interventional surgery. After the surgery ended, the scene was silent. Everyone was in shock. Only Chen Song frowned. Yang Yi, on the other hand, waited expectantly for Chen Song to speak. He thought that his teacher would definitely praise him, but when he saw Chen Song's expression, he also felt uneasy. Chen Song said, Watch the resection of the tentorium meningioma just now. Pu Yongjin watched excitedly. However, as soon as the surgery began, Pu Yongjin was stunned. Was this AF*King surgery, such a gentle technique, such a light separation, such a sharp knife technique, such a precise resection? every part was a classic among classics. Every slash was the most shocking of all. If meningioma resection was a test of the surgeon's basic skills and a test of the neurosurgeon's overall level, Wu Hui in front of him was definitely an expert among experts. Watching the surgery, watching Wu Hui, Pu Yongjin's excitement before watching the video had long disappeared. It was replaced by disappointment, despair, and helplessness. The gap was too big. He didn't expect there to be such a big gap. This kind of surgery, this kind of technique, was a height that he, Pu Yongjin, would never be able to reach in his lifetime. If Pu Yongjin hadn't seen Wu Hui's surgery a few days ago, he would have only felt a little frustrated. At this moment, Pu Yongjin's heart really collapsed. Dr. Wu Hui was really too amazing. Thinking of this, Pu Yongjin only had one thought in his mind: is Mr. Wu Korean? He actually didn't have the heart to compare with Wu Hui. At this moment, Pu Yongjin felt that his spirit was breaking down. Suddenly, he heard a sigh and suddenly remembered, everyone was stunned. They turned around and saw that it was Chen Song who sighed. Chen Song sighed. Looking at Wu Hui and Yang Yi, he said slowly, "Don't worry. Wu Hui, there are many mistakes in your surgery. You care too much about the details and neglected the overall preservation function. You care too much about the accuracy of the surgery and neglected the operation of protecting the deep brain stem and the surrounding important blood vessels and cranial nerves. Also, you used too much force here. If you can be gentler, you don't need this residue." Chen Song said a lot. Wu Hui couldn't help but nod. After a long time, Wu Hui nodded and said to Chen Song, "Teacher, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'll work harder in the future." Pu Yongjin was stunned on the spot. Teacher, Chen Song, Wu Hui, so this was their relationship. At this moment, Pu Yongjin instantly understood the relationship between them, but Wu Hui was already so amazing. How amazing was Chen Song? Yang Yi looked at Chen Song. Chen Song suddenly smiled and said, "Not bad, Yang Yi. It's a very good idea. The creative thinking of the preoperative embolization for meningioma is very good. But the technique is slightly immature. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Come to my office later." After that, Chen Song smiled at Pu Yongjin and said, "Director Pu, I'm sorry. Director Piao, please excuse me. My two disciples are incompetent." Pu Yongjin was about to cry when he heard that. If they didn't amount to anything, what should I be? I don't deserve it. I'm sorry that I was born human. My hands are F***king cheap. Why did I watch the surgery video? Why did I come to China? Why am I interested in Chen Song? Sigh. Professor Pu was depressed. P.S. It's midnight tonight. As the wedding date approaches, there are more and more things to do. I just bought a suit today and booked a hotel for my friends. Marriage is really expensive. After watching the surgery, Pu Yongjin was relieved. Chen Song had pointed out more than 100 shortcomings of this surgery. Professor Pu Yongjin did not want to watch it anymore. Because Chen Song's words were reasonable. Professor Pu felt that he was a little arrogant. He looked down on this surgery. But, Professor Dai still wanted to watch the surgery video. After thinking about it, Pu Yongjin said, "Professor Chen, can I make a copy of the surgery video and bring it back?" Chen Song smiled awkwardly. This, Pu Yongjin quickly said, "It's okay if it's inconvenient." Chen Song shook his head. "I'm worried that it will cause adverse effects if I bring it back. After all, there are many flaws in the surgery." Pu Yongjin did not know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded. I understand. It's okay." Chen Song nodded. "Okay, Wu Hui, deal with Professor Pu. Come to my office later. Yang Yi, come with me." After saying that, Chen Song greeted the few of them and walked out. Shui Jingren and Yang Ming originally wanted to copy the video for everyone to learn, but when they heard Chen Song's words, they hesitated. The two of them glanced at Pu Yongjin and suddenly felt that it was a little embarrassing to copy the video now. But now Shui Jingren understood why Chen Song did not care if Pu Yongjin watched the surgery video. Because it was better not to watch it. If he did not watch it, at least his heart would not be beaten black and blue like it was now. He looked at Professor Pu as if he had been cheated. He was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost, listless. But, the most important thing was that after watching it, Xianxia even said that this was an unsuccessful surgery done by a good-for-nothing student. Where was Professor Pu's self-esteem? Moreover, most importantly, the most amazing thing about these two surgeries was definitely not just creativity and surgical skills, but hard operation. It was useless whether you watched it or not, you could only sigh. If you did not watch it, at least you could be blindly confident. What about after watching it? Sigh, this was a story that was even sadder than sadness. Xianxia followed Xianxia into the office. For some reason, there was a hint of fear in his heart. To be honest, even when facing Dane back then, Xianxia was at most respectful. However, he was filled with apprehension and fear when facing Xianxia. Moreover, the more he understood, the more obvious this feeling became. The more he interacted with Xianxia, the more he felt that Xianxia was unfathomable. "Have a seat," Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia nodded and sat down. "I've seen the preoperative embolization for meningiomas. It's not bad, especially the idea. It seems like you're very talented in neurological interventional surgery," Xianxia praised seriously. Xianxia blushed. "Teacher. Actually, this was an idea suggested by Director Wu Hui. I was just cooperating with him." Xianxia nodded and smiled without denying it. This is the role of a team. Clinical surgery and interventional radiology should never be viewed separately. When surgeons and gynecologists think about problems, they often cross paths. Most of the time, there is cooperation between disciplines. Ideas can only be realized based on strength. Your ability to do so shows that you're talented. Don't be humble, you have to be confident. Xianxia sighed. To be honest, it was really difficult to be confident in this place. After all, everyone here was a big shot. How could he be confident? Xianxia said. Actually, there's a lot of room for improvement in this surgery of yours. Look, when you injected the embolus, you could have used 2 ways. There's no need to be so rigid about using the Shou family's opening. As he spoke, Xianxia confidently explained the preoperative embolization for meningiomas in detail. Xianxia listened very seriously. At the same time, he was also very shocked. He did not expect his teacher to actually know how to perform preoperative embolization for meningiomas. Moreover, he did it more perfectly than he did, and his understanding was more thorough. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he felt. His teacher was really too awesome. After Xianxia finished speaking, he suddenly took out a book from the drawer. This book is my latest research and understanding of neurological interventional surgery. Also, after observing you during this period of time, I found that you have some doubts and flaws. It's all written in it. Take it back and read it carefully. When Xianxia saw the familiar book, his eyes immediately lit up. He had seen such a book from Wu Hui before. He knew how important this book was to Wu Hui. That part-time job was as precious as his heart. That was written by the teacher himself, stroke by stroke. His teacher did not favor one and discriminate against the other. In fact, he had always been writing for himself. Thinking of this, Xianxia stood up excitedly and bowed deeply to Xianxia. "Thank you, teacher." Ding. Yang. Yi's favorability has increased to 90. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. Study hard. You are the hope of China's neurological interventional surgery. I have high hopes for you in this World Neurosurgery Skills Competition. Xianxia nodded vigorously. Teacher, I will definitely not let you down. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. It was Wu Hui who came in. He saw a familiar book in Xianxi's hand. He smiled at Xianxia and gave him a thumbs up. Xianxia excitedly hugged the book in his arms. Xianxia said, Xianxia, go ahead. There is less than a month before the competition. Work hard. Xianxia nodded. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye. Goodbye, Senior Wu Hui. Xianxia carefully closed the door and left excitedly. Wu Hui smiled. Teacher, you were looking for me? Xianxia nodded. Sit down. I wasn't criticizing you just now. I was talking about your development direction. Wu Hui blushed. You are right, teacher. To be honest, Xianxia was very surprised by Wu Hui's ability. Out of curiosity, he opened Wu Hui's skill column. When he saw Wu Hui's perfect level, intracranial tumor removal surgery, he was honestly a little surprised. Was this the improvement of the talent card? It was indeed a little shocking. However, this was also thanks to Wu Hui's own skills that had reached the master level. After the improvement, he had a perfect skill. At this moment, Xianxia said, "You have to be mentally prepared." Wu Hui was stunned. "What preparation?" Xianxia smiled mysteriously. "I'm going to make you the next president of the World Neurosurgery Federation." As soon as he said this, Wu Hui's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned on the spot. The president of the World Neurosurgery Federation? How is this possible? Xianxia smiled. "Nothing is impossible. Whether you succeed or not, you have to be mentally prepared. Don't be unprepared when you become the president." Looking at Xianxia's half-smile, Wu Hui was really stunned. Was it really possible? Of course, Xianxia was not speaking without thinking. He was serious. In fact, Xianxia did not have such thoughts in the beginning. However, Mr. Pungling's phone call today made Xianxia realize it. If Ammonium Yang wanted to build a world-class neurosurgery base, fame was a must. The World Federation of Neurosurgery had a history of 70 to 80 years. Its reliability and credibility were not inferior to the AATS Association of Cardiothoracic Surgery. If he could become the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery, it would be very beneficial. However, Xianxia did not want to be the president. He had too many positions and could not do two things at once. Now that Wu Hui was following him, he had the ability to reach the pinnacle of neurosurgery. Moreover, Wu Hui was very suitable in terms of talent and hard work. Most importantly, he was only in his early 40s. Wu Hui was shocked by his teacher's sudden idea. To be honest, Wu Hui had never thought of this. He only wanted to be a good doctor, have a good platform, and be a good doctor. As for the president, he really did not think about it and did not dare to think about it. "Teacher, this is impossible. The president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery is the result of the voting of the expert group. We only have one member in the expert group." Mr. Pungling Xianxia smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. There's still a month before the meeting begins. You improve your skills and I'll prepare the rest." At this point, Xianxia smiled and stood up. He took a breath, patted Wu Hui on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You also know that I can't stay in the neurosurgery department for too long. And now you're a sharp knife in the China neurosurgery field. It's good to be humble, but you represent China's neurosurgery department. You have to be aware and prepared. What are you afraid of?" Indeed, Xianxia called Wu Hui over mainly for this purpose. Wu Hui was too humble and did not put on airs. He had always been like this in the Capital Emergency Medical Center. As a director with no sense of presence, at home, he was looked down upon by his mother-in-law and wife. As a result, Wu Hui was used to keeping his tail between his legs. Even until now, whether it was his identity, status, skills, or influence, everything had improved greatly. He was also very humble and low-key. This was a good thing, but also a bad thing. If you want to be number one, you have to act like a number one. Wu Hui's blood flowed to his head. He was a little agitated. I'm worried, teacher. I feel like I still have a lot of things. I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it well, and embarrass you," Wu Hui said shamefully. Xianxia stared at Wu Hui with a serious expression and said seriously, "What are you afraid of? I have your back. I'm your teacher. I'm younger than you. Even if you die, I'll still be alive. What are you afraid of? I'll teach you what you don't know. I'll do what you can't do. I can do what you can't do. You just need to be responsible for leading China's neurosurgery to the top. I'm asking you." "Yes. I still can't." Xianxia's speech became faster and faster, making Wu Hui's blood boil with excitement. He couldn't help but shout. "Yes. I can. Teacher, don't worry. I'll definitely do it well." Unknowingly, Wu Hui's eyes were filled with many sparkling things, but his expression was firm. Xianxia took a deep breath. It was difficult to change a company's position in the industry. It was even more difficult to change a country's position in the industry. It was even more difficult to change the public's impression of a country that had been lagging behind for a long time, but Chen Song couldn't wait for another 3 years. This year, he wanted to change the position of China's neurosurgery in the world. He wanted to change the position of neurosurgery in the international medical industry. Chen Song took a deep breath and nodded. Drive to the capital with me later. Wu Hui was stunned for a moment and quickly nodded. Okay. He didn't ask why. Chen Song continued, call Shui Xingren, Yang Yi. Well, call Huang Binhai too. We'll set off in an hour. Wu Hui didn't understand why, but he still nodded. He always felt that something was wrong with his teacher today. He couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Chen Song got up and went straight home. During this period of time, Chen Song stayed at his father-in-law's house. It was close, so he came over for lunch at noon. Because it was the weekend, Ji Ruyun and Qin Xiaoyuan stayed at home. Old Qin was looking around the room. He was muttering something and his hands were rummaging through the cabinets. Ji Ruyun finally couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you looking for? You've been looking for it all morning. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled awkwardly. That. Ji Ruyun was stunned. What is that? Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but ask, what did you say? Ji Ruyun's face darkened. Speak properly. Lao Qin's search was fruitless. He couldn't help but return to the sofa. Honey, don't always bring the contraceptive products home in the future. When you were in the Family Planning Commission, I remember that you brought back a few boxes of contraceptives, right? When Ji Ruyun heard that, she immediately perked up and her expression changed. Yes. Lao Qin said earnestly, look, they've been married for more than half a year, but there's still no news. I'm wondering if this couple is still using contraceptive products. After hearing that, Ji Ruyun's expression turned solemn. This was a big deal. Director Wang's family married our daughter together, and now the child is already more than 8 months old. There's still no news of our daughter's pregnancy, Lao Qin said resentfully. Ji Ruyun couldn't help but complain, that's an unmarried pregnancy. They got on the bus first and then bought the ticket. Didn't you see that when they got married, the girl was already 9 months pregnant? Old Qin muttered, now I'm hoping that they get pregnant before marriage. Ji Ruyun glanced at Lao Qin. Don't you know who was the one who was so strict back then? Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. Times have changed. This isn't a small matter. Honey, when Yaya comes back, you have to talk to her about this. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Qin Yu walked in with a smile. Lao Qin felt guilty and quickly got up. You're back. What do you want to eat? I'll make it. Qin Yu smiled and said, I went out for a walk in the morning. It's hot. Dad, I want to eat tofu with green onions for lunch. Lao Qin nodded. Okay. I'll go buy some tofu. After saying that, Lao Qin gave his wife a look. Ji Ruyun understood. Qin Yu lay on the sofa while Ji Ruyun sat beside him. Seeing that Qin Yu was cool, she said, you're wearing too little. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Qin Yu couldn't help but say, Mom, it's already May. The weather is hot. Ji Ruyun sighed and touched Qin Yu's stomach. You know it's May. Look at you. You've been married for a year, but your stomach is still so small. Qin Yu blushed when she heard that. She understood what Ji Ruyun was talking about. This? Mom, do you think it's planting a melon that will sprout once it's planted? Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes. Melons are divided into 4 seasons. You're almost 8 or 9 months pregnant. You ovulate once a month. You've already planted 7 or 8 times, but you haven't sprouted. This little belly, sigh. When will it grow? Don't tell me you don't know? Qin Yu blushed when she heard her mother say that. What are you talking about? Mom. Ji Ruyun sighed. You're all medical students, so you should know this. After saying that, Ji Ruyun suddenly pulled Qin Yu's hand and said earnestly, don't worry. Yeah, actually. Do you know? Couples need to have fun. This. Sometimes, some clothes can liven things up. Mom used to do family planning. I used to have meetings and learned some things. Wait for me, I'll look for it for you. Ji Ruyun ignored Qin Yu's attempts to stop her and quickly got up to look for previous information. As she searched, she said, "Couples life is a field of study. We went to France and Japan to learn about it. Sometimes, when the feeling is in place, there's a chance to increase the probability of implantation. Also, although you're a girl, sometimes you have to learn to take the initiative. This can also increase the activity of the sperm. Oh right, you're a wife. You have to pay attention to your diet, okay? You have to design more recipes for your diet. I'll look for it. I even posted it." At this moment, Qin Yu was feeling very conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to maintain her girl's modesty in front of the current situation. But she was really interested in what her mother said. What should she do? Since she didn't know what to say, she could only wait silently. Was it life like this? Qin Yu thought about her mother's words and suddenly had some ideas. Couples life. Fun, taking the initiative, were these things really useful? It had to be said that the director of the Board of Family Planning had solid professional knowledge. Not long after, several books were found. Ji Ruyun flipped through the book as if he was very familiar with it. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really found it. At that time, your father told me to throw it away. He even asked me what I needed it for. Now it's coming in handy. After saying that, Ji Ruyun placed Qin Yu on the sofa. Take a look and study hard. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Ji Ruyun thought that Lao Qin had returned. However, Chen Song suddenly walked in. Mom, I'm here. Where is Yaya? Ji Ruyun stared blankly. Suddenly, his expression changed. Ah? Yaya. Yaya is at home. Damn, I just came back. I went shopping with your dad in the morning. Look at how sweaty I am. Chen Song nodded and walked in. He saw a pile of books on the sofa, and Qin Yu was hurriedly tidying them up. Qin Yu hurriedly blocked the books with his hands. At this moment, Qin Yu's face was as red as a monkey's butt. He hugged a pile of family planning books and didn't know what to do. Chen Song stood there, feeling extremely awkward. Ahem. Yaya is at home. Qin Yu, yes, yes. This. Ji Ruyun also hurriedly shirked the responsibility. Yaya is reading. Why is the sofa piled up? Hurry up and make room for Chen Song. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at his mother. He was so angry that his little chest was bulging. She wanted to expose this woman's scheme. However, she was defeated by this woman's gaze. She gave in. She had to take the blame. Chen Song was also at a loss. He didn't know how to deal with it. He could only escape by going to the toilet. This. I need to go to the toilet. When Chen Song entered the toilet, Qin Yu immediately stood up with his hands on his waist. He looked at his mother with an aggrieved expression. Ji Ruyun whispered, I'm doing this for your own good. Hurry up and put them away. Otherwise, it will be even more awkward when your father comes. Qin Yu hurriedly got up, picked up a pile of books, and ran into her room. Lao Qin came back not long after. Chen Song took the initiative to greet him. Dad, you're back. When he saw Chen Song, he smiled and said, There aren't many people on Saturday? Why are you back so early? I saw that the market has fresh yellow river fish today. Come home for lunch. Chen Song smiled. There aren't many things to do in the hospital, but I have to make a trip to the capital. I'll be leaving with academician Xue Jingren and the others later. I don't think we'll be able to eat in time. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Chen Song said, Academician Peng Ling is in the ICU. I don't know how long it will take. I'll go and take a look. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he was stunned. Peng Ling from the neurosurgery department. She's as good as a man. I heard in a meeting some time ago that she has small cell lung cancer. It's quite serious. I heard that it has metastasized. Chen Song sighed and nodded. Yes, I'll go and take a look. I'll also bring a few students to see the old lady. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded. Okay, go ahead. After saying that, he sighed. These old seniors really don't have it easy. Back then, our country was just developing. To be honest, learning surgery at that time was like learning how to build an atomic bomb. They didn't give you the skills, so you had to figure it out yourself and learn it secretly. Sigh, you guys are actually much better. With these old seniors laying down the foundation, at least you know how to go about it. Xianxia was in the field of oncology. Therefore, when Pengling fell ill, Xianxia also heard about it. However, small cell lung cancer was really dangerous, not to mention that the cancer cells had already metastasized. Xianxia suddenly said, even if you go, it won't help. There won't be any surgical advice. Moreover, with her current physical condition, it's difficult to perform the surgery. Whether she can step down or not is a problem. Chen Song sat on the sofa and said to Xianxia, Dad, I'm not going to treat her today. I'm just going to give Mr. Pengling some confidence. Xianxia was suddenly curious. What confidence? Chen Song said seriously, we, the people of China, want to become the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. I hope that Mr. Pengling can see this day. And China, ammonium yang, will become the holy land of the world's neurosurgery for the next 10 years. Xianxia heard Chen Song's words. He was completely stunned. This dream was really too big. There was only more than a month left before the election. And the current international status of China's neurosurgery department was really not worth mentioning. He took a deep breath. He patted Chen Song's shoulder. Sigh. You, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Xianxia was really emotional. Other people's sons-in-law were disappointing, but his own son-in-law made his father-in-law seem a little disappointing. P.S. There will be more later, wait a moment. Lao Qin actually wanted to say something to Chen Song. Son, if you do this, it makes your father look like a disappointment. Sigh, Lao Qin felt a lot of pressure. Other families would say, he's just an adopted son-in-law. How can he be incompetent? Just chase him out of the family. His family would say, the Dragon King has arrived. This made Lao Qin feel a little, well, he didn't have that kind of feeling. After saying that, Xianxia suddenly said, oh right, you have to find yourself a driver. I can't drive myself every day. You have a lot of things to think about. I'm afraid you'll be distracted. Find a driver. Find someone you can trust. After Chen Song heard that, he suddenly felt that this was a good idea. Perhaps he really needed to have a secretary and a driver. He actually wanted to wait until he became an academician. Now it seemed that it was a loss not to become an academician last year. At this time, Qin Yu came out of the room. His little face was still red. Chen Song smiled. I'm going to the capital. Don't worry about me. I probably won't be back today. Qin Yu nodded, but suddenly said, why don't I be your driver? It's too tiring for you to drive. Chen Song smiled and touched Qin Yu's head. Aren't you afraid that our parents will think that I'm abusing you? Qin Yu suddenly pouted. TSK, in their eyes, I'm not as high as you. Seeing Qin Yu like this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you stay at home. I'll go to stay at home. Give me the keys, Chen Song said with a smile. Qin Yu turned around to look for his bag. Mom, where's my bag? Lao Qin suddenly said, didn't your mom in the morning, Ji Riyun send a murderous look over? Lao Qin instantly understood, decades of domestic violence were not in vain. Lao Qin instantly shut up. When I left in the morning, didn't you say that you wanted to wash your bag? See if it's on the table. Qin Yu coughed and quickly got up. He handed the key to Chen Song and said, be careful on the road. Chen Song nodded, smiled, and got up to leave. Lao Qin and his family were left behind. Xianxia suddenly looked at his wife and said seriously, I think I found the reason. Ji Riyun was stunned. What reason? The reason why Yaya is not pregnant. Xianxia revealed a mysterious smile. Qin Yu also carefully pricked up his ears. Because Chen Song and Yu are too outstanding. Outstanding people are more picky when choosing their DNA. Ji Riyun rolled his eyes. Scram. Hurry up and cook. Lao Qin was helpless. The position of the younger brother in the family determined one's academic status. Along the way, Chen Song and Xue Jingren sat in the back row. Yang Yi was driving, Wu Hui was in the front passenger seat, and Huang Binhai was behind them, driving Xue Jingren's Accord. The five of them were all experienced drivers. Yang Yi liked to drive, and the Panamera made him feel very happy driving. Xue Jingren suddenly asked, "Professor Chen, why are you suddenly going to the capital?" Chen Song said, "I'm going to visit old Mr. Pengling. She's not in a good condition. I want to let them see the three champions of the International Neurosurgery Federation's skills competition this year. Let the old lady be happy." Hearing this, Xue Jingren was instantly stunned. "Three champions?" Xue Jingren was confused. He did not know what Chen Song was talking about. Chen Song nodded. "I want the three of you to participate in this year's International Neurosurgery Skills Competition. Wu Hui will participate in the International Neurosurgery Competition, and Yang Yi will participate in the New Neurosurgery Technologies Competition. I want to invite you to participate in the Scientific Research Innovation Competition." Xue Jingren was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Chen Song in surprise. Can I? Chen Song nodded. "No problem. You're representing our research team in the competition. This is in accordance with the rules. I'll prepare the competition materials. However, it still depends on whether you have time recently, Chief Xue." How could Xue Jingren not have time when he heard that he could participate in the competition? He quickly nodded. "Yes. No problem. I can even live in ammonium yang for the next month." Chen Song nodded. "Yes, that's the best. Old Mr. Pengling might not make it this year. I want to let the old lady see the rise of China's neurosurgery department in her lifetime. She also wants to see the future of our neurosurgery department. I hope that Wu Hui will be the chairman of the International Neurosurgery Federation this year." Xue Jingren. "I hope you don't have any objections. To be honest, I think Wu Hui has a better future. He's still young, and he's very talented in neurosurgery. He has the ability." Xue Jingren took a deep breath and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Oh, Professor Chen, you're being too polite. Chief Wu is indeed as you said. He's very young and very talented. He's suitable to be the chairman. I'm old, my energy and stamina are declining, and my talent is limited. To be honest, this is all I've achieved in my life. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. We're all on the same side, so I'll be frank. I'm actually very guilty and ashamed that I didn't join the World Neurosurgery Federation's panel of judges. I don't even have the face to see old Mr. Pengling. At that time, he chose me to be the chairman of the China Neurosurgery Society. Sigh. I've let him down." Chen Song smiled. "It's okay. You'll soon become a panel of judges." Xue Jingren was really excited. He believed in Chen Song, because historical data told him that Chen Song could do it. Thinking of this, Xue Jingren leaned back in his chair. He could not control his excitement. To be honest, he did not expect this day to come. He could not even believe that there would be such a thing. He remembered that he had some bad blood with Chen Song because of his son, Xue Dong. Today, Chen Song actually wanted to help him become a panel of judges of the International Neurosurgery Federation. One had to know that the International Neurosurgery Federation was an obsession in the eyes of this group of people, because with the departure of Wang Zhongqing and the other old men, academician Pengling also, sigh, if the successor of China's neurosurgery department could not improve, it would be an international joke. Why was Xue Jingren so happy at the Dr. Wang Zhongqing Award ceremony? Because he thought that Chen Song could win the International Doctor of Neurosurgery Award. Those who won this award were basically candidates for the vice chairman. China did not have a vice chairman yet. How could he not be happy? Hearing Chen Song's ambition, Xue Jingren felt that his dream was really too shallow. He looked at Chen Song, his hands trembling with excitement. He asked, "Really? Can we really become the chairman of the World Neurosurgery Federation?" Chen Song nodded firmly. "Yes." Xue Jingren nodded repeatedly, tears of excitement rolling down his face. "Good. Good. That's great. China's neurosurgery department is proud of you. P.S. Thank you to Hushangai for the 150000 tip. Thank you Auntie. Thank you very much. Thank you to Yi Duo Duo for the 30,000 tip. thank you to Reading Limit for the 15,000 tip, thank you to Walking Demon for the 10,000 tip, thank you bosses. Xianxia held Pu Yongjin's hands gratefully. He said. With some emotion, Chief Pu, thank you very much. Pu Yonghong was speechless. He looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. Xianxia sighed. Sigh, Chief Pu is really a good person. In the past, I misunderstood you. If it weren't for you, Xiaoqiao's surgery might not have been possible. Thanks to your guidance, we were able to find Professor Wu Hui. Pu Yongjin was speechless when he heard this. Damn it, he wanted to find out Chen Song's background. But now, other than seeing what Chen Song looked like, he basically knew nothing about Chen Song's depth. He looked at Xianxia thanking him and felt extremely complicated. He sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Pu Yongjin patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with a smile, Mr. Jin, listen to me. Move the Jin Pharmaceutical Company to China's Ammonium City. This time, I'm really guiding you. Xianxia was stunned. Why? Pu Yongjin sighed. China's neurosurgery department will definitely rise. Moreover, you're in the nerve growth factor business. Chen Song's new drug research institute is also here. You have a chance to cooperate. After saying that, Pu Yongjin turned around and left. I'll go back to China first. Then, he walked forward without looking back. He didn't find out Chen Song's depth in this trip, but through his students, Pu Yongjin could see that Chen Song was unfathomable, whether it was Wu Hui or Yang Yi. Even in the World Federation of Neurosurgery, they were 1 in a million geniuses. To be honest, Wu Hui and Yang Yi could win the championship of the skills competition if they participated in the competition. Thinking of this, Pu Yongjin suddenly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he happened to be standing at the entrance of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. All of a sudden, Pu Yongjin realized how terrifying Chen Song was. He also finally understood what Chen Song had said to him a few days ago. I won't participate in the skills competition. Indeed, he didn't lie to him. Professor Chen Song was really not going to participate. Perhaps it should be said that he really did not need to participate in the World Neurosurgeon Skills Competition. Because there was no need for it. If he participated in the competition would become a game. It was a game of eagle catching chicks. Perhaps no one was a match for Chen Song. Chen Song was also disdainful. And Chen Song's students were enough to win the championship. Pu Yongjin fell silent. Because he suddenly hesitated. What should he do? Should I go back and tell Dane the news? Or should he take the initiative to seek refuge with Chen Song? After some hesitation, Pu Yongjin took out a piece of paper from his bag and wrote a letter to Chen Song. When he passed by the security guard, he handed the letter to him. For Professor Chen Song. Thank you. Qin Taishan looked at Pu Yongjin curiously, but he still nodded and said, okay. Pu Yongjin stood up and left. He had thought it through. I'm a doctor, a scholar. As for Mr. Dane, he would probably tell him what he had seen and heard. He would also show Dane the video of the surgery. However, if Chen Song was in this election, Pu Yongjin felt that he might choose Chen Song. Not because of other reasons. It was purely because Chen Song was good. Didn't he choose to seek refuge with Professor Dane because Dane was good? What a pity. If Chen Song had made some achievements a year earlier, maybe he had a chance to run for chairman this year. But at this time, there was only more than a month left. There were nearly 300 judges, council members, and vice chairmen. And each vice chairman basically had their own team. Dane was lucky to be in time for an award. Many people might be grateful to him. Almost, but only one thing. He believed that the rise of Chen Song, or the rise of China's neurosurgery department, was already a sure thing. After Chen Song and the others arrived in the capital, they first had a simple meal with everyone. After resting for a while, they drove to Concord. After a meal, Xue Jingren's mood also calmed down. He was now full of ambition and passion. He even couldn't wait to tell Mr. Pengling the news. To be honest, Xue Jingren hadn't seen the old man for a long time. It was not because he didn't want to go. It was because he didn't dare to go. He felt that he had let down Mr. Pengling's painstaking efforts and expectations. But it was different now. Chen Song's appearance made Xue Jingren straighten his back. Shui Jingren thought very clearly. China needed a face of neurosurgery. This person didn't need to be Shui Jingren, it could be someone else, it could be Chen Song, Wu Hui, Yang Yi, or anyone, but at least there had to be such a person. After arriving at Concord, Director Wang Xing of the Oncology Department had been waiting for a long time. Professor Chen, you're here. Director Shui, long time no see. Wang Xing greeted him. Chen Song nodded. Hello, Director Wang. Sorry to disturb you. Wang Xing smiled and shook his head. You're welcome. Mr. Peng Ling's condition isn't very good. He just woke up. Come in. As he spoke, Wang Xing opened the door and walked inside. Chen Song and the others followed closely behind. Wang Xing smiled and said to the old man lying on the bed, Academician Peng, look who's here. Peng Ling was lying on the bed listlessly. Her eyes were heavy, and there were many wrinkles on her face. She was in her 80s, but she seemed to be in her 90s. She had worked hard all her life. How could she be in good health? This hunched and panting old man was the backbone of China's neurosurgery department. It was also because of the responsibility on her shoulders that her waist was bent and her face withered. When she saw Chen Song come in, Peng Ling's eyes were full of light. She stared at Chen Song and grinned. She smiled very happily. She smiled with tears in her eyes. She couldn't even say anything. After a long time, she smiled and said, "You're here." As she spoke, one could see that she only had a few teeth left. Mr. Peng Ling wanted to sit up, but he was a little weak. Shui Jingren quickly went forward to help him. Teacher Peng, please slow down. Peng Ling patted Shui Jingren's hand and smiled. She said slowly, why haven't you been here for a long time? Shui Jingren blushed. Peng Ling smiled. Are you afraid that I'll scold you? Shui Jingren was suddenly speechless. Peng Ling could not help but shake her head. I don't blame you. I've never blamed you. You're just too headstrong. Peng Ling looked at Chen Song and continued, you're Chen Song, right? Hello, Academician Peng. Chen Song nodded and walked to the bedside. Peng Ling smiled and said, it's my first time seeing you. I'm surprised. How can someone be so handsome and so outstanding in research? This joke made everyone laugh. Peng Ling continued, actually, Professor Chen, I've read all your papers in the field of neurology. Peng Ling smiled and said, I'm looking at the rise of your young strength. I'm happy from the bottom of my heart. You guys are so much more outstanding than we were back then. Whether it's your ideas, clinical ability, or scientific research skills, you guys are so much better than us. Chen Song quickly said, it's all because of the foundation laid by you and the old seniors. Peng Ling shook her head and deliberately put on a straight face. With her leaky teeth, she said with a smile, even if you let Wang Zhongqing live for another 100 years, he won't be as promising as you. That's what I said. I'm not afraid that he'll come looking for me. He's capable, he's capable. I'm satisfied that you guys can come to see me. Let me tell you, I'll be lucky if I live another day. The courage to live now is all of you. I lay on the bed and thought about it. I thought about what new achievements you would have tomorrow. When I think of this, I'm happy. I think that I'll see and listen more. In the future, when I go down, I can brag to Wang Zhongqing and the others and tell them how good our children are now. How outstanding they are. Parkinson's disease has been conquered by China. As he spoke, Mr. Peng Ling suddenly began to cough. The coughing became louder and more intense. Between his breaths, there was a hissing sound. He seemed to be struggling on the edge of life and death. To be honest, this was not the first time Chen Song had seen a patient. However, this was the first time he had seen a person floating on the edge of life and death. That's right, the old man was really close to the end of his life. It was not easy for him to calm down. His eyelids drooped even deeper, and the tissue paper covering his mouth was full of blood. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard the system's notification sound, ding. Mr. Peng Ling's last wish is to help him see the rise of the neurosurgery department in the motherland before he dies. Mission requirements. Hint, this mission has no specific requirements. Anything that can improve the status of the neurosurgery department will be considered completed. The higher the mission completion rate, the better the reward. Chen Song took a deep breath and accepted the mission without hesitation. A burst of violent coughing consumed a lot of Mr. Peng Ling's strength. He lay on the bed and panted weakly. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Song held the old man's hand and said seriously, "Academician Peng, keep it up. Every day you persevere, you will see good news. When you go down, you can proudly show off that China's neurosurgery department is very strong." Peng Ling gasped for breath. She couldn't move her eyes. She even looked like she was in pain. She still smiled and nodded, "Good, good, good. I will persevere. Every day. I've been waiting for your good news." Chen Song and the others did not want to disturb old Mr. Peng Ling anymore, so they got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly turned around and said to Mr. Peng Ling, "Academician Peng, open your eyes again, I'll introduce you to a few people." Peng Ling struggled to open her eyes. Chen Song introduced, "His name is Wu Hui. From this year onwards, he will be the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. His name is Xianxia. This year, he will become a judge of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. Rest well." Peng Ling was stunned for a moment. She was obviously a little surprised by Chen Song's words. The president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery, how could it be that simple? At this moment, Huang Binhai suddenly stopped and said to Peng Ling seriously, "Academician Peng, my name is Huang Binhai. I will work hard. In the future, I will definitely have a seat in the vice president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery." Chen Song turned around and looked at Huang Binhai. He was very pleased. At the same time, after coming out of the ward, Wu Hui's aura changed. There was more responsibility, and also more determination. Perhaps, in this world, there was something that could be passed down. Not money, not knowledge, but spirit, just like the soul of the Chinese people that had been condensed for thousands of years, after coming out of the ward. Wang Xing sighed. Academician Peng might have a month at most. The bone metastasis is serious. There are already osteolytic lesions. There are also metastases in the central nervous system. The spinal cord is compressed and she has back pain. The bladder and intestinal functions are out of control. Sigh. She may be alive all because of her willpower. Hearing Wang Xing's words, everyone sighed. How painful was cancer? It was a pain that even late-stage morphine would not be able to withstand. However, this stooped old lady was able to persevere. As she said, she wanted to wait for good news. Chen Song actually wanted to save her. But, he was not a god. Small cell lung cancer was very difficult to treat. Did she really think that Chen Song could bring the dead back to life? The group did not stay in the capital for long. In the evening, Chen Song called Old Yu and asked him to come out for a meal and a drink. The next day, which was Sunday morning, Chen Song and the others had lunch together. Wu Hui asked, "Teacher, are we going back today?" Chen Song thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, let's go back. But I have something that I need you to do." Wu Hui nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, teacher, you can arrange anything directly." Chen Song nodded and took out a list from his pocket. "This morning, go and invite these people. Tell them that I want to start a new plan." Shui Jingren could not help but say, "I'll go. I'm familiar with the capital, and the neurosurgery department is my base camp. Although my skills are not very good, but, after all, I have some connections. It's still very convenient to call people." Chen Song shook his head. "There's no need for that. You have something else to do." As soon as he said this, Shui Jingren was stunned. He did not expect that he would have a special task. He could not help but ask, "What is it?" "Go and find an opportunity to spread a news," Chen Song said with a smile. Shui Jingren was even more curious. "Spread a news? What news?" Chen Song's gaze was sharp as he said word by word, "Head transplant surgery. The world's first head transplant surgery." As soon as these words came out, the hands of the few people who were eating breakfast immediately trembled, all the soy milk spilled out. They all looked at Chen Song excitedly, their eyes full of shock. Head transplant surgery. This wasn't just a simple sentence. If there were a few surgeries in this world that were enough to shock everyone, then, there was definitely one that was a head transplant surgery. Chen Song was not speaking without thinking. A month was neither long nor short. And Chen Song wanted to shock the world and get the support of everyone in the field of neurosurgery. There was only one possibility, that was to do the most difficult surgery. It was also the most talked about surgery. It was also the most difficult surgery to achieve. Head transplant surgery was enough to shock the world, right? P.S. Because it's a long-distance marriage, it needs to be in my hometown. Today, my wife's family is here. I went to the fitting room for the whole afternoon. At night, I entertained them for dinner. When I came back, it was already 10 o'clock. Fortunately, I wrote a chapter in the morning. Otherwise, I would have lost my full attendance, seeing that the wedding date is approaching. To be honest, I'm also very nervous. Head transplant surgery? This news hadn't shocked anyone yet, but it had already made everyone's heartbeat accelerate. Once this surgery was carried out, it would be no exaggeration to say that this would be the first in the world. Moreover, head transplant surgery did not only mean a breakthrough in a disease. It meant the comprehensive height of the neurosurgery discipline. It involved the development of vascular anastomosis, nerve repair, nerve anastomosis, spinal nerve connection, spinal nerve growth, and many other disciplines. Being able to complete head transplant surgery did not only mean the height of a surgery, it also meant the comprehensive height of this discipline. Why else would head transplant surgery be said to be amazing? Because this represented the comprehensive height of neurosurgery. Like a bucket, no shortcomings were allowed to appear. Because this was not a surgery that could be completed by a country alone in the current era. In fact, the World Federation of Neurosurgery did not even dare to use such a surgery as a goal or plan. And now, Chen Song suddenly told everyone about this. This feeling was like, yes, it was like in the Qing dynasty, when someone suddenly said, let's build an atomic bomb. This feeling was exactly the same. It was really difficult for everyone to accept. Have our standards reached the point where we can perform head transplant surgery? Everyone was very excited. They were so excited that they could not contain it. In the past, after they completed a surgery, they would feel that the distance between them and the West had narrowed. Every time we make a breakthrough, they will feel that we are gradually becoming stronger. But today, when Chen Song told everyone this news, they felt a sense of shock. It was as if a student from the bottom had suddenly become the top student in the entire school. The shock in their hearts was incomparable. Xue Jingren's face was filled with fear and uneasiness. His hands were trembling, and he did not notice that the soy milk had already flowed down the table and onto his shoes. Really? Professor Chen. You can perform head transplant surgery? Chen Song nodded and smiled. Yes. After receiving Chen Song's confirmation, everyone was shocked. They looked at Chen Song in surprise. However, Chen Song was very calm, as if what he said just now was just a very ordinary sentence. But, was this? Of course not. This sentence might become the backbone of the nation, Xue Jingren quickly said in surprise. Publicize, we must publicize it. I want the whole world to know that Chinese people can perform head transplant surgery. Amazing. Professor Chen, you're amazing. Xue Jingren's voice was very loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. This was a relatively famous breakfast restaurant. The soy milk here was very famous. The people who came here to eat were all old Beijing people. Xue Jingren's loud clamor had obviously attracted the attention of the surrounding people. He quickly smiled awkwardly and apologized to everyone. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm so happy. I apologize to everyone. Boss, I'll pay for everyone's breakfast today. I'll treat everyone to some soy milk. The boss blushed with shame. Treat everyone to some soy milk. In the morning, Yang Yi drove Chen Song and Huang Benhai back, leaving Wu Hui to invite the guests and Xue Jingren to promote. In the car, Huang Benhai looked at Chen Song excitedly. Teacher, why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew how to do a head transplant? If you had told me earlier, you would have gotten a prize this year. Chen Song smiled. The technology has only matured recently. Chen Song had also discovered it by chance. If it was just an animal surgery, Chen Song did not need the intraoperative awakening combined with neuroelectrophysiological technology that he had just obtained. However, if it involved people, it was different. Head transplant surgery had to ensure that the body was controlled by the nerves. This interoperative awakening combined with neuroelectrophysiological technology could completely achieve interoperative exploration. It was only the day before yesterday that Xianxia had truly thoroughly researched this technology. Xianxia himself did not expect to make this plan today. Perhaps it should be said that it was Mr. Pengling who confirmed Xianxia's idea. This surgery, to be honest, Xianxia was not 100% confident in his heart. However, he still had to try. He suddenly said to Yang Yi, drive to the new drug research institute. Okay. After saying that, Xianxia suddenly said, Huang Benhai, come with me. We'll try it on the animals. You'll be my assistant. Huang Benhai nodded and replied with an O. Suddenly, he was stunned again. He turned around and looked at Xianxia. Teacher? You can't be performing surgery on humans before you've performed surgery on animals, right? Xianxia nodded matter-of-factly. Is there a problem? Huang Benhai was instantly speechless. That's right, was there a problem? It was rumored that Professor Chen only needed 3 surgeries to learn one surgery. Occasionally, he only needed one. Now it seemed that Professor Chen performed surgeries based on his mood. He could do it well even if he did not perform one. Wu Hui opened the list and was stunned when he saw the densely packed list. Because he realized that there was only one person from China on the invitation list, that was Wu Hui himself. Other than that, the second person was very dazzling, Jack Pass. This person was the vice president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. However, his international status was very high. He had a huge influence in functional neurosurgery. Many of the judges of the World Federation of Neurosurgery alone wanted to support him. Other than that, there were 9 other invitation lists on the list. They were all neurosurgery experts from many countries in the world. And these people were already the judges or vice presidents of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. At this moment, he understood what his teacher meant. His teacher was inviting these people to participate in this surgery. While letting them witness it with their own eyes, he was also telling them that he had such strength. He hoped that they could join him or support him. After all, it was too difficult to gain a lot of influence in a short period of time. How could he do it in a month, the world's first head transplant surgery? To be honest, no neurosurgeon could refuse this honor. And Jack Pass was even more so. His whole life's goal was to achieve a head transplant. Unfortunately, after failing 3 times in a row, he gave up on this dream last year. After all, functional neurosurgery was closely related to head transplant surgery. It could even be said to be the foundation. Xianxia wanted Wu Hui to take over, so he needed people's support. Similarly, Xianxia wanted to carry out his next big move. These people, none of them could be missing. They also possessed valuable technology that attracted Xianxia's attention. Once these people were invited, Xianxia did not plan to let them go. P.S. There's only one chapter today. In the next few days, from the 2nd to the 4th, the updates of the veterans might be unstable or even stop. But, the veterans will remember everyone's votes. I owe them first. After I'm done with this period of time, I'll definitely update. Everyone's rewards and votes will be updated. Thank you for your support. Last thanks, Hushengai's 300000 reward, Xiaoying's 50,000 monthly vote red packet. Thank you. The veterans will definitely make up for it in the future. Double the votes. Jack Pass looked at Wu Hui in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't know why this person was looking for him. Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but I'm going to the next surgery soon, so my time is really limited now. The assistant at the side walked over at the right time. Professor, the surgery has begun. The craniotomy will take place in 3 minutes. His words were very direct. He meant that he only had 3 minutes. It was their first meeting. It gave people a feeling of intimidation. Moreover, Jack Pass gave Wu Hui the impression that he was a pedant. Whether it was his style of dressing or the way he did things, they were all methodical. It was as if every minute and every step had been planned beforehand. 3 minutes, Wu Hui couldn't help but take a deep breath. It wasn't easy for him to find Jack Pass. For this, he even sat in the hospital for an entire day. In foreign countries, these experts weren't so easy to find. Not to mention, Jack Pass was the world's top expert in the field of neurosurgery. If Wu Hui hadn't mentioned that he was Professor Chen Sung's student, he probably wouldn't have been able to meet him today. Even so, the reception was still in the corridor. Using the interval between the replacement surgery, Jack Pass came over to meet Wu Hui. Jack Pass actually didn't have a deep relationship with China. In fact, he had never been to China once in the past 50 years. Therefore, Jack Pass also didn't know what Wu Hui's purpose for coming this time was. If it weren't for Chen Sung, he might not even have these 3 minutes. However, Wu Hui wasn't worried at all. It seemed that Jack Pass also realized that the man in front of him didn't seem to be in a hurry. Actually, 3 minutes couldn't explain anything clearly. He just wanted to understand what the other party was going to say. Wu Hui also knew that his current status in the industry was really not worth mentioning in Jack Pass's eyes. But, this was only temporary. Wu Hui wasn't in a hurry. Because he only needed to tell Jack Pass one sentence. It wouldn't take 3 minutes at all. Wu Hui smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jack Pass. You're even younger than in the photo. Jack Pass didn't smile. However, he still patiently chatted with Wu Hui about some useless things. Time slowly passed. Not long after, Jack Pass looked at the time on his watch and said, I have to go for surgery soon. Wu Hui smiled confidently and slapped his forehead. It's actually very simple. My teacher, Professor Chen, would like to invite you to perform a head transplant surgery together. Perhaps I should say that my teacher would like to invite you to watch one of his head transplant surgeries. After saying that, Wu Hui handed an invitation letter to the other party. He turned around and was about to leave. Sure enough, just as Wu Hui turned to leave, Jack Pass froze in place. Head transplant surgery? Head transplant surgery was of great significance. It was definitely not something that could be explained with just one surgery. Similarly, it was also because of this that this surgery was able to attract more and more researchers. This surgery was as holy and noble as the Holy Land in the hearts of pilgrims, but the reason why it was sacred was because it was far away. It was because it was untouchable. How could the dream that Jack Pass had pursued all his life be so easy to realize? Hold on. Wu Hui had just turned around, but before he could take a step forward, he heard Jack Pass hurriedly say. His voice was very urgent, that was right. In the face of dreams, everything could be pushed back. Even if Jack Pass had not heard anyone mention head transplant surgery for a long time. Even if he heard it, Jack Pass would at most shake his head. Because no one knew more about head transplant surgery than him. This was still not just a surgery. This was a joint breakthrough of many technologies. There were many things that were included. Jack Pass became famous very early. Back then, he was very famous in nerve repair surgery. At one time, he was considered the most talented doctor in neurosurgery by the World Federation of Neurosurgery. At the age of 38, he became the youngest president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. There was no one else. Jack Pass, who had become famous early, was also eager to do something amazing. If he wanted to do it, he would do the most difficult thing. Jack Pass decisively announced the establishment of the World Federation of Neurosurgery's Special Attack Team, Head Transplant Surgery. This plan was called the Xianxia 2000 plan at that time. It was very sensational at that time. Jack Pass was publishing new papers every week. At that time, the entire Europe and America thought that head transplant surgery was feasible. For this reason, all the major consortiums generously donated money, hoping that Jack Pass would get a chance after the surgery was successful. In fact, in 2000, when the 21st century had just arrived, the craze for biomedicine was the favorite thing of capital. Head transplant surgery was even regarded as a second life. Therefore, at that time, Jack Pass was not only a star in the medical world, but also the darling of capital. Basically, as soon as the project was established, countless capital poured in. Unfortunately, the development of science was never achieved overnight. The price of early prosperity was early decline. With the passage of time, the Xianxia 2000 plan died before it could even germinate. Later, it directly declared bankruptcy. At that time, the level of medical technology was not enough to support such a surgery. The peak of Jack Pass's life also came to an end. After 2006, Jack Pass was gradually replaced by newcomers. Jack Pass himself had lost his confidence. There was never a lack of geniuses in this world. Every day, there were miracles happening. Including Chen Song, who had never been the most talented. This world was really a place where you sang and I appeared. Therefore, Chen Song's appearance only made these veteran geniuses feel a little emotional at most. It was not enough to make them do anything. Who had not been glorious before, however, when Chen Song said that he wanted to do a head transplant surgery. Jack Pass was stunned on the spot, because he clearly remembered that Wu Hui said that Chen Song invited him to participate in the head transplant surgery, or rather, invited him to watch Chen Song do a head transplant surgery. Jack Pa actually wanted to sneer at him. However, after so many years, no one dared to say that they could do a head transplant surgery. Chen Song dared to do it. This was a knot in Jack Pass's heart. Over the years, Jack Pass had gone from Sweden to London, from New York to Munich, from Oxford to Paris. He was a person with a weak sense of country. But over the years, he seemed to be carefree, but he was actually running away. He really wanted to prove himself one day. Wu Hui turned around and looked at Jack Pass as expected. Professor Jack Pass, whether it's true or not, perhaps you should go to China to take a look. It's no longer the China you know. The neurosurgery department there is what you want. This is what Professor Chen asked me to tell you. He hopes to invite you to do something. Moreover, Professor Chen said that he can teach you this surgery. P.S. There will be more later. Sorry, it's a little late. As soon as he said that, Jack Pass was instantly stunned on the spot. Teach him the head transplant surgery? Was that for real? Jack Pass really couldn't believe it. Was there really someone in this world who didn't care at all? If Chen Song could really do a good head transplant surgery and publicize it, he would definitely gain both fame and fortune. Did Chen Song not understand? Of course not. Chen Song understood very well, however, as his understanding of medicine deepened. Chen Song had already realized many problems. Medicine was a developing discipline. It was not a problem that could be solved by a single surgery. The most difficult part of the head transplant surgery was actually the repair of the spinal cord nerves. However, completing the surgery and treating the patient were two different things. As his understanding of the head transplant surgery deepened day by day, Chen Song realized one thing more and more: he had thought too much in the past. In the past, Chen Song had always been worried about the ethics of the head transplant surgery. He was worried that after the head transplant surgery appeared, a large number of rich and powerful people would appear to covet this technology. However, after countless experiments, Chen Song discovered one thing. That was that medicine was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Since it was a surgery, there was a problem with the success rate. If the head transplant was carried out, the success rate of the surgery would not be very high. Everyone's body was different, and the rejection reaction itself was very obvious. Even if the immune suppression was used for a long time, there would be problems with the feedback adjustment of the body. Therefore, this meant that the head transplant surgery could only be a gimmick for a long time. However, in the end, the greatest ability of the head transplant surgery was the essence of a series of disciplines hidden behind the surgery. 1. The method of spinal cord repair. 2. The recovery of nerve function. 3. The repair of nerves. These were the core techniques behind the head transplant surgery. As for the rejection reaction, these things could not be avoided. Because rejection itself was a kind of protection. Chen Song's goal was actually very simple. He actually mastered the repair of spinal cord nerve function. The head transplant surgery could attract people's attention. He knew very well what he had to do now, to increase the influence of China's neurosurgery department. This was just like a celebrity. How could they become famous quickly? To freeload. Therefore, Chen Song only wanted to freeload. However, if they could ride on the traffic, they could also attract attention. China's Department of Neurosurgery had no shortage of skills, regardless of the surgical technique. It was a new discovery. Or perhaps it was the development of neurological intervention. It even included the development of drugs for the nervous system. These were already at the forefront of the international scene. However, even so, the status of the Department of Neurosurgery in China could be seen from the last World Championship of Neurosurgeons. Due to the development of technology, it would take several generations of serious management to become truly world famous. Old Mr. Peng Ling only had a few days left. Regardless of whether it was the mission requirements or not. It was inevitable that Chen Song really wanted to improve the neurosurgery technology in the country, or he wanted to expand his influence. The days when good wine needed no hiding in the dark alleys were long gone. After Wu Hui left, Jack Pass looked at the invitation letter and was stunned. The assistant at the side could not help but say, "Professor Jackpath, the surgery." Jack Pass took a deep breath and turned to leave. "Let Hunter do the surgery. I still have something to do." With that, Jack Pass got up and left. Right now, the only thing on his mind was head transplant surgery. Once the surgery was completed, Jack Pass's wish for many years could finally be fulfilled. He looked at the invitation, took a deep breath, and made a call to book the latest flight. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he wanted to verify it once. He believed that Chen Song was not someone who fished for fame. What he was most worried about was that Chen Song was the same as him back then. Sigh. In the following days, Wu Hui continued to look for the people on the list. Everyone was filled with doubts. Regarding the head transplant surgery, it was actually true. It was too shocking, so much so that people could not help but be suspicious. But everyone was very worried about one thing. Could Chen Song just be pulling a stunt, and whether this matter was true or false? But at this moment, the China Academy of Neurosurgery held a general meeting. Shui Jingren officially stepped down, and Chen Song officially became the president of the China Academy of Neurosurgery. The appointment of the president made Chen Song the first person in China to serve as the president of multiple disciplines. And during the inauguration declaration, Chen Song publicly announced that he would carry out the world's first human head transplant surgery in a week. After all, the China Academy of Neurosurgery was a national association. Many media outlets participated in the ceremony. And Chen Song's calm announcement of the head transplant surgery was bound to cause a huge uproar, as expected, just after Chen Song publicly announced the news, almost at this moment. Many journals and magazines around the world began to report on it. Moreover, this time, Chen Song had successfully stepped out of the circle. At that time, when Chen Song was assigning tasks, Wu Hui was in charge of finding people, and Shui Jingren was in charge of publicity. Shui Jingren had known a lot of media outlets for so many years. He didn't know anything else, but he was very good at making headlines. Moreover, the media outlets invited to this general meeting even included Times Daily. Therefore, when Chen Song officially announced this surgery to these large international media outlets, he was surprised. Everyone in the industry was shaken by this, but people were much more rational this time. Jack Pass's failure had already made many consortiums realize that the head transplant surgery was a trap. They were not optimistic. That's right, almost everyone was not optimistic about this surgery. There was even an international media outlet in the United States that publicly criticized Chen Song. History is always surprisingly similar. The fall of the former genius Jack Pass, and now Chen Song's rapid rise has also extended his hand into the field of head transplant surgery. I hope that the genius can face himself squarely. Science journals publicly expressed their views. Head transplant surgery is a meaningless surgery. It's a waste of resources. Perhaps Professor Chen should study Alzheimer's disease more. This might be meaningful. However, there were also people who supported it. Bartram, the chairman of the World Paraplegic Organization Alliance, did not directly support Chen Song. Head transplant surgery is the highest achievement in spinal cord repair. This means the gospel of millions of paraplegic patients in the world. How can it be said that it's meaningless? It could be said that, this time, Chen Song had successfully attracted the attention of the world's neurosurgery department, and at this moment, Chen Song had just come out of the China National Health Commission. He had just received an approval from the China National Health Commission and China's Ministry of Education. Chen Song's advanced neurosurgery research course. There was only one homeroom teacher in this class, Chen Song. However, this would become the cradle of the world's top neurosurgeons. In the field of neurosurgery, Huangpu Military Academy, this was also Chen Song's next move. At the same time, Chen Song posted a status. The list of doctors for head transplant surgery. P.S. The wedding leave is finally over. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your votes these days and the monthly votes that you crowdfunded. The veteran is very grateful. During this period of time, the updates will slowly return to 5 updates. I hope that everyone will continue to support the veteran, thank you. The announcement of the surgery list attracted the attention of countless people. The list of doctors for the head transplant surgery: chief surgeons, Chen Song, Jack Pass, Wu Hui. Assisting staff, Rodman, David. Once the list was announced, it instantly caused a huge uproar. Because on such a list, other than Wu Hui's average reputation, the others were all top neurosurgeons who had been famous for a long time. They were all famous top neurosurgeons in the world, at such a critical juncture. When countless media outlets in the world were full of controversy about Chen Song, the announcement of this big list seemed to reveal some unusual meaning. Chen Song could mess around alone. But, would there be such a large group of people accompanying Chen Song to mess around? Obviously not. At that age, he was no longer a young man who could be satisfied by drawing pancakes. Moreover, among them, Jack Pass, who was considered the star of the world's neurosurgery at the beginning of the 21st century, also joined in. This person, even today, even if he failed in the field of head transplant surgery, he was still the brightest superstar in neurosurgery. Jack Pass had a group of solid fans in the entire field of neurosurgery. Compared to Jack Pass, Dane was at most a younger brother. If Jack Pass had not been disheartened at that time, it would not have been anyone else's turn to be the chairman of the union. So, Chen Song knew very well. He wanted Wu Hui to become the chairman. He had to get strong supporters. Jack Pass was obviously the most important person. However, over the years, there were very few things that could really attract Jack Pass. And the most attractive head transplant surgery was not something that others could do. Therefore, Chen Song directly targeted Jack Pass. When such a big list of surgeons was announced, it directly caused a huge uproar. Who would have thought Jack Pass, who had been silent for so many years, would actually come out of retirement, and this time, he would actually cooperate with Chen Song to complete the head transplant surgery. After seeing this news, everyone fell silent. All the major media outlets, professional journals, and experts and scholars in the field of neurosurgery all calmed down and began to think about a question: could it be that the head transplant surgery was really feasible? After all, Jack Pass, David, Rodman, and the others had all made a move. Thinking of this, everyone began to get excited. At this time, the time for the world's first head transplant surgery was getting closer and closer. At this time, everyone suddenly realized a problem. Chen Song seemed to have been silent for a while. He did not even participate in the World Federation of Neurosurgery Professional Skills competition. Yet, at this time, he suddenly proposed a head transplant surgery. What was he trying to do? Chen Song. This name once again entered everyone's line of sight. Could it be that Chen Song could really perform the head transplant surgery that even Jack Pass and the others could not perform? What was his purpose in doing this? At this moment, inside Dane's office, his expression was grave. To be honest, Diane was getting more and more confused about Chen Song's methods. Ever since Dane saw Wu Hui's surgery that Pu Yongjin brought back, he was honestly shocked. He didn't expect Wu Hui to have such strength. He also didn't expect that Chen Song didn't even have a chance to make a move. One had to know that Wu Hui respected Chen Song very much and called him a teacher. This meant that Chen Song's skills were far above Wu Hui's. Thinking of this, Dane actually had an inexplicable fear. What was Chen Song trying to do? If Chen Song really did what he said, it was impossible for him to do nothing. Why did he have to hold the world's first head transplant surgery before the annual meeting of the World Federation of Neurosurgery? Was it a coincidence? That was impossible. Dane wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the chairman. Then why? He invited so many world neurosurgery experts. He was clearly trying to rope them in. What was the purpose of roping them in? Reputation, support, election, or, could it be, Chen Song wanted to be the chairman of the World Federation of Neurosurgery? Thinking of this, Dane's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes became sharp. Connecting all the clues, Dane suddenly thought of this possibility. It was absolutely possible. Chen Song was definitely not someone without ambition. According to Chen Song's past achievements, which one of them wasn't extremely strong? Even at the 2020 AATS Cardiothoracic Surgery Conference, Chen Song could lead his team and stand proudly in the audience. How could such a person be able to endure loneliness? Thinking of this, Dane smiled slightly. Chen Song was powerful. However, if he guessed the other party's purpose, he would definitely have a way to deal with it. Time passed very quickly. Under Shui Jingren's intentional promotion and everyone's crazy discussion, the topic of head transplant surgery was getting more and more popular. Originally, it was a surgery in the professional circle, but it was no longer limited to a professional problem. It had become a hot topic for the entire nation. On this day, June 1st, head transplant surgery directly reached the top of the trending searches on Baidu, Weibo, and other places. The degree of discussion about this surgery among the people was getting higher and higher. The popularity of head transplant surgery on major forums, Tieba, and social media portals continued to rise. It happened to be the college entrance examination in China. Because of the appearance of head transplant surgery, many children who originally had no interest in medicine began to pay more and more attention to medicine. Even the National Health Commission and the Minister of Education personally called Chen Song. Xiao Runfang asked with a serious face, "Chen Song, are you sure about head transplant surgery?" Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Director Xiao, you've asked this question several times. There are risks in surgery. No one can guarantee the success rate of the surgery. Not to mention head transplant surgery, I can't even guarantee a 100% success rate for an appendix removal." Xiao Runfang let out a long sigh. This matter is really too important. You might not know, but this is no longer a simple surgery. Whether it succeeds or not directly affects the confidence of the national medical industry. You also know that the cutting-edge medical standards in our country have always been criticized. They think that there is an insurmountable gap between our domestic medical standards and those developed countries in the world. But this time, when the topic of head transplant surgery appeared, we realized something. In the process of people discussing this matter, there will inevitably be a lot of debates. At this time, people's cohesion is very important. It's very difficult to improve a nation's cohesion and self-confidence. It will only appear when we achieve success after success. At this point, Xiao Ruanfang's tone gradually became serious. And this time, it appeared. "So, Chen Song, please, this time, you're really not fighting for yourself." Xiao Ruanfang's words made Chen Song silent for a long time. To be honest, Chen Song had never thought of performing the surgery for himself. Because there was no need, he had enough honor. Although he was not enough to become a global medical ambassador, he could already be said to be the role model of China's new generation of medical figures in China. His purpose this time was to increase the international influence of China's neurosurgery department, to fulfill old Mr. Peng Ling's wish before his death, and even to vent his anger. But, at this moment, Xiao Ruanfang's words made Chen Song realize that he was no longer the same as before. Now, he was China's doctor in the hearts of countless Chinese. He represented the cutting-edge medical standards of this big country. He had already become the synonym for China's medical standards in the hearts of the people. At this moment, Chen Song could not remain calm. The minister of the Ministry of Education, Sun Zhen, and Chen Song had just met some time ago because Chen Song was preparing to open Chen Song's advanced neurosurgery seminar. Chen Song hoped to be recognized by the Ministry of Education and be issued a special graduation certificate. Therefore, Sun Zhen had some contact with Chen Song. The Ministry of Education, the National Health Commission, and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Chen Song could now be said to be more familiar with the ministers of these three departments. Sun Zhen personally went to find Xiao Runfang today for the head transplant surgery. He took the phone and said to Chen Song, "Professor Chen, I'm Sun Zhen." Chen Song was stunned. Why was Minister Sun and Xiao Runfang together? "Hello, Minister Sunday," Sun Zhen replied. "Professor Chen, I received news this time that many parents and students are more inclined to apply for medical schools. This includes many top scorers from various provinces. This year, Peking University's medical department. Many people expressed this idea during the independent enrollment summer camps in these places. This head transplant surgery. I didn't expect it to be so important. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Your surgery is indeed related to the number of people applying for medical schools. In recent years, the number of people signing up for medical studies in our country has been decreasing. The number of people studying medicine has also decreased, especially the top talents." Sun Zhen sighed. Now, people in the circle say that China can't cultivate top-notch doctors, so, there are very few top scorers who go into medicine. But in other countries, those who study medicine are considered top-notch talents. Actually, the screening mechanism has already determined that it is very difficult for us to cultivate top-notch doctors. Sun Jin's words were very realistic. In fact, after going through junior high school, and university selection again and again, there are many differences. It didn't mean that students with bad grades were necessarily bad. But, it was undeniable that the learning ability and research attitude of a top student was incomparable to that of an ordinary student. It was not that China's doctors were bad. Instead, in terms of our training and selection mechanism, there are differences between us and foreign countries. China's national conditions meant that it was impossible for China to follow the example of other countries and select some people to study medicine after their undergraduate degree. The 1.5 billion people in China needed too many doctors. This was a characteristic of China. However, how many of China's top geniuses studied medicine? This is a realistic economic society. No one was willing to be a doctor who worked hard and did not earn much money. The average annual salary of a doctor in China was less than 60,000, while the average annual salary of a doctor in the United States was 150,000, and it was in US dollars. The difference was obvious at a glance. Perhaps many people said that the average salary was not statistically significant. Then the median salary of a doctor in China was about 47,000 yuan, while the median salary of a doctor in the United States was 146,000 US dollars. How big was the difference? It was obvious at a glance. So, as the parents of top students, do you think their parents would let them become doctors? They were not stupid, Sun Jin continued. Professor Chen, the medical education industry in China needs a reform. But, this reform is very, very difficult. Maybe I can't do it, and I can't wait. But I really hope that our medical education in China can cultivate the world's top doctors. And your appearance has allowed many young parents and children to see the glory of doctors. When Chen Song heard this, he was dumbfounded. I'm actually related to the number of medical students applying? Thinking of this, Chen Song was dumbfounded. Lao Qin's family, who were eating, looked at Chen Song's silence and looked up one after another. Chen Song did not expect such a thing to happen. It was really a case of deliberately planting flowers that did not bloom, but inadvertently planting willows that grew into shade. Chen Song really did not expect that something he did inadvertently would involve such a big thing. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had a far-reaching impact. Chen Song suddenly felt that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and the greater the impact. He took a deep breath and smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Department Head Sunday. I will definitely work hard. Sun Jin could not help but laugh. Today is Children's Day, maybe I shouldn't talk about such a heavy topic. But, Professor Chen, you may not know, but your position in the hearts of the students is very, very high. It can even be said that you are now a role model for many young people. China also needs superheroes. He hung up the phone. Chen Song continued to eat. Qin Yu asked curiously, Hubby, what's wrong? I saw that your face was uncertain. Chen Song smiled, it's a state secret. When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately pouted. Lao Qin and Ji Ruyun laughed. Chen Song said, Director Xiao Runfeng and Department Head Sun Jin of the Ministry of Education asked me to do this surgery well. They said that this surgery is already related to the cutting edge of China's medical treatment and will affect the competence of a generation of young students in China's medical treatment. Qin Xiaoyuan was silent for a moment when he heard this. He nodded and put down his chopsticks. Yes. During the time I went to school, I felt the same way about this matter. If China wants to develop medical treatment, not only does it rely on clinicians, but it also depends on generations of young people. By the way, Chen Song, when you are done with your work, when the freshmen of our university start school, you can hold a freshman mobilization meeting for everyone. Chen Song nodded, yes, I can. Qin Yu said, what's the use of just holding a mobilization meeting? How about Dad? Dongyang Medical University is his alma mater. It's better to build a Chen Song class. At that time, he can also give lectures. Maybe he can attract some top students to sign up. Besides, medicine itself starts from the undergraduate level and is forgotten by graduate students. Ji Ruyun suddenly said, that's enough. Do you think Chen Song is not busy enough? He almost doesn't care about the family. The most important thing for you is to give birth to a child as soon as possible. Qin Yu and Chen Song were immediately speechless. About having a child. Chen Song was already moving forward at full speed. But he realized. He had really mutated. The probability of having a child with his own strength had really been reduced. It seemed that he had to increase the probability. After thinking about it, Chen Song decided to wait. Maybe it had already reached 99%. If it still didn't work in June, he would use the probability gem. Moreover, Chen Song had a hunch. After Mr. Peng Ling's mission was completed this time, he would receive a rich reward. Maybe he would even inherit some great talents and abilities. Thinking of this, Chen Song didn't say anything else. But, Qin Yu's words weren't unreasonable. Starting from college students, he could cultivate some outstanding students, a group of medical pillars, and some scientific research elites. What was wrong with that? But the most important thing now was to have a child. At this time, Qin Xiaoyuan saw the awkwardness between the two of them and quickly said, having a child is like planting beans. Can it be planted just like that? By the way, Jack Pass and the others. Will they cooperate tomorrow? Qin Xiaoyuan was a little worried. You said that these top experts were invited. Don't steal your honor when the time comes. Also, can these people be convinced by you? They are all top-notch veteran experts. Chen Song smiled. Dad, don't worry. No problem. Indeed, Chen Song only had 10 skill points now. In order to convince these people, Chen Song could be said to have gone bankrupt. All his skill points had been used up. The skill books had also been exchanged. The current Chen Song was competent enough to subdue these people. June 1st. There was only one day before the head transplant surgery began. The surgery was tentatively scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jack Pass, David, Rodman. 10 top neurosurgeons from all over the world had already stayed at Kempinski near the hospital. After they came to China, they met Chen Song. But, it was fine if they didn't meet him. After meeting him, they felt that their worldview had exploded. Regarding the head transplant surgery, Chen Song only performed a twin monkey head transplant surgery. The operation was a success. It was so successful that everyone was speechless. After that operation, no one said a word. This was because they knew that even though they claimed to be the chief surgeon for this operation, in reality, Chen Song was giving them an honor. To put it simply, this was a lying victory. Chen Song was leading them to fight the boss. All they had to do was watch from the sidelines. Especially Jack Pass. As someone who was obsessed with head transplant surgeries, he finally became one of the chief surgeons. This might be the moment his dream came true. At night, none of the dozen or so people could fall asleep. They stared blankly at the ceiling. He spent 3 days in China. It was really short. However, even Jack Pass was somewhat silent. It could even be said that he was on the verge of collapse. They had only interacted with Chen Song for 3 short days, but in this short period of time, all of their pride, all of their confidence, and even all of their ideals had suffered an unprecedented blow. Jack Pass never thought that he could not even compare to Chen Song in one surgery. Furthermore, there were some surgeries that even Wu Hui could not compare to. Looking at the ceiling, Chen Song's appearance appeared in their minds. They could not help but laugh and shake their heads. Perhaps Chen Song was the ceiling of the world's neurosurgery department, and Jack Pass only had one thought now: stay in China, because he had found the goal and dream that he would pursue for the rest of his life. Nerve repair surgery was a field that Jack Pass thought he was good at, but he realized that Chen Song was already far ahead of him. Not only him, Rodman, David, and so on, every one of them was the same. What did it feel like to be crushed in the field that they were best at? They were very clear now, but everyone was very excited when they thought of tomorrow's surgery. Because they might be able to create history tomorrow. Create a miracle. This person was prone to insomnia when he was excited. However, tomorrow's surgery might last for nearly 18 hours. It was impossible not to rest well now. After thinking about it, everyone set 17 or 18 alarms for themselves and then called the hotel for a wake-up call. Then, they swallowed a dexapoclone tablet with ease. At this moment, not only were these people who participated in the surgery so excited that they could not sleep. Countless people were eagerly anticipating this operation. The surgery will be broadcasted live tomorrow. I specially pushed all the parties to watch the surgery. Can you understand it? I can't understand the surgery, but I can't understand the bullet screen? Yes, I have to watch it. This Saturday and Sunday will depend on this. Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Of course it is. This is the world's first head transplant surgery. This is the most difficult surgery in neurosurgery. It is also the first head transplant surgery in human history. It can be said to be unprecedented. Do you think it is necessary, moreover? Most importantly, this is done by us Chinese people. This is like landing on the moon. Do you think it is necessary? This is pride. That's right. Tomorrow, I'll buy the peanuts and come to my house to watch the surgery. Let's go. You guys have a good appetite. Watch the surgery and eat. In a forum, everyone was discussing tomorrow's surgery. Everyone had already compared the importance of this surgery to the moon landing. It could be seen how important it was in people's hearts. June 1st. There were still 3 days until the college entrance exam. All the high schools were preparing for the holidays. The children were doing their final sprint in the classroom. The big countdown on the blackboard constantly reminded everyone. Today was everyone's last day in school. It was their last class. After class, the homeroom teacher looked at everyone and could not help but say, "Everyone, stop for a moment. The college entrance exam is coming soon. Everyone, don't be discouraged when you go back in these 2 days. We are only one step away from reaching the top." The homeroom teacher encouraged everyone. Then he said, "All right, one last thing. Come, from the front to the back, let's talk about the university you dream of going to. Tsinghua University. Renmin University. Concord University. Peking University Medical Department. Dongyang Medical University." For a moment, the homeroom teacher was suddenly stunned. He saw that many people in the class were studying medicine and was suddenly stunned. "Lu Hang, why did you study medicine?" The homeroom teacher looked at the top of the cohort who was fully capable of going to Peking University and Tsinghua University and could not help but ask. A young boy stood up. Under his thick glasses, the light of dreams was flashing. "Because I want to become someone like Professor Chen Song. I want to study for the rise of China's medical industry." Yes. Us too. If Professor Chen's surgery is successful tomorrow, I will apply for Dongyang Medical University. In the past, there were only 2 or 3 medical students in the elite class. This year, the number had increased to 7 or 8. Similarly, it was the same in many places in the country. Everyone was waiting for the good news tomorrow. Young people, who were full of longing for the future, secretly made up their minds. "Professor Chen, I can't watch your surgery today. I still need to work hard on the mountain of books for the future. But tomorrow, Professor Chen, wait for us. When our wings are full, we will wear white clothes and wear armor and walk with you. We will be your assistant and your comrade." P.S. I read an article a few days ago. There are many more children who want to study medicine in the college entrance exam this year than usual. I'm quite touched. Who says China is not prosperous? Millions of men march forward with armor. Who says China is not prosperous? Millions of women are valiant and heroic. China is prosperous. China, Ammonium Yang, the city that used to be mediocre, was exceptionally dazzling that day. Many eyes from all over the world were gathered here today. This was the focus of the world's medical treatment. Today, Ammonium Yang would usher in a glory that had never been seen before. More than 200 media outlets from more than 30 countries and more than 30 top medical journals were gathered in Ammonium Yang's Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province. The time was 6:30 a.m. Everyone was waiting for the press conference to begin. This time, Chen Song was very calm. He held a press conference before the surgery began. This time, the surgery was under the spotlight. Although there were no magnesium lights, there was the brightest and most dazzling shadowless light in the world. Under this light, the miracles of life would be recorded. Everyone was waiting quietly. 6:30 am, the students got up to recite in the morning. They turned on their computers and glanced at Chen Song before turning it off. It was like a contract. 6:30 am, the doctors turned on the TV and got ready. 6:30 am, everyone in Tieba, forums, chat rooms, and group chats began to check in. 6:30 am, Chen Song led an 11-person surgical team and officially appeared on the scene. For a moment, everyone below the stage was excited. Chen Song looked at the camera with a calm expression. Next, I will introduce today's patients and the surgical arrangements. Patient Zhu Mingjun, male, 26 years old, fell into a coma after a traffic accident 9 days ago. He is in a vegetative state. Patient Zhu Mingjia, male, 26 years old, fractured his cervical vertebra in a traffic accident 9 days ago. He is highly paraplegic. The purpose of the surgery is to transplant Zhu Mingjia's head into Zhu Mingjun's body. Zhu Mingjia and Zhu Mingjun were twins. His parents were sitting below the stage, looking very haggard. The car accident 9 days ago had caused the family to suffer a disaster. One of the children was highly paraplegic while the other was in a vegetative state. Faced with this situation, his parents had already broken down. Both Zhu Mingjia and Zhu Mingjun were now in the ICU. The daily cost was more than 30,000 yuan. Zhu Mingjia's future, or rather, he had no future. This family, which was not rich, was already worse. Most importantly, the doctor told them that Zhu Mingjia and his brother's situation was very critical. They might not even be able to leave the ICU. Faced with this situation, the father and son were in despair. This was probably the most painful thing in life, right? However, at that time, Chen Song found the parents of Zhu Mingjia and told them that they could try a head transplant surgery. However, as there were no cases of head replacement surgery in the world, the success rate of this surgery was unknown. The postoperative complications were unknown, and the specific problems after the surgery were unknown. However, this might be the only chance for the two brothers. Chen Song also promised that Zhu Mingjia's surgery would be free of charge, and the hospital would be responsible for all the postoperative medication, regardless of whether the surgery was successful or not. The patient would be compensated with a clinical trial fee of 200,000 renminbi. Hearing Chen Song's words, the Zhu family's parents were naturally moved to tears. After all, this was their last chance. Professor Chen had done his best for them. After all, if he did not perform the head transplant surgery, the mortality rate would be 100%, and he would lose all his money. If he did, there was a chance that one of their two children could be saved, and this one would be a combination of the two of them. They would be able to retain the love of their children. As for money, perhaps this was their last consolation. When Chen Song introduced it, the media below were surprised to find something. Jack Path and the other 11 people stood behind Chen Song obediently like bodyguards. This scene stunned everyone for a moment. The media below actually did not care much about the patient's situation. What they cared about was when the surgery would start, who would be the chief surgeon, and who would be the main surgeon. After all, this list was too shocking. Everyone was very famous, so who would be willing to listen to who? When the list was announced, these media were very excited. Moreover, Jack Path and Chen Song were both chief surgeons, so who would they listen to? However, the situation at the scene was obviously not right. Chen Song stood in front, and Jack Path stood behind him without saying a word. This surprised the media. When did Chairman Jack Path become so humble? But of course, they did not know that Chen Song, the late wave, was too strong. These old waves on the stage basically did not have any room to breathe before they were ruthlessly slapped on the beach, after the introduction of the patient's situation. Chen Song then said to everyone, "This is not a gimmick. It's the future direction of paraplegic patients. It's the comprehensive strength of neurosurgery's nerve repair technology, nerve reconnection technology, nerve growth technology, and many other peak neurosurgery technologies. This is the height of the world's neurosurgery. I specially invited these 11 experts to perform this surgery together and complete such a surgery together. Next, we will turn on the live broadcast of the surgery to pass on the scene to everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the scene to pay attention to this surgery. Thank you." After Chen Song finished speaking, the others followed Chen Song and left one after another. The media below the stage could not help but whisper when they saw this scene. Why? I feel that they are as obedient as Professor Chen's students. Could it be that I'm imagining things? Of course it's not an illusion. Isn't Professor Wu Hui Professor Chen's student? No. Look at the others. Other than Professor Wu Hui, the others also look at Professor Chen strangely. They follow behind Professor Chen. I feel that it's like students following their teacher. Are you kidding? What kind of status does Professor Jackpath have? When he was all-powerful in the field of neurosurgery, Professor Chen was just a little kid. But, sigh. Actually, it was not only the men who had this idea. In fact, many people had this feeling. However, everyone rejected this idea. Because in their opinion, it was impossible. No matter how powerful Chen Song was, there was still a limit. These old experts had been immersed in this field for many years and all had their own ideas. Indeed, Chen Song really did not do anything. He only gave a little guidance to Rodman and the others. Although it was only a few words, it benefited everyone a lot and shocked them, that was why they were so obedient. In fact, many people had the intention to stay. Just like that, everyone followed Chen Song into the operating theater and waited for the surgery to officially begin. The operating theater was specially made for such a surgery, seeing two living people who were going to change heads today. To be honest, everyone was very nervous, because what was going to happen next might be an unprecedented breakthrough in human history. P.S. Everyone, go to sleep first. There are still 2 chapters that I haven't finished. I'll probably finish it around 2 o'clock. I'll read it when I wake up tomorrow morning. I meant what I said at 6 o'clock. Finally, the wedding is over. I'll update more in the future. In the operating theater. The patient was already in position. The anesthesiologist, the cardiac surgery department, the thoracic surgery department, the spinal surgery department, and other medical staff were all in position. The nurses were also in position. Just like a competition, they each performed their own duties and stood in their own positions. In the entire operating theater, everyone was like well-trained elite soldiers, waiting for the battle to begin, and everyone was dressed and ready for the surgery. Head replacement surgery was very complicated. No one had any experience. It was everyone's first time. Therefore, it was inevitable that they were nervous. However, what everyone was most worried about was not nervousness, but the unknown. The fear of the unknown was the most dangerous and uncontrollable. No one knew what would happen after the surgery began. But, just as everyone was feeling uneasy, Chen Song walked in. With Chen Song's entry, everyone seemed to heave a sigh of relief, everyone seemed to relax. Chen Song was like everyone's backbone, making everyone feel that they had someone to rely on unknowingly. Perhaps, this was the power of a leader. Chen Song put on his surgical gown and asked indifferently, "Are you ready? Group 1 Vascular Surgery Department is ready. Group 2 Spine Surgery Department is ready." With everyone's crisp and decisive reports, Chen Song slowly nodded. When the people watching the live broadcast of the surgery outside saw this scene, they could not help but become excited. Actually, wasn't the surgery also a battle? There was no smoke, no earth-shattering battle, but there was a meticulous battle for life and death. Wasn't it all for the sake of fighting for the patient? With the sound of the report, everyone could not help but feel excited. They could not wait to come to the scene and participate. Sometimes, surgery could also be very hot-blooded. Although they were wearing white clothes, they were moving forward in blood. At this moment, the people who participated in the surgery also felt an unprecedented sense of honor. To be able to conquer such a disease with Professor Chen might be the greatest highlight of their lives. To be honest, it was really not easy for this surgery to be carried out. After all, after the head replacement surgery, someone would definitely die. This involved the ethics committee. Sometimes, it was difficult to balance science and ethics, but this time, it was not difficult. This was just like donating a liver and a heart back then. In the beginning, he wasn't recognized. However, the head transplant surgery this time was actually a process of repairing the spinal cord nerves. The purpose of the head transplant surgery was to provide a dream for those patients with paraplegia and spinal cord injuries. This surgery was recognized by the World Paraplegic Alliance and the Chinese Medical Association. Actually, this was a great attempt by mankind. The operation had officially begun. At this time, Chen Song said to the anesthesiologist, "Body cooling begins." The anesthetist nodded and began to inject the medicine. The instruments were also being prepared. This surgery was definitely not a simple one. All kinds of high-tech instruments were prepared in the operating theater. Around the world, countless people were watching the surgery through different channels. In fact, it was still night or even dawn in many places. But no one slept that night. After the body's temperature dropped, it could slow down the death rate of the cells to a certain extent and reduce metabolism. In this way, the adverse effects caused by cell aging and death could be reduced. Lowering the body temperature during surgery was a routine procedure and was used in many surgeries. Therefore, this technique was very mature. While Xianxia was waiting, people all over the world were taking notes. Everyone wanted to take down the procedure of this surgery, and Xianxia also began to check the indicators of the two people. The core of the surgery was the repair of the damaged spinal cord nerves. This was the most difficult step. In fact, the difficulty of spinal cord nerve injury was still very high. According to the latest research, it required at least 26,000 newtons of force to cause spinal cord nerve injury. Of course, it also depended on the angle. If one were to hold a knife, it would only take 10 newtons to cut it off easily. Then, were these two kinds of injuries the same? Of course not. Xianxia looked at it according to his recent research results. If the external force was 26,000 newtons of force, the spinal cord nerve injury was irreversible. However, if it was just a quick cut, if time allowed, Xianxia still had a plan to complete part of the connection through some means. This was already very difficult. How difficult was it to connect the spinal cord nerves? No one dared to imagine it. And how many nerves were there in the human spine? Tens of thousands or even more. It would be impossible to connect all of these nerves successfully. It was impossible. Therefore, the head transplant surgery could not be completely successful now, because the nerves could not be completely connected. Then, how to selectively repair part of the nerves was especially important. At the same time, how could he find and suture such a small and delicate nerve? All of this, in the past, it was regarded as impossible. One could only imagine how difficult such a surgery was. Moreover, in the end, all of this was based on the foundation that they could complete the spinal cord repair. But what was the reality? The difficulty of spinal cord repair was too high. If it were not for the several methods of nerve repair that Xianxia obtained during the spinal cord fusion connection surgery, Xianxia would not dare to start today's surgery. This was also the first technique that was about to be performed today, microscopic nerve docking suture. Of course, if he wanted to recover after the connection, he still needed electromagnetic stimulation implantation, local micro-release of drugs, and many other methods. These were all Xianxia's precious treasures. However, no matter the method, the core operation was still the microscopic nerve docking suture. He needed to use the thinnest absorbable thread to suture a part of the key nerves. Time passed by minute by minute. The people around were carefully staring at Xianxia, waiting for him to issue the next step. Including Jack Pass, Rodman, David, and others. They were all very careful. To be honest, wasn't this the first time in their lives that they had undergone a head transplant surgery? At this moment, Xianxia glanced at Jack Pass and said, "Professor Jack Pass, prepare to perform a craniectomy." As soon as he said that, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The first group, cooperate and prepare the external artificial blood vessel circulation technology. The second group, as he spoke, Xianxia began to quickly make arrangements. Jack Pass did not have the courage to perform the head transplant surgery, but he had performed the head removal of the deceased more than once. Therefore, he was familiar with Xianxia's arrangements. He looked at Xianxia gratefully to express his gratitude. He knew that Professor Xianxia was giving him face and making him, the chief surgeon, full of dignity. The head was the hub of the human body. The decapitation surgery was actually very shocking. Even those who had a good appetite were silent at this moment. Because the camera was too detailed, the image displayed was even more detailed. But, everyone was surprised to find that perhaps this was the skill of a surgeon. Blood vessels, trachea, spine, when everything was exposed, the visual impact was unprecedented. Actually, this decapitation was not to twist off the entire head at once. Instead, it was to first expose the key parts of the neck, and then connect the blood vessels to the tubes of the extracorporeal circulation machine in advance. Jackpath's technique was too skillful. Looking at Jackpath's skillful technique, even Xianxia felt a little mushy, not to mention the doctors around him. Xianxia glanced at Jackpath. The other party clearly felt Xianxia's gaze. Jackpath smiled slightly to show his modesty, and then, He took a serious look at Chen Song's head. Just this look, Chen Song suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Suddenly, he lost the last bit of sense of security. Why was this guy staring at his head? This guy was definitely an executioner in his previous life. Time was tight, the severed head needed to be dealt with immediately, the main thing was to freshen it. It was actually a little inappropriate to say freshen it. It should be said to be an insurance treatment. Because it was very simple for the brain to survive. The main thing was to connect the blood vessels with the blood that carried oxygen. This step was very simple. The first group of assistants was quickly completed. This step was not very technical. When the blood vessels were connected, it was the most critical step, cutting off the spinal cord. This process could be light or heavy. Chen Song was a little worried about the other party. After all, the higher the cleanliness of the wound, the better the integrity, and the neater the removal, the higher the success rate of the surgery later, but it was obvious. Jackpath could not do it well. As he spoke, Chen Song glanced at the nurse and took the knife. The second group of spine surgeons rushed over to help. If they wanted to remove the spinal cord, they first needed to deal with the spinal cord. However, just as the director of the orthopedics department, Li Jianwei, was about to do it, suddenly, Chen Song cracked a few times and his spinal cord was instantly exposed. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was this called? Twisting his head. Furthermore, his movements were as smooth as flowing water, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even Li Jianwei was dumbfounded. Jack Pass originally thought that it was Chen Song. He didn't expect it to be so simple. What technique did Professor Chen Song use just now? Why did he know so much about the spine? Using this technique to perform separation was really high class. What is Professor Chen studying? Why did he know so much about the spine? Just as everyone was waiting for the surgery to begin, Chen Song suddenly stopped cutting the spinal cord. He turned to the nurse and said, "Give me the drill. Open the skull first." The nurse was very obedient. But the surrounding people were stunned. No one knew why Chen Song suddenly wanted to open a skull. What for? Chen Song did not explain. Although Jack Pass and the others around them had seen Chen Song operate on a monkey, Chen Song did not open the monkey's skull. As he spoke, Chen Song skillfully cut open the skull. The entire process was extremely light. The skull was also removed. Then, he carefully exposed the white matter in the skull. When everyone saw this scene, they all looked up. What was he doing? Faced with everyone's doubts, Chen Song did not explain. He decisively began the next step, because there was not enough time. How to complete the spinal cord connection in an effective time was very difficult. Chen Song did not say, and the others did not dare to ask. Just like the students, they watched around and wished they could pick up a pen to take notes. The media's eyes were sharp. This scene was captured by them. They realized that the people on this big list did not seem to understand this surgery, and they were still following Chen Song's lead. These people listened to Chen Song's words. This signal was thought-provoking. Why were these experts so obedient? At this time, it was still night in England. Dane sat in front of the computer and watched the surgery carefully. To be honest, although he did not believe that Chen Song could perform the surgery well, he should still have an understanding of the other party. This was the first time Dane had seen Chen Song's surgery. To be honest, he was looking forward to it. However, Dane was also a little puzzled by Chen Song's sudden craniotomy. What was it for? Thinking of this, Dane's brows furrowed as he pondered. Why did he want to open the skull? Was it not enough to complain about the damage? Of course not. Diane suddenly realized something. Could it be that he was looking for nerves? After all, how to suture the damaged nerves? He had to find the key nerves. After all, it was impossible to suture all the nerves. Then there was only one reason. He was looking for the key. This Chen Song was very creative. Jack Pass also instantly thought of it. However, Jack Pass felt that something was wrong. He should not be looking for nerves, right? As expected, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly held a knife in his hand. He raised his hand and cut off the spinal cord nerves. If the camera could be zoomed in, one would clearly see how fast the knife in Chen Song's hand was. Whether it was the uniformity or cleanliness, they were all top-notch. To be honest, this step of the operation could be said to have stunned everyone. Why did you suddenly cut off the spinal cord when you were doing a craniotomy? Jack Pass still could not figure it out. However, Dane smiled confidently. As expected, you want to find the nerves through electrical stimulation and then repair them? Not bad, not bad, I've learned something. Thinking of this, Dane quickly began to record, but at this moment, Xianxia suddenly began to connect the nerves. After changing a severed head, Xianxia immediately began to suture the spinal cord nerves. Xianxia brought the microscope. At this moment, the world in Xianxia's eyes was different. He could clearly see the red damaged nerves. Every one of them had a clear name written on it, and it was the same below. Xianxia was overjoyed to the extreme when he saw this. It was indeed the same as an animal's. He could see those nerves. He used the spinal cord nerve microscopic nerve joint suture technique. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly used a special liquid of polyethylene glycol PEG to rinse and soak the needle and thread directly before suturing. At the same time, the magnetic stimulation was activated. The polyethylene glycol material was also constantly injected. Seeing this scene, the scene was instantly stunned. What was Xianxia doing? And Dane blushed when he realized that Xianxia did not look for the nerves. It seemed that he had guessed wrong, but why did he do this? Dane looked awkward and embarrassed. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to understand that after the surgery was done, he would be rich. Ding. Head transplant surgery, level 110, over level boss. After the head transplant surgery is completed, you will receive rich rewards. Xianxia was instantly stunned. What was an over-level boss? Was it more powerful than a king? P.S. It's 6 o'clock, I can't sleep anymore. Xianxia had always thought that level 100 was the maximum level. He also thought that king level was the most powerful boss. However, when the head transplant surgery appeared, Xianxia realized that there was a concept of surpassing levels. This was above king level, beyond the boss of the current era. Moreover, its level was also beyond the level of 100. Xianxia had a feeling that this boss would reveal something unexpected to Xianxia. Thinking of this, Xianxia's spirit was highly focused again. In order to complete this head transplant surgery, the most important thing was the repair and connection of the spinal nerves. This was not the first time in human history that a spinal nerve connection had been attempted. However, this time, Xianxia's operation made everyone hold their breath and not dare to breathe loudly. That was because they could clearly hear Xianxia talking. Moreover, Xianxia was talking about the surgical process. Wu Hui and Jack Pass were Xianxia's left and right hands, constantly completing a series of movements under Xianxia's command. Even Dane was diligently taking notes. Then, he thought carefully. Just like that, Xianxia performed the nerve connection surgery under the gaze of the world's media. What did this mean? This was a surgery under the sun. This was sharing the core operation and secrets of the surgery with everyone. This kind of quality and spirit, regardless of whether the surgery was successful or not, had already made everyone give a thumbs up and say that they were impressed. Prepare the polyethylene glycol, Xianxia suddenly said. Wu Hui quickly nodded and began to prepare. Rinse first, then the next few hours will not be a simple injection. Professor David, you do it. Hearing this, David quickly nodded and walked forward. They had actually seen the polyethylene glycol nerve repair technology a few days ago. They clearly saw Xianxia using this chemical and special medicine to inject and rinse the device. Last time, Wu Hui was the one who controlled it, but the others were envious. They were just too embarrassed to say it out loud. David never thought that he would be the one to operate during such a live broadcast of the surgery. The operation was not difficult, but the key was that the opportunity was very rare. The reason why they were so respectful to Xianxia was because they wanted to get a chance to act personally. In fact, at such a moment when the world was watching, who wouldn't want to take advantage of it? If he really succeeded, he would be able to do it. He was a participant in the world's first head transplant surgery. This honor could be passed down for a very, very long time. Who didn't want to leave their name in history? David was excited. When Rodman and the others saw this, they also looked forward to it. At this moment, the crowd outside began to discuss wildly. What is polyethylene glycol? I don't know. Yeah, why polyethylene glycol? What's the point? Oh my God. Unbelievable, I've got it. So that's the case. Tell me, what did you think of? Hurry up and tell me. The man said excitedly, I study biochemistry. Do you know that? The latest research shows that polyethylene glycol is a very peculiar chemical. The latest research shows that polyethylene glycol can promote the integration of lipids on the cell membrane. However, no one had ever thought of using polyethylene glycol to promote central nervous system growth. This idea is simply amazing. If the spinal nerves are compared to noodles, this operation is like using hot water to fuse and glue the front ends of two noodles together. Professor Chen is amazing. This innovative idea is really not easy to come up with. If that's the case, it might really work. We can completely use the characteristics of polyethylene glycol to connect the head to the spinal nerves of the body, stimulate the growth of the spinal nerves, and finally let the head be connected to a new body. The man's words directly stirred up the atmosphere. Everyone was full of expectations for this surgery. In fact, there was a lot of controversy about whether this surgery would succeed. In China, whether it was doctors or ordinary people, even if they knew that it would be difficult to succeed, they all had high hopes. Abroad, there were mixed opinions. Many people even hoped that Xianxia's surgery would succeed. Moreover, there were many people who had such thoughts. The man's words immediately encouraged everyone who was watching the surgery. He told them to be patient and watch on. It made them full of anticipation and yearning. The details of the surgery were vividly displayed on the camera. Dane looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He was a little puzzled. He did not know why Xianxia did this. Could it be that he really did not care about these things? Such a secret was leaked just like that, not to mention anything else. Just this method of polyethylene glycol fusing with nerve cells was priceless. Therefore, Xianxia broadcast the surgery live and even taught it live. People were not fools. More than 30,000 members of the World Federation of Neurosurgery were watching this surgery. They saw Xianxia explaining and performing the surgery so seriously. To be honest, they were very touched. They were touched by this selflessness. They were also impressed by this sharing. At this time, Dane suddenly realized something. That's right, this Xianxia must be buying people's hearts. That's right, other than this, there was no need for him to do this. He must want to be the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. Suturing nerves was much more difficult than suturing blood vessels and tendons, and Xianxia's suturing speed was beyond imagination. He searched for the nerves and sutured them. Then, he washed the fusion area with polyethylene glycol. This cycle repeated. At this time, many people suddenly fell silent. Dane also understood the situation. He could not help but narrow his eyes and watch Xianxia's surgery. His face was gloomy. The technique could not be leaked at all. The surgery could not be replicated, because no one could have Xianxia's suturing speed. Xianxia's suturing speed was too fast, and it was getting faster and faster, as David gradually got into the rhythm. Xianxia finally let go. His hands began to overclock and suture quickly. The spinal cord nerves were also alive. Time was limited, and the suturing difficulty was high. The maneuverability was not very high, and this way, as much as he could suture, this was all about speed, but at the same time. If there was no accuracy, speed would be meaningless. Therefore, the core operation of the head replacement surgery had already begun. Xianxia's hands were like a sewing machine. They were fast, accurate, and orderly suturing. Jack Pass, who was at the side, was stunned when he saw this scene. This was the fastest suturing he had ever seen. How could the nerve suturing be so fast? David, who was washing the fusion area with polyethylene glycol for Xianxia's yone, was stunned. What was this? What speed? The limit of humans. Perhaps this was it? How did he do it with such speed? Xianxia's gradually increasing suturing speed shocked everyone more and more. Soon again, the surrounding surgical assistants from all over the world had gradually lost themselves in Xianxia's speed. They could not extricate themselves. They had never thought that nerves could be sutured so quickly. Even machines could not be so fast, right? Not to mention that this was a human body. Even those who were watching the surgery were shocked by the speed. Shocked voices came out of their mouths. At this moment, Wu Hui was incomparably calm. It seemed to be a common occurrence. Not only Wu Hui, but everyone in the operating theater was the same when they saw this scene. After Xianxia sutured for a while, he took a deep breath. 10 minutes later, Xianxia finally entered the state. It was done, the warm-up was over. He could let go. Thinking of this, he looked up at David. Professor David, are you ready? David was stunned. Jack Path also looked at Chen Song curiously, his eyes full of confusion. Chen Song quickly explained, time is tight and the task is heavy. We need to complete the spinal nerve connection as much as possible in the limited time. What I mean is, I'm done warming up. I'm ready to speed up. Are you ready? As soon as these words came out, instantly, everyone was shocked. Jack Path, as proud as he was, also felt his worldview explode at this moment. What did he mean by the end of the warm-up? Dane's hands were also trembling because of Chen Sung's warm-up, because it was in English. Many people did not understand. What do you mean? What did Professor Chen say? Why are those foreigners like that? Yeah, hurry up and say it. What does the warm-up mean? What did Professor Chen say? Why are those experts dumbfounded? At this moment, a man was extremely excited. His blood was boiling because of Chen Song's words. My warm-up is over. He excitedly typed a few words with both hands. Warm up means warm up. After the translation, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Everyone only replied with one word. Awesome. However, the foreign doctors in the world were stunned. What do you mean the warm-up is over? At this moment, Dane stood up angrily after hearing Chen Sung's words. Acting tough, how pretentious, how despicable. What do you mean the warm-up is over? You're just tired, okay. At this time, Old Ma and Old Ju were sitting in the office, watching the surgery. After hearing this, Old Ma laughed out loud. I knew it. This is the real Chen Sung. I give full marks to this brat. Old Ju was also speechless, but he glanced at Old Ma. Who are you talking to? Old Ma turned around to look at Old Ju and immediately became listless. Even Xiao Runfang couldn't help but laugh when she saw the scene. He looked at Deng Gaoyuan. Associate Chief Physician Deng, this Chen Song. Haha, Deng Gaoyuan said seriously, he's not joking. He's serious. Deng Gaoyuan had seen Chen Song's surgery before. David gritted his teeth. I'm ready. Chen Song nodded and took a deep breath. The active skill of his eyes, gaze, was directly activated. He also changed his gloves from perceptive gloves to acceleration, strength, and durability gloves, and so, the peak of the surgery officially began. Chen Song picked up the suture needle and began to search for the nerves. Suture, under the microscope, Chen Song's hands seemed to have become flickering shadows. They were fast and accurate. With the help of his eyes, the suture was obviously effortless. Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts were completely stunned. Chen Song really sped up. Compared to before, his speed was at least 1/3 faster. Don't think that 1/3 is too little. It was already a qualitative change. Chen Song's hands were like graceful birds at this time. The Chinese viewers watching the live broadcast in front of their computers had already stood up excitedly. Of course, there were also some who didn't stand up. There were even some who knelt down to watch. What the hell? What kind of hand speed is this? I've been single for 50 years and I haven't been as accomplished as you. They were stunned. They really knelt down from watching. Holy sh*t, this is too awesome. Yeah, I'm stunned. Are there any big shots in the field? Hurry up and tell us what kind of speed and accuracy Professor Chen is using. I'm a neurosurgeon. Let's put it this way. We do have different levels of suture speed and accuracy. This level should be at the level of a sewing machine. Yes. Really Chen sewing machine song. I'm from the hand surgery department. This nerve suture is definitely 10 times better than the best neurosurgeon in the world. I'm so excited that my hands are trembling. Then how do you type? I'm F*King kneeling down to watch. Typing, it should be my knees that are typing on the keyboard. When the Chinese viewers saw such a peak scene, they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Some of them directly jumped over the wall and logged onto the external network. They wanted to see the foreigners' attitudes. They wanted to see foreigners typing with their knees. That's right. At this time, when the top experts of the World Federation of Neurosurgeons saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. They knew that there might be a gap between them and Chen Song, but they never thought that the gap would be so big. Dane's mentality exploded. It really exploded. He suddenly realized that the gap between him and Chen Song was not small at all. If Chen Song really wanted to be the chairman, could he stop him? Moreover, at this time, more and more people were shocked by Chen Song's nerve suture. It was too powerful. I finally know why Professor Chen dares to publicize the secret of the surgery. Why? Because, even if it's publicized, you won't be able to do it. Some things can be shared. Knowledge can be shared, materials can be shared, but this kind of raw strength is beyond your reach. Too powerful. At this time, a celebrity big shot suddenly appeared, Professor Carnot. This was the world's top neurosurgeon and the winner of the 2009 Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology. His understanding of neurosurgery was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Carnot sent a message: Xianxia is 10 times more powerful than what you see. Maybe you're just shocked by his suturing speed. But have you ever thought about how Professor Chen was able to distinguish the types of nerves in a very, very short period of time and then suture them? I, Carnot, have studied the nerves for more than 50 years, but I've never seen someone who knows the nerves so well. Success is not by chance. For Professor Chen to have such surgical ability and such understanding of the nervous system, he must have put in a lot of effort. Maybe Professor Chen has been preparing for today for a very, very long time. Professor Chen, you can do it. This small step of yours will be a big step for human neurosurgery. P.S. Today's first 2 updates, tomorrow's 5th. Hee, rest assured, everyone. They originally thought, what charm could a live surgery broadcast have? Boring. Bloody and disgusting, but at this moment, no one had such a feeling. When something reaches the pinnacle of perfection, everything will become a completely different scenery. It had been nearly an hour since the head transplant surgery began. Now, not only did the number of people not decrease, but it was also slowly increasing. One had to know that today's live broadcast was not a celebrity or a singing competition, but a boring and extremely professional neurosurgery, head transplant surgery, even if he was the first in the world. However, no matter what, this was something that no one could understand, therefore, everyone thought that they might watch and join in the fun, but they would immediately leave because of boredom. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The surgery turned out to be so exciting. When everyone could clearly see the nerves and blood vessels in the skull, they realized for the first time that humans were so real and fragile. Similarly, when they saw Professor Chen suturing the nerves and repairing them, they also felt for the first time the difficulty of surgery and the difficulty of surgeons, to put it in a more artistic way. This was clearly an artist dancing on the tip of a needle. What they sutured with each needle and thread was not beauty, but the brilliance of life. Perhaps surgeons were people who danced on the tip of a needle. Under the camera, Xianxia's expression was firm, and his eyes were full of light. He was eager to succeed. This success was not just about saving a life. Most importantly, it was also about saving thousands of pioneers in China's medical industry. It was about saving the hope of the world's neurosurgery industry, that's right. This surgery, just as Xiao Runfeng and department head Sun Zhen had said, was about hope and also the dawn. If he was poor, he would take care of himself. If he was successful, he would help the world. Xianxia was not talented. He was also trying to save China's medical industry. A drop in the bucket. He was determined to go all out. Time passed very quickly. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. An hour had passed. Although Xianxia's speed had slowed down, it was not too obvious. As time passed, seconds turned into minutes. David, who was standing at the side and using polyethylene glycol infusion, was completely shocked by Xianxia's performance. What kind of powerhouse was this? Nerve suturing was definitely a high-precision and high-intensity job in surgery. And Xianxia had already lasted for an hour. And at such a speed, it was too terrifying. Was this guy a robot? Indeed, Rodman, Jack Pass, and the rest of the 10 world-class experts in neurosurgery were dumbfounded. Wasn't he sleepy? Is there no shortage of hands? Impossible, right? They had been in the field of surgery all year round. He knew this very well. Surgery was not only a high-precision surgery, it was also a physical activity that required physical strength and endurance. Not only did it require superb skills, but it also required a strong willpower. Wasn't Xianxia tired? No, Xianxia was very tired. They could clearly see the blue surgical cap on Xianxia's head tightly attached to his head. It was sweat. Anyone would be tired after such a high-intensity surgery. If it were someone else, let alone an hour, they might not even be able to hold on for 20 minutes. They would probably need to rest for a while. Everyone had an estimate in their minds. Maybe. Chen Song could hold on for another 30 minutes, however, time continued to pass. 30 minutes passed in a flash. Chen Song did not rest, the suturing speed in his hands did not stop either. Everyone was stunned by this scene, even Wu Hui looked at Chen Song in shock. Was this his teacher's true strength? So strong, he was really too strong. It turned out that his teacher had been holding back when he performed surgery in the past, but this time, his teacher finally let go. Seeing this scene, Wu Hui couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. To be honest, head replacement surgery might be the surgery that tested a surgeon the most. Wu Hui had never seen his teacher's limit, but this time, Wu Hui looked at Chen Song's precise and fast nerve suturing. He stood on the spot and was a little excited. He could finally see his teacher's true strength. However, when Chen Song displayed his true strength, he was shocked. Everyone else had lost their colors. Jack Pass looked at Chen Song silently and did not say anything. He realized that there was a difference between geniuses. Dane, who was far away in the United Kingdom, also had nothing to say when he saw the scene. At this moment, he even lost the heart to compete with Chen Song. Because when a person's strength far exceeded yours, you would not be jealous because you are not worthy. At this moment, Chen Song used his strength to conquer everyone. There was no one else. Time continued to pass. But Chen Song only had one sentence in his heart. Not enough. Not enough. To achieve a head replacement surgery, at least 20% of the nerves had to be sutured and connected. At the same time, the diaphragm nerves and other key nerves that were responsible for breathing, heartbeat, and other things needed to be sutured. So, Chen Song did not dare to rest. This time, the difficulty of the surgery was really high. Chen Song seemed to be calm, but in fact, he had thought about it many times and rehearsed it countless times. He thought about what to suture first, and then what to suture. There was a process for every step. 2 hours, Chen Song did not stop. 3 hours, still no. The surrounding experts had already gone from shock to disbelief, and now to numbness. 4 hours later. Now, no one was talking. Chen Song's sweat had soaked through his little green shirt, and the sweat was still dripping down from his trousers. The audience in front of their computers and mobile phones were stunned. There was only one sentence on the bullet screen: "Please take a break, Professor Chen." That's right, from the beginning of the suturing until now, even standing there for a few hours was already tiring, let alone suturing so quickly and accurately. Not to mention that the hands were tired. Weren't your eyes sore? Seeing this scene, everyone sighed with emotion. Xiao Runfeng sighed. This child. Sigh. Beside them, the minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Chao Yu, could not help but say, the success of a genius is not by chance. With such hard work and talent, China's medicine has a bright future ahead. Sun Zhen from the Ministry of Education nodded. Although I haven't known Professor Chen for long, this surgery is enough to explain everything. At this moment, even in Zongnanhai, a certain leader was paying attention to this surgery. The leader suddenly asked his secretary, Xiao Chen, how long has he been doing it? The secretary said, almost 5 hours. No rest? No. The speed has not decreased at all. When the leader heard that, he was suddenly stunned and muttered to himself, a national treasure. Hearing the old leader say that, the secretary at the side was suddenly stunned, a national treasure. What kind of evaluation was that? There were 3 major difficulties in head replacement surgery. The first was the suturing and regeneration of the central nervous system. The second was the immune rejection reaction. The third was the cryopreservation of the brain and the prevention of ischemia and reperfusion damage. At this moment, the patient's brain was in a low-temperature state in order to slow down nerve necrosis. However, it was obvious that nerve repair was not something that could be done by one person. This was also the reason why Chen Song found Jackpath, Rodman, and the others. Although these people's aptitude was average, no matter what, they could still be substitutes. Therefore, at this time, Chen Song finally raised his head slowly. Seeing this scene, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was still human. Chen Song turned to look at Jackpath and said, Professor Jackpath, I'll rest my hand for a while. You suture the nerve. When Jackpath heard this, his eyes lit up. He had a chance to go on stage, but, thinking of Chen Song's suturing just now, he suddenly blushed. Professor Chen. I may not have your suturing speed. Chen Song smiled slightly. It's okay, take your time to learn. Jack Path felt strange when he said this. After Chen Song finished speaking, he said to Wu Hui, let's do it separately. I'll suture the aorta and you'll be my assistant. Professor Rodman, you and Professor Jack Path suture the nerve. Dr. David, you, Chen Song decisively began to arrange. Everyone nodded, but there was still a doubt. Jack Path asked, Professor Chen, aren't you going to rest? Chen Song nodded matter-of-factly, suturing the aorta and repairing the trachea. Isn't it just resting? Chen Song's words successfully shut everyone up. Jack Path looked at Chen Song speechlessly. He was speechless, he was really speechless. When did carotid artery repair become so easy and comfortable? It turned out that, one of the problems they had always wanted to solve, the common carotid artery repair surgery, in Professor Chen's view, this was a health exercise to rest and relax the muscles of the hand. The carotid artery was the main artery that supplied blood to the skull. The suturing requirements were extremely high and difficult. How could it be simple? Wu Tongfu, who was watching the video at the Capital Emergency Medical Center, nearly stood up and cursed when he heard this. I've worked so hard all my life to suture large blood vessels, but in your hands, it's just a hand exercise. You can do it. Old Wu was so angry that her hands were trembling. Not only him, at this moment, countless people heard Chen Song's words and put down the peanuts, melon seeds, and ham sausages in their hands. It doesn't smell good anymore. Why don't you just pretend to be cool and perform the surgery? All you have to do is crush them and sweep the field of neurosurgery in the world. You're too free. Why did you have to hurt the innocent? Did we offend you? A group of people stared at the screen indignantly. On the bullet screen, there was also a burst of laughter, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Congratulations from the people of the hand surgery department. The Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery sent a congratulatory message. Calm down. The AATS of the World Federation of Cardiothoracic Surgeons sent a congratulatory message. Calm down, calm down. This is Professor Chen's basic maneuver. More and more people began to kick up a fuss. On the other side of the ocean, the people from the AATS Association from dozens of countries around the world were really helpless when they saw this news. They were real cardiothoracic surgeons. When Ma Simon heard Chen Song's words, he was really speechless. Teacher, Professor Chen, is underestimating the suturing of large blood vessels too much. When Ma Ryan heard this, he immediately shook his head. No, he's just telling the truth. You'll understand in a while. Ma Ryan took a deep breath. He had just returned to China. In the Cardiothoracic Heart Research Center, Ma Ryan could be said to have been reconstructed after his worldview exploded. The current Ma Ryan had extremely high standards. He knew that he was indeed a little too narrow-minded in the past. Simon, go to China as soon as possible this year. You don't have to go to the Cardiothoracic Heart Research Center anymore. Go directly to the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province. I've fought for an internship opportunity for you. And as he spoke, Chen Song had already picked up the needle and thread with Wu Hui's help, under the shadowless lamp. No one knew if it was an illusion or something. They could actually see a flash of light at the tip of the needle. Great blood vessel suturing technique. Chen Song couldn't help but smile slightly. At the same time, he moved his palms and fingers. Seeing Chen Song smile, the surrounding people were suddenly stunned. Professor Chen actually smiled. What are you smiling about? When Ma Yuehui saw this smile, he quickly got up and walked out. He was too familiar with it. The act tough king moment was about to happen. When Old Yu saw this, he was suddenly stunned. Where are you going? Ma Yuehui smiled. I'm going to the toilet. Old Yu, watch over me first. As he spoke, Old Ma closed the door and left. He couldn't help but think in his heart. As long as I see you acting tough, you won't succeed. And at this moment, the Chen clan hand exercise officially began. The first section, holding the needle, in a flash, a cold light first appeared, and then the needle came out like a dragon. The second section, threading the needle. The third section, combining the needle and thread. That's right, great blood vessel suturing technique was Chen Song's second perfect level suturing technique. With the foundation of the perfect level tendon suturing technique. Later on, Chen Song's understanding of the aorta's blood vessels became higher and higher. and he learned many skills when he participated in the cardiac surgery skills competition. Therefore, Xianxia knew the aorta's blood vessels like the back of his hand. Whether it was the texture, elasticity, thickness of the blood vessels, the strength of the needle and thread, and so on, it could be said that the Chen clan hand exercise was a complete set of perfect level blood vessel suturing technique. And, when he saw this surgery, Wu Tongfu, who was originally angry, fell silent, because he actually saw a sense of beauty. This time, old Wu was silent. He watched Xianxia's palms, fingers move up and down. As the needle tip jumped, the density of the needle and thread was as precise and tight as a vernier caliper. This was a blood vessel suturing technique that was in line with the mechanics of the human finger. When he saw this, Wu Tongfu was really shocked. Not only him, at this time, Professor Tang Jinbo, the researcher of the Mtang technique, was also watching the head transplant surgery. When he saw Xianxia suturing the great blood vessels, he frowned. So familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He picked up the phone and dialed Chang Honglei's number in Beijing. After the call was connected, he asked directly. Honglei, are you watching Professor Chen's head transplant surgery? Chang Honglei nodded. Yes, I'm watching. Tang Jinbo nodded. Did you notice that Xianxia's technique is very familiar? When Chang Honglei heard that, she immediately fell silent. She stared at Xianxia's suturing of the great blood vessels in the video. She watched Xianxia's movements, however, the more she watched, the more familiar it was. So familiar, too familiar, where had she seen it before? Chang Honglei frowned. She felt like she had seen this suturing technique somewhere before. No, it was not a suturing technique. What was it? Chang Honglei's eyes sparkled. At this moment, the sound of the door being pushed open interrupted her thoughts. Gu Hongmei walked in. How is it? Look. Look at Professor Chen's suturing technique. Don't you think it's familiar? Gu Hongmei heard and quickly squatted down to take a look. When he saw it, his eyes lit up. Isn't this the tendon training and rehabilitation guide? As soon as she said that, Chang Hongmei's eyes lit up. No wonder. Tang Jinbo's breathing on the other end of the phone was also rapid. That's right, no wonder. Xianxia was the founder of the Tendon Rehabilitation Guide. He had a deep understanding of tendons. Whether it was tendon rehabilitation or tendon suturing, he had a lot of insights. Now, the Tendon Rehabilitation Center was about to be built. Xianxia was really a genius. He's really amazing. Professor Chen is really a genius. How did he think of it? Combining suturing techniques and relaxing fingers. It's really amazing. Tang Jinbo was really speechless. This was because Xianxia's actions and thoughts made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this a genius? Wang Yushan was also called by Gu Hongmei. Wang Yushan, who had learned of this matter, was rendered speechless by Xianxia's performance. He was unable to say a single word. This guy is really. After thinking for a long time, Wang Yushan did not know how to evaluate it. The suturing of large blood vessels was very fast. However, to ensure the smoothness of the blood vessel endothelium, it still required a very high level of operation. But, Xianxia had forcefully turned this blood vessel suture into a set of Chen's hand exercises. That's right. Xianxia's technique was very novel to everyone in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. Perhaps, this was an expert. The carotid artery was the easiest place to accumulate plaque, so if the stenosis led to the accumulation of thrombosis here, it would be very detrimental to the later recovery. Therefore, Xianxia had to do his best to suture the carotid artery and other blood vessels seriously. It was not long. But it wasn't short. The suture was completed. Xianxia began to repair the blood vessels. However, he felt that he should wait for a while before coming back. After all, it would take a long time for the nerves to recover. Xianxia could use this opportunity to rest his hands. After the large blood vessels were completed, blood supply could be carried out at an early stage, which could also reduce some of the adverse effects caused by ischemia and reperfusion. Xianxia was performing a blood vessel anastomosis. Jack Pass had no time to watch. Right now, he just wanted to complete the nerve connection. He had always felt that his nerve anastomosis level was relatively high. However, after seeing Chen Song's operation, Jack Pass suddenly felt that his suturing was nothing. However, it was not a bad thing to see an expert. After all, one should follow the example of a wise man. People at Jack Pass's level had a very solid foundation, and they learned very quickly. Therefore, he had been studying seriously just now. He had to admit that he had improved a lot. In terms of speed, he felt that he had grasped some inspiration and improved a lot. The most important thing was that he had made some good breakthroughs in finding nerves and anastomosis. When he looked up at David excitedly, he said, "That's right." Unexpectedly, what he got in return was a look of disdain. That's right, David had assisted Chen Song, and his horizons had also widened. Jack Pass, who he used to regard as a genius, could no longer catch his eye. Looking into David's eyes, Jack Pass gritted his teeth in anger. Just as he was about to catch up and prove himself. Suddenly, Chen Song said, "Professor Jack Pass, let me do it." Jack Pass was stunned for a moment. "Ah? Professor Chen, aren't you doing a blood vessel anastomosis?" Chen Song nodded and smiled. "I'm done." Jack Pass was stunned. "Ah? You're done?" He looked down and suddenly realized that the blood vessels had indeed been anastomosed. Blood had even started to circulate. Seeing this, Jack Pass took a deep breath. This was too amazing. "Professor Chen, aren't you tired? Do you want to rest for a while?" Chen Song shook his head. "I've rested enough for the surgery just now. Let me do it. Time is tight and the task is heavy. We need to complete as many nerve anastomoses as possible." Jack Pass blushed. He knew that Chen Song was complaining that he was too slow, but that was indeed the truth. After Chen Song took over the surgery, the suture started again. Time passed minute by minute. Chen Song seemed to be like a tireless robot. His hands were like a sewing machine, constantly shuttling and suturing. The entire head transplant surgery was torture for many surgeons. When Chen Song was tired, he would use a bottle of stamina potion and energy potion. But the others were not so lucky. This was a high-intensity, high-precision, and high-challenge surgery that lasted as long as 18 hours. This was a level 110 super-level boss. In the operating theater, the scrub nurse changed 3 batches. The surgeons also changed several batches. However, Chen Song and the others did not move at all. Everyone's feet were more or less wet with sweat. This was no longer an ordinary surgery. It also tested a person's stamina, will, and determination. There was no room for retreat in this surgery. It was different from other surgeries. This surgery, from the moment the head was cut off and the spinal cord was cut off, there was no chance to turn back. Some surgeries could not be performed. At most, palliative treatment could be done. But, you have already cut off your head. How could you be appeased? Appeased my foot. Therefore, you had to perform the surgery even if you did not want to. Everyone's legs were tired. Their little green clothes were drenched in sweat, dried again, and wet again, but no one was willing to take a step away. They stood firmly at the side and listened to Chen Song's instructions as they performed this surgery. Time passed minute by minute. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Song had also forgotten how many nerve fibers he had sutured and how many nerves he had grafted. The blood vessels were anastomosed, the airway was anastomosed, the cervical vertebra was fixed. All that was left was the connection of the muscles. The surgery had already gone on from 8 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the morning. The surgery, it was about to come to an end. Under low temperature, the nerve damage was slower, but it did not mean that there was no damage. After 17 to 18 hours of low-temperature treatment, many nerves had already died. But at this moment, Chen Song suddenly turned around and said to Wu Hui, "Prepare for the intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring surgery." As soon as these words were said, the surroundings immediately fell silent. Because they had never heard of this term. What kind of technique was this? Everyone looked at each other in surprise, but everyone's faces were filled with confusion. P.S. There are still 2 chapters to write. I estimate that I can finish writing before 2 o'clock. Everyone, go to sleep first. I'll publish it when I'm done. No one had ever heard of this technique. It wasn't just them. Even the experts watching the surgery in front of the television had never heard of it. More than 10 hours of surgery. Those who had persevered until now were basically the people in the industry. Those who were watching the show, those who were paying attention to the surgery, those who were concerned about the progress of the surgery, those who were in the relevant industry. Everyone had gone to rest. Those who were still persevering were those who were truly obsessed with this surgery, and those media people, when they heard Xianxia say intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring surgery, they were all stunned, because they had never heard of this term. Dane also did not close his eyes, he could not sleep. He did not want to sleep either. Compared to sleeping, the charm of this surgery was too great. He could not refuse it at all. Now, when Dane suddenly heard intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring surgery, his eyes flashed. Could it be? Was it the craniotomy at the beginning? Thinking of this, Dane's originally confused mind instantly became alert. He was awake. He suddenly realized. Dane stood up and stared straight at the computer screen, waiting for Xianxia to begin. Actually, the surgery was already coming to an end, 2:00 in the morning. Ammoniang City. Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province. It was brightly lit. Tonight, many people did not sleep. Hundreds of media outlets gathered here, outside the operating theater, in the conference hall, in the exhibition hall, and in the courtyard. Everyone was chatting and sharing the progress of the surgery. The appearance of every term would cause a sensation. But at this moment, when the term intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring surgery appeared, everyone quieted down, because they felt that the surgery had reached the end. Right, that's right. At this moment, Xianxia spoke. He looked at Jack Pass, David, and the others around him. He smiled slightly. This smile was very warm, but it always made Old Ma run away. Xianxia did not understand why, but he still patiently explained. Oh, right, I forgot to explain it to you. The intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring surgery is a new auxiliary surgery that I just developed. As soon as he said that, Jack Pass and the others were slightly stunned. Auxiliary surgery? What do you mean? Xianxia smiled and said, in my opinion, there are many types of surgeries. Some are therapeutic, some are extirpative, and some are auxiliary. On the other hand, intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring surgery is a typical auxiliary surgery. In fact, it is to observe the intracranial nerve function through neuroelectrophysiological monitoring techniques, including sensory-evoked potentials, SEP, motor-evoked potentials, MEP, auditory-evoked potentials, BAEP, electromyography, EMG, and intraoperative cortical electroencephalogram, ECOG. In fact, this is not the main function of this instrument. However, I found that through intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring, I can effectively observe the short-term effects of the patient's nerve suture and connection. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people immediately understood. That's right, it was a good idea. Most intracranial surgeries were performed under general anesthesia. This meant that it was not clear whether there were problems in many surgeries. If electrophysiological monitoring could be done at any time, it could effectively prevent some accidents from happening. Moreover, if it was placed here, the cortical somatosensory evoked potentials could be recorded on the surface of the cerebral cortex. Then, the sensory cortex and the motor cortex could be distinguished by the phase inversion of the evoked potentials before and after the central sulcus. In this way, he would be able to directly observe the effect of the suture. Awesome, it was really awesome. This discovery was not as simple as Xianxia said. It sounded very simple, intuitive, and easy to understand surgery. In fact, the more simple it was, the more amazing it was after thinking about it carefully. Do not underestimate this little thing that Xianxia called auxiliary surgery. This thing was not small at all. One had to know that the significance of intraoperative awakening and central sulcus positioning technology was to improve the safety of the surgery and reduce the damage to the patient. One had to know that the connotation of safe neurosurgery was not just about reducing the incision, minimally invasive closure, or other things. It should be more about protecting the functional integrity of the cranial nerve. The concept of neurological function protection and minimally invasive surgery in functional neurosurgery should be implemented in all neurosurgical operations. The intraoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring technology that Xianxia mentioned just now took advantage of this point. Through electrophysiological monitoring, a lot of risks and accidents were avoided, etc. For a moment, everyone in the room looked at each other. Everyone could see something in each other's eyes. Desire, dream, who didn't want it, but, how could they have a chance to get it? Should they stay? If they stayed, they might have a chance. Thinking of this, Jack Pass was tempted. He was really tempted. He could go anywhere. Why couldn't he go to China? To him, medicine had no concept of a country. David, Rodman, and so on. It turned out that more and more people had begun to make plans. Dane had already begun to feel fear. If he had been dismissive of Chen Song at the beginning, the current Chen Song had already made Dane feel a sense of being dominated. Chen Song, what the hell are you doing? How many trump cards do you have? Dane's heart was trembling. No, such a person was definitely not allowed to join the World Federation of Neurosurgery. Once he joined, what was Dane? Think of a way. What should he do? A successful surgery was not scary. The scary thing was that he couldn't figure out the other party's background at all. The things that the other party casually took out were things that he could only dream of. This was the true meaning of terror. Dane picked up the phone and dialed Pu Yongjin's number. If Chen Song wants to be the president of the World Federation, what can I do to stop him? Pu Yongjin was also watching the video. When he heard the sound of the phone, he sighed silently. He knew that Teacher Dane was afraid. How could he not be afraid? An unprecedented head transplant surgery was already scary enough. Not to mention there was such a new auxiliary surgery. Even, Pu Yongjin felt that today's head transplant surgery might really be a success. This was the truest voice in Pu Yongjin's heart. Today, he finally saw Chen Song's true strength. After seeing it, he was sober. He heard Dane's voice. He said slowly, "Teacher, why do you have to stop something that can't be stopped? If Professor Chen becomes the president of the World Federation of Neurosurgery, I think it can drive the development of this association. In the long run, why should I stop it? Teacher, to be honest, I think Professor Chen is really amazing, even beyond my scope of thinking." Hearing Pu Yongjin's words, Diane took the initiative to hang up the phone. No one was willing to admit defeat. Diane opened the Journal of the Union and began to think. The request of the chairman of the World Federation of Neurosurgery. Diane read it very carefully. What he did not know was that Chen Song really did not care about this chairman. At this time, Wu Hui had already begun the surgery under the guidance of Chen Song. Slow down the temperature. Stop the injection of propofol. Chen Song gave orders one by one. Wu Hui's execution was very strong. Jack Pass and the others looked at Wu Hui with admiration. This was the only man who could keep up with Chen Song's rhythm. When everything was ready, Wu Hui began to use the neuroelectrophysiological monitor to locate the functional area. At this moment, on the exposed central surface of the cortex, Wu Hui began to carefully place the cortical electrode. On the display screen, the electrode had begun to transmit the electrophysiological pattern back. Look for the central groove. Chen Song looked at the waveform and quickly said. Wu Hui nodded. His eyes were fixed on the screen and he located the central groove through the changes in the wave crest. Everything went smoothly when all the electrophysiological patterns began to appear. Chen Song's eyes looked at the waveform and began to calculate. At this moment, the anesthesiologist suddenly said, "It's recovered. The initial awakening is successful. Professor Chen, what should we do next?" The anesthesiologist was very excited at this moment. At this point in the surgery, it was actually time to test the results. This interoperative awakening and electrophysiological monitoring surgery technique obviously had such a role. To put it bluntly, next was the time to mark the papers. After a tense exam, the scores were about to be released. Who would not be nervous? Through electrical stimulation, electrophysiological monitoring, and the stimulation reaction of the patient's nerves after they woke up, the patient's surgery situation could be determined. At this moment, everyone in the operating theater was excited. Everyone was staring at the screen. Although they did not understand what the 7 or 8 waveforms meant. The people watching the live broadcast of the surgery were not stupid. They all knew the results of the surgery were about to be tested. Could the surgery be successful? Everyone was very excited. They were very nervous. Could it be successful? For a moment, everyone began to call their friends frantically. "Harry, get up quickly. The operation is over. We're about to test the results of the operation." "Are you kidding me? How can we test the results of the surgery now? We haven't even passed the anesthesia test yet." "I'm not kidding. Professor Chen has developed an interoperative arousal and electrophysiological monitoring technique that can monitor and test nerve function during the operation. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's about to start. Get up quickly. Really? At this moment, countless people were suddenly woken up from their sleep. When they heard that the operation was over, they immediately woke up. Are the results coming out? All of them hurriedly got out of bed. And at this moment, the media reporters and magazine editors became even more excited. They all stopped making noise and quietly waited for the results of the surgery. Countless people in Dongyang Province's Second People's Hospital were looking forward to it. Mr. Zhong Ran, who was 80 years old, stood in his office. He was also awake. To be honest, Zhong Ran never thought that there would be such a big commotion today. He lifted the curtains and looked downstairs at the densely packed heads. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He really underestimated Chen Song. This young man's body seemed to contain an endless amount of treasures that were inexhaustible. He had seen geniuses before. Even for a genius like Chen Song, Zhong Ran felt that it was inconceivable. Today, he couldn't sleep. Similarly, in Beijing, Xiao Runfeng, Sun Jin, Chao Yu, and Qi Lianshan of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The three of them were in the room, their eyes fixed on the operation. They were waiting for the results to be announced. Xiao Runfeng clenched her hands and said to her old friend, Qi Lianshan, "Old Qi, I'm a little nervous. My palms are cold. What do you think? If this fails, what should we do?" Qi Lianshan smiled. Even if it fails, it's still glorious. Isn't it? Xiao Runfeng sighed. I really hope it succeeds. In China's medical field, Chen Song has appeared in the past few years. China's medical field needs a great success. Qi Lianshan continued. It's already succeeded, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Runfeng looked at the expressions of the experts around Chen Song in the video. She was suddenly stunned. That's right, now Chen Song had succeeded. Concord, Peng Ling woke up and stared at the TV screen. Her hands were trembling with excitement. She didn't miss this grand event in China's neurosurgery department. Finally, in the operating room, Chen Song said to Wu Hui, "Start the electrical stimulation." Wu Hui took a deep breath and calmed himself down a little. Then he nodded, raised his hand, and began the operation. Chen Song looked at the waveform diagram and breathed rapidly. He was also a little nervous. After working so hard for so long, he really didn't want to fail. Start the stimulation. Sensory evoked potential, motor evoked potential, auditory evoked potential, electromyography, interoperative corticoelectroencephalogram. All the waveforms began to jump crazily and irregularly, and then they began to gradually become regular. Jack Pass tightly held a piece of gauze in his hands for fear of breaking it. Everyone around him was staring at the waveform diagram. Gradually. Every minute and every second was a torment to him. The pattern, it appeared. Chen Song couldn't help but feel excited. He felt a voice roaring in his heart. Did he succeed? He succeeded. He really succeeded. He did it. There was a response to the electrical stimulation. Although the patient couldn't be the same as a normal person and had all kinds of electrical feedback, as long as it was normal, breathing, heartbeat, intestinal peristalsis, these basic physiological nerve reflexes were present, that was enough. It was really enough. Looking at the constantly jumping waveform diagram, even Chen Song himself was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He was very excited. He did it. Tears of excitement flickered in Chen Song's eyes. Remove the ventilator. Remove the external circulation machine. Hearing Chen Song's words, Wu Hui was stunned. He looked at Chen Song and found that his teacher's eyes were full of tears. He wasn't the only one who saw this. Everyone saw this scene. Could it be? Was the operation successful? Everyone was excited. After hearing Chen Song's words, they were even more surprised. Was the patient going to have automatic breathing and heartbeat? Wu Hui quickly nodded and began to operate. Automatic breathing recovery. Automatic heartbeat. Blood circulation begins. With the good news coming one after another, Chen Song was so excited that tears streamed down his face. This scene moved everyone. I did it, we did it. Chen Song was so excited that his whole body trembled. P.S. The 5th update has arrived. Please support me. If there was a kind of terror in the world that was the most moving, it would definitely include the tears of success. Every great success was also the end of the journey after going through a lot of hardships. Chen Song was the same. Chen Song seemed to be having an easy time with this surgery, but in fact, every suture was the result of how many times of training. Today, it was nearly 18 hours of surgery. Chen Song did not stop for a moment. Even though he had already used the strength potion and even though his hands were enhanced, he still reached his limit. In the end, he still relied on his willpower to persevere. At this moment, Chen Song looked at the waveform chart on the dashboard. He looked at the regular peaks and familiar waveforms. He could no longer contain his emotions. Tears of excitement rolled out. Even though he was the pride of China's medicine now, but, who was not a person with a heart of flesh and blood, Chen Song was so excited that tears flowed down his face. At this moment, thousands of people who were still watching the surgery saw Chen Song crying. Everyone was so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. Some things could be empathized with. Everyone could feel the effort and hardships Chen Song had put in for the successful surgery. More than 10 hours of surgery, many people watched it from the beginning to the end. Even so, they were already extremely tired. However, Chen Song was the one who did not rest from the beginning to the end. He was the one who participated in the surgery from the beginning to the end. He was the one who sutured the large blood vessels. He was the one who connected the muscles. He was the one who repaired the nerves. Every core operation and every key step were carried out by Chen Song alone, although everyone knew that Jack Pass, David, and the others were also involved. However, the one who really made them remember was Chen Song. Of course, Wu Hui, who quietly followed behind Chen Song and assisted Chen Song, also entered everyone's sight. Wu Hui looked ordinary. He did not even participate in the main surgery. However, the skills that he inadvertently revealed could make everyone's eyes light up. Whether it was the operation in the skull or the various precise details of the nervous system, Wu Hui grasped them very accurately. Such a person was already at the level of a world-class neurosurgeon, but why was he unheard of? However, when he addressed Chen Song as his teacher, everyone came to their senses. So, Wu Hui was Chen Song's student. At this moment, the shock in everyone's heart could not be any greater. The operation was complete. The moment the time-skipping head replacement surgery was completed, everyone was a little excited. However, thinking about it carefully, he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Because all of this was not a miracle. Instead, it was Professor Chen Song who walked over step by step, whether it was the use of polyethylene glycol to aid in the repair and fusion of nerve cells. Furthermore, it was a precise and fast suturing of nerve cells. Or the world-shocking awakening and electrophysiological monitoring technique. Professor Chen was fully prepared for every step. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that this surgery was not a risk at all. Instead, it was a well-prepared battle. Professor Chen had been preparing for this day for a long time. Looking at Chen Song's tears, everyone was moved. Under the mask and hat, only Chen Song's eyes were exposed. However, these tears also moved many people, making them tear up and feel moved. There were no rewards for this live broadcast. Otherwise, it would definitely be in an uproar. However, no one knew who started clapping first, but more and more people began to clap for Chen Song. He was worthy of the applause at this moment. June 3, 2021, 2:21 a.m. Beijing time. Chen Song was definitely a part of the glory at this moment, because this was the world's neurosurgery department. The moment the head replacement surgery was completed was also a milestone breakthrough in the development of human neurosurgery, the second provincial hospital. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of excited voices. This was the glory that belonged to them. In the director's office, Zhu Qian stood up excitedly and patted the back of his chair. He looked at the other parties building excitedly. He was very happy. Academician Zhong Ran was the same. His hands were trembling with excitement. Unknowingly, hot tears flowed down his face. How many years had it been? A miracle had appeared in China's pharmaceutical industry. From now on, who would dare to say that China's modern medicine lacked cutting-edge talents? Who would dare to look down on China's medical industry? As the president of the Chinese Medical Association, Zhong Ran was so excited that he could not sleep. It was early in the morning in China. However, at this early in the morning, who knew how many families and unyielding men had tears in their eyes? Because this moment of glory was worthy of their excitement and pride, the wife was woken up by this sound. She did not blame her husband. Instead, she asked enthusiastically, "Did you succeed?" She also brought a cup of hot water and said, "All right, don't worry. Hurry up and sleep." Capital, Xiao Runfeng, Qi Lianshan, and a few other old guys saw this scene and laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Even Zhang Nanhai, there was an old man who had not slept yet, waiting for the good news to come. When he saw the news of success, he smiled and calmly said to the guard, "Let's go home." However, the guard could also see that the old leader was very happy and excited. It could be seen from the slight trembling and excitement of his hands in his pocket. Similarly, at this moment, the students who were fighting for the college entrance exam also closed their books and prepared to sleep. The phone rang. "Howren, it's a success. Professor Chen succeeded. The surgery was a success." "Haha. That's amazing." The little boy said excitedly, "Really? Really?" Professor Chen was so excited that he cried. I was also so moved that I cried until I was confused. I just finished reading and was about to sleep. I turned on the computer and looked at it. It really made my blood boil. I've thought about it. I want to apply for Peking Union. What about you? Have you thought about it? The little boy called Howren nodded excitedly. I've thought about it too. I want to study medicine. Good. Let's apply for Peking Union together. See you at Peking Union. Good luck. Good luck, brother. This was the promise of youth. It was also the promise of tomorrow. At this moment, the group of young people had a firm idea in their hearts because of Chen Song's success. Chen Song's victory, it affected a generation. However, there was a person sitting on the sofa, holding a phone in her hand and wearing an apron around her waist. She looked at Chen Song with tears streaming down her face. She was the person who understood Chen Song the most in this world. She was also the person who understood him the most and supported him the most in this world. Qin Yu was even more excited when he saw Chen Song succeed than when he succeeded himself. She had cooked a table full of dishes and was waiting for her husband to come back, whether he succeeded or not. No matter how late he came back, Qin Yu would tell him. There was someone at home waiting for him to come home. There was a hot meal. There was a cup of hot water. There was a wife. There was still a child missing. Of course. Spontaneous breathing was restored, the heart began to beat, and the blood began to flow, but these did not mean that the surgery was a complete success. In fact, in a sense, the patient could only be said to have taken the first step. However, even this first step was something that countless people could not take. It was like a natural chasm. After the head transplant surgery, anesthesia was still needed for up to a month. The main purpose of this month was to prevent the rejection reaction from occurring and to promote the complete recovery of the head and body. After all, now that the entire head was sutured, it was not that simple. There were ways to reduce the immune rejection reaction. Moreover, considering that Zhu Mingjie and his brother were twins, in many ways, the rejection reaction could be reduced. Moreover, some countries could even change the patient's blood type. Through the transplantation of bone marrow stem cells, the recipient's hematopoietic function would be mostly replaced by the donor's bone marrow stem cells. Then, the blood type would change in the long run. Therefore, with the development of science, many things that were previously unimaginable could happen, and what would develop with it should be medical ethics, just like China thousands of years ago. In that era, the body, hair, and skin were given to their parents. Not to mention surgery, they could not even bear to part with their hair. Moreover, at that time, dissecting the human body was considered an anomaly. And now, organ transplants, liver transplants, and heart transplants were developing so rapidly. No one knew what would happen one day in the future. Perhaps, it could really be the kind of rebirth that was seen in novels or TV shows. Moreover, it was impossible for Chen Song to repair all the nerves. He could only repair a part of them as much as possible, and this part could only allow him to survive. As for the quality of life, everything was still hard to say, even, these were still very far away. It was still hard to say whether he could survive the recovery period of the nerves, the surgery until now. It was basically over. The next step was to wrap up the work. Chen Song nodded to Wu Hui. Then, he got up and sat down at the side. He was really too tired, and everyone moved aside to make way for Chen Song. Everyone looked at Chen Song with eyes full of respect, as if they were looking at the most powerful elder, and Wu Hui calmly began the surgery. Chen Song looked at Wu Hui from afar and sighed. He didn't expect Wu Hui to improve so quickly. After using the talent card, Wu Hui's understanding of neurosurgery became stronger and stronger. His surgical skills also improved very quickly. Jack Pass and the others looked at Wu Hui's surgery and sighed with envy, because they clearly saw Chen Song's shadow everywhere in Wu Hui's surgery. What is this? Inheritance? Thinking of this, they would be lying if they said they were not envious. After more than half an hour of cleaning up, the surgery was completely over. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard the system notification sound, ding. Congratulations, you have completed the level 110 overleveled boss head replacement surgery. You have received a generous reward. Ding. Transcendence reward, 1, a Transcendence ancestral DNA, sperm. 2, functional neurosurgery. Chen Song was stunned, his eyes widened as he stared at the reward in front of him, speechless for a long time. Transcendental, ancestral DNA, Chen Song was dumbfounded, he never expected this. It turned out that this thing could also be rewarded. According to the system's nature, his sperm cells would stand out and become transcendent sperm cells. Could it be an increase in swimming speed, an increase in the chances of implantation, or could he customize his own child to be a boy or a girl? An IQ limit of 250? A talent for sound, physique, and beauty? Thinking of this, Chen Song was really speechless. However, he felt that this was definitely a good thing. What kind of monster would be born from a Transcendence ancestral DNA? Alright. Chen Song originally thought that his son's talent could be added selectively. But now, a direct mutation, he was done for. Just a Titan would do. Well, not even a Transformer would do. Chen Song took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions for a long time. Then, he began to look at the next reward. It seemed to be a book, Functional Neurosurgery. Chen Song had some understanding of functional neurosurgery. It was a branch of medicine that used surgical methods to correct abnormal nervous system functions. It was called functional neurosurgery. Chen Song had some understanding of it, because Parkinson's disease was a functional neurosurgery disease. Functional neurosurgery was a discipline that was led by Professor Dane and the others in recent years. It included treatment plans for movement disorders, epilepsy, pain, and mental disorders. After Chen Song saw the introduction of this book, his breathing became rapid. If that mutated transcendental sperm made Chen Song speechless and did not know how to evaluate it, then, this book, Functional Neurosurgery, made Chen Song overjoyed. This book was simply too practical. It could even be said that the opportunity that appeared was too suitable. Now, a large part of the reason why Dane could become the chairman was because he had the support of the European Society of Neurosurgery. One had to know that as an old developed country, the development of modern medicine far exceeded that of many countries in the world. The British Medical Association could be said to be the most powerful medical association in Europe with far-reaching influence. To be able to get the support of this association basically had a great say in the international academic community, and the current chairman of the European Society of Neurosurgery was Xianxia. Xianxia was also a representative of the European New School of Neurosurgery. His main contribution was to propose functional neurosurgery, which had been developing well over the years. And Xianxia had been the chairman for 2 terms. Later on, when he got older, he retired behind the scenes and mainly studied functional neurosurgery. And the appearance of Dane's neural interventional surgery was undoubtedly a strong supplement to Xianxia's functional neurosurgery. With the help of the interventional surgery, it could even promote the development of functional neurosurgery. For Xianxia, he did not care about the position of the chairman of the World Federation of Neurosurgery at all. What he wanted to do was to achieve some results. Only when you have reached a certain level of vision can you experience it. Chen Song felt that. He was getting closer and closer to the realization of his dream, the day when China became the world's neurosurgery center. It was not far away. The surgery was done. Chen Song got up and came out of the operating theater. He led everyone to the big conference room. At this moment, many people were gathered here. When the camera was pointed at Chen Song and the people behind him, everyone was very excited. Everyone had endless questions to ask Chen Song. Chen Song was not annoyed. No matter what, these media people had worked hard. After all, they had also accompanied him and waited for a long time until now. In fact, Xianxia did not dislike the media people. Because the existence of the media was not a bad thing. It spread positive energy and promoted the truth. It was because of their existence that the cultural environment today was like this. What Xianxia hated were those organizations and teams that made fake news and gimmicks. For the sake of benefits, they would do whatever they wanted. Therefore, Xianxia's answer was very cooperative, after a series of simple answers. It was the last young female reporter's turn. She stood up nervously and spoke with a little excitement. Professor Chen, you've worked hard. After saying that, she bowed and asked, what's the biggest motivation for you to persevere until now? You participated in almost the entire operation for 18 hours. What do you want to do the most now? Xianxia looked at the Chinese reporter and smiled. Don't be nervous. In fact, you've worked harder than me. I have things to do, so it's not boring. It's not easy for you to persevere until now. To be honest, this is much more boring than watching a movie. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Everyone was amused by Xianxia's answer. Xianxia continued. Actually, your 2 questions can be answered with only 2 words. Suddenly, the reporter looked at Xianxia curiously. Oh? Professor Chen, what 2 words? Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were like torches as he enunciated each word seriously. My greatest motivation is the nation. Although I'm just a doctor, I also want my country's medical science to receive the world's attention. And I think what I want the most is my home. To be honest, I'm a little hungry. My wife should have just finished cooking and is waiting for me to go home for dinner. Wu Hui, you stay and answer the reporter's questions. Sorry, everyone. After Xianxia finished speaking, he bowed deeply and got up to leave. Hearing Xianxia's answer, everyone was stunned on the spot. Then, they applauded. It was very enthusiastic. It lasted for a long time. Xianxia's answer was really simple. But his feelings were very sincere. P.S. Thank you to the leader Dao Yan for another 100,000 tip. Thank you very much. I'll update more tomorrow. Thank you to QQ Reader Phone for the 50,000 tip. Thank you for your support. I can't finish writing today. I'll write 2 chapters first. Good night everyone. End of chapter 1835. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.